Chapter 3989. Elder Kong lowered his eyes and stared at the long sword in his hand, motionless. A gust of wind swept up and the world was bleak. A sorrowful voice entered everyone's ears. "Little brother, please let me go." Everyone's expression changed as soon as he said that. Elder Kong was actually defeated? Although Yang Kai's momentum was indeed fierce from the battle just now, they still couldn't believe it when they heard him beg for mercy with their own ears. A third-stage heaven splitter had actually been defeated by someone from the Emperor realm. Even if this was the great cosmological abyss and a small universe was sealed here, it was still unbelievable. Moreover, to be able to force a third-stage heaven splitter to lower his head and beg for mercy meant that Elder Kong didn't even have the confidence to escape from Yang Kai. This was no longer just a slight advantage. It meant that Yang Kai even had the ability to kill Elder Kong. Yuhi's beautiful eyes trembled slightly as she looked at Yang Kai. Her thoughts drifted and her expression was complicated. Qin Yu, who was hugging her, had a strange look in her beautiful eyes. Meng Hong let out a long sigh and said in a low voice, "A real man should be like this." He was full of yearning, but he didn't know if he could reach Yang Kai's height in this lifetime. It would be a little difficult. He inadvertently caught a glimpse of Qin Yu's expression and his heart sank. Since this king said that he would kill you, this king wasn't joking. Yang Kai thrust his spear and rushed in front of Elder Kong in an instant. Elder Kong was shocked and summoned a round shield artifact to block in front of him while he quickly retreated. However, the round shield artifact didn't even manage to block the blue dragon spear for a single breath before collapsing. Under Old Man Kang's shocked gaze, the long spear pierced through his chest and came out, lifting him high into the air. The picture of heaven and earth seemed to be frozen at this moment, shocking everyone to the extreme. Yang Kai's arm shook and a violent power wantonly shattered Elder Kang's internal organs. Cough. Old Man Kong coughed softly and spat out pieces of his internal organs. He looked at Yang Kai with a ferocious expression. "Junior, you dare to use the secret treasure of the dragon. I will not let you off so easily during the dragon race. This old man will leave first and wait for you on the road to the underworld. Just you wait." Yang Kai pulled out his spear and swept it horizontally. Old Kang's head exploded. Yang Kai's mind was stirred. After this bloody battle, the emotions that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time were finally released. He was filled with joy, and if he wasn't in this inexplicable great cosmological realm, he would have even had the impulse to laugh out loud. The group of people stared at him with different expressions. Even more gazes were focused on the black dragon spear in his hand. The words that Elder Kong had said before he died made them all very concerned. The secret treasure of the dragon was an artifact made from the body part of the dragon race. Its power was extraordinary. Previously, when Yang Kai used the black dragon spear to fight Elder Kong, although they felt that this artifact was extraordinary, they didn't pay too much attention to it. However, when Elder Kong said those words, they discovered the truth. Above that long spear there was a faint dragon pressure. What else could it be but a secret treasure of the dragon? It was no wonder that when they killed their way out of the beast tide, many strange beasts took the initiative to retreat to the sides. They originally thought that it was because of Yang Kai's ferocity, but now it seemed that it was because of this secret treasure of the dragon. For a moment, a trace of greed flashed in the eyes of many people. A secret treasure of the dragon was simply a taboo existence in the 3,000 worlds. As Elder Kong said before his death, if this matter was known to the dragon race, Yang Kai would definitely not be able to survive. But then again, how rare was a secret treasure of the dragon? In this great cosmological realm, ancient remnants came out in large numbers. If one had a secret treasure of the dragon in hand, it could often have a deterrent effect and avoid some unnecessary trouble. However, Yang Kai had the power to kill a third-stage heaven splitter. At this time, even if some people were clever, they didn't dare to have any ideas about him. After seeing his battle with Elder Kong with their own eyes, who could guarantee that they were his opponent? They didn't want to get into trouble before they could eat the lamb. After a long while, Yang Kai calmed down the emotions in his heart. He put away the black dragon spear and went to Elder Kang's body to search. After taking his space ring, he called out to Meng Hong and the others, "Let's go." It was not advisable to stay in this dangerous place for long. Who knew if there would be other strange beasts attacking? How could the people of the Great Moon State have any objections? After seeing Yang Kai's combat strength with their own eyes, They naturally felt safer following him at this time. However, after taking a few steps, Yang Kai turned back again and said, "Why are you following me?" He only asked the people of the Great Moon State to follow him, but he didn't expect the dozens of cultivator who had rushed out with him to follow him. A young man who looked like a little fatty walked out with a smile on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "Brother, we have all fought side by side and can be considered to have gone through life and death together. Moreover, the great cosmological realm is full of dangers, so it's easier to do things with more people. We have seen Brother's power and are willing to follow Brother's lead and listen to your orders. We only hope to leave this great cosmological realm safely." The group of people next to him nodded in agreement. Yang Kai glanced at him and said indifferently, "No need, you can go wherever you want, just don't follow me." After saying that, he ignored them and went straight ahead. Brother, wait." The little fatty shouted and hurried to chase after him. Yang Kai turned around and the black dragon's spear suddenly appeared, pressing it against the little fatty's chest. His eyes were cold. "If you dare to talk endlessly, don't blame my spear for being merciless." The little fatty immediately froze in place, a drop of cold sweat sliding down his temples. The corner of his mouth twitched as he raised his hand and said, "Brother, let's talk nicely." Yang Kai stared deeply at him, snorted coldly, put away his spear and turned around. Watching Yang Kai and the others leave, the little fatty sighed as if he had missed a great opportunity. Some people were indignant and felt that Yang Kai was too arrogant, but since he didn't want to be followed, they couldn't be thick-skinned and chase after him. They looked at each other for a while before dispersing. Yang Kai led the group from Great Moon Province for 300 kilometers and inadvertently entered a mountain valley that was surrounded by mountains on all sides. The valley was filled with the sounds of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers blooming everywhere. There were all kinds of exotic flowers and grasses competing with each other for beauty. As soon as they stepped into this place, everyone couldn't help but have an illusion that they had stepped into a divine realm. Several women's eyes lit up as they looked around. Yang Kai looked around, then turned his head and said, "Let's rest here for a while. Brother Meng, you and I will split up to investigate the situation here and see if there are any hidden dangers." Meng Hong nodded. After some searching, they found that the valley was not big, only a few dozen acres in size. There were no powerful fierce beasts living here, so everyone was relieved. They were suddenly swallowed by the fog of the great cosmological realm and were attacked by a beast tide before they could catch their breath. Tens of thousands of people gathered in the Star City, and no one knew how many could escape in the end. No wonder Yue has said before that the great cosmological realm was both a treasure trove and a dangerous place. The previous expedition had exhausted everyone. Now that they had survived the disaster, they felt tired and found a place to recuperate. Yang Kai sat cross-legged under a tree, spread his hands in front of him and looked at his palms thoughtfully. Although he had not been in the great cosmological realm for long, it had been 1 or 2 years. Although he had occasionally seen the battles of the Emperor realm outside this universe, he had not seen as much as he did today. This allowed him to discover something he had not seen before. Those from the Emperor realm who had condensed the power of yin, yang and 5 elements seemed to be able to activate these different attributes in battle, thereby increasing their combat strength. He suddenly remembered that Old White had activated it once in the Fengyun auction house, but it was quickly suppressed by Old Man Yu, so he did not pay much attention to it at that time. Just now, when he was fighting with Old Man Kong, that old man had done the same thing. The power in the Dao seal should be able to be activated. The sound of footsteps came and a fragrant wind blew in his face. Then a soft body sat down next to him. Yang Kai's thoughts were interrupted. He turned his head and saw Yuhi looking at him with a smile. Yang Kai could not help but frown. "What are you doing?" This woman's smile was a little sneaky, like a fox that had stolen a chicken. Yang Kai was vigilant, but he was not afraid of her in the great cosmological realm. Yuhi hugged her knees with both hands and bent her slender legs. She rested one side of her face on her knees, like a young girl who was ignorant of the world and looking forward to the future. "Why did you kill that old man? Why do you ask so many questions?" "I killed him because I didn't like him," Yang Kai said impatiently. "Because he hurt me?" "Don't flatter yourself." Yang Kai could not be bothered to pay attention to her. He did not give up. She moved her head closer and exhaled. "It's because of that, right? Otherwise, why did you kill him? Why are you in heat?" Yang Kai was a little speechless. Although this was indeed part of the reason, how could Yang Kai admit it? At that time when Old Man Kong escaped from Thunder Roar, Yuhi could have avoided it, but she did not and chose to take it head-on. She probably thought that if she avoided it, Yang Kai and the others behind her would definitely die. This made Yang Kai's impression of her change slightly, and he felt that she was still somewhat humane. However, in the end it was because of this woman that he was implicated in the great cosmological realm. Otherwise he would be in the Universal Palace visiting the Lady Boss. Thinking of the Lady Boss, Yang Kai asked directly, "How is the Lady Boss?" Previously, he had only heard her say that the Lady Boss was seriously injured and was recuperating in the Universal Palace. He did not ask about the specifics. After all, they were not familiar with each other, and as a prisoner, what right did he have to ask? Yuhi curled her lips and snorted, "She won't die anyway, what else can she do? Are her injuries serious?" Yuhi was silent for a moment, then shook her head and nodded. "You can say it's serious or light, but you can't imagine her ability. Now that she's hiding in the Universal Palace, she'll recover sooner or later." Gently nodding his head, Kai Yang finally relaxed. "You still have the time to care about others at a time like this? Think about yourself first." Yuhi said sourly, "There's no way to leave after entering the great cosmological realm. Unless we wait for it to close on its own, I'm afraid we'll have to stay here for many years." Speaking of this, Yang Kai was a little worried. Is the time limit of the great cosmological realm really different? Yuhi slowly shook her head. "As far as I know, it's different. There are precedents of 10 to 100 years. However, even 100 years is nothing, it's just a snap of a finger." Chapter 3990. 100 years for a heaven-opening realm cultivator like Yuhi was indeed just a snap of the fingers, but it was different for Yang Kai. The situation in the star boundary was unstable, the world was in danger, and the world principles had collapsed. If he did not find the world tree to repair the world as soon as possible, the star boundary would collapse sooner or later. How long was 100 years? Could the star boundary hold on until that day? "Eldest young master, what are you thinking about?" Yuhi could not help but ask when she saw Yang Kai's expression change. Yang Kai frowned and looked at her, speechless. "You are a heaven-opening realm cultivator and a 5th stage one at that. Why are you degrading yourself like this?" Yuhi asked curiously, "How am I degrading myself?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I am just an emperor, how can I deserve to be called young master by you?" She had said the same thing to the old man surnamed Kong before. Yuhi pursed her lips and smiled. "You mean this? So what if I like it?" "Up to you." Yang Kai did not want to be entangled in this topic, so he hesitated for a moment and said, "I have something I want to ask." Yuhi straightened her face. "Go ahead." "Won't the yin-yang 5 elements force in the Dao seal be affected if it is frequently activated?" Yuhi was stunned. "What effect does it have? Since it is your power, it will always be your power." She suddenly frowned. "Don't tell me you don't even know this. Didn't Lan Yurua tell you?" Yang Kai said, "I have only been here for a little more than a year, so I am not very clear about many things. Lady Boss usually does not pay attention to my cultivation." Thinking about it, since it was the power of the Dao seal, what did it matter if it was activated? He had often activated the wood element force in the Qiqiao land to help the fire spirit fruit tree grow. Now that he thought about it, he had fallen into a misunderstanding. Yuhi's mouth opened slightly in surprise. "You have only been here for a little more than a year? Is there a problem?" Yuhi slowly shook her head. "I thought you had followed Lan Yurua for a long time. So, how many forces have you condensed now?" There was no need to hide this, and since she wanted to ask for advice, Yang Kai would naturally tell the truth. 2 wood and fire. Yi said, "The power of yin and yang and the 5 elements all have their own functions. The power of wood is full of vitality and is suitable for healing and cultivation. The power of fire is violent and hot and is suitable for attacking. The power of metal is aggressive and can increase the power of a secret treasure. The power of earth is heavy and has amazing defense. The power of water is invisible and can heal, defend, and attack at the same time. As for the power of yin and yang, they all have their own functions. In the battle below Open the Sky, it is basically a competition of the superiority and control of the power of yin and yang." Yang Kai pondered for a moment before nodding. "Thank you for your advice." "You said he sighed as she said this. A layer of earthy yellow light suddenly appeared on the surface of her body. Within that light, the power of the earth element was incomparably solid. Clearly, Yuhi had activated the power of the Dao seal to form a protective barrier. Yang Kai casually sent out a palm strike. He wanted to test out this kind of fighting style, so he didn't hold back. He sent out a palm strike. The center of his palm was bright red, and a scorching hot power wantonly spread out. With a boom, Yuhi's body trembled, and the earthen yellow light condensed on the surface of her body actually rippled outwards and fiercely caved in. Not only that, Yang Kai's palm also caved in, and that solid defense seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Fortunately, Yang Kai immediately withdrew his palm. Yuhi's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Yang Kai in shock. What grade of fire element did you condense? What? Yang Kai looked at her. Yuhi murmured, I just said that the battle under Open the Heavens is a competition of the superiority and control of the power of yin and yang and 5 elements. I condensed the 5th grade earth element. With this kind of defense, the power below the 5th grade can hardly pose a threat to me, unless it is attacked many times over a long period of time. But you almost broke my defense with a palm strike. Is it the 6th grade fire element you condensed? No, even the 6th grade fire element can't have such power. Is it the 7th grade? At this point, Yuhi covered her red lips with her hand and her beautiful eyes trembled. Yang Kai was also stunned. He didn't expect Yuhi to make such an inference just by casually testing. Although the inference was wrong, the golden crow fire was definitely above the 7th grade. Damn it. Yuhi's face was ashen. Lan Yura is crazy. She dares to do this. She didn't know why, but her face was so ugly. While speaking, she suddenly stood up, clenching her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. What does it have to do with Lady Boss? Yang Kai frowned. Yuhi gritted her teeth and said, wasn't it that woman who helped you condense the fire element power? Yang Kai had said before that he had only been outside of Qingquan for about a year. What ability did he have to find such a high-grade heaven-opening material? One had to know that a 7th-grade material was worth hundreds of millions of heaven-opening pills. She didn't think that Yang Kai had such financial resources. Moreover, this kind of thing couldn't be bought with money unless Lady Boss helped him. It was natural for her to have such a guess, but she didn't know that Yang Kai had his own opportunity. Yang Kai didn't want to explain anything, but he was a little curious and said, so what? Didn't they say that the higher the grade, the more powerful the heaven-opening material in the future? You don't understand. Yuhi slowly shook her head and suddenly asked, then what about your wood element power? Is it also the 7th grade? Yang Kai thought to himself, how would I know what grade it is? Anyway, the grade of the immortal tree should be very high. Seeing his reaction, Yuhi's face paled even more. She squatted down and looked at him with a dignified expression. You absolutely must not let others know that you have condensed the strength of the 7th grade. Promise me. She had a pleading expression as if she was asking for something very important. Yang Kai's expression became strange. Was this woman crazy? His relationship with her wasn't very good. If it weren't for Yuhi's performance, he would have already parted ways with this woman. Using this kind of tone to talk to him at this time made Yang Kai feel very uncomfortable. Yuhi also reacted, her face turning slightly red. Stroking her hair behind her ear, she said, I know there are some misunderstandings between us and you won't believe me too much, but I definitely won't harm you. After hesitating for a moment, she continued, there was once a person with shocking talent who suppressed all heroes. That person was like you, condensing the strength of the 7th grade. Looking at the 3,000 worlds under the heaven-opening realm, he was invincible. Even if it was a low-grade heaven-opening realm, he could still fight evenly, but in the end he died. How did he die? Yang Kai frowned. A trace of sadness flashed through Yuhi's eyes. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. And that Lan Yura, did you know that she also had a chance to advance to the 7th grade heaven-opening realm? I heard a little. Then do you know why she only reached the 6th grade? Yuhi sneered. Yang Kai shook his head. I haven't heard of that. Because if she wanted to advance to the 7th grade, she would have to die. That's why she advanced to the 6th grade and saved her dog life. Yuhi's tone was cold. Yang Kai said unhappily, Lady Boss has done me a great favor. Watch your mouth. Yuhi said coldly, if she really wanted you, she wouldn't have let you condense the strength of the 7th grade. She's harming you. What happened back then? What happened back then? As she spoke, the woman's eyes were wet and her voice was choked with sobs. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't say anything more. He could only see that she and Lady Boss didn't seem to get along well. There should be some grudges between them in the early years. After a while, Yuhi wiped the corners of her eyes and said desolately, "Anyway, remember, try not to let others know about your background. And that dragon secret treasure, it's best not to use it again. Otherwise, when you walk out of the great cosmological realm, there will be endless troubles." Finished speaking, she turned and left, her back bleak. Looking at her figure, Yang Kai fell into deep thought. In fact, even without Yuhi's special reminder, he knew how to hide himself. It was just that Yuhi made it sound so serious, so it seemed that he really had to be more careful in the future. As for the dragon secret treasure, the black dragon spear, Yang Kai couldn't wait for the dragon race to come find him. He had no one to rely on outside this universe, so it would be good if he could get in touch with the dragon race. After Yuhi left, Yang Kai tried to stimulate his space force, wanting to see if he could tear through space and escape from the great cosmological realm. According to Yuhi, he would have to stay here for at least 10 years or even 100 years, but if he could tear through space and escape, there was no need to stay here anymore. Moreover, Yang Kai had such an experience before, so this was not strange to him. However, after some attempts, Yang Kai found that the world principles of the great cosmological realm were extremely condensed. With his current mastery of the space principles, he was unable to shake the world principles in the slightest. This made Yang Kai a little frustrated. It seemed that he could only find another way or wait here for the time limit to run out. "Brother Yang." A sweet voice entered Yang Kai's ears, interrupting his thoughts. Looking up, Yang Kai saw Qinyu standing in front of him, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. As their eyes met, Qinyu blushed slightly. Yang Kai nodded and said, "What's the matter?" Qinyu said, "It's nothing, I just wanted to thank Brother Yang. If it weren't for Brother Yang just now, I'm afraid I would have died over there." Yang Kai said, "It's just a small matter, don't worry about it." Qinyu said, "To brother it may be just a small matter, but to me it's a life-saving grace. Junior sister has no way to repay you, but if brother has any instructions in the future, Yura will do her best." Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "You're too serious. Brother Meng and I are old acquaintances. Since you are his friend, you are also my friend. It's only right that we help each other." Qinyu asked, "Brother, how did Brother Meng and Brother Meng meet? Why haven't I heard Brother Meng mention it before?" Her eyes were bright like a curious baby. "If junior sister wants to know, you might as well ask Brother Meng. He will tell you." Yang Kai pointed to the side. Qinyu turned her head and saw Meng Hong walking over. A trace of unnaturalness flashed across her face, but she still greeted him with a smile. When Meng Hong came to her side, she said, "I came to thank Brother Yang." Meng Hong nodded, "It's only right. However, junior sister, you are injured and shouldn't walk around. You should treat your injuries first." Qinyu obediently said, "Then you two talk." Chapter 3991. Junior sister Qin is a good girl, and her talent is also extraordinary. Meng Hong looked in the direction of Qinyu's departure, as if talking to himself and Yang Kai at the same time. Yang Kai smiled. "If Brother Meng is interested, you can boldly pursue her." Meng Hong smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Although I am interested, I'm afraid that she doesn't." Yang Kai said seriously, "Sincerity can move metal and stone. As long as Brother Meng shows your sincerity, how can Miss Qin not feel it?" Meng Hong lowered his head and pondered for a while before nodding. "Brother Yang is right, I was wrong." He changed the topic. "Brother Yang's injuries are not serious, right?" Yang Kai had led them out of the beast tide and fought with Boss Kong. Naturally, he would not be unscathed. "It's fine, they're just minor injuries." Yang Kai shook his head. Meng Hong was full of admiration. "Only today did I realize that Brother Yang is so amazing, even killing third-grade Kai Tian and Lei Ho. Before this Meng was really a frog in a well, seeing the sky as big as a well." This time he was really shocked. He was also from the Emperor realm, but he never thought that a cultivator of this level could display such powerful combat strength. When the spear struck, the ancient species exploded into a bloody mist, and the third-grade Kai Tian Kai dodged it. He could not help but yearn for it. "I was just lucky," Yang Kai said modestly. "By the way, how are old Fong and the others doing in the Great Moon Province?" Meng Hong smiled. "Junior brother Fong and junior sister Dai, you are doing well. Ah Sun's cultivation is now on the right track and she is being personally taught by my Shu Tao. Everyone misses you and I don't know how you are now." When I came out this time they all asked me to inquire about you. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to investigate carefully before I entered this place. But thanks to the fog of the great cosmological abyss, I wouldn't have been able to meet Brother Yang so soon. Yang Kai was relieved to hear that Old Fong and the others were doing well. After all, Old Fong and Dai Yu were the first friends he made outside this universe, and they took care of him a lot in the Qiqiao land. They even followed him out of the Qiqiao land, overcoming obstacles and living and dying together. The universe was so vast and he did not know when he would see them again. Yang Kai could not help but feel a little sad. But as long as they were alive there would be chances to meet in the future. What's Brother Yang's next step? Meng Hong asked solemnly. Among this group of people He was a 5th grade Kai Tian, and Yang Kai had previously shown extraordinary combat strength. The remaining people were his brother and junior brothers from the Great Moon Province, plus Qin Yu. There were not many of them, only 6 or 7 people. It was really difficult for them to do anything in the great cosmological abyss. What does Brother Meng think? Yang Kai was also considering this question even though Meng Hong did not ask. Meng Hong pondered for a moment before saying, self-preservation. Self-preservation first, then think about other things. He continued, this time the great cosmological abyss is completely different from the past. In the past, when the great cosmological abyss opened, even if there were people who had the opportunity to enter, there would not be too many of them. But this time the entire star market has been swallowed up, and hundreds of thousands of people have been stranded here. Anyone with a little bit of brains should gather together for warmth, or even raise a banner to summon heroes like Ding Yi. Although Brother Yang is brave, he is only one person after all. If he really gets into a conflict with others, he will be the one to suffer. Moreover, when we first arrived, we encountered a beast tide that attacked the star market. Who knows if there are other dangers in the great cosmological abyss? Over the years, many masters have fallen in the great cosmological abyss. If we are not careful, I'm afraid we will follow in the footsteps of our predecessors. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Although Meng Hong's idea was a little conservative, it was exactly what he wanted. What he had seen and heard today had a great impact on him. He really needed some time to digest and absorb it, especially the activation of the power of the Dao Seal. He had experienced too few battles outside this universe, so he had not discovered the effects of the power of Yin, Yang and 5 elements before, and no one had told him about it. Since he knew about it today, he naturally wanted to study it carefully. Meng Hong sighed. Speaking of which, we have implicated Brother Yang. Otherwise, with Brother Yang's strength, he would have made great achievements in the great cosmological abyss. Yang Kai laughed. Brother Meng, you are too serious. You just said that there are many dangers in the great cosmological abyss. I'm just from the Emperor realm, so what can I do? While the two were talking, Yang Kai suddenly looked up in a direction and frowned slightly. Soon Meng Hong also sensed something and looked in that direction. At the same time, he frowned and called a few junior brothers not far away to come closer. Qin Yu came over and asked, "Brothers, what's the matter?" Although she was also from the Emperor realm, it could be seen that her spiritual force was not as strong as Meng Hong's. Otherwise, she would have noticed it. He sneered at the side. A large group of people is coming. They probably came from the star market. Qin Yu's expression changed slightly when she heard that. This place was not very far from the star market. It was only 1,000 miles away, so it was natural for people to come in this direction. Sure enough, after a while, a large dazzling light appeared in their field of vision. Figures appeared in front of everyone's eyes and rushed straight toward the valley. The leader had a strong aura and was covered in blood. It was Ding Yi. There were at least 1,000 cultivators following behind him. Soon, a stream of light descended into the mountain valley, and Ding Yi glanced at Yang Kai from afar and grinned. "We meet again, it seems we were brought together by fate." Although he was smiling, it felt like a fake smile. Yang Kai naturally did not bother to pay attention to him. Seeing Yang Kai's attitude, Ding Yi couldn't help but snort coldly. His eyes turned and fixed on Yu He, lingering on her beautiful figure. Licking his lips, he said, "Madam, what this Ding said before still stands. Do you want to reconsider it?" Previously in the star market, Ding Yi had threatened to take Yu He. Yu He naturally did not agree. At that time she was alone and did not want to have any conflict with Ding Yi and the others. She immediately fled, but unfortunately she was chased back by the beast tide. In the face of a great calamity, Ding Yi did not have such thoughts. He only wanted to survive. Now that he had killed his way out of the encirclement and gathered a large number of subordinates, his confidence was bursting. Those dark and despicable thoughts could not help but emerge again. After all, it was the 5th grade splitting the heavens. Ding Yi did not know if he could reach the 5th grade in this lifetime. Once he left the great cosmological realm, he would not have such a good opportunity. If he could taste the 5th grade splitting the heavens here, this trip to the great cosmological realm would not be in vain. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of subordinates around him began to shout. That woman, it's your blessing that I, Master Di Tian, fancy you. Why don't you obediently offer yourself to him? If you follow our master, we will ensure your safety in the future. Otherwise, you will definitely not be able to move an inch in the great cosmological realm. That girl is not bad either. Master, do you want to take her in as well? Since Master is eating meat, we naturally have to drink some soup. How could Master take a fancy to that girl? Shouts rang out. Ding Yi's face was flushed red as he stood there with his hands behind his back with a proud expression. Today he had led Di Tian's troops out of the encirclement of the beast horde, taking the lead and leading the charge. Everyone had seen this and was filled with admiration for him. His actions could be considered to have made these motley crew slightly submit to him, raising their morale. Ding Yi believed that as long as he was given some more time, he would definitely make Di Tian famous in the great cosmological realm. At that time he would be the ruler of the great cosmological realm. Whoever he wanted to live would live and whoever he wanted to die would die. This feeling of being high and mighty made him extremely intoxicated. This was something that could never be experienced in the 3,000 worlds. The special environment of the great cosmological realm allowed the Emperor realm to have great achievements. Ding Yi felt that this was a heaven-sent opportunity, an opportunity given to him by the will of the heavens. Qin Yu's face turned pale when she heard this. She never thought that she would suffer such an unexpected calamity. She couldn't help but lean towards Yang Kai and Meng Hong, as if she wanted to seek more security. Yu He, on the other hand, was smiling. Her peach blossom eyes were almost seductive as she said with watery eyes, "Then you have to ask my young master. If young master agrees, I won't complain if you give me to anyone. But if young master doesn't agree, then I'll be young master's woman." As she spoke, she shamelessly held onto Yang Kai's arm and pressed her large body against Yang Kai's elbow. Yang Kai leisurely glanced at her. Yu He exhaled. "Young master, I'll listen to you." She looked like she was at the mercy of others. Coupled with her seductive temperament, it made many men breathe heavily. They were secretly jealous of Yang Kai. This guy was really lucky. They wondered which faction he came from to have such a servant girl by his side. Yang Kai gave a fake smile. "You really know how to attract hatred for me." As he spoke, he reached out and pinched Yu He's fair and tender face. He pinched until a red mark was left on her fair face. The corners of Yu He's eyes twitched. No one knew what she was thinking, but she didn't dodge. Meng Hong's face turned red. Qin Yu opened her mouth slightly. The few disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture also quickly looked away. The two of them were openly flirting, which made Ding Yi's face turn green. He came with the might of 1,000 people from Di Tian and expected that Yu He wouldn't be able to resist. He would definitely take her into his room and make her his woman. But now he suddenly felt insulted. He shouted coldly, "Brat, you're courting death. First master, let me kill him." Behind Ding Yi, a bald man stepped out from the crowd. His aura was soaring. He held a large saber in his hand. The blood on the saber hadn't dried yet. It was obvious that he had killed many strange beasts. Ding Yi nodded with a sullen face. "Since this brat doesn't want face, I'll teach him a lesson." The bald man laughed sinisterly. "Leader, don't worry. I'll let him know the power of our Di Tian." As he spoke, he pointed his saber forward and said ferociously, "Brat, come and accept your death." Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Wait." The bald man sneered. "If you have any last words, say them quickly. Otherwise you won't have a chance." Yang Kai chuckled and didn't look at him, only staring at Ding Yi as he said, "If you want, I'll give this cheap slut to you. In any case, I don't really want her." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pushed Yu He, causing her to stagger. Ding Yi was stunned and nodded in satisfaction. "Brat, at least you know what's good for you." Yu He was even more stunned. She turned around and glared at Yang Kai. Her beautiful eyes were burning with anger. She was so angry that her body trembled. Chapter 3992. Enraged, he turned around and began to kick and punch Yang Kai. He didn't use much strength, which made it seem like they were flirting. Ding Yi's face darkened. "You dare to play with me?" He waved his hand and roared, "Kill the man but leave the woman alive." As soon as he finished speaking, the bald man had already slashed down with his blade. The blade was surrounded by a faint golden light, giving off an extremely sharp feeling. It was as if this blade could cut through any obstacle in front of it. Yang Kai hadn't paid much attention to it before, but now that he was paying attention, he knew that the bald man had probably activated the metal element power in his seal. He reached out and pulled Yuhi behind him. He raised his hand and pressed forward. His palm was scorching hot. He had activated the fire element power in his body. Yang Kai also wanted to try this method of fighting. Yang Kai's jade-like palm passed through the sharp blade wave and pressed down towards the bald man's chest. This bald man was also a ruthless man. Seeing this, he didn't even try to dodge. Instead, the sharp metal attribute energy on his long blade became even more intense. Obviously, he wanted to exchange wounds with Yang Kai, a ferocious grin appearing on his face. With a clang, Yang Kai's body trembled slightly. The long blade had struck his chest and his clothes were instantly cut open. The bald man was also sent flying. In this exchange, no one had the upper hand. He was shocked. She quickly came over and touched Yang Kai's chest. Are you okay?" She lifted his torn clothes and saw that there was a white mark on Yang Kai's chest. It had only slightly damaged his skin and there wasn't even any blood. He was stunned. Although the bald man hadn't used his full strength, it was definitely not something that someone from the Emperor realm could block with their body. However, Yang Kai was completely fine. Was he still human? Yang Kai sneered and flicked his chest. "A piece of trash wants to hurt me? Go cultivate for another few hundred years." Yuhi stared at him in a daze and her beautiful eyes trembled. Qinyu also had a look of worship on her face. She was also from the Emperor realm, but she didn't dare to take that kind of attack head-on. "Interesting." The burly bald-headed man stopped in his tracks and grinned fiercely as he pointed his saber at Yang Kai. "Boy, I hope you can still be so stubborn, don't." While speaking, the burly bald-headed man's face suddenly flushed red, and before he could finish speaking, he spat out a bloody mist. The bloody mist seemed to have been boiled, exuding a scorching aura. Ding Yi exclaimed, "What's wrong with you?" The bald man didn't have the time to answer this question. Blood bubbled out of his mouth and his whole body quickly turned red like a cooked lobster. In a short span of 10 breaths, the bald man let out a blood-curdling scream and fell straight to the ground, completely devoid of life. He had died just like that. The whole place was silent. The surrounding cultivators looked at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a ghost. After all, from beginning to end, Yang Kai had only used a single palm, but the might of that palm had actually taken the bald man's life. They didn't think they were much stronger than the bald man, so if they had encountered such a situation, wouldn't they have undoubtedly died? Yang Kai seemed to be an outsider, looking at the bald man's corpse with a pensive expression. This person's death reminded him of some things on the Sun Star. The low-grade heaven splitters had also been burned by the Golden Crow primordial flames. The Golden Crow primordial flames were extremely ferocious, and even those heaven splitters hadn't been able to last long before dying, let alone a mere cultivator from the Emperor realm. Without a way to neutralize the Golden Crow primordial flames that had invaded his body, only death awaited him. Fortunately, he had the wood element energy condensed from the Immortal tree, or else he wouldn't have been able to suppress the Golden Crow primordial flames within the seal. This was the fire element energy of the 7th stage. Yueha looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. With the fire element energy of the 7th stage, who in the Emperor realm could be his match in a one-on-one battle? "You're courting death." Ding Yi was furious at the tragic death of his subordinate. He waved his hand and said, "Kill him." After saying this, he took the lead and charged at Yang Kai. Although the others were afraid of Yang Kai's methods, they had the advantage in numbers. Even Ding Yi, the leader, had gone up, so how could they fall behind? In an instant, the light of secret techniques and secret treasures shone brightly, rumbling as they attacked Yang Kai. "Take care of them." Yang Kai transmitted his voice to Yueha. His figure flashed and he charged into the crowd. His powerful physical body was enough to offset a large portion of the damage, and the activation of the space element energy made his figure as ethereal as a ghost. Without using any other methods, Yang Kai's palms flew, and he sent out palm after palm strike. Many people didn't even see Yang Kai's figure before they were hit by the palm strikes. Then a scorching power rampaged in their bodies, burning everything wantonly. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get rid of that scorching power. Clouds of scorching blood sprayed out, and the cultivator fell to the ground one by one, unable to get up. A pair of palms made Di Tian and the others tremble in fear. Ding Yi's eyes were about to split open, and his heart couldn't help but bleed. Di Tian had recruited more than 1,000 people, and dying a few wouldn't hurt his foundation. However, Yang Kai's actions were extremely damaging to the morale of the people. If he couldn't take down Yang Kai today, how could he convince the people in the future? He gritted his teeth and turned to look in the direction of Yuehe and the others. He raised his arm and shouted, "Follow me." With a whoosh, more than 100 people instantly gathered around him, and they rushed toward Yuehe and the others. They couldn't defeat Yang Kai, but could they not do anything to these people? As long as they captured these people, no matter how strong Yang Kai was, he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Meng Hong's face was slightly pale, and he gripped the secret artifact in his hand tightly. Qinyu was also trembling in fear. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 people rushed to a distance of 300 feet. Ding Yi raised his arm and said, "Capture them alive." Yuehe didn't panic, and she looked at Ding Yi and the others with a cold smile. She raised her hand and summoned a secret artifact that looked like a small flower umbrella. The umbrella opened up, and with a spin, transparent thin silk immediately hung down from the umbrella. This was a defensive secret artifact. Although it didn't look big, it could envelop everyone. Yuehe couldn't use her full strength now, so the power of this secret artifact was naturally greatly reduced. With more than 100 people rushing over, it wouldn't be long before its defense was broken. At that time, apart from Yuehe, who had some ability to protect herself, the people of Great Moon Province would have no choice but to leave their lives to the heavens. Yang Kai took a moment to glance at Yuehe and the others, and after forcing them back with a few palms, his figure flashed and arrived in front of Yuehe, grinning at Ding Yi and sending out a palm strike. Ding Yi's soul almost left his body. Having seen so many of his subordinates die with his own eyes, how could he not know the terror of Yang Kai's palms? His rushing figure suddenly came to a halt, and he quickly retreated. Kai Yang, on the other hand, was like a shadow, like a maggot in a tarsal bone. Ding Yi's mouth was full of bitterness. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. It was not easy for him to kill his way out of the beast tide and gather a large number of people. It was the time when he was in high spirits. How could he think of provoking such a freak? He secretly made up his mind that if he could escape this time, he would avoid this young man as far as possible when he saw him in the future. Seeing that the palm was rapidly approaching him, Ding Yi could even feel the scorching power contained in that palm, and he screamed in his heart, "I'm going to die." At this moment there was a rumbling sound and the mountains shook. The ground cracked, making everyone unable to stand steadily. In the next moment, a huge body suddenly emerged from the depths of the ground. The body was several feet thick and it was pitch black. It didn't have any facial features, but there was a huge mouth part at the front of the body. The mouth part squirmed endlessly like a rotating millstone, and emitted a terrifying, devouring power. A few of Di Tian's cultivator were caught off guard and were directly swallowed by the mouth part, and they disappeared in an instant. Earth Dragon. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and looked at the strange beast that suddenly emerged from the ground with a surprised expression. When he came here, he had carefully checked the valley and didn't find anything unusual. He didn't know where the Earth Dragon was hiding, but he didn't notice it. He was afraid that the battle here had disturbed it, or it wouldn't have come out at this time. Furthermore, judging from the might of this Earth Dragon, its strength was probably not inferior to the thunder roar from before. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the Earth Dragon's body appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was an Earth Dragon that was about 300 feet long, and every time it rolled, its huge mouth part would be able to swallow several cultivator into its stomach. On the other hand, the attacks of the cultivator didn't hurt it at all. Yang Kai saw with his own eyes that a few cultivators slashed down with their secret treasures, but they were all slid away by the Earth Dragon's body. They were already in a complete mess because of Yang Kai, and now that such a strange beast had appeared, how could Di Tian and the others still have the mood to stay? Seeing this, Ding Yi could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. He glared hatefully at Yang Kai before rushing out of the mountain valley. Since the appearance of the Earth Dragon, Di Tian and the others had all run away in less than 30 breaths. If they were given enough time to prepare, they might be able to kill this Earth Dragon, but Yang Kai was still massacring here. How could they cooperate? The Earth Dragon was still rolling, and a few cultivator that were slower to escape were directly swallowed by the Earth Dragon. Di Tian and the others fled, but the Earth Dragon turned around and rushed towards Yang Kai. Before it even got close, its huge mouthpart began to wriggle, causing Qinyu to feel nauseous and almost vomit. Kai Yang calmly stood in the same place, not showing the slightest intention of dodging. Seeing that the Earth Dragon was getting closer and closer, Meng Hong and the others' hearts were in their throats. He even cursed angrily, "Are you courting death? Why aren't you dodging?" As soon as she finished speaking, the Earth Dragon had already rushed in front of Yang Kai, its mouthpart covering his head. He kept her umbrella and was ready to stop him. Humph! Yang Kai coldly snorted. A scene that caused He and the others to be in disbelief appeared. With that cold snort, the Earth Dragon actually froze in place. Its huge wriggling mouthpart was less than a meter away from Yang Kai, as if it could swallow him into its stomach at any time. The saliva from its mouth dripped onto the ground, causing huge holes to appear on the ground, displaying its terrifying corrosive power, but it didn't move an inch forward. Chapter 3993. A single thought was enough to summon an Earth Dragon. Just how powerful was that? But how did he do it? Meng Hong and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. Even He couldn't figure out what was going on. If this were a proper battle, Yang Kai could easily defeat or kill it. He and the others wouldn't find it difficult to accept, but what they saw left them a little confused. What was this Earth Dragon afraid of? Or did Yang Kai have something that this Earth Dragon was afraid of? Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Earth Dragon froze in place for a while before slowly crawling to Yang Kai's feet, its huge squirming mouth tightly closed. Although no words were spoken, everyone understood what was going on. This Earth Dragon was actually expressing its submission to Yang Kai. Everyone was shocked again. Yang Kai raised his foot and stepped on the Earth Dragon's huge head, grinning, "At least you know what's good for you." If it were any other strange beast, there really would be no other choice but to fight. But this Earth Dragon more or less carried some of the dragon race's bloodline. Although it was very messy and thin, as long as it carried the bloodline of the dragon race, it would be affected by the bloodline's restrictions. Others couldn't sense the golden divine dragon source strength in Yang Kai's body, but how could this Earth Dragon not? With just a little urging, how could this Earth Dragon dare act presumptuously? "Since your cultivation isn't easy, I won't kill you today. Hurry up and live," Yang Kai shouted. The Earth Dragon seemed to be able to understand, or perhaps it could sense the meaning behind Yang Kai's words, slowly straightening its body, turning around and slowly galloping in a certain direction. Wherever it passed, a large amount of mucus would appear on the ground, making for a disgusting sight. However, it hadn't gone far when it suddenly turned around and returned to Yang Kai, releasing some obscure divine sense fluctuations. At the same time, its head bobbed up and down, trying to express something. He asked curiously, "What is it trying to say?" Yang Kai frowned and listened for a long time before he said with a strange expression, "It seems like it wants to take me somewhere." As soon as he finished speaking, the Earth Dragon lowered its head and directly placed the Yang Kai on its head. Then, without caring about anything else, it turned around and flew in a certain direction. Its 300 feet long body slid across the ground, making a rumbling sound. "Where is it taking you?" Yuhi's figure flashed and arrived beside Yang Kai. Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't know." Although the Earth Dragon had some spiritual intelligence, it obviously had not cultivated to perfection. It could not express itself clearly, and its telepathic thoughts were also obscure. Yang Kai was confused, but he knew that the place was very important. Swish, swish, swish. Several people from the Great Moon Prefecture also flew over and landed on the Earth Dragon's back. The back of this strange beast was not spacious, but it was very long, so it didn't matter if several people stood on it. The only thing that made the two women repulsed was that the Earth Dragon had a strange smell, and its body was covered with mucus. They had to be careful, otherwise they would be contaminated. If that really happened, they couldn't accept it. "Since we have nothing to do, we might as well go with it. Maybe there is something good," Yang Kai said. Meng Hong nodded and said, Brother Yang, you can make the decision. With such a strange beast under their control, everyone felt a great sense of security. At this time they naturally followed Yang Kai wherever he went. He gently poked Yang Kai's waist and asked curiously, "What did you do? Why is this guy so obedient to you and even took the initiative to take you to a good place?" Yang Kai said frankly, "I conquered it with my own personality and charm." He curled her lips. "You are so shameless." They sped all the way and ran into Di Tian's troops who had scattered. Under Ding Yi's shocked gaze they sped away. After Yang Kai and the rest were far away, Ding Yi said to his subordinates with a serious expression, "Pass down my order. If we see this guy again in the future we must not have any conflicts with him." The previous battle had really scared him. Not many people had died in Yang Kai's hands, but there were still dozens of them. However, they couldn't even touch the corner of Yang Kai's clothes. Now that he saw that he had the ability to subdue this strange beast, how would he dare to go against him? It didn't matter if people died as they could always be replaced. The main thing was that it would hurt the morale, which was not good for his leadership. The Earth Dragon's speed was not slow. Along the way they would occasionally encounter some cultivator who had wandered around. However, before they noticed the Earth Dragon's great momentum, they would avoid them. After traveling for 3 days and 3 nights, Yang Kai, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. "We are almost there." He turned to look at him. "How did you know?" Yang Kai stomped his feet and said, "It said so." The Earth Dragon's divine sense clearly became more excited and anxious. It was obvious that they were almost there. Yang Kai couldn't help but be curious. Where exactly was this guy bringing him to that it was so enthusiastic? A few hundred miles ahead, Yang Kai suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked ahead. He faintly felt a different aura coming from that direction. Dragon's breath. Although it was very weak and almost undetectable, it was extremely pure dragon's breath. This kind of aura couldn't be detected by outsiders, and only those who had the dragon race's origin could sense it. Yang Kai's heart jumped. There was a dragon race in the great cosmological abyss. Could it be that the Earth Dragon brought him here to look for this dragon? However, why did it come to find this dragon race? After another few hundred miles, the dragon's breath became more and more obvious. A majestic mountain peak came into view. It was continuous and undulating like a giant dragon crawling on the ground. The dragon's head and tail were both vivid and lifelike. Yang Kai looked at this mountain range and frowned slightly. A light suddenly lit up in front of them as a person blocked their path in midair. When they approached, he raised his hand and said, "Little brother, please wait." Yang Kai's divine sense moved, and the Earth Dragon immediately stopped. He looked over and saw that the person blocking their path was a young man in a golden blue robe. He was handsome and elegant. Yang Kai couldn't see his strength for the time being, but Yang Kai felt that he should be in the heaven-opening realm. Meng Hong's expression changed slightly as he stepped forward and whispered in Yang Kai's ear, "It's Bijian of Thunderlight Sect." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai glanced at him. Meng Hong replied, "Although there is no one in charge of Star City, there are 3 great forces in Star City, and Thunderlight Sect is one of them. This Bijian is one of Thunderlight Sect's leaders. I heard that he has a 4th stage heaven-opening realm cultivation." After all, he had stayed in Star City for a long time and knew more about Star City than Yang Kai, so he recognized the young man blocking their path at a glance. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at He. Seeing he gently nodded. He knew that Meng Hong was telling the truth. In addition to Bijian, who had flown out to block their path, there were over 100 people not far away who were staring at them with different expressions, many of them revealing curious looks. These people obviously belonged to the Thunderlight Sect. However, Yang Kai didn't know what they had encountered before, but many of them were injured. It seemed that they had experienced a difficult battle. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai gently nodded. The young man smiled gently. "This king is Thunderlight Sect's Bijian. How should I address little brother?" Yang Kai was silent for a moment before reporting his name. Bijian smiled. "So it's little brother Yang? Is little brother Yang going to the Crouching Dragon Mountain range ahead?" As a 4th stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, if it weren't for the great cosmological boundary, he probably wouldn't even look at Yang Kai, so calling him little brother Yang Kai was a compliment to him. Crouching Dragon Mountain? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at the mountain peak in the distance. Bijian said, That mountain is like a creeping dragon, so we call it Crouching Dragon Mountain. Yes, I'm going there, Yang Kai nodded. What advice does Sir have for us? Bi Jian said, to tell you the truth, little brother Yang, we just returned from Crouching Dragon Mountain. As he spoke, he sighed, a look of deep shame on his face. Yang Kai asked curiously, oh? Is there any danger there? There's a scarlet fire worm that almost transformed into a dragon and is extremely fierce. Bi Jian's expression turned solemn as he pointed to the side. Although we have over 100 people, our formation was scattered by that scarlet fire worm and we suffered heavy casualties, so we had no choice but to retreat temporarily. Scarlet fire worm? Yang Kai raised his brow as he looked at Crouching Dragon Mountain leisurely, wondering if the dragon aura he felt belonged to this scarlet fire worm. But that wasn't right. That dragon aura was very pure, so it was impossible for a worm to possess it. But if there really was a dragon race there, how could a scarlet fire worm settle down there? No, this didn't make sense. While he was pondering, Bi Jian said, I see that little brother Yang's earth dragon is extraordinary. If you can join forces with us, we may be able to take down that scarlet fire worm. When the time comes, we can discuss how to divide the benefits. How do we divide? How about we divide according to numbers? Bi Jian said with a smile. Yang Kai was amused when he heard this. You have over 100 people and you want to divide them according to numbers? Bi Jian said seriously, little brother Yang, Crouching Dragon Mountain doesn't only have scarlet fire worms, but also many other precious treasures. As long as we can take down that scarlet fire worm, all the resources of Crouching Dragon Mountain will be ours. Why bother with such petty benefits? Yang Kai shook his head and said, no need, I'm not interested in your proposal. Farewell. The smile on Bi Jian's face turned cold. Among the 100 people, an elderly man took a step forward and shouted coldly, Crouching Dragon Mountain is the land of my thunder light. Whoever dares to trespass will be my thunder light's enemy and will be killed without mercy. Are you sure? Yang Kai turned his head to look at the elderly man, his slightly narrowed eyes filled with a cold light. A disciple from Great Moon Province also shouted, why? All the places in the great cosmological realm are ownerless. Why can't we enter just because you say so? Just as the elderly man was about to speak, Bi Jian raised his hand to stop him and said with a smile, you can enter if you want. Crouching Dragon Mountain is indeed ownerless. You can enter if you want. My thunder light will not stop you. Yang Kai looked at him deeply and chuckled. With a stomp of his foot, the earth dragon's body stretched out and headed straight for Crouching Dragon Mountain. Staring at everyone's backs until he was sure that Yang Kai and the others had stepped into Crouching Dragon Mountain, Bi Jian waved his hand and said, follow. Chapter 3994. Swish swish swish. The surrounding scenery quickly receded as the earth dragon led the group into Crouching Dragon Mountain. Yuhi glanced back and nudged Yang Kai with her elbow. Those people are following us. Yang Kai nodded with an indifferent expression. He only gazed deeply into the depths of Crouching Dragon Mountain. After arriving here, he was more and more certain that the dragon aura he felt before was not emitted by the scarlet fire dragon. Firstly, the dragon aura emitted by a dragon-type beast could not be so pure. Secondly, the dragon aura was spread over a wide area, as if it covered the entire Crouching Dragon Mountain. Furthermore, it was hidden very deeply. Those who did not possess the dragon vein would not be able to detect it. The emotions of the earth dragon under his feet had clearly become excited. It had a sense of urgency like a wanderer returning home. As the earth dragon continued to approach, an extremely fierce aura erupted from the depths of Crouching Dragon Mountain. It was as if a pair of invisible eyes were staring at them, filled with malice and rejection. Surprisingly, the scarlet fire dragon hiding in Crouching Dragon Mountain had sensed it. The earth dragon Silk was not afraid at all. Its 300 feet long body twisted and turned, and its speed became much faster. Its mouth part also wriggled, scattering large amounts of corrosive mucus, watering holes in the ground along the way. A dragon-like roar came from the front, containing a warning. Even the air became scorching hot. The earth dragon paused slightly as if it was afraid. Under Yang Kai's urging, it continued to move as fast as it could. This completely enraged the scarlet fire dragon. A cloud of fire burned in Crouching Dragon Mountain. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, a huge creature approached from that side. From afar, before they could clearly see the appearance of the scarlet fire dragon, they could already feel its fierce aura. The people from Great Moon Prefecture were so scared that their faces turned pale. Even Yuhi was slightly nervous. She could not use her full strength now. If she really encountered any danger, she could only protect herself and could not take care of others. Turning her head to look at Yang Kai, she saw that Yang Kai was absent-minded. She did not know what he was thinking, so she could not help but feel angry. Suddenly, Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction. He seemed to have discovered something. Then his expression changed and he said in surprise, "Dragon blood flower?" As he spoke, his figure flashed and disappeared. It took only a moment for him to return to his original place. However, there was a red flower in his hand. The red flower bloomed, tender and beautiful, as if it was made from fresh blood. Although it was just a flower, it gave off an indescribable feeling of holiness. "And it's the best." Yang Kai was shocked. "Dragon blood flower?" Yuhi also came over and said in surprise, "There's actually dragon blood flower here?" As a fifth-stage heaven splitter, it was naturally impossible for her not to recognize something like a dragon blood flower. However, even though her cultivation was much higher than Yang Kai's, her research on dragon blood flowers was not as thorough as Yang Kai's. Yang Kai remained silent. He had once plundered almost all the dragon blood flowers on Dragon Island in the Star Boundary, but at that time the dragon blood flowers he obtained were mostly mid and low grade. There were not even many high-grade ones, and as for the best quality, there were only 2 of them. However, in this crouching dragon mountain, the first dragon blood flower he found was actually a top-quality one. "Brother Yang, there's more over there." Meng Hong suddenly pointed in a direction. Yang Kai followed his gaze and his eyes could not help narrowing. On a slope there was indeed a dragon blood flower in full bloom. However, this dragon blood flower was even more delicate than the one in his hand. Moreover, there was a 3-colored light flowing on the flower as if it was a small rainbow. What grade of dragon blood flower was this? Yang Kai was confused. He had never seen such a dragon blood flower on Dragon Island. "Wow, so many dragon blood flowers!" Qingyu exclaimed. At this moment, they had already entered the depths of Crouching Dragon Mountain. Looking left and right, there was a dragon blood flower imprinted in their eyes every once in a while. As the earth dragon advanced, it would open its mouth from time to time and swallow the dragon blood flowers into its stomach. In just a short while it had eaten 3 or 4 flowers. It shook its head and wagged its tail in satisfaction. A scorching heat wave rushed towards them as a huge figure rushed out from the forest. That figure had a pair of horns on its head, and its entire body was covered in solid red scales. Its momentum was astonishing. It was the Scarlet Fire Resistance Flood Dragon that caused the 100 people from Thunderlight Sect to return in low spirits. The Scarlet Fire WRM was furious. It opened its mouth and spat out a scorching flame, aiming to cover the Earth Dragon. Feeling that terrifying aura, Qingyu exclaimed. Yuhi glanced at Yang Kai and activated her power. She wrapped everyone up and flew out from the Earth Dragon's body, standing in mid-air. When they looked down, the Earth Dragon and the Scarlet Fire WM were already engaged in a fierce battle. These 2 strange beasts were both huge in size. They were rolling back and forth in the forest with astonishing momentum. Scorching flames and corrosive acid were constantly spraying out. From time to time they would tear each other apart. It was an earth-shattering battle. In terms of size and power, these 2 strange beasts were evenly matched. However, from Yuhi's perspective, the Earth Dragon should not be the Scarlet Fire WRM's opponent. If this continues, the Earth Dragon will definitely lose. In the air, Yang Kai looked left and right with a gloomy face. When he plucked the first dragon blood flower, he had a bad premonition. Now it seemed that this premonition had come true. In this Crouching Dragon Mountain, there were countless dragon blood flowers. Moreover, there were no high, middle, or third-grade dragon blood flowers. Even the worst ones were top-grade dragon blood flowers. Yang Kai did not know how to classify them. Other than dragon blood flowers, there was also dragon saliva grass, dragon bloodwood. The entire Crouching Dragon Mountain was indeed a huge treasure trove. However, the treasures in this treasure trove were all related to the dragon race. They were rarely seen in ordinary places. Dragon blood flowers required dragon blood to grow. The same was true for dragon bloodwood. In other words, in this Crouching Dragon Mountain, there was probably a dragon race that had fallen. Otherwise, how could there be so many dragon blood flowers? Whether it was the Scarlet Fire WRM or the Earth Dragon, they both had the bloodline of the dragon race. Naturally, they were very passionate about this place. Presumably, the Earth Dragon had obtained some benefits here in the past and could not forget about this place. However, with the Scarlet Fire WRM guarding this place, it brought the Yongkai here. Although it did not have much intelligence, it had instinctively made a choice. So many spiritual flowers and herbs. A cry of surprise was heard. It was a group of people from the Thunderlight sect. When the leader, Bijian, saw the grand scene in Crouching Dragon Mountain, his eyes lit up. The people from the Thunderlight sect were also excited, and many of them glanced at Yongkai with ridicule. Just now, Bijian had invited Yongkai to join forces to deal with the Scarlet Fire WM, but Yongkai had refused, so what now? The Scarlet Fire WM was already entangled with the Earth Dragon, so they no longer had any worries. Spread out, don't miss a single one. Pick them all. Bijian waved his hand and the hundreds of people from the Thunderlight sect immediately scattered. Glancing at Yongkai with a smile, Bijian said, "Many thanks, little brother. If it weren't for you bringing this strange beast, this matter would have been a bit more difficult." His smile was filled with pride and ridicule. Yongkai glanced at him, put the dragon blood flowers in his hand into his space ring, patted his clothes and said lightly, "It's too early to say thanks." Bijian frowned. Although he could hear the hidden meaning in Yongkai's words, he didn't care. After all, with over 100 people from the Thunderlight sect gathered here, who would they be afraid of? The people from the Great Moon Province all looked somewhat sullen. After all, the feeling of being taken advantage of so blatantly was really uncomfortable. They wanted to pick some dragon blood flowers, but seeing that Yongkai and Yuhi were indifferent, they didn't dare to act rashly. The Earth Dragon and the Scarlet Fire WRM were still entangled in a fierce battle. These two strange beasts should have fought each other before, so they were very familiar with each other's fighting style. This battle was truly like a battle between heavenly lightning and earthly fire, extremely lively. With Yongkai not intervening to help, Yuhi and the others could only watch from the sidelines. Even Bijian was watching with interest. At the same time, he was also curious as to what kind of ability Yongkai had to be able to subdue the Earth Dragon. In the great cosmological realm, it was not bad to be able to subdue such a strange beast. Although its appearance was a bit ugly, at least there was a guarantee of safety. Time slowly passed, and after a full 2 hours, the people from the Thunderlight sect returned one after another. All of them were beaming with joy. Obviously, they had gained a lot. Bijian exchanged a few words with an elderly man in a low voice and also laughed happily. After another incense stick worth of time, everyone returned. Bijian glanced at the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Fire WM who were still fighting, then smiled at Yongkai and said, "Little brother, this king will be leaving first. Let us meet again if fate wills it." This time, thanks to Yongkai, he had gained a lot, so in his opinion, other than being a bit stupid, Yongkai was quite good. "Don't rush." Yongkai turned his head and looked over. Bijian smiled and said, "Little brother, what other advice do you have? You can go, but leave the things behind." Yongkai flicked his hand. As soon as this was said, Bijian's expression became extremely strange. Even he looked at Yongkai speechlessly, not knowing what was wrong with Yongkai. The many cultivators from the Thunderlight sect looked at him like he was crazy. Bijian held back his laughter and pretended to say, "Little brother, what did you just say? This king didn't seem to hear you clearly." Yongkai said, "I said you can go, but you have to leave the things behind. Everything in this mountain is mine." After a moment of silence, laughter broke out. Many cultivators from the Thunderlight sect were convulsing with laughter, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Bijian was all smiles. "Little brother, you really know how to joke. Do I look like I'm joking to you?" Yongkai looked at him indifferently. Bijian's expression gradually turned cold. "I don't care if you're joking or not, but there are some words that can't be said carelessly. Carelessly speaking can cause death." After a pause, he sneered, "Besides, what makes you think you can make me, Thunderlight sect, leave the things behind? You think you can do that with your mouth?" "Of course not." Yongkai raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The Earth Dragon and Scarlet Fire WM that had been fighting endlessly suddenly separated as if they had received an order. Two huge bodies intertwined, instantly surrounding the 100 cultivators from the Thunderlight sect. A huge mouthpart squirmed, dripping mucus as it aimed downwards as if it wanted to swallow someone whole. A two-horned dragon raised its head high, burning heat in its mouth. Everyone was silent. Chapter 3995. With these two things. Yang Kai's voice sounded, "Are they enough?" Cold sweat slid down the foreheads of the Thunderlight Sect's members as they prepared to face a great enemy. Bijian's face was ashen and filled with disbelief, the corners of his eyes twitching violently. Even he couldn't help covering her mouth. Meng Hong's jaw dropped as he stared blankly at the majestic scarlet fire dragon. Although he had seen the earth dragon instantly submit to Yang Kai, he couldn't understand why the scarlet fire dragon was so obedient at this moment. A moment ago it was still fighting the earth dragon, but now it was obedient to Yang Kai. What's more, Yang Kai hadn't done anything to it since he came here. Could it be that this scarlet fire dragon already knew Yang Kai? However, this was the great cosmological realm, so it didn't make sense. He was confused and couldn't explain it. Bijian looked at the earth dragon, then at the scarlet fire dragon and felt his teeth ache. Previously, just the scarlet fire dragon alone was enough to make the Thunderlight Sect's members lose face. At this moment, there was also the earth dragon, which was on par with the scarlet fire dragon. If they really fought, it would be good if half of the Thunderlight Sect's members could survive. How could the situation change like this? How could that brat command these two mutant beasts? Although the situation was unfavorable, he was a fourth-grade heaven splitter after all, so he naturally couldn't lower his head like this. He looked at Yang Kai with a sullen face and said, "Little brother's beast-taming technique is superb, truly admirable." He thought that Yang Kai was proficient in some kind of beast-taming technique. Otherwise, there was no way to explain this scene. He couldn't help feeling envious and jealous. There were many ancient mutant beasts in the great cosmological realm, and he could even tame the earth dragon and the scarlet fire dragon, not to mention the other mutant beasts. With such a skill, what would he have to fear in the great cosmological realm in the future? He only needed to bring out an army of mutant beasts and he could do whatever he wanted. This time Thunderlight Sect, admit defeat. Bijian cupped his hands, "We'll leave half of the things here. What do you think, little brother?" Yang Kai said casually, "Cut the crap. Everything in this mountain is mine. Don't even think about taking anything away. If it were other treasures it would be fine. However, everything on this mountain was related to the dragon race. How could he let it go? Especially those dragon blood flowers which were very useful to him." Bijian's face sank. "Little brother, don't go too far. That way we'll be on good terms in the future. Why do you have to be so ruthless?" Yang Kai glanced at him sideways. "If you keep talking I'll even take your space rings." Everyone from Thunderlight Sect felt humiliated and many of their faces turned dark. Even Bijian's face was filled with anger. He wished he could rush out and fight Yang Kai to the death to protect his dignity. However, when he saw the two earth dragons and scarlet flood dragons surrounding them, he could only suppress his anger. Lei Guang wouldn't be able to gain anything from a conflict in such a place. Staring at each other, Yang Kai's eyes were filled with impatience. After a while, Bijian let out a heavy sigh, grit his teeth and shouted, "Leave everything behind and we'll go." Yang Kai calmly said, "Don't even think about hiding anything. Just now, when you went to collect those things, I saw with my own eyes how much you harvested. The consequences of hiding something are not something you can bear." Bijian laughed in anger. "Little brother, we'll meet again in the future if fate wills it." Thunderlight Sect was a big force in Star City and had far more than just 100 people. They just happened to be gathered in one place, so although they had suffered a loss this time, as long as he could gather all of Thunderlight Sect's members together, they might not necessarily need to fear Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "I hope we can get along just as well next time." Bijian put on a fake smile. "Definitely." Staring deeply at Yang Kai, Bijian turned around and left. Thunderlight Sect's members put down the treasures they harvested from Crouching Dragon Mountain one after another and quickly left. In just a few dozen breaths of time, Thunderlight Sect's 100 people had all left. Only then did Yang Kai step forward and collect the dragon blood flowers and the other precious treasures. During the entire process, the earth dragon's squirming mouth kept dripping, looking like it was hungry. Qin Yu and Yu he felt their scalps go numb, fearing that this brainless beast would not be able to restrain itself and swallow Yang Kai. On the contrary, the scarlet fire WRM's crimson eyes revealed a human-like expression of distress. Just from this point alone, The Scarlet Fire WRM's intelligence was much higher than the Earth Dragon's. Don't feel bad, I'll give you something better later. Yang Kai raised his hand and patted the Scarlet Fire WRM's head. The Scarlet Fire WRM laid its head on the ground, looking very dejected. What's going on? Yuhi stepped forward and asked with a frown. What do you mean what's going on? Yang Kai did not raise his head. Don't play dumb, Yuhi glared at him. What's going on with this Scarlet Fire WRM? Yang Kai casually said, it must have been conquered by my charm again. Yuhi gritted her teeth. Do you know that sometimes I really want to beat you up? Yang Kai ignored her and said, I'm going into the mountains. You all stay here and don't run around. I'll come out in 3 to 5 days if I'm short and half a month if I'm long. Little Red and Little Black will protect your safety. Little Red? Little Black? Yuhi was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Yang Kai should be talking about the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Fire WM. She could not help but be speechless. These two majestic beasts were actually given such casual names. Yang Kai left as soon as he said he was going. After giving his instructions, he leaped into the mountains and disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving Yuhi standing in the same place and angrily staring in the direction he left. Qinyu tightened her clothes and approached. Sister Yuhi, if Brother Yang isn't here they won't go berserk and eat us, right? As she spoke, she looked at the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Fire WM with a worried expression. Yuhi said unhappily, you're so soft and tender. If they want to eat you they'll eat you first. Qinyu's face turned pale. Inside Crouching Dragon Mountain, Yang Kai's expression was solemn. When the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Fire WRM were fighting, he had communicated with the Scarlet Fire WRM with his divine sense. The Scarlet Fire WRM's intelligence was very high, more than a level higher than the Earth Dragon. Although it had not reached the level of normal conversation, it could already describe some things in simple terms. It was also because of that communication and the release of a bit of dragon breath that the Scarlet Fire WRM recognized the situation and submitted like the Earth Dragon. According to the information the Scarlet Fire WRM sent, Crouching Dragon Mountain was originally Little Black's territory. It was considered a latecomer but it was stronger than Little Black so it took this land. That was why Little Black could not forget Crouching Dragon Mountain. After sensing the pure dragon breath on Yang Kai's body, it immediately brought him to Crouching Dragon Mountain, hoping that Yang Kai would stand up for it. The dragon blood flowers on Crouching Dragon Mountain had a huge effect on their growth. Other than that, Yang Kai also found out other information from the Scarlet Fire WM. In Crouching Dragon Mountain the deeper one went the thicker the dragon breath was. Whether it was the Earth Dragon or the Scarlet Fire WM, they did not go within 300 feet. That was because the pure dragon breath was not something they could withstand. The suppression of the dragon race's bloodline was enough to make them unable to move once they entered that area. This information made Yang Kai very concerned. All kinds of signs pointed to the possibility that there was a true dragon in the depths of Crouching Dragon Mountain. Moreover, it was most likely not an ordinary true dragon. Otherwise, it would not have been able to nurture the dragon blood flowers and dragon blood wood that filled the mountain. Those dragon blood flowers were at least of the highest quality. Although Yang Kai was born in the human race, he had the golden divine dragon's origin when he was very weak. After so many years of persisting in cultivating the dragon transformation art, the dragon blood flowing in his body was the blood of a dragon race. He even had a dragon race's adopted son, so he had long regarded himself as a part of the dragon race. It would have been fine if he did not know, but now that he knew, he naturally could not ignore the true dragon's dharma molt. No matter what, he had to collect the corpse for it. Otherwise, if someone with ulterior motives obtained the true dragon's dharma molt, it would be troublesome. He went deeper and felt carefully. Until a certain moment Yang Kai stopped and stared at his feet. From what he could sense, the dragon breath here was more condensed than other places. This meant that the true dragon's dharma molt was most likely hidden here. Taking a light breath, he tapped his foot and leaped into the air. With a twist of his body he fell straight down with his head down. While in midair he reached out and grasped the black dragon's spear. His body wrapped around the spear and he began to spin like a top. Without a sound, a hole appeared in the ground. Yang Kai went all the way down over 100 feet in an instant. The deeper he went, the thicker the dragon breath became. After 300 feet, as the Scarlet Jiao said, the dragon breath suddenly increased by a level. With the blood density of the Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon, they were unable to withstand it. In the blink of an eye, he went down another 100 feet. The dragon breath rose again. The black dragon's spear had a spirit, and the faint roar of a dragon resounded through the universe. In Crouching Dragon Mountain, the Earth Dragon and the Scarlet Jiao both trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground. Yang Kai was neither sad nor happy as he went all the way down. After an unknown amount of time, the obstruction in front disappeared. Yang Kai suddenly felt that he had fallen into a spacious space. Putting away the spear, he looked around. It was pitch black and he could not see anything. Although there was no light, Yang Kai was still surprised when he probed with his divine sense. He discovered that he had actually entered the body of a colossal being. However, this colossal being had long since lost its vitality. In the direction he had come from, there was a huge tear. It seemed that this colossal being had fought a life-and-death battle with some powerful enemy when it was alive. A true dragon's molting. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. He slowly closed his eyes and released his divine sense to investigate the situation of this true dragon's molting. This investigation gave him quite a shock. After a full incense's time, he opened his eyes, which were full of shock. This true dragon's molting was more than 1,000 feet long. It stretched across the entire Crouching Dragon Mountain, and the direction of Crouching Dragon Mountain was the direction of its corpse. A dragon that was more than 1,000 feet long. Yang Kai was stunned. When he transformed into a dragon, he was more than 1,000 feet long. He thought that was already big enough, but compared to this true dragon, it was like the difference between a grandfather and a grandson. This true dragon was more than 10 times bigger than him. He did not know how long this true dragon had been dead, nor did he know what kind of fierce battle it had gone through before it died. Its body was covered in wounds, many of which were extremely terrifying lacerations. If not for that, he would not have directly entered its abdomen when he came down. Chapter 3996. The 1,000-feet-long dragon's corpse lay at the foot of Crouching Dragon Mountain. The flowing time Great Emperor had changed and the dragon's blood had long flowed dry. However, even though it had been dead for countless years, the dragon's body did not show any signs of decay. It was clear that its body was very powerful. It only lacked blood and looked withered. Yang Kai also discovered that the dragon's internal organs were missing. Thinking of the huge wounds all over its body, it was not difficult to imagine how difficult the battle had been. Even though such a dragon had been dead for countless years and was only a dragon corpse, its entire body was still a treasure. Its dragon scales, dragon bones, and dragon tendons could all be used to refine weapons. Its value was immeasurable. Yang Kai could not figure it out. This dragon was so huge, so its strength should be very terrifying. What could have killed it? Moreover, looking at the traces of its wounds, the size of the thing it fought should not be too small. The dragon race was the leader of all creatures. What could threaten their existence? Mia Meng was so powerful back then, but he was still imprisoned by the dragon race. Suddenly, Yang Kai thought of an existence, and that existence was known as the nemesis of the dragon race. Fed on the dragon race. Such a dragon race was definitely not a native creature of the great cosmological realm. It was very likely that it had been swallowed by the great cosmological realm like him. After arriving here, it was too severely injured and died here. Not knowing if his guess was correct, Yang Kai's attention was quickly attracted by something. Somewhere inside the dragon's body, there was an unusual energy fluctuation. Following the direction of the energy fluctuation, Yang Kai moved forward in the dragon's body. After a full incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai arrived at the dragon's corpse's chest. At this place, a round ball about the size of a table appeared in Yang Kai's vision. The round ball was round and emitted a faint light. It was earthy yellow in color, like a glowing ball of light. The dragon blood in Yang Kai's body surged as he stared at the ball in a daze. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Dragon Ball!" The dragon race had the Dragon Ball, which was the foundation of the dragon race. Just like the Niden of other monster beast, it was a treasure that gathered the essence of the dragon race. The dragon corpse had been hidden here for countless years. Although Little Black and Little Red knew that there was something strange down here, they were limited by their bloodlines and couldn't search for it. Thus, the dragon pearl had been preserved until now. What surprised Yang Kai even more was that this Dragon Ball was actually an Earth attribute Dragon Ball. What he desperately needed now was the power of the Earth attribute. He had already condensed wood and fire out of the 5 elements of Yin and Yang. Wood gave birth to fire and fire gave birth to earth. The next thing he needed to condense was the earth elemental power. Previously he was still thinking about where he should go to find a suitable earth elemental power. During this period he had also made many inquiries. Unfortunately he had not found anything. He did not expect to find it here. However, whether or not this Dragon Ball talisman met his requirements remained to be tested. It should be possible, Yang Kai thought. After all, this giant dragon was thousands of feet long when it was alive, so the quality of the Dragon Ball should not be too bad. Reaching out his hand, he touched the Dragon Ball. The moment his hand touched it, a fierce dragon pressure rushed out from the Dragon Ball. In an instant, a lifelike illusion appeared in front of Yang Kai, as if a giant dragon was about to swallow him whole. Yang Kai's body shook as he urged the golden divine dragon source strength. With a dragon roar, the illusion instantly collapsed. Gentle and heavy earth elemental power came from the Dragon Ball. Feeling the purity and richness of the earth elemental power, Yang Kai grinned and smiled silently. If he wasn't wrong, the earth elemental energy contained within the Dragon Pearl did indeed satisfy his needs. Although he didn't know how to judge its specific grade, he felt that it wasn't much inferior to the Golden Crow True Fire. This was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. Yang Kai had the urge to look up to the sky and laugh. Just this alone made this trip to the great cosmological realm worth it. Rubbing his hands, Yang Kai bowed respectfully to the huge Dragon Ball and muttered, "Senior has been dead for many years. Leaving the Dragon Ball here is a waste of God's gift. Today, Junior will borrow Senior's Dragon Ball. In the future, when my cultivation is successful, I will not disgrace Senior's name. Please forgive me, Senior." After muttering, Yang Kai rubbed his hands and walked around the Dragon Ball a few times before finding a more comfortable position to sit down cross-legged. Spreading his palms over the Dragon Ball, he slowly closed his eyes and urged the Dao Seal to absorb the earth elemental power in the Dragon Ball. In an instant, the Dragon Ball lit up and the rich earth elemental power contained in it for countless years poured into Yang Kai's body along with Yang Kai's breathing, like a whale swallowing water. In the Dao Seal there were only two colors, black and green, but with Yang Kai's actions, a layer of earthy yellow slowly appeared, giving off a thick and solid feeling. The earth elemental power was meant for defense, not to mention the power of the Dragon Ball of 1,000 feet long dragon. Slowly, Yang Kai forgot about time and devoted himself to the great cause of condensing the earth elemental power. Days passed, and outside Crouching Dragon Mountain, He and the others found a place to camp. With the two great exotic beasts, Little Black and Little Red, guarding them, no one dared to cause trouble. Occasionally, some cultivator would pass by, but after feeling the ferocious aura of the two exotic beasts, they would avoid them. However, Little Black and Little Red seemed to be natural enemies and couldn't get along with each other. They would often get entangled with each other for some inexplicable reason and fight until the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Fortunately, they both knew their limits and didn't really fight to the death. However, in a fight of this size, injuries were inevitable. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In this half a month, everyone was living leisurely, but Yang Kai was still nowhere to be seen. This made He a little worried. Before Yang Kai left, he had said that he would be back in 3 to 5 days and at most half a month. Now that the time limit had passed and there was still no sign of him, He was naturally worried. Just as she was about to investigate further, she suddenly felt the movement of the yuan qi of heaven and earth change. Silently sensing it, she found that the source was in the depths of Crouching Dragon Mountain, which was the direction Yang Kai left in. This made her frown slightly. He did not know what Yang Kai was doing there. Why did he take so long? Now he had even caused a change in the yuan qi of heaven and earth. However, this way she could be sure that Yang Kai was safe. After a few more days, the change in the yuan qi of heaven and earth became more obvious. It had turned into a tide of yuan qi, as if there was a huge monster breathing in Crouching Dragon Mountain. Every breath it took could cause turbulence in the yuan qi of 1,000 miles. Yuhi's expression was bewildered. Little Black and Little Red also stopped fighting. They straightened their bodies and looked towards the depths of Crouching Dragon Mountain. Obviously, they also felt something. Suddenly, a dragon's roar was heard. It was loud and clear and it reached the 9 heavens. Yuhi and the others all turned their heads to look in that direction. Their eyes trembled. Little Black and Little Red crawled on the ground together, trembling. Chinyu came over and asked nervously, "Senior, what was that sound just now?" Yuhi said solemnly, "A dragon's roar." Meng Hong said in surprise. There's a dragon here? Yu He frowned and said, you guys stay here and don't move. I'll go take a look. When she finished speaking, she had already disappeared. In the depths of Crouching Dragon Mountain, Yang Kai was still sitting cross-legged in the same posture as before. However, at this moment his clothes were fluttering without any wind, and even his black hair was fluttering. A three-colored light lingered around his body. The vitality of the immortal tree's essence, the violent golden crow primordial fire, and the thick power of the dragon orb. These three powers were like three halos of light that lingered around Yang Kai's body. The huge dragon orb in front of him had already dimmed. The earth elemental power that had been stored inside for countless years had been completely absorbed by Yang Kai. When he opened his eyes were overflowing with light. With a crash, the huge dragon orb shattered and turned into fine powder that scattered between heaven and earth. Yang Kai slowly stood up and gently clenched his fist. He could clearly feel that his body was filled with explosive power. Looking inside his body, he saw that the three powers of wood, fire, and earth coexisted perfectly within his seal. His body trembled, and the three-colored light that had been lingering around his body collapsed. Everything returned to nothingness. Standing in place, Yang Kai frowned slightly. The process of condensing the earth elemental power this time could be said to be extremely smooth, much better than the last time he condensed the golden crow primordial fire. Firstly, it might be because he was familiar with the process, and secondly, it might be related to condensing the power of the dragon orb this time. After all, he was also a member of the dragon race, so he had a unique advantage in condensing the power of the dragon orb. Moreover, Yang Kai faintly felt that not only had he successfully condensed the earth elemental power in the dragon orb this time, but there seemed to be something else in the earth elemental power. Reaching out, he tapped the void in front of him and a prismatic yellow shield-like object appeared out of thin air. Although it looked as thin as a cicada's wing, Yang Kai could feel its firmness. This was the innate dragon technique contained in the dragon orb. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Although he had entered the dragon temple on the dragon island in the star boundary and cultivated many of the dragon race's secret techniques, and could simulate the power of those secret techniques with the golden divine dragon source, it was only a simulation after all, and it required a certain amount of time to display them. But now this dragon technique could be used at will, just like some of the innate divine techniques. Not only was it fast, but the consumption was almost negligible. Yang Kai pondered. It seemed that he had inherited some of the innate dragon techniques mastered by this giant dragon when it was alive. It wasn't just the move just now, there should be some more, but now that he had just condensed the earth elemental power, he could only slowly unearth them in the future. Yang Kai couldn't help but think again. Now that he had absorbed the dragon orb and obtained the innate dragon technique of this giant dragon, what about the golden crow true fire he had absorbed before? Did the golden crow true fire also contain some secret technique of the golden crow? There was also the essence of the immortal tree. Could he also comprehend something from it? All of these required time to examine, so he couldn't rush it for a while. Sorting out his thoughts, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around. Now that the earth elemental power had been condensed, the next thing to do was to collect the giant dragon's corpse. A giant dragon's corpse was hidden deep under Crouching Dragon Mountain. If it were an ordinary person, it would be difficult to find it. Space rings didn't have so much space, unless they took apart the dragon's corpse and put it inside. Fortunately, Yang Kai had the small sealed world. Chapter 3997. A rumbling sound rolled across the depths of the earth as Crouching Dragon Mountain collapsed, as if doomsday had arrived. The people from Great Moon Prefecture all flew into the sky and watched in shock. They saw that the earth below had caved in and the entire mountain range had collapsed. They did not know what had happened. After a while, the dust settled and a figure flashed out from the depths of the earth. His face was pale and he was gasping for breath. It was Yang Kai, who had disappeared for nearly 20 days. Yu He, who had been searching for Yang Kai nearby, immediately rushed over and supported him. "Are you okay?" Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her before slowly shaking his head. "I'm fine." Forcibly taking the 1,000-meter dragon's body into the small sealed world had put a heavy burden on him. Fortunately, the dragon had died many years ago, otherwise the consumption would have been even greater. Even so, he was exhausted and felt as if he had been hollowed out. "Where have you been? Why haven't I seen you for so many days?" He asked while supporting him to fly back. Yang Kai just grinned and did not answer. Yuhi was so angry that her nose was about to become crooked. However, although she did not know what Yang Kai and the other heavenly deities were doing, Yuhi could faintly feel that this guy had become much stronger. He had not been idle these days and should have encountered some opportunities. After returning to his resting place, Yang Kai threw some spirit pills into his mouth and recovered for a while. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the big scarlet flood dragon lying not far away, staring at him eagerly. Yuhi was speechless. The two of them have been staring at you like this. Do they want those dragon blood flowers? Yang Kai snorted. You two gluttons, wait a little longer. Saying so, he directly took out an alchemy furnace. Dragon blood flowers naturally had to be refined into dragon blood pills to maximize their medicinal efficacy. Swallowing them whole was the most wasteful, especially since the dragon blood flowers harvested this time were extraordinary. Most of them were existences that surpassed the best quality. How could Yang Kai tolerate wasting God's gifts? This kind of dragon blood flower could only be used once. He didn't know when he would be able to get his hands on it again. You also know how to refine pills? Yuhi looked at him suspiciously. Yang Kai didn't even raise his head. I know many things. Yuhi couldn't help but laugh with ridicule, and she didn't take it seriously. While speaking, Yang Kai had already taken out a large pile of medicinal herbs. They were all supplementary herbs that he had picked from the herb garden to refine the dragon blood pill. Looking at the things he obtained from Lei Guang, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel elated. Previously, he was in a rush to investigate the situation in the depths of Crouching Dragon Mountain, so he did not check carefully. Now that he looked at it, he found that he had obtained several hundred supreme-grade dragon blood flowers. There were even more flowers that were beyond supreme grade. The flowers had 3, 5, and 7 colors. He did not know how to classify them, but there were probably thousands of them. From this, it could be seen how powerful the giant dragon that had fallen on Crouching Dragon Mountain was. Only the blood of such a giant dragon could produce such a high-quality dragon blood flower. Yang Kai casually took out 2 supreme-grade dragon blood flowers that were shrouded in 3-colored radiance. Activating his power, he threw the medicinal herbs into the furnace one by one. Back when he was on Dragon Island, he had refined the dragon blood pill many times. Although he had not refined it for many years, he had never forgotten. His movements were smooth and natural. Yuhi was extremely surprised as she watched from the side. Only now did she know that Yang Kai really knew how to refine pills. Furthermore, he seemed to be very familiar with the process. Gradually, an alluring pill fragrance wafted out from the furnace. Little Black and Little Red became more and more anxious, especially Little Black. Mucus flowed down from his mouth like a river. For exotic beasts with the bloodline of the dragon race like them, the smell of the dragon blood pill was enough to make them go crazy. If Yang Kai was not sitting here, they would have immediately rushed up to snatch it. In less than half a day, the first batch of dragon blood pills had condensed. When the pills were collected, there was a faint dragon roar from the furnace, which made Yuhi click her tongue in wonder. There were 9 pills. Yang Kai casually threw one into his mouth to test the medicinal effect. He found that it was okay. Although he had not refined pills for many years, his skills had not fallen behind. The medicinal effect of the dragon blood flower and various supplementary herbs were completely stimulated. 2 obscure divine senses were transmitted over, containing a desire. It was the scarlet flood dragon and the earth dragon who were waiting anxiously. Their huge bodies were rolling around restlessly. Yang Kai chuckled and threw a pill to each of them. They immediately calmed down a lot. In the next 10 days, Yang Kai had been refining the dragon blood pill. The amount of dragon blood flower he obtained this time was really too much. Yang Kai reckoned that even if he refined non-stop for a year, he would not be able to finish refining all of them. While refining, his body was also constantly swallowing the pure dragon race bloodline of the dragon blood pill. Yang Kai could clearly feel that his dragon bloodline had indeed improved a little. However, he did not use the dragon transformation art, so he could not see much of a change for the time being. The scarlet flood dragon and the earth dragon became more and more submissive. Taking the dragon blood pill improved them more than directly swallowing the dragon blood flower. As strange beasts, they were particularly sensitive to this. Even Yuhi and the people of the Great Moon Prefecture also obtained some dragon blood pills. However, they did not swallow them directly. Instead, under Yang Kai's instructions, they dissolved them in water and took 1 pill over many days. The dragon blood pill itself was used to improve the bloodline of the dragon race and creatures with the bloodline of the dragon race. If ordinary people took it, it would also strengthen their physical body. However, the medicinal effect of the dragon blood pill was too overbearing. Ordinary people could not bear it, so they could only use some gentle methods. More than 10 days later, Yang Kai stopped. It was not that he was tired of refining, but that he had run out of auxiliary herbs. Although there were many medicinal herbs in the herb garden and there were 2 little wood spirits taking care of them, it could be said that they were inexhaustible. However, the growth of medicinal herbs required a certain period of time. In the past 10 days or so, he had been refining the dragon blood pill continuously. All the auxiliary herbs needed had been picked clean, so he naturally could not continue. For this great cosmological realm, Yang Kai originally had the mentality of going with the flow and did not desire anything. But now, not only did he obtain a large number of dragon blood flowers that surpassed the best quality, but he could even condense the power of the earth element. Could be seen that this great cosmological realm was indeed a huge treasure trove. Since he could condense the power of the earth element, would he be able to find suitable metal and water elements? If he could accumulate the 5 elements of yin and yang here, then after leaving this realm he could instantly open the sky. At that time he would have a foothold outside this universe and the ability to protect himself. Yang Kai could not help but have a lot of expectations for this great cosmological realm. But no matter what, waiting here would not be an opportunity. Not to mention the auxiliary herbs to refine the dragon blood pill also needed to be found. They had also been delayed in this crouching dragon mountain for more than a month, so he did not hesitate and immediately called for everyone to set off. When they came, they used the earth dragon as their mount, but this time it was changed to the scarlet dragon. In comparison, the scarlet dragon was undoubtedly more awe-inspiring and more suitable. At the very least, it did not have that kind of sticky and disgusting mucus on its body, nor did it have a heavy smell. Little Black was obviously a little disappointed. There were indeed a lot of resources in the great cosmological realm. Along the way they had collected a lot of natural treasures, but compared to Yang Kai's needs, it was still a little inadequate. On this day, a group of people shuttled through a misty forest, searching for various medicinal herbs. They had been in this forest for 7 or 8 days. But because they did not have a special destination, they were not in a hurry to leave. Yuhi suddenly came over and said, "Did you notice that we've met more people in the past few days?" Yang Kai nodded lightly. "I felt it." When they first entered this forest they had not met many people, but in the past 2 days, they began to frequently encounter some cultivator walking towards them. They were basically in groups of 3 to 5 and several people were walking in pairs. There were even people who were frightened by the earth dragon and scarlet dragon and directly attacked. Fortunately, Yang Kai stopped them in time to avoid some unnecessary trouble. "What do you want to say?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at Yuhi. Yuhi's beautiful eyes flashed. This situation shows that either there is some treasure here that attracted these people, or there are already many people gathered here. "Which one do you think it is?" Yang Kai asked. "What do you think?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment before replying. "The second possibility is that the people we met didn't show any signs of being in a hurry. Instead, they all acted in an orderly manner as if they had just come out from somewhere. This means that somewhere in this forest, there should be a gathering place for cultivators." Yuhi nodded and said, "I think so too." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Then let's go and take a look." Compared to them searching everywhere for medicinal herbs to refine the dragon blood pill, it was naturally more convenient and faster to trade with others. If there really was a cultivator gathering place in this forest, it would be a good thing for Yang Kai. They searched in the direction that the cultivator came from and a day later they found a cultivator gathering place. Somewhere in the forest outside a large open space, the travel-worn people looked at the continuous buildings in front of them in a slight daze. Yang Kai laughed and said, "This is part of the star market, right?" When the great cosmological abyss was filled with fog, the entire star market was wrapped in it. However, the star market where Yang Kai and the others appeared was not complete. There were hundreds of thousands of people there and only a few tens of thousands were there. This meant that when it was swallowed, the entire star market collapsed under the influence of an unknown force, turning into fragments scattered all over the great cosmological abyss. Then a beast tide appeared where Yang Kai and the others landed, forcing everyone to flee for their lives. Naturally, they lost their natural protection. However, the part of the star market in front of them was well preserved. With the original star market as the center, the cultivator here had built many new buildings, occupying a large area. It had vaguely formed a small city located in this foggy forest, and even the surrounding walls had been built. There was a city gate in the direction that they came from, and there were cultivator guards at the gate. Many people were coming in and out of the city gate. Using his divine sense, he found that there were as many fires of life in this city as there were stars in the sky. There were at least 10,000 to 20,000 people living there. In this chaotic great cosmological abyss, a city with a cultivator gathering place suddenly appeared in front of them. Both Yang Kai and the people of the Great Moon Prefecture were delighted. Chapter 3998. However, there was a problem with entering the city. Xiao He and Xiao Red were too big and looked too fierce, so they definitely couldn't be brought in. Yang Kai also didn't dare to use the sealed world bead to contain them. He had tried it before, and the sealed world bead could only accommodate existences below the heaven-opening realm. If he forcibly contained existences with the ability to split open the heavens, the sealed world bead would risk collapsing. In Yang Kai's perception, whether it was Xiao He or Xiao Red, they probably had the ability to split open the heavens, but because they were in the special environment of the great cosmological realm, they couldn't fully display their strength. Fortunately, he had the 6 Unity Wish bag, so even though it was a little crowded, he could only let them suffer a little. He put the 2 big guys into the 6 Unity Wish bag regardless of whether they were willing or not. He was amazed. After all, even outside the universe, there weren't many artifacts that could store living beings. They were really rare, and she couldn't understand where Yang Kai had obtained such an artifact. Only then did the group of 6 slowly walk towards the city gate. Unsurprisingly, they were stopped at the city gate and had to pay 100 heaven-opening pills per person to enter the city. For any Emperor Realm Master, 100 heaven-opening pills was a hefty price, causing Meng Hong to feel extremely pained. If it were before, Yang Kai would not have had many heaven-opening pills on him, but fortunately he had obtained the space ring of Su Lao from the Wind Cloud auction house. As a 4th-order heaven-opening master and a powerful figure from the auction house, Yang Kai's wealth was not small. The entrance fee of 600 heaven-opening pills was no pressure for Yang Kai. He paid it happily and easily entered the city. After entering the city, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. The city still maintained the appearance of a star market. On the streets, people were jostling and there were many shops all around. There were also many stalls on both sides of the street with all kinds of strange goods on display. If it weren't for the vivid experience of the past few days, everyone would have thought that they had entered a star market instead of the great cosmological realm. Along the way, Yang Kai spread his divine sense and bought the herbs he needed. It was rare to come across such a place where cultivators gathered. Naturally, he had to make a large purchase. The dragon blood flower had already been picked. He needed to refine the dragon blood pill as soon as possible to ensure that the medicinal effects would not fade away. Yang Kai estimated that he would have to stay in this city to refine pills for a long time. After sweeping through several streets of medicinal herbs, the harvest was huge. Along the way, everyone learned that this small city was now controlled by a force called Crimson Star. Like Lei Guang, Crimson Star was one of the 3 major forces that existed in the Star City. Their luck was relatively good. The Star City they were in was swallowed up by the great cosmological abyss fog, so they didn't encounter any attacks after arriving here. The only few attacks by exotic beasts had been repelled by them. They had accumulated a lot of popularity, so they took the opportunity to take over this place and become the ruler of this place. Now, in order to maintain order in Star City and set the rules, the people who collected fees at the city gates were all from Crimson Star. By occupying such a territory in the great cosmological realm, Crimson Star could reap huge benefits just by sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' labor. In this city, the people of Crimson Star could be said to be like local emperors, and no one dared to provoke them. After walking for half a day and buying almost all the medicinal herbs in this place, Yang Kai led everyone to find an inn to stay in. He wanted to book 6 rooms, but there was a shortage of rooms in this place. In the end, he could only book 3 rooms. He definitely wanted a room alone. After all, he needed to refine pills for a long time and could not be disturbed. Yu He and the other women shared a room, leaving Meng Hong and the 2 disciples of the Great Moon Province to share a room. After the arrangements were made, everyone returned to their rooms. Before parting ways, Yang Kai gave all his remaining heaven-opening pills to Meng Hong and told him to walk around the Star City if he had time. If he encountered any medicinal herbs he needed, he could buy them all as long as the price was not too expensive. Meng Hong naturally agreed. After all, this wasn't a difficult task. As for the herbs Kai Yang needed, he had followed him all the way here, so he had memorized all of them. The following days were calm. Yang Kai hid in his room, set up layers of restrictions and concentrated on refining pills. Day after day there were several furnaces of dragon blood pills every day. While refining, he did not stay idle. From time to time he swallowed dragon blood pills to improve his bloodline. Even Little Black and Little Red, who were kept in the Rui pouch, benefited a lot. Every 78 days or so, Meng Hong would come over and send the purchased medicinal herbs to Yang Kai so that he could continue to refine pills. Only at this time would Yang Kai stop and rest for a while. He also chatted casually with Meng Hong to learn about the situation outside. From Meng Hong, Yang Kai learned that Star City was well managed by Crimson Star. Many people knew that there was such a place in the great cosmological realm. Not only were there many cultivator gatherings, but it was also very safe. Therefore, in recent days almost every day there would be people coming and joining. The most direct manifestation of this was that the price of the rooms in the inn was increasing. In less than a month, the price of a room had increased 3 times. Now, the price of a room was more than twice as expensive as when they first checked in, but it was still full every day. Crimson Star's influence was growing larger and larger. Many people wanted to join, but there was no way to do so. Because Star City was located in the misty forest, the surrounding materials were abundant. No matter which direction one went after leaving Star City, they would be able to harvest something if they were lucky. It was said that some people had already obtained 5th grade and 6th grade heaven-opening materials here. As for 4th grade heaven-opening materials, they were endless. For any cultivator in the Emperor realm, this was a huge temptation. Compared to other gains, whether it was pills or heavenly treasures, they were not as practical as those heaven-opening materials. What the Emperor realm needed the most were these heaven-opening materials. It was indeed impossible to advance to heaven opening in the great cosmological realm, but as long as one could accumulate enough power here, when they left the great cosmological realm, they could instantly achieve heaven opening and become a powerhouse. Therefore, every day, countless cultivator groups went out to train in order to obtain the cultivation materials they needed. Many people got what they wanted, but some people met with danger halfway and never returned. However, the path of a cultivator had always been like this. After going through hardships and overcoming obstacles, what they finally saw might not be fruitful. It was more likely to be the cold of death. On this day, Meng Hong sent a lot of medicinal materials as usual. After Yang Kai thanked him, he said, "If you come again, you don't need to accept them." After 3 months of refining pills, he had finally consumed most of the dragon blood flowers. He had refined thousands of dragon blood pills. He had consumed a small portion, but most of them were stored in his space ring. It would probably take him at least a year to finish eating all of them. Meng Hong responded casually. Yang Kai said again, "Haven't you used up the heaven-opening pills I gave you?" Although he had obtained a space ring from Old Man Su and made a fortune, purchasing medicinal materials in large quantities for such a long time would definitely consume a lot of them. Originally, he had been a little worried that he wouldn't have enough heaven-opening pills, but since Meng Hong had been sending medicinal materials over all this time, he didn't ask any questions. Meng Hong said, "I used them up long ago. Now it's Lady Yu He who is paying for these medicinal materials." Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this, not expecting it to be like this. Meng Hong said, "Lady Yu He has deep feelings for Brother Yang. Brother Yang is so lucky." His face was filled with envy. Yang Kai's eyes twitched, not knowing what to say. However, thinking about it, Yu He was a 5th grade heaven-opening realm cultivator, so her wealth was definitely not low. Spending this kind of money shouldn't be a problem. In any case, he would remember it in his heart and find an opportunity to pay her back in the future. He wouldn't take advantage of her. Did something happen to Brother Meng? Yang Kai looked up and saw that Meng Hong's expression was quite gloomy. It's nothing. Meng Hong forced a smile and said his goodbyes. "Brother Yang, I won't disturb you any longer." Saying this, he left the room. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the door and muttered to himself for a while. He didn't think too much about it and continued to refine pills. Half a month later, the room was filled with the fragrance of pills and the pill furnace was buzzing. Yang Kai sat cross-legged in front of the pill furnace, his hands constantly changing seals. At a certain moment, he reached out and slapped the pill furnace. When the lid flew up, several crimson spirit pills filled with the smell of blood flew out. Yang Kai took out a jade bottle that he had prepared beforehand and sucked these spirit pills into the bottle with a suction force. As the bottle began to spin, Yang Kai stared at the spirit pill in the bottle and grinned silently. After 4 months of alchemy, he had finally succeeded. All of the dragon blood flowers had been used up, which had exhausted him. How many years had it been since he had focused on alchemy like this? Sitting in his room all day was quite a test of his temperament and willpower. Fortunately, he could finally call it a day, so Yang Kai was in a good mood. Removing the many restrictions in his room, Yang Kai pushed open the door and walked out, feeling as if he had been reborn. Yang Kai wanted to find Meng Hong and the others to have a good drink, but unexpectedly, there was no one in the room. In the other room, He was also nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai couldn't help being stunned. Ever since he came to Star City, he had been holed up in his room refining pills for 4 months. Regarding the situation outside, he only knew about it from Meng Hong's rare explanations. Other than that, he didn't know what he and the others were doing. Taking out his communication bead and sending a message, Yang Kai learned that they were all in the lobby. Coming to the lobby, Yang Kai saw that they were all there. The 4 of them occupied a table full of empty wine bottles. He called out to Yang Kai and patted the seat next to her. "Come here." Yang Kai didn't refuse and directly sat down. He smiled and leaned over. "You finally came out. If you didn't come out, I would have forgotten about you." Her breath reeked of alcohol. Yang Kai glanced at her, then looked at the others and frowned. "Why are you drinking so much wine in the middle of the day? Did you run into something good?" He pointed to the opposite side and whispered, "Drinking to drown my sorrows." Yang Kai looked over and saw Meng Hong sitting there in low spirits. He didn't know what he had encountered, but he seemed to have lost his soul. Chapter 3999. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked in a low voice. He replied, "Troubled by love." Only then did Yang Kai realize what was going on. He turned his head and did not see Qinyu. Meng Hong was interested in Qinyu. This was something he knew. Now that he heard what he said, he immediately understood that Meng Hong was like this because of Qinyu. Yang Kai had not known Meng Hong for a long time, but he was straightforward and generous. Only when it came to matters between men and women did he seem to be somewhat introverted. As for Qinyu, Yang Kai's impression of her was neither good nor bad. He just felt that the girl seemed to be a little ambitious, but her character was not bad. Of course, this was also because they had not had in-depth contact with each other. As for what kind of person she was, Yang Kai did not dare to jump to conclusions. After all, one may know a person's face but not his heart. Often people who he thought were good were bad. Knowing that it was because of Qinyu, Yang Kai laughed and said, "Since Brother Meng is interested, then boldly pursue her. Why are you complaining here? There is no chance." He looked like she wanted to see the world in chaos. She clicked her tongue and said, "Someone took away his love." As soon as this remark came out, a trace of pain flashed across Meng Hong's face. He grabbed the wine pot in his hand and gulped it down. "Brother, don't drink anymore." A disciple of the Great Moon State could not stand it anymore. He reached out to grab the wine pot and said angrily, "Since that woman is so fickle, she is not worth Brother's concern. There are many good girls out there. Brother, why do you have to humiliate yourself like this?" Unfortunately, his strength was not as strong as Meng Hong's, so he failed to grab it after several attempts. After gulping down the wine, Meng Hong's eyes turned red. What the hell is going on? Yang Kai was confused. Stealing someone's love and being fickle? Something seemed to have happened while he was in seclusion to perform alchemy. He sighed softly and explained, "While you were away, they got to know a person. He seems to be a small leader of Red Star and he helped them a lot. After a while, they became familiar with each other. They thought that this guy was a righteous and warm-hearted person, but who would have thought that he had an ulterior motive? He simply took a fancy to that girl. That lady. Haha, water flows to the bottom and people strive for the top. With a backer in the great cosmological realm, I won't have to worry about anything in the future." Although it was only a few words, Yang Kai was able to understand what was being said. On top of that, since he was an outsider, her judgment should be relatively fair. If he was not wrong, then Qinyu should have gone to curry favor with that person. This was human nature. Just as he had said, if one could have a good backer in the great cosmological realm, it would be convenient for them to do anything in the future, and it would also increase their sense of security. Qi Xing's influence was now enormous. occupying the star market and using it as a base to recruit disciples. Even if it was just a small leader, it was still a target for many people to curry favor with. Yang Kai couldn't help but recall that Qin Yu seemed to have tried to curry favor with him before. Others couldn't intervene in the affairs of men and women. Although Yang Kai sympathized with Meng Hong's experience, he really couldn't say much, so he could only persuade him. Brother Meng, if you can't let it go, it shouldn't be too late to catch up now. If you can let it go, then don't think too much about it. Go back and have a good rest. We'll leave here tomorrow. Meng Hong gripped the wine pot, his knuckles turning a little white. His mouth moved, but he didn't say a word. Yang Kai could see that this guy had truly fallen for Qin Yu. He probably couldn't bear to leave just like that, but staying here would only add to his worries. He gave the two disciples from Great Moon State a look, indicating that they should take Meng Hong back to rest. But before they could do anything, Meng Hong suddenly raised his head and looked at the door excitedly. Yang Kai turned his head and found that Qin Yu was standing at the door, staring at Meng Hong with a slightly awkward expression on her face as she tried to avoid his gaze. Meng Hong got up excitedly and opened his mouth, but before he could call out "Junior Sister Qin," another person flashed in from the door. The person who came in was a handsome blue-robed young man with a fair complexion and a bright smile. After entering the shop, he unceremoniously put his hand on Qin Yu's slender waist and affectionately hugged her, turning his head and saying, "Come in, why are you standing here?" The awkward expression on Qin Yu's face became stronger and she twisted her body slightly. The young man seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head and met Meng Hong's crimson eyes. He immediately grinned and tightened his grip on Qin Yu's waist. He didn't care whether Qin Yu was willing or not and walked over with her. He jabbed Yang Kai with her elbow and sent him a message. "It's this guy, I think he's called Zhou Xian. When he spoke to me before, his words were quite presumptuous. He's definitely not a good thing." Yang Kai nodded imperceptibly and frowned slightly. When he heard that Meng Hong was robbed of his love, he didn't think too much about it. The matter between a man and a woman was consensual. Although he was biased towards Meng Hong, since Qin Yu didn't like Meng Hong, he couldn't help her. For a woman like Qin Yu who lacked a sense of security and was willing to rely on the strong, the only way to capture her heart was to be strong. But now it seemed that no matter what Qin Yu was like, this Xingxing Zhao gave Yang Kai a bad impression. Since he had already won the girl's heart, he should just talk about love. Why did he come to disturb Meng Hong's thoughts and deliberately put on such an attitude, making it seem like he was here to show off? Could be seen that Zhao Xingxing Zhao had some status in this star market. After entering the shop, many cultivators in the lobby stood up and cupped their fists. "Commander Zhao." Voices rose one after another. Zhao Xingxing smiled reservedly and his eyes were full of pride. He ignored the others and went straight to Yang Kai and the others' table. He looked at Meng Hong with a smile and said, "Brother Meng, you're all here." Meng Hong clenched his fists and stared at Qin Yu, but the latter didn't dare to look at him and just stood there with her head lowered. "Brother Meng." Zhao Xingxing shouted again, his voice slightly cold. Meng Hong came back to his senses and turned his gaze. He squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying and said weakly, "Brother Zhao is here." Zhao Xingxing said, "This time I specially brought you, here to thank Brother Meng for taking care of you before." Said that if Brother Meng hadn't protected her when she entered the great cosmological realm, she would have died. If that was the case, then this Zhao and you wouldn't have known each other. He called her Yu affectionately, but Meng Hong's face was getting uglier and uglier. Zhao Xingxing acted as if he didn't see it and gently pushed Qin Yu. Didn't you say you wanted to thank Brother Meng personally? Brother Meng is right here." Qin Yu was pushed forward a step and lowered her head in silence. Meng Hong stared at her, his dry mouth opening and closing several times, but he didn't say a word. The two disciples from Great Moon State sat next to him and looked at Qin Yu with fire in their eyes. It seemed that they couldn't wait to cut Qin Yu into pieces. Zhao Xingxing's eyes flashed and he just looked at them with a smile as if he was an outsider. "Brother Meng." After a long while, Qin Yu called out softly. Meng Hong hurriedly answered, "Junior Sister Qin." Qin Yu looked up at him and said, "Thank you, brother, for taking care of me during this time. Will remember it and be very grateful." Meng Hong said, "It's my duty. You and I have known each other for so many years, but I haven't had the chance to do anything for you. It's just that in the future, I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of you anymore. Junior sister, you have to take good care of yourself." Meng Hong's body trembled slightly when he said this. Qin Yu nodded gently, looking quite obedient. Zhao Xingxing smiled and said, Brother Meng, don't worry. As long as I, Zhao Xingxing, am here, will not be wronged. I found a place for her to live in the city. She won't be in any danger if she lives there. Meng Hong forced a smile and said, Then I can rest assured. Zhao Xingxing said again, Brother Meng, do you want to work under this Zhao? Red Star is now expanding and is short on manpower. If Brother Meng can come, I dare not say anything else, but within 3 years, you will definitely be a captain. As soon as this remark came out, many cultivator in the lobby looked over enviously. Red Star was now in the limelight and many people wanted to join, but not everyone had this opportunity. Now with Xingxing's guarantee, Meng Hong could become a captain within 3 years. Many people were tempted and secretly envied Meng Hong. They didn't know what kind of luck he had to be so valued by Commander Zhao. We don't need your hypocrisy. A disciple of Great Moon Prefecture couldn't stand it anymore and shouted angrily. Meng Hong was their brother. Seeing the woman their brother liked being snatched away, the person who snatched her away deliberately brought that fickle woman over to show off. Now he even wanted Meng Hong to work under him. This was clearly intentional or unintentional humiliation of Meng Hong. How could they tolerate it? As soon as this remark came out, the smile on Zhao Xingxing's face instantly turned cold. He turned his head and looked at the person who spoke. What did you say? The disciple of Great Moon Prefecture couldn't help but turn pale. He was just angry just now and didn't think too much. Now that he reacted, he was naturally a little scared. No matter how bad Zhao Xingxing's character was, no matter how much they hated Qin Xingxing for hurting Meng Hong, Zhao Xingxing was still a member of Red Star. Moreover, he was a commander-level character. How could they offend him? Therefore, under Zhao Xingxing's questioning, the disciple didn't dare to speak. Meng Hong was also shocked. Although Zhao Xingxing was standing here and calling him brother, in fact their relationship wasn't that good. Now that his junior brother spoke without thinking, he could only apologize. Brother Zhao, please calm down. This bastard drank too much and spoke nonsense. Brother Zhao, please don't take it to heart. Zhao Xingxing sneered. Brother Meng, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak carelessly. Some words can cause death. Seeing that he didn't want to let it go, Meng Hong hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Brother Zhao, please don't be angry. This Meng didn't teach him well. I will teach him a lesson later and let him know what he can and can't say. Chapter 4000. Zhao Stars leisurely stared at the disciple of the Great Moon Prefecture, making his scalp tingle. After a while, Zhao Stars coldly snorted and said, Since Brother Meng has said so, this Zhao will give Brother Meng some face and let it go this time. If there is a next time, I will not let it go so easily. Meng Hong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Thank you, Brother Zhao Master, for your magnanimity. Zhao Stars didn't comment and turned to look at Qin Yu and said, It's fate that you all know each other. Since you are here today, let's toast Brother Meng and the others. Qin Yu obeyed Zhao Stars' orders and came forward to pour a glass of wine. Seeing her like this, Meng Hong's expression became more and more painful. His face was pale, and he secretly hated himself for not being strong enough to provide Qin Yu with a safe shelter. He could only watch his beloved woman throw herself into the arms of others. It really felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. Qin Yu raised her cup and her beautiful eyes stared at Meng Hong as she said, Senior brothers, I toast to all of you. If there's anything you need help with in the future, feel free to look for me. I'll definitely not refuse if it's within my ability. Zhao Stars also nodded and said, Yes, here I Zhao Stars still have some face. If you encounter any trouble in the future, come to me. The 3 people of the Great Moon Prefecture all raised their glasses helplessly and drank it. Zhao Stars' eyes were fixed on Yang Kai and he said with a somewhat unhappy expression, Friend, are you not going to give me face? After entering the door, he didn't notice Yang Kai, but now that Qin Yu obeyed his order to toast and Yang Kai was sitting still, he was particularly conspicuous. Naturally, he noticed it. As for Yu He, who also didn't raise her glass, he didn't want to provoke her. After all, she was a 5th-stage heaven splitter. Qi Xing had always intended to invite Yu He to join them and generously offered her the position of commander. Unfortunately, Yu He hadn't given a clear answer. Am I very familiar with you? Yang Kai looked up at him and said lightly, How much is your face worth? Yang Kai had been sitting here and watching coldly. He had seen everything. Originally, if people didn't provoke him, he wouldn't bother to intervene. Who knew that Zhao Stars would take the initiative to provoke him? Naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't be too polite to him. Although it was the first time they met and they weren't close friends, Zhao Stars gave him a very bad feeling. Yang Kai was too lazy to treat this kind of person nicely. Zhao Xingxing's face immediately darkened. Friend, you're crazy enough. How should I address you? You don't look familiar. Meng Hong did not expect that Yang Kai would do such a thing. He quickly smoothed things over and said, Brother Zhao, this is Brother Yang Kai. You're Yang Kai? Stars Zhao's eyes lit up when he heard this. He couldn't help but look at Yang Kai from head to toe. Yang Kai looked at him lightly. Do you know me? Zhao Stars grinned and cupped his fists. So it's Brother Yang. Pardon my rudeness. I've heard you mention you many times before. This time this Zhao intended to pay a visit to Brother Yang, but I never expected to meet you here. It seems we are really fated to meet. His attitude was extremely warm, and as he spoke he actually pulled out a chair and sat down. Meng Hong and the others were confused and looked at Qinyu suspiciously. They didn't know what she had said to Zhao Stars, but this Zhao guy's attitude towards Yang Kai was actually so warm. Yang Kai also glanced at Qinyu thoughtfully. The latter couldn't help blushing and averting her gaze. After they sat down, Zhao Stars waved his hand and set up a layer of restrictions in the surroundings, isolating them from the outside world. Based on this display of strength, his strength could be considered to be extraordinary, and it seemed to be slightly stronger than Meng Hong and the others. Only then did she come over and say with a glowing face, Brother Yang, I heard you say that Brother Yang possesses the ability to control beasts? You've gathered a Crimson WRM and an Earth Dragon under your command? I wonder if it's true? Meng Hong's face couldn't help but sink when he heard this, and he turned around to look at Qinyu with a slightly blaming expression. Even though Qinyu wanted to climb up the social ladder and throw herself into Zhao Stars' arms, Meng Hong only hated himself for not having the ability to make her stay. But revealing this information about Yang Kai shouldn't have been done. Most of the time this information was related to life, death and benefits. Not to mention that Qinyu had received Yang Kai's life-saving grace in the past, and it was Yang Kai who brought her all the way here. It was fine if she didn't know how to repay her kindness, but now she revealed such important information to an outsider. Wasn't this equivalent to being a traitor? Qinyu could be considered to have gotten to know Yang Kai through him, so he felt rather ashamed when he saw this. So what if it's true? So what if it's false? Yang Kai glanced at Qinyu with a mocking expression, yet he saw her constantly lowering her head with an embarrassed and uneasy expression. Presumably, she knew that what she did was slightly wrong and she had no face to see others. Zhao Stars chuckled. Since you said this, then it ought to be true. Brother Yang is extraordinary, and his ability to control beasts has attained perfection. I admire you. Come, let this Zhao offer you a toast. As he spoke, he raised his wine cup and raised it. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him, not even sparing him a glance. The muscles on Zhao Stars' face twitched slightly, but he chuckled, not taking it to heart. He put down his wine cup and continued, It's like this, Brother Yang. This Zhao has an older sister who heard about this matter and is interested in one of Brother Yang's strange beasts. She wants to raise one, but I don't know if Brother Yang is willing to part with it. The price can be discussed and I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Your older sister wants to raise one? Yang Kai looked at him with a strange expression. Which one does she want to raise? My older sister is more interested in the Scarlet Dragon, but forget about the Earth Dragon. Brother Yang, you also know that the Earth Dragon's appearance isn't very likable, hee. Yang Kai nodded and said, That's true. Zhao Stars said, Brother Yang, you name a price. This Zhao will buy it no matter how much it is. Let's just treat it as making friends. In the future, if Brother Yang needs any help, just ask. This Zhao will definitely not refuse. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I'm sorry, but whether it's the Scarlet Dragon or the Earth Dragon, I'm not selling them. Zhao Stars became anxious when he heard this. He raised his hand and said, Brother Yang, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Why don't you listen to this Zhao's price first before making a decision? Yang Kai still shook his head. Not selling means not selling. No matter how much you name, I won't sell. You're really not selling? Zhao Stars narrowed his eyes. Yang Kai stared at him. I don't want to say the same thing a third time. For pairs of eyes met. Zhao Stars' eyes were cold, Yang Kai's face was indifferent and Meng Hong and the others were nervous. Only He sat beside Yang Kai with a smile on her face. She looked at him from the side without blinking, as if she couldn't get enough of looking at him. After a while Zhao Stars laughed. All right, since Brother Yang has said so, then this Zhao won't steal what you love. Changing the topic he said, let's not talk about the two strange beasts. Let's talk about the dragon blood pills. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, you know quite a lot. Needless to say, it was Qin Yu who revealed the existence of the dragon blood pills. Before this, Yang Kai had refined a lot of dragon blood pills, and in addition to giving some to Little Black and Little Red, Meng Hong and the others had also obtained a few. After diluting this thing, it had the effect of strengthening the body of a cultivator, so it was very useful to anyone. Since Zhao Stars knew about the existence of the dragon blood pills, how could he not care? Ignoring the ridicule in Yang Kai's words, Zhao Stars' expression became solemn as he said, Qi Xing wants to buy some dragon blood pills from Brother Yang. Price is not a problem, we'll take as many as you have. As soon as he opened his mouth, he directly became Qi Xing's representative. In other words, he was representing Qi Xing to negotiate with Yang Kai, using his influence to pressure him. Qi Xing wants to buy my dragon blood pills? Yang Kai laughed. Zhao Stars nodded, yes. Not for sale. Yang Kai decisively refused. After so many years, it was not easy to come across a batch of dragon blood flowers that surpassed the best quality, and it took him 4 months to refine the dragon blood pills. This was the perfect time to improve his bloodline, so how could he sell them? He felt that they were not enough for him. Zhao Star seemed to have expected this and just smiled faintly when he heard this. He picked up the wine cup on the table and took a sip before calmly saying, Brother Yang, I heard that you have been in seclusion recently, so you may not know much about the situation outside. Now this entire Star City is my Qi Xing's territory. Once you enter Star City, you will be under my Qi Xing's jurisdiction. Those who do not obey will not live for long here. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and said calmly, Are you threatening me? I'm just helping Brother Yang to analyze the situation. Zhao Stars put down his wine cup. Now my Qi Xing has 7 masters, all of whom are at the 3rd grade or above, opening the heavens with 3,000 subordinates. To be blunt, there are very few in the Great Void Realm who can compare to Qi Xing. Brother Yang has been cultivating all this time, and it is not easy for him to have today's achievements, so he must know what it means to judge the situation and size up the situation. Qi Xing just wants to buy some dragon blood pills from Brother Yang, so why is Brother Yang so unreasonable and unapproachable? Saying so, a smile bloomed on his face. Moreover, since Brother Yang can refine dragon blood pills, you must also have some attainments in the alchemy Dao. What my Qi Xing lacks is a talent like Brother Yang. This Zhao is willing to be a referrer. As long as Brother Yang is willing, it is not a problem for him to come to my Qi Xing as an honored alchemist. In the future we will all be one family. Brother Yang, what do you think? With this last sentence, Zhao Xing stared at him with a burning gaze. Yang Kai said, Not selling means not selling, no matter what you say, it is useless. Zhao Xing's expression turned cold. Brother Yang, won't you consider it carefully? I am afraid Brother Yang will regret it. Yang Kai glared at him coldly. If you dare to be long-winded again, I will make you regret sitting down. Zhao Xing's expression sank as he slammed the table and stood up, glaring at Yang Kai with murderous intent. After a while he turned to Yu He and said, Miss Yu He, why don't you persuade him? Yu He had a love-struck expression as she faintly said, Whatever young master says, I will listen to young master. Good. Zhao Xing was so angry that he laughed. Very good. Stretching out his hand he clapped and shouted, Men. More than a dozen people rushed in from outside, each of them exuding a powerful aura as they stood behind Zhao Xing. Zhao Xingchen pointed to the front. This commander suspects that these people are spies planted here by other forces. Take them all down. Chapter 4001. As soon as these words came out, Meng Hong and the others were shocked. They never thought that things would develop to this point. Qin Yu was also shocked and her face turned pale. She stepped forward and said, Brother Zhao, this is a misunderstanding. Saying so, she tried to pull Zhao Xingxing away. Zhao Xingxing's body shook and he impatiently shouted, Get out of my way. His strength overflowed and he directly pushed Qin Yu to the side, almost causing her to fall to the ground. Junior sister Qin. Meng Hong quickly stepped forward to support her, but Qin Yu stealthily avoided him. Seeing this, Meng Hong couldn't help but look gloomy. Zhao Xingxing turned his head and glanced at her before coldly snorting and turning to look at Yang Kai. Brother Yang, this commander saw that you were a talented person and wanted to recruit you, but unfortunately Brother Yang did not appreciate it. In that case, I would like to invite Brother Yang to my Qixing dungeon for a chat. Waving his hand, he shouted, "Arrest them all. If they dare resist, kill them all." As soon as these words fell, the dozen people rushed forward and reached out to grab Yang Kai, Meng Hong and the others. The 3 Great Moon Province disciples were suddenly at a loss and didn't know what to do. They wanted to resist, but this was Qixing's territory after all, so if they couldn't clean up the mess, they wouldn't be able to eat anything good. On the contrary, the people who rushed towards Yang Kai suddenly let out a muffled groan and were all sent flying, smashing the tables and chairs in the lobby. Zhao Xingxing was shocked. You dare fight back? In recent months, Qixing's momentum had soared rapidly. In this star market, the Qixing cultivator ran amok and no one dared to provoke him, so he never expected that someone would actually attack his people in public, causing him to be stunned for a moment. Yang Kai sneered, "You dare to attack me, why wouldn't I dare to fight back? Come at me." He reached out to grab Zhao Xingxing, and with a sudden suction force, Zhao Xingxing involuntarily threw himself in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai grabbed him by the neck with one hand and pressed him down on the table. The scorching power in the center of his palm was concealed, and he looked down coldly at him. "You dare to be impudent in front of me with just this little ability?" Zhao Stars flew into a rage out of humiliation. You're dead. Do you know who I am? I'm Stars Zhao, and the Red Star 5th manager is my brother-in-law. Brat, you better let me go quickly or else you'll be in trouble. As he shouted, he struggled with all his might, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to get up. The large hand around his neck was like an iron hoop, suppressing him to the point that he was unable to exert any strength. Zhao Stars was astonished. He was also from the Emperor realm and had condensed a few types of heaven-splitting powers. He had never thought that at the level of the Emperor realm he would be suppressed to the point where he couldn't retaliate at all. With their commander being captured so easily, those Red Star cultivator didn't know what to do. They looked at each other and froze on the spot. Zhao Stars slammed the table and shouted angrily, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and attack." Everyone was helpless and could only rush up. However, in fear of harming the innocent, they couldn't even get within 30 feet of Yang Kai before they were all blasted away and fell to the ground, wailing in agony. Meng Hong and the others were stunned. Qin Yu's mouth was slightly agape and she had an anxious look on her face. Although she knew that Yang Kai was powerful and had personally seen Yang Kai sweeping through the 100 people from Di Tian, she didn't expect that Yang Kai would be so gutsy and actually dare to make a move here. However, it had already happened and it was already too late for her to stop it. She could only be anxious and didn't know where to start even if she wanted to persuade him. "I advise you to quickly let me go, kneel down, kowtow and apologize. Otherwise, you definitely won't be able to see the sun tomorrow." Although Zhao Stars was in a miserable state, his mouth was still unyielding. With his status as a Red Star Junior Commander, he believed that Yang Kai wouldn't dare to do anything to him. "You like to kneel down, kowtow and apologize?" Yang Kai sneered. He suddenly raised his hand and kicked out, "Then you can kneel here properly." With a crisp crack, Zhao Stars' face suddenly paled. Immediately after, he let out an earth-shattering cry and directly knelt on the spot. Many of the cultivator in the lobby paled. How would they dare to stay here? They all paid for their drinks and ran out. Some people looked at Yang Kai with pity before they left. They shook their heads and sighed, feeling that Yang Kai would regret it sooner or later. There was even a middle-aged man who advised him earnestly, "Young man, quickly leave before things get out of hand. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. After all, this is Red Star's territory." Yang Kai grinned at him. When the middle-aged man saw Yang Kai's attitude, he couldn't say anything more. In the blink of an eye, all the guests in the lobby ran away, leaving the shopkeeper with an ashen face and trembling. Red Star Junior Commander was beaten up in his inn. No matter what, he couldn't escape the responsibility. This inn could forget about continuing to operate. After being kicked to the ground by Yang Kai, Zhao Stars wailed for a while. His eyes were filled with resentment as he stared at Yang Kai and said, "Today's shame, this junior commander will remember it. I will repay you 100 times, 1,000 times. I'll sit here and wait." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Yu Hua's infatuation became even stronger. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a strange light as she stared at Yang Kai's side profile. Zhao Stars turned his head again and glared at Qin Yu, who was standing in a daze. "You bitch, you only know how to watch the show. Don't you know how to save me?" Qin Yu's face turned pale. She pursed her red lips and looked at Yang Kai pleadingly. "Brother Yang." Yang Kai chuckled. "Miss Qin must be joking. You and I have only met by chance. I don't deserve you calling me brother. There is no need to mention the word brother in the future." Qin Yu's face turned even paler when she heard this. She knew that Yang Kai wanted to draw a line between them. She couldn't help feeling bitter in her heart. But then again, she and Yang Kai had nothing to do with each other. They only knew each other because of Meng Hong. Unable to beg Yang Kai, she could only turn her head and look at Meng Hong. Meng Hong clenched his fists and lowered his eyes, not saying a word. Seeing this, Qin Yu sighed in her heart. How could she have the face to say anything? "You can't help it all. What use do I have for a bitch like you?" Zhao Star said angrily. Yang Kai glanced at Qin Yu coldly. "Your taste in men is really not very good." These words made Qin Yu tremble and bury her head in her chest. Yang Kai threw out another slap, directly slapping several of Zhao Star's teeth away. Half of his face was swollen. Looking at him coldly, he said, "Dare to be long-winded again and I'll take your dog life immediately." Zhao Star's eyes were wide and crimson, clearly unconvinced. But now that the situation was stronger than him, he could only swallow his broken teeth and swallow it. The hall was silent for a while. Only the sound of Yang Kai drinking by himself could be heard. He looked at this, looked at that, and transmitted her voice with a grin. "How are we going to clean this up now?" The likes of Stars Zhao did not enter her eyes at all. Not to mention Stars Zhao, even that whatever fifth head behind him, he might not even look him in the eye. But this was the great cosmological realm after all, and this was Qi Xing's territory. Yang Kai had made such a ruckus, so it would not be easy to deal with it. "I can understand that you are standing up for your friend, but this matter is a bit too big." He continued to transmit her voice. "If we want to leave, we have to leave now. Otherwise, if the news spreads, we won't be able to leave even if we want to." Yang Kai heard this and replied, "Do you think I am standing up for Meng Hong? Isn't it?" He asked back. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, "It can be considered a part of it, but the most important thing is that they have their eyes on my treasure. Since they are unwilling to give it to me, I can only establish my power and let them know that my things are not something that anyone can covet." Saying so, he smiled proudly. "If I want to leave, how can trash like Qi Xing stop me? Under the urging of the space law, unless Qi Xing set up a shocking array in advance to isolate the world, Yang Kai could come and go as he pleased." "You're amazing, okay?" He glared at him. Scarlet Star Junior Commander Zhao Xingchen was beaten and forced to kneel on the ground. This news quickly spread throughout the Star City. Many people didn't dare to believe it. After all, who in the Star City would dare to make a move against the people of Scarlet Star? However, the people who passed on the news said with certainty that they had seen it with their own eyes. Zhao Xingchen was still kneeling in an inn. Some people who did not believe it secretly came to take a look, and after a glance they found it to be the case. They all felt that it was a little unbelievable, and even the one who had beaten him up was a celestial being. In the northwest corner of Star City, in the back garden of a mansion, there was a small bridge over flowing water, a rockery and strange rocks. Beside a pond, a fat man was holding fish food in his hand and gently splashing it, causing the koi in the pond to compete for food. Suddenly, an earth-shattering cry came from a corner of the courtyard, and the fat man's hand trembled when he heard it, a look of headache appearing on his face. The cry quickly approached, and it turned out to be a well-endowed woman wearing jewelry. It was unknown what she had encountered, but at this moment she was crying like a pear blossom in the rain, making people feel pity for her. Arriving in front of the fat man, the woman knelt down with a thud and said in a heart-wrenching voice, "Master, you have to uphold justice for me." The fat man turned his head and looked at her speechlessly, then he sprinkled the fish food in his hand and bent down to support the woman. "If you have something to say, get up and talk. Why are you crying?" The woman did not get up and wailed, "If master does not agree to uphold justice for me, this concubine will not get up." The fat man reached out and rubbed his forehead. "Did your little brother cause some trouble again? Didn't you give him the position of junior commander last time? What is he doing this time?" The woman raised her head and said in a tear-stained voice, "Master, how do you know it's about Xing? Did you hear something?" The fat man said in annoyance, "Apart from your useless little brother, what else can you come to me for? Tell me, what kind of trouble did he cause this time?" The woman refused to comply. "Master, you've wronged the Xing. This time it's not him who caused trouble, it's someone who provoked him. The subordinates who went out with him came back and said that he was beaten up." The fat man coldly snorted. "With his character, he'll be beaten up sooner or later. I've already told you to restrain him a little and not cause trouble everywhere." The woman cried, "It's not the Xing who caused trouble, but the subordinate said that Yang Kai was bullying the weak. Not only did he beat the Xing, he also forced him to kneel there. The Xing's legs were broken, his face was swollen, and many of his teeth fell out." As she spoke, sorrow welled up in her heart and she wailed incessantly. Chapter 4002. The stars were forced to kneel there? A sinister look flashed across Fatty's face when he heard this. If they were just beaten up, it was only because their skills were inferior, but being forced to kneel, there was a complete humiliation. No matter what, Xiao Stars was still a small commander of Crimson Star and one of his people. Being treated like this, wasn't it a slap to his face? As the fifth master of Crimson Star, how could he endure this? Seeing this, the woman hurriedly recounted what she had heard, adding fuel to the fire. Fatty snorted coldly. "You stay here, I'll go and see who is so bold." Saying so, he walked out with his hands behind his back. The woman shouted from behind, "Master, you must bring the stars back. If anything happens to the stars, I don't want to live anymore." I know. Fatty waved his hand impatiently. After gathering his subordinates, Fatty left the manor and headed straight for the inn. In less than half an hour, they arrived at their destination. When he came to the door and looked inside, he saw his brother-in-law, Xiao Stars, with a bruised face and a swollen nose. Sure enough, he was kneeling there with 3 men and 1 woman standing to the side. There was also a man and a woman sitting on a chair. The young man sitting on the chair was calmly pouring wine for himself. The others were fine, but when he saw the woman sitting there, Fatty couldn't help but frown. He had been in and out of this star market many times before. As a 5th-grade heaven splitter, she was naturally not an unknown person. Even if the higher-ups of Crimson Star had never dealt with her, they all knew her. If it were in the outside world, Fatty would not dare to provoke a 5th-grade heaven splitter at will. After all, he was only a 4th-grade heaven splitter. Although there was only a difference of 1 grade between them, their real combat strength was worlds apart. However, this was the great cosmological realm after all. The fog of the great cosmological realm sealed the universe. No matter what grade the heaven splitter was, in the special environment of the great cosmological realm, their strength would be greatly reduced. When Fatty walked in, the entire inn shook along with his footsteps. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a rolling meatball at the door. With every step, the floor trembled and he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. In his entire life, he had never seen such a fat Fatty. This person's height and width were almost the same. At first glance, he really looked like a rolling meatball. The facial features on his face were blurry because of the fat that was squeezed together. "Who is this guy?" Yang Kai looked surprised. He knew that he had been in seclusion to refine elixirs and knew nothing about the situation outside. She immediately whispered to him, "This is the Crimson Star's 5th head, Chen Tianfei. He seems to have cultivated a special cultivation technique. People call him Chen Tianfei." Xiao Stars, who was kneeling on the ground, also saw Chen Tianfei. He was overjoyed and shouted, brother-in-law, save me." As he spoke, he struggled to get up. "Did I let you get up?" Yang Kai coldly snorted and flicked his finger, sending out a stream of energy. Zhao Xing screamed and fell to his knees again, blood flowing out of his thigh. This time he couldn't get up. Chen Tianfei's footsteps did not stop. The fat on his face trembled slightly, and a cold light flashed in his narrow eyes. Soon, Chen Tianfei arrived in front of the table and stood there like a mountain of flesh, blocking all the light and giving off a silent pressure. This was the first time Meng Hong and the others had seen such a character, so they were surprised. At the same time, they were secretly worried for Yang Kai. "Brother-in-law." Zhao Xingchen looked up miserably with a pleading look on his face. His face was full of humiliation. "Waste." Chen Tianfei coldly snorted and waved his hand, taking out a chair from his space ring and placing it behind him. He then sat down. His chair was obviously custom-made. It was wide and sturdy, otherwise an ordinary chair would not be able to bear his size. After sitting down, Qin Tianfei leaned back in his chair and squinted at Yu He. Young lady Yu He, it's been a long time. Master Qin. Yu He pursed her lips and smiled. Qin Tianfei said, young lady Yu He, aren't you going a bit too far this time? If my little brother-in-law really did something wrong, you can just beat him up and scold him. At worst you can just kill him. Isn't it a bit unreasonable to have him kneel here? Yu He blinked her big eyes and smiled. Master Qin, you found the wrong person. This matter has nothing to do with me. It was my young master who did it. If you want to say something, you might as well say it to my young master. Young master? Qin Tianfei was stunned and turned to look at Yang Kai. When he saw Yu He here, he assumed that she was the one in charge here, but who knew that a young master would suddenly appear? At a glance, this young man didn't seem special. He really didn't know what kind of ability he had to make a 5th-grade heaven splitter call him young master. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Tianfei asked, little brother, how should I address you? Yang Kai grinned at him and introduced himself, Yang Kai. Qin Tianfei nodded slightly, so you are that Yang Kai. His concubine had been making a lot of noise before, saying that some Yang Kai had hit his little brother-in-law, but now he knew that the one who hit him was right in front of him. Little brother Yang, do you have something to say to this king? Qin Tianfei asked. Yang Kai glanced at him and raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? The fat on Qin Tianfei's face trembled, seemingly smiling. You hurt someone but didn't run, instead deliberately sitting here and waiting for this king. Don't you have something to say to this king? His tone became cold. Or does little brother not put my crimson star in his eyes, thinking that you can come and go as you please in Star Market? If that's what you think, I'm afraid you've miscalculated. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Master Qin is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. His expression became solemn as he said, I want to join Crimson Star. Yu He turned her head and glanced at him when she heard this. Yang Kai had not mentioned this to her, and even Meng Hong and the others were surprised. Qin Tianfei heard this and chuckled. Join Crimson Star? You hurt my Crimson Star's people and still haven't given this king a satisfactory explanation, and now you want to join Crimson Star? In little brother's eyes, what is Crimson Star? If Master Qin wants an explanation, I'll give you one. Yang Kai said as he raised his hand and gently pressed it towards Qin Tianfei. Qin Tianfei's face froze and he also raised a big fat palm to meet it. The two palms met silently as if they had just touched each other lightly. Yang Kai withdrew his hand and picked up the wine glass on the table to play with it. Qin Tianfei's fat body suddenly shook and his fat rippled. The chair he was sitting on suddenly shattered into pieces, filling the air with debris. Looking around, Qin Tianfei's face had become extremely red, as if he had been cooked, and steam was rising from the top of his head. With a roar, Qin Tianfei stomped his feet on the ground, and the floor of the inn instantly collapsed. At the same time, a surge of heat poured out from Qin Tianfei's pores and a large amount of sweat poured out. In an instant, Qin Tianfei looked as if he had just been fished out of water. He was drenched from head to toe. Not only that, his round, fat body seemed to have shrunk and his close-fitting clothes became loose. Looking at Yang Kai with a look of horror, the fat on Qin Tianfei's face twitched. Does Master Qin think this explanation is enough? Yang Kai asked without raising his head. Qin Tianfei stared deeply at Yang Kai, then turned his head and glanced at Zhou Xian who had been kneeling there, and nodded under his desperate gaze. It's enough. Brother-in-law. Zhou Xian's face turned ashen in an instant. He had been counting on his brother-in-law to come and avenge him, but who knew that the situation would develop like this? Now that he had shouted enough, how could he take revenge? The shame of today would not be washed away for the rest of his life. Shut up. Qin Tianfei snorted coldly, raised his hand, took out a chair from his space ring, and placed it under his buttocks, then looked at Yu He and said, Miss Yu He, your young master's future is limitless. Yu He smiled triumphantly. Do I need you to tell me that? Qin Tianfei turned his head to look at Yang Kai. Little brother Yang stayed here to wait for me because you want to join Crimson Star? Yes. Qin Tianfei said, Can I ask why? With little brother Yang's ability, you must have great achievements in the great cosmological realm, so why did you choose my Crimson Star? Yang Kai grinned and said, I just happened to be here at the right time. There's nothing special about it. As for why I want to join, I want to find something. Crimson Star has many people, so it's easy to find. Now that he had condensed the power of wood, fire, and earth, and the power of Earth was found in the great cosmological realm, he naturally wanted to find more power. Crimson Star had many people and was well informed. That's all? Qin Tianfei was still in disbelief. That's all. Qin Tianfei looked at him seriously and after a while nodded. I understand what little brother Yang means. Crimson Star also welcomes talents like you very much. This king will make the decision to accept you into Crimson Star. As for your position, how about you be the same as Stars, a junior commander? Zhao Xingxing was dumbfounded. The person who had beaten him and forced him to kneel was not only accepted into Crimson Star by his brother-in-law, but was also given the position of a junior commander on equal footing with him? How could he take revenge like this? Junior commander? Yang Kai looked at Qin Tianfei with a faint smile. Qin Tianfei asked curiously, are you not satisfied? Although little brother Yang's strength is good, you have just joined Crimson Star after all and have not made any contributions. A junior commander position is already the limit of this king's promotion. It is impossible for this king to promote you above senior commander. Suddenly changing the topic, he said, if Miss Yu He is willing to join Crimson Star, the position of senior commander will be vacant. Yu He chuckled and declined to comment. Among the several masters of Crimson Star, the strongest was only on par with her, a 5th stage heaven opening master. She was also a 5th stage heaven opening master, so how could she accept the position of senior commander and listen to someone else's orders? There is no need for a junior commander and I am not interested in a senior commander. Qin Tianfei was stunned. What does little brother Yang mean? Yang Kai looked at him with burning eyes. I want to be a master of Crimson Star. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Even Yu He looked at him blankly, wondering if she had heard wrong. Chapter 4003. You want to be the head of Crimson Star? Qin Tianfei looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. Like Yu He also wondered if he had heard wrongly. Originally, promoting Yang Kai to a junior commander was already very generous, but who would have thought that he would be so greedy as to ask for the position of head? Qin Tianfei had never seen such an arrogant person and could not help but feel a little angry. Head Qin, do you think I am not qualified? Yang Kai glanced at him. Qin Tianfei said solemnly, my Crimson Star's 7 heads are all at the heaven opening realm. Although little brother Yang is strong, you should not have reached the heaven opening realm yet, right? If your realm is not enough, even if you sit in that position, how will you convince the others? Yang Kai shook his finger and said, there is no heaven opening realm in the great cosmological abyss. It is meaningless for Head Qin to talk about realms with me. Qin Tianfei said solemnly, that may be the case, but since ancient times, my Crimson Star has never had a head who has not reached the heaven opening realm. There are always exceptions to everything, aren't there? Qin Tianfei stared deeply at Yang Kai, and the aura on his body became ethereal. After a while he laughed loudly, little brother Yang is so ambitious. This king has learned something today. It is not impossible for you to be the head of Crimson Star, but Crimson Star has its own rules. Now that Crimson Star has 7 heads, if you want to arrange another position, you will need the approval of more than 4. Then I will have to trouble Head Qin to take me to see the other heads. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Qin Tianfei narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, of course, it is a small matter to take you to see them, but whether you can get their approval will depend on your own ability. As it should be. Yang Kai nodded gently and got up. Please. Qin Tianfei put on a fake smile, got up and walked out. Yang Kai followed closely behind and Yu He also hurriedly followed. Seeing this, how could the 3 from Great Moon Province dare to stay here? They all followed behind. What are you doing? Yu He asked quietly, are you really going to see the heads of Crimson Star? Of course. Otherwise, how could he have gotten their approval? Yu He said huffily, can't you tell that this Qin Tianfei is up to no good? This trip was definitely a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. Moreover, even if he really became the head of Crimson Star, what benefits would there be? I really don't understand what you're thinking. You'll know when the time comes, Yang Kai replied casually. Yu He snorted and said, you like to mess around so much, how on earth did you survive until now? This young master is blessed by the heavens. Yang Kai replied calmly. Yu He was exasperated. Although she was angry, she still hurriedly told him some information she knew. Yu He had never seen the heads of Crimson Star, but she had heard of them, such as Madame Qin, who was proficient in music, Gan Hong who was good at assassination and the twin Ouyang brothers. They had been cultivating together since childhood and were all fourth grade splitting the heavens. They were extremely difficult to deal with, and even outside with her strength she would have a headache if she encountered them. In addition to these four people, there was also Bei Yushan, who was extraordinarily talented and powerful. There was also the poison lady who had poison all over her body. Her Tao of poison had reached perfection, and even many heaven splitters had died tragically at her hands. Including Qin Tianfei, the heads of Crimson Star could be said to all have unique skills and were not to be trifled with. As for the head of Crimson Star, it was said that he had been trying to break through to the 6th grade splitting the heavens, but there had been no news for many years, so it was unknown whether he had succeeded or not. If he succeeded, he would be a character on par with the lady boss, and even Yuhi would have to avoid him. Along the way, Yuhi chattered endlessly, instilling all the information she had to Yang Kai as much as possible. Yang Kai silently noted this down. Not long after, everyone arrived in front of a large hall. The door to this hall was extremely thick and was about 10 meters high. Qin Tianfei stepped forward and pushed the door open, and with a creaking sound the door opened a crack. "Little brother Yang, please, the heads of Crimson Star are basically all inside." Qin Tianfei gestured with a faint smile on his face. Yang Kai glanced at him and said to Yuhi, "You wait outside." After saying that, he walked inside. Yuhi's figure flashed, "I'll go with you." How could she feel at ease letting Yang Kai rush into this tiger's den alone? She had already made up her mind to advance and retreat together with him, so naturally, there was no reason to retreat at this time. On the other hand, Meng Hong and the others knew that they were not strong enough, so even if they followed in, they would not be of much help, so they all stood at the door and waited. The thick door closed again, isolating the inside from the outside. Inside the huge hall, it was pitch black, and the moment the door closed, there was a rustling sound all around as flames ignited. The flickering light illuminated the figures on the chairs around the hall, making them look like a group of dancing demons, and the atmosphere of the entire hall became gloomy at this moment. There were not many people in the hall, and apart from Yang Kai and Yuhi, there were only 5 people sitting on 5 chairs. Qin Tianfei's figure flickered and he came to an empty chair and sat down. A sweet voice suddenly sounded, "Old Fatty Qin, is this the boy who wants to be the head of Crimson Star? Then you obediently brought him here?" Not only did this woman's voice sound incomparably sweet, but as her voice sounded, there seemed to be a sweet smell floating in the air, causing those who smelled it to feel as if they were enjoying it. Poison. Yuhi's expression changed slightly, and a layer of 5-colored light suddenly appeared on the surface of her body to protect her. Turning her head to look, she found that the person who spoke was a petite woman who looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. Her appearance was pure and lovely, obedient and cute, but Yuhi recognized this woman at a glance as the Poison Lady of Crimson Star. Only she could display such superb poisoning methods. The Poison Matriarch was only at the 4th stage, but she had once relied on her own strength to poison a 5th stage heaven opening, 2 4th stage heavenly openers and 5 3rd stage heavenly openers. After that battle, her fame had soared, and no one dared to look down on this delicate little woman who had not yet grown up. Looking at Yang Kai with some worry, she saw that Yang Kai was completely fine, not showing the slightest sign of being poisoned, but instead looking at the Poison Matriarch with shining eyes. She could not help but click her tongue in wonder, wondering how Yang Kai was able to resist the poison. What she did not know was that the pure dragon blood flowing through Yang Kai's body was a half-dragon, and the dragon race had an extremely strong resistance to poisons. Not to mention the poison that the Poison Matriarch had secretly used. Even if she really fed him poison, he would still be fine. What's more, he still had the wood attribute condensed from the essence of the Immortal tree and the fire attribute condensed from the Golden Crow True Fire. Even if some of the poison entered his body, it would disappear without a trace after being cleansed by these 2 forces. Hearing the Poison Matriarch's words, Qin Tianfei chuckled, "Don't underestimate this little brother Yang. This king suffered a loss at his hands just now. If this king is not mistaken, he has condensed a 6th stage fire attribute strength. Only the fire elemental energy of the 6th rank could make it so difficult for him to receive that palm strike." Under that palm strike, Qin Tianfei clearly felt a scorching energy invading his body, and it took him a lot of effort to neutralize it. This was also because Yang Kai had not used his full strength. Otherwise Qin Tianfei would not have come to the wrong conclusion that he had condensed a 6-stage fire attribute strength. 6-stage fire attribute strength. As soon as these words came out, Qi Xing and the other family heads were all shocked. Being able to condense a 6-stage fire attribute strength was also a skill. Most people would not be able to withstand the pressure of condensing a 6-stage opening heaven material, not to mention the fact that 6-stage fire attribute strength was priceless, enough to make even the blessed enclaves fight over it. Generally, only those from the top forces were qualified to condense a 6-stage fire attribute strength. Little brat, you're quite ambitious. The poison matriarch could not help looking Yang Kai up and down. Do you want to reach the 6th-stage opening heaven material? Yang Kai grinned at her, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. First. What first? The poison matriarch frowned, having a bad feeling as if she was being stared at by a poisonous snake, causing her hair to stand on end. What's the point of talking so much nonsense with him? Just kill him. Daring to not put Qi Xing in his eyes, a trivial Emperor Realm Master dares to boast shamelessly that he wants to be a family head? Simply ridiculous. From a chair on the right side of the hall, a cold voice came from an illusory shadow. This person was like a distorted shadow, making it impossible to see his face clearly, and even his voice was erratic. Surprisingly, this was the one he had mentioned before, Gan Hong, who was proficient in the Tao of assassination. Think. Yang Kai nodded. A thunderous voice came from the left side, causing the entire hall to buzz incessantly. Is this brat sick? What first and second? Yang Kai ignored him and turned to look at Qin Tianfei. Family head Qin, this is different from what you said. Didn't we come here to discuss joining Qi Xing and becoming a family head? The other family heads don't seem very enthusiastic. Qin Tianfei looked at him with a smile and said, yes, as this king said before, if you want to become a family head, you need to obtain the approval of at least 4 of them. But now it seems that no one agrees with you. Moreover, the rules of Qi Xing's 7 family heads have been around for a long time, so there are no more chairs for you to sit on, so I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you this time. If Yang Kai had agreed to be a junior commander before, Qin Tianfei would have been happy to see it happen. Having a powerful subordinate like Yang Kai was also beneficial to Qin Tianfei, and he could write off the matter of Zhou Xian being beaten up. However, Yang Kai's bias was higher than the heavens, and he did not put junior commanders or senior commanders in his eyes, actually wanting to be on equal footing with him. How could Qin Tianfei agree to such a thing? Leading Yang Kai here was just to invite him into a trap. Now that the family heads of Qi Xing were here and the spirit arrays in the hall had been activated, Yang Kai would not be able to escape even if he had wings. So how could he be in the mood to feign civility with Yang Kai? Chapter 4004. Yang Kai nodded after hearing this. I understand what Master Qin means. In other words, Crimson Star will only ever have 7 masters? You can say that. Qin Tianfei smiled slightly. Then it's simple. Yang Kai also grinned. As long as I can kill one of you, then replace you. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed, and like a great rock spreading its wings, he pounced straight towards the poison lady. Yang Kai made his move as soon as he said so. He was extremely decisive. No one expected him to be so decisive. Everyone thought that he would be restrained in this place, allowing them to do whatever they wanted. Who would have thought that he would be the one to lead the attack? How dare you? How dare you? A few angry shouts sounded out at the same time, and several figures flew out from the chairs. Gan Hong's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace, completely blending into the darkness. The 2 Ouyang brothers, who had been sitting motionless like mountains, also moved swiftly. Their auras were closely connected, as if they had turned into one person. Qin Tianfei's fat body bounced up like a rubber ball, straight towards Yang Kai. Dong dong dong. Bei Yushan, who was like an iron tower, took a step forward, and every step he took caused the hall to tremble. His 2 to 3 zhang tall body was filled with muscles and was filled with explosive power. He blocked in front of the poison lady like a small mountain, grinned at Yang Kai and punched out. A sonic boom sounded out, causing one's eardrums to tremble. This punch was extremely heavy, and even if there was a mountain in front of it, it could shatter it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Kai did not dodge and waved his fist to meet the attack. Yuhi's face turned pale. Be careful. Her heart was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She had clearly told Yang Kai before that this Bei Yushan was born with divine strength, Enough to uproot a mountain, so how could Yang Kai think of taking his fist head-on? Wasn't this just asking for humiliation? Seeing this, the others could not help but laugh. Among the Crimson Star clan's leaders, this Bei Yushan was the most talented. He had a special physique, and his brute strength was almost comparable to that of a mutated beast. Under the premise that they were at the same level, no one could take a direct punch from him. Not to mention that he was a 4th-grade sky splitter while Yang Kai was just a venerable emperor. Although there was no sky splitter in the great cosmological abyss and Bei Yushan couldn't display his full strength, could an ant compete with an elephant? That was impossible. Only now did Qin Tianfei realize that this Yang Kai seemed to be a hothead. He had spent so much effort to bring him here. He was simply making a mountain out of a molehill. If he had known that this person was so arrogant, he wouldn't have put in so much effort. With all kinds of thoughts flashing through their minds, the leaders of Red Star instantly stopped and quietly watched, as if they could predict Yang Kai's next fate. A loud boom resounded. A scene that made the corners of everyone's eyes twitch violently appeared. When the two fists collided, the one who was sent flying was not the smaller Yang Kai, but the 20 to 30 zhang tall Bei Yushan, who was like an iron tower. His huge body was like a ragged sack as he slammed into the wall, creating a huge hole in the solid wall. The entire hall shook with a loud bang. On the other hand, Yang Kai's body only paused for a moment before he pounced forward without slowing down. Impossible. Qin Tianfei almost bit his tongue. Because of the squeezing of his fat, his eyes, which had always been narrow and long, were now wider than an ox's. What he saw in front of him had completely overturned his understanding, and he couldn't believe it. The Ouyang brothers and Madame Qin were also stunned. In an instant, Yang Kai had pounced 10 zhang in front of the poison matriarch, grinning sinisterly. The poison matriarch obviously hadn't reacted to what had happened, and when she came back to her senses, Yang Kai's sinister smile was already in front of her. Her expression couldn't help but change, and she opened her mouth and spat out a pink mist at Yang Kai. At the same time, her body smashed through a chair and directly flew backwards. The mist was extremely poisonous, and even if a heaven-opening master was hit, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. If they didn't think of a way to neutralize it, they would quickly turn into a pool of pus. When Kai Yang crashed into the fog, his body suddenly shook slightly. Obviously, he was affected by the poison. The poison matriarch laughed sinisterly. "Brat, you have some ability actually sending this big guy flying, but this old lady's soul-devouring smoke isn't so easy to endure. You'll slowly experience the pain of soul-devouring bone and soul-devouring smoke." As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes suddenly widened as she stared in front of her with a look of horror. Amidst the pink mist, Yang Kai suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled, like a whale swallowing water, directly sucking in a large amount of the mist. Looking up, his eyes shone with a terrifying light, piercing the poison matriarch's soul. The poison matriarch couldn't help but scream, her petite body frantically fleeing backwards. "Where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai coldly snorted and stretched out a hand to grab her. Using the space principles, he ignored the distance between them and grabbed the poison matriarch's slender neck, bringing her in front of him. The poison matriarch struggled madly, but the big hand holding her neck didn't move at all. With a bang, Poison Woman's body exploded with a burst of highly toxic liquid that splashed onto Yang Kai's body. Sizzling sounds rang out as Yang Kai's clothes were completely corroded, revealing his slender and well-proportioned muscles. However, there was a layer of earth-yellow light covering his body. The highly toxic liquid splashed onto this earth-yellow light, but was unable to affect it at all and was completely isolated. "You." The poison matriarch looked at Yang Kai with extreme fear. She really couldn't understand why the poison she was so proud of was completely ineffective against this person. He covered her red lips with her hand, looking at the earthen yellow light on the surface of Yang Kai's body. She muttered, "Earth element power." If she remembered correctly, a few months ago Yang Kai had told her that he had only condensed wood and fire, so where did this earth element power come from? Moreover, it seemed to be of high quality. Otherwise, how could it resist the poison matriarch's poison? He couldn't help but recall that Yang Kai had disappeared from Crouching Dragon Mountain for more than 20 days. Could it be that he had condensed the earth element power at that time? "What other abilities do you have?" Yang Kai coldly stared at the poison matriarch. The poison matriarch's pupils dilated. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Her entire body was being held in Yang Kai's hands, and she was shivering like a quail in the cold winter. The poison that she was so proud of was completely useless in front of Yang Kai. She was already at her wit's end. Then it's my turn. Yang Kai smiled cruelly. He reached out and pinched open the poison matriarch's cherry lips, then moved his head closer. Under the poison matriarch's terrified gaze, he took a deep breath and his chest and abdomen swelled up. Fire dragon. Breath. With less than 3 inches between them, Yang Kai exhaled and spat out a scorching energy from his mouth, crazily pouring it into the poison matriarch's body. That scorching heat was the scorching heat of the golden crow true fire. A blood-curdling scream instantly rang out. The poison matriarch struggled frantically, but she couldn't break free at all. The poison all over her body exploded, but Yang Kai didn't dodge at all, allowing the poison to corrode his earth element power. Stop! Qin Tianfei roared, his round and rolling body instantly turning into a meatball, rumbling as he charged towards Yang Kai. At this moment the rest of the people also began to attack. When they saw Yang Kai being enveloped by the soul-devouring smoke, they all thought that Yang Kai's death was certain, so they relaxed for a moment. Who would have thought that this short moment of hesitation would cause the poison matriarch to fall into the enemy's hands? How could they dare delay? In the blink of an eye, Qin Tianfei, the Ouyang brothers and Bei Yushan, who had just crawled back up, rushed in front of Yang Kai, each of them using their own secret techniques and artifacts to attack Yang Kai. Roar. The roar of a beast resounded throughout the main hall as 2 enormous figures, one crimson red and one pitch black, suddenly appeared. One of them spat out raging flames from its mouth to defend against the enemy, while the other wriggled its mouthpart and sprayed out mucus, forcing Crimson Star and the other leaders to be flustered. The Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon also made their appearance. 2 strange beasts, each more than 300 meters long, circled around Yang Kai, protecting him without leaving the slightest gap. All the incoming attacks were blocked by these 2 strange beasts. Qin Tianfei and the others were dumbfounded. The sound of spitting flames continued as the poison matriarch's screams became hoarse as she stared at Yang Kai with pleading eyes. Yang Kai remained unmoved. Ding dong. A crisp sound rang out as if someone was plucking the strings of a zither. When this sound entered one's ears, it caused one's eyes to be filled with illusions, causing one's mind to become unstable. Madame Qin had summoned a zither from somewhere and was gently plucking the strings, creating an invisible sound attack. Yuhi snorted lightly and arrived not far in front of Yang Kai in a flash, summoning her little flower umbrella and twirling it around. Immediately, ripples appeared on the umbrella's surface and spread out in all directions. The melodious sound of the zither instantly became chaotic, and Madame Qin's beautiful face couldn't help but sink. With the protection of the 2 strange beasts, and Yuhi taking the lead to block in front of them, Qi Xing and the other leaders were unable to move. They wanted to rescue the poison matriarch, but they couldn't find the opportunity at all. They could only watch as the poison matriarch was killed, and their hearts were filled with grievance. The screams went from loud to hoarse, then from hoarse to low and finally stopped. The poison matriarch's life force also disappeared in a short span of a few breaths. Yang Kai stopped talking and the scorching power was instantly annihilated. He shook the poison matriarch in his hand, and the originally delicate and charming person seemed to have no bones at this moment. As he shook, boiling blood foam flowed out of his 7 orifices, mixed with fragments of his internal organs. The first one. Yang Kai casually threw the corpse of the poison matriarch to the side, as if he was throwing away trash. The whole place was silent, and the eyes of Qi Xing and the other leaders trembled violently, from time to time moving between the corpses of Yang Kai and the poison matriarch. They couldn't believe that the poison matriarch who had lived with them for hundreds of years had died just like that. Moreover, she had died at the hands of the Emperor realm and had died so miserably. If it was outside with the poison matriarch's strength at the 4th grade of the heaven-opening realm, Yang Kai would have been no match for her. The mighty world force was not something he could contend against right now. Not to mention the 4th grade of the heaven-opening realm, even if it was the 2nd grade or the 1st grade, as long as Yang Kai was in the heaven-opening realm he would have to avoid them. However, the special environment of the great cosmological realm allowed Yang Kai to display his skills in front of the heaven-opening realm. The mini-universe world in his body was sealed and he couldn't use the mighty world force, so these heaven-opening realm cultivators were not as difficult to kill as those from the Emperor realm. Chapter 4005. In the flickering candlelight in the hall, Yang Kai's voice was bone-chilling, turning into a chill that swept through the hearts and minds of the Crimson Star clan leaders. Only now did everyone understand what Yang Kai meant when he said, "the first." The femme fatale was the first to attack Yang Kai and the first to be killed. Since there was the first, there would be the second. With a light clang and sparks flying, Gan Hong's figure appeared beside Yang Kai like a ghost, the curved blade in his hand silently slashing down. The earth elemental power protecting Yang Kai's body was unable to withstand the sharpness of this blade, and with a loud sound, the sharp blade cut into Yang Kai's waist and abdomen, directly cutting a foot-long wound there. Immediately flesh and blood rolled and blood flowed out. Gan Hong, who had revealed himself, was stunned and in disbelief. It was all because this slash didn't have the desired effect. That foot-long wound was indeed terrifying, but his slash should have cut Yang Kai in two. The feeling of the curved blade cutting into flesh made Gan Hong realize that the body of this young man in front of him was unreasonably strong. This sturdy body was actually able to withstand his destructive blade. Shocked, Gan Hong's figure flashed, disappearing into the darkness and was about to retreat. His concealment technique was unparalleled in the world, and even a master one or two minor orders higher than him would not be able to see through him. As Gan Hong hurriedly retreated, he looked up and happened to meet Yang Kai's eyes, causing his heart to skip a beat. He saw a golden vertical slit appear in Yang Kai's left eye, like a snake's pupil, causing people to feel intimidated. Under the gaze of this golden vertical slit, Gan Hong could not help but feel that there was nowhere to hide. The next moment Yang Kai smiled at him, raised his hand and grabbed a long spear from the void. Without seeing how he moved, he thrust out his spear, the tip of the spear rapidly expanding in his field of vision, carrying with it a murderous intent that caused one's soul to tremble. Gan Hong paled in fright and used his blade to block. With a bang, a great force came crashing down, causing Gan Hong's thin and weak figure to be sent flying, instantly feeling like a canoe in the middle of a stormy sea, at risk of capsizing at any moment. The figure hidden in the void was forced to reveal itself and Gan Hong cried out, "Save me!" At the same time his figure rushed towards Qin Tianfei. Seeing this, Qin Tianfei's face twitched. He cursed Gan Hong for being such a nuisance, but he couldn't just leave him in the lurch. He wrapped his body and turned into a meatball that rolled over. The rolling meatball contained a terrifying lethality, and the violent power was unrestrained. The Ouyang Kai and Yang Kai's scarlet flood dragon's body moved, blocking Yang Kai. The scarlet Jiao twisted his body moved, blocking scarlet flood dragon scarred. Madame Qin's zither sounded again, but was blocked by Yu He, and the two women fought in the air. At the same time the earth dragon's mouth wriggled, spraying mucus towards Bei Yushan. Bei Yushan had the strength to pull up a mountain, but facing this slippery loach-like strange beast, he was unable to break through the earth dragon's defense. Inside the hall, chaos reigned as many forces were scattered everywhere. Qin Tianfei shouted, "Little brother Yang, stop. Listen to me. If you have anything to say, say it later." Yang Kai grinned as he stared at the rolling meatball, not slowing down in the slightest as he thrust his spear forward. Above the tip of his spear, a black sphere flashed and a terrifying space principles burst forth. With a boom, the void collapsed and Qin Tianfei was sent flying. He retreated continuously in the void, and with every step he took, the sound of violent qi erupting could be heard from behind him. That was the sound of the energy being unloaded, and as he retreated his fat ball-like body rapidly shrank. His clothes became incomparably loose, and his entire body was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of water. After he regained his footing, he had returned to the state of an ordinary person, and his face was extremely pale. Seeing this, the corners of his eyes could not help but twitch. Gan Hong had been forced to the foot of the wall, unable to retreat, a look of panic on his face. Yang Kai's eyes overflowed with light as he stabbed out with his spear. Words could not describe the elegance of this spear, and it seemed that there was only the tip of this spear left in the world. Gan Hong screamed in horror. He had the power to split open the heavens, but he could not display it in the great cosmological realm, so he felt extremely sullen. He summoned his strength, poured it into the curved saber in his hand and slashed down. The saber light was like the Milky Way spilling out, sprinkling toward Yang Kai. Wherever the black dragon spear passed, the saber light shattered, and with a soft sound time seemed to freeze. The corners of Qin Tianfei's eyes twitched even more as he stared blankly at the scene at the foot of the wall. The bitterness in his heart was like eating Chinese gold thread. The Ouyang brothers also stopped. Madame Qin stopped playing the zither and Bei Yushan turned his head to look. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Kai's long spear was raised high, and a thin figure was hanging on the tip of the spear. Who else could it be but Gan Hong? The black dragon's spear pierced through Gan Hong's chest and abdomen and came out from his back. Yang Kai grabbed the spear with one arm and raised it high. His heroic figure was like a god descending to the mortal world, causing the remaining Crimson Star clan leader's eyes to tremble in disbelief. Cough. Gan Hong coughed lightly, blood filling his mouth as he said with difficulty, "If you kill me, First Master will not let you go." Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him, grinning. "Are these your last words?" Gan Hong's eyes widened as he roared, "You dare." Yang Kai's arm shook, and a violent force poured into Gan Hong's body through the black dragon's spear. Gan Hong screamed miserably, but he only lasted for less than 3 breaths of time before his whole body exploded, turning into a rain of blood that fell from the sky. Yang Kai's voice came out like a ghost. "Look at me, do you dare or don't you dare?" With a shake of the long spear, Yang Kai turned to look at the remaining people and smiled. "Second one." Madame Qin's fingers trembled and she accidentally plucked the strings of her zither. The Ouyang brothers' faces sank, Bei Yushan's brows furrowed, and Qin Tianfei's head was dripping with sweat. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "Master Qin, you're much more handsome now." In truth, Qin Tianfei was also quite handsome under normal circumstances, but because he cultivated a special secret art, he had no choice but to maintain an extremely fat figure all year round. Now that most of his fat had disappeared, he had regained quite a bit of his elegance. Facing Yang Kai's ridicule, Qin Tianfei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, his expression extremely conflicted. Yang Kai looked around and rested his spear on his shoulder. "Master Qin said just now that Qi Xing's 7 masters didn't have many seats for me to sit on, but now that there are, I want to sit on one of them. Does anyone have any objections?" No one answered, no one daring to speak casually, their hearts tense, afraid that Yang Kai would suddenly attack again. After this battle, Qi Xing's masters discovered that this guy was a complete madman, daring to challenge the might of splitting the heavens with just the strength of an emperor realm cultivator and beating a group of heaven-opening realm cultivators into falling flowers. If news of this spread, none of them would be able to go out and see anyone in the future. They really didn't have the face to do so. "This is your territory, so we'll follow your rules." Master Qin said before that if I want to become Qi Xing's master, I need the agreement of at least 4 people. Everyone please state your position, do you agree or not? Hearing this, Qin Tianfei and the others cursed in their hearts. "You still know this is our territory?" Even though they had complaints in their hearts at this moment, they had no choice but to consider them seriously. The poison matriarch and Gan Hong were already dead, and although they had some friendship with them, it wasn't to the extent that they would take revenge for them. Offending such a murderous god for 2 dead people was naturally not worth it. Moreover, the strength Yang Kai had displayed in this battle was frightening, so if they could really accept him as Qi Xing's master, it would be of great benefit to Qi Xing. After a brief moment of silence, Qin Tianfei was the first to raise his hand and say, "I agree." The sound of a zither rang out and Madame Qin smiled. "I also agree." The Ouyang brothers looked at each other and nodded lightly. Bei Yushan stood there scratching his head as he glanced at the poison matriarch's corpse and said, "Then I also agree." Qin Tianfei immediately cupped his fists and said, "Little brother Yang, welcome to Qi Xing. From now on we will be a family. There will be many things we will need to rely on you in the future, so please don't refuse when the time comes." Yang Kai smiled faintly. Of course. He said from the side, "I also want to be Qi Xing's master." Seeing everyone look over, he said matter-of-factly, "Your Qi Xing is missing 2 masters this time, can't I make up the numbers?" Qin Tianfei blinked and smiled. "Of course, you're most welcome." They had intended to recruit Yuhi before, but Yuhi did not agree. Now that she had taken the initiative to mention it, how could Qi Xing refuse? Moreover, as she said, Qixing was missing 2 masters this time, so they needed to make up the numbers. What's more, Yuhi herself was a 5th stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, stronger than Qin Tianfei and the others, more than enough to be a master. After this battle, Crimson Star's 2 positions changed hands. Yang Kai and Yuhi both became Crimson Star's 6th and 7th masters respectively. Although this was not a happy ending, it did not have much of an impact on Qixing's overall strength. On the contrary, it had actually increased. Qin Tianfei and the others could accept such a result. Since they had already been branded as Qixing, there was naturally no need to be so hostile. Yang Kai put away his Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon before casually chatting with Qin Tianfei and the others for a while. After a while, Yang Kai said, "Where is our great master? I have just entered Qixing, shouldn't I pay him a visit?" Qin Tianfei smiled lightly. "Great master is in seclusion all year round, so we don't get to see him much. If there is a chance later, I will introduce him to Brother Yang." Yang Kai nodded lightly and couldn't help feeling a little curious about Qixing's great master. He hadn't seen him at all in today's battle, so he was really a bit elusive. Yang Kai wondered if he was trying to break through to the 6th stage heaven-opening realm like Yuhi had said. Chapter 4006. Outside the main hall, the 3 from Great Moon Province waited anxiously. Some Crimson Star cultivator glanced at them from time to time, full of malicious intent. This situation made Meng Hong and the others feel uneasy, but there was nothing they could do. The door of the main hall was closed, so they didn't know what was going on inside, but Meng Hong could faintly feel that Yang Kai and Yuhi were going to a dangerous place. Just as Meng Hong and the others were feeling anxious, the door of the main hall suddenly opened. Meng Hong's expression brightened and he quickly looked up. What he saw was Yang Kai taking the lead, followed by Yuhi and a middle-aged man who looked somewhat familiar. The middle-aged man was dressed strangely, wearing a loose robe. His face was a little pale, but there was a smile on his face. When they got closer, they heard the middle-aged man say, "6th Master, 7th Master, please stay at the inn for a few days. Wait until I have people tidy up the place before moving in. If the 2 of you have any requests, please do not hesitate to state them. I will have people arrange them properly." Yang Kai said with a smile, "As you wish, there is no special request." The middle-aged man said, "Then this Qin will arrange it as he sees fit. If 6th Elder and 7th Elder don't like it, I will change." "Thank you, Elder Qin." Yang Kai cupped his hands slightly. The middle-aged man returned the courtesy and said, "Take care, I won't see you out." Yang Kai nodded and called Meng Hong and the others to follow, striding towards the inn. After walking for a long time, Meng Hong asked, "Brother Yang, was that Qin Tianfei from Crimson Star?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. Meng Hong was surprised. How did he become like that? Wasn't he a fat man before? Yuhi pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Of course he was beaten up. This time his Yuan Qi was seriously injured. I don't know how long it will take for him to recover." Beaten up. The people from the Great Moon Prefecture looked at each other, thinking that Qin Tianfei had been beaten up by Yuhi. They knew that there must have been a fierce battle in the hall just now. Otherwise, Qin Tianfei would not have been able to distinguish himself. "What's going on with 6th Elder and 7th Elder?" Meng Hong asked, puzzled. Yang Kai said, "Yuhi and I will be Crimson Star's elders from now on." Crimson Star's elders. Meng Hong was shocked. He had heard that Yang Kai wanted to be Crimson Star's elders in the inn, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. However, this was a good thing for them. Yang Kai and Yuhi could provide them. Meng Hong couldn't help sighing in admiration. Looking at Yang Kai, an Emperor Realm Master who had entered Crimson Star, and thinking about himself, he couldn't even hold on to the woman he loved and had instead thrown herself into the arms of another man. Meng Hong couldn't help feeling a little sad. Yang Kai was elder too. To Meng could only to the 2. Returning to the inn, Zhao Xingxing was nowhere to be found and the inn was deserted. The innkeeper was sitting behind the counter, feeling sorry for himself, but when he saw that Yang Kai and the others had returned alive, he couldn't help but open his eyes wide. After settling in, Yuhi did not stay in her own room but instead ran over to Yang Kai's, sat down at the table, and stared at him with an infatuated look on her face. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to her. This woman was a bit crazy, so it was best not to provoke her. However, there was one thing that Yang Kai was a little concerned about and could not help asking, Isn't there only 7 elders in Crimson Star? But I saw 7 in the main hall before, including the first elder. Doesn't that make 8? Qin Tianfei Bei Yushan, the Ouyang brothers, and Madame Qin, that made 5. Including Gan Hong and the poison matriarch who were killed by Yang Kai, that made 7. Yuhi pursed her lips and smiled. Brother Ouyang has always been together, so he can only be counted as 1. Yang Kai understood and threw a dragon blood pill into his mouth and closed his eyes to refine it. I have something to ask you. Yuhi suddenly turned around and sat on the edge of the bed, wrapped in a delicate fragrance, her beautiful eyes looking at Yang Kai. What? Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at her. Yuhi said, have you already condensed earth element power? Yes. As expected. Yuhi sighed slightly. Previously, when she saw Yang Kai's earth element power appear in the main hall, she had already guessed. Now she had just confirmed it. Is it in Crouching Dragon Mountain? He thought about it. Only in the 20-odd days in Crouching Dragon Mountain did Yang Kai have the opportunity to condense earth element power. It was just that she did not understand what was in Crouching Dragon Mountain. Why are you asking this? Yang Kai frowned. 7th grade? Yuhi did not answer the question and stared at him. Yang Kai closed his eyes and was too lazy to say more. Yuhi sighed. It seems that you did not listen to what I said before. Do you know that you are digging your own grave? Yang Kai said unhappily, if you have anything to say, say it clearly. I am just condensing 5 elements power. How is that digging my own grave? Yuhi opened her mouth and hesitated several times before turning her head and saying, when you are out of the great cosmological realm, you can ask Lan Yura. She wants to tell you, she will tell you. If she doesn't want to tell you, you can come to me. She changed the topic and said seriously, I will say the same thing again. Do not let others know that you have condensed 7th grade heaven-splitting force. Otherwise, no one in the 3,000 worlds can save your life, not even Lan Yura. After saying that, she left the room, somewhat dispirited. Yang Kai frowned. Yuhi had told him about this last time, but she did not say it clearly. There seemed to be some hidden meaning in it. This made Yang Kai full of doubts. He did not know how he was digging his own grave. Yuhi only thought that he had condensed 7th grade heaven-splitting force. If she knew that he had condensed power above 7th grade, she would probably go crazy. Although Yang Kai did not completely trust Yuhi, he could feel that she had no malicious intentions towards him. It seemed that when he was out of the great cosmological realm, he really had to find an opportunity to ask the lady boss. Qi Xing's efficiency was very high. In just 2 days, Qin Tianfei had already arranged everything. He personally came to the inn and led Yang Kai and Yuhi to the mansion. After all, they were Qi Xing's 6th and 7th masters. It would be detrimental to Qi Xing's reputation if they kept staying in the inn. The mansion occupied a considerable area, and its location was also quite good. It was not inferior to the mansions of other masters. He led Yang Kai and Yuhi around the mansion and introduced them to the situation here. After a while they came to a side hall. The guests and hosts took their seats and a maidservant served tea. Qin Tianfei sat at the head of the table with a smile. Are the 2 of you satisfied with the arrangements in this mansion? If you are not satisfied, just tell this Qin and I will let them adjust it. After not seeing him for 2 days, this guy seemed to have put on weight. When he smiled, the fat on his face jiggled. Yang Kai nodded and said, Master Qin is considerate. There is no need to trouble yourself. To him, this mansion was just a place to live, so there was naturally no need to pay too much attention to it. Qin Tianfei said, That's good, that's good. After speaking, he coughed lightly and clapped his hands. Come in. 2 people immediately walked in from the door, a man and a woman. The man walked with a limp. It was Zhou Xian, whose leg had been broken by Yang Kai before. It was likely that he had taken some pills in the past 2 days. Otherwise his injury would not have healed so quickly. When he saw Zhou Xian, Meng Hong, who was standing to the side, did not react. But after seeing the woman's appearance, Meng Hong's expression could not help but become complicated. The woman was surprisingly Qinyu. The 2 of them walked in one after another. Zhou Xian had a flattering smile on his face, while Qinyu was looking down at her feet. The hair hanging in front of her chest covered her face, so it was unknown what kind of expression she had at this moment. Greetings to 6th Master and 7th Master. Zhou Xian's face was still a little bruised and several of his teeth had fallen out. When he spoke, his speech was a little sluggish. At this moment he no longer had the high-spirited and arrogant attitude he had 2 days ago. His face was accompanied by a smile that was uglier than crying, and his face was full of flattery. Qin Yu also bowed, her voice as soft as a mosquito. Greetings to the two masters. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Qin Tianfei with a faint smile. Brother Qin, what is the meaning of this? Qin Tianfei said solemnly, Sixth Master, this boy had eyes but failed to see before and offended you. Although he has already been taught a lesson, he has still offended his superiors. My Red Star has strict rules, and anyone who dares to offend his superiors will be severely punished. Today I ask this boy to come here and apologize. Whether he is to be killed or tortured, Sixth Master can decide. This king will not stop you. His words were powerful and resonant, and he appeared to be fair and impartial. Zhao Xingxing was startled when he heard this and hurriedly turned to look at him, saying pitifully, Brother-in-law. You still have the face to call me brother-in-law. Qin Tianfei coldly snorted, This king's face is about to be lost because of you. I told you long ago not to use your status as a little commander to cause trouble. I told you long ago that there is always someone better than you, but you didn't believe me and thought that the sky is the greatest. You are the second master. The day before yesterday you were just lucky enough to meet Sixth Master. If it were anyone else you would have died many times over. Turning his head to look at Yang Kai, he said, Sixth Master, I have brought him to you. If you want to kill him, just do it. Qin Tianfei will not stop you. After saying this, he actually closed his eyes as if out of sight, out of mind. Zhao Xingxing was horrified. Seeing that he could not count on Qin Tianfei, he could only kneel on the ground and beg Yang Kai, Sixth Master, please spare my life. This lowly one was blinded by greed and offended Sixth Master. This lowly one deserves 1,000 deaths. I won't dare do it again. Sixth Master, please spare my life. As he spoke, he coughed and kowtowed like he was pounding garlic. After a few kowtows, his head was bleeding. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. After a while he said, Commander Zhao, there is no enmity between you and me. Even if there was, it was settled the day before yesterday. You offended this king, so this king broke your leg. Let's call it even. If you want to live, the one you should be begging is not me. Zhao Xingxing was startled when he heard this but quickly reacted. He turned his head to look at Meng Hong and squeezed out a sad smile. Brother Meng? Chapter 4007. Zhao Xingxing's sorrowful cry woke up the absent-minded Meng Hong. He raised his head and saw Zhao Xingxing looking at him with a pitiful and pleading face. He couldn't help but think of how this person had flaunted his strength to him the day before yesterday. For a moment his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Knowing that Yang Kai was giving him a chance to take revenge, he couldn't help but look at him gratefully. However, it was not his own strength that made Zhao Xingxing lower his head, but it was a fact that his beloved woman had thrown herself into his arms. How could Meng Hong have the mood to be entangled with him? The expression on his face was indifferent and his interest waned. Zhao Xingxing said in fear, Brother Meng, on account of the many times I have helped you before, I ask Brother Meng to spare me. I know my wrongs, I won't dare to do it again. Meng Hong still didn't say anything. He just looked at him indifferently as if he was watching a clown's funny performance. The two disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture were filled with righteous indignation. One of them stepped forward and scolded, Shameless thing, our big brother calls you brother in vain, but you used dirty tricks behind his back to seduce big brother's woman. Now you still have the face to beg for mercy? He turned his head and shouted in a low voice, Big brother, let me kill him. Zhao Xingxing turned pale with fright. Before coming here, Qin Tianfei had told him that whether he lived or died this time would depend on his own luck. He couldn't afford to offend the new sixth leader at all. Previously in the main hall he had killed the poison lady and gone home by himself. If he really provoked him, Qin Tianfei himself would be unable to protect himself. If not for this, why would Zhao Xingxing follow Qin Tianfei to come here to apologize? If the other party were to make a move at this time, his brother-in-law might not be able to count on him. Knowing that his life and death was in Meng Hong's hands, Zhao Xingxing didn't care about his face and hurriedly said, Brother Meng, this is a misunderstanding. Miss Qin Yu and I are innocent. Nothing happened. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. He turned his head to look at Qin Yu. Qin Yu only lowered her head, her body slightly trembling. Zhao Xingxing anxiously said, Brother Meng, I brought Miss Qin Yu here today and returned her to you. Let's pretend that nothing happened, okay? Shut up. Meng Hong, who hadn't made a stand since the beginning, suddenly shouted out explosively, and he stared at Zhou Xian with a gaze that seemed to shoot out flames as he gritted his teeth and said, "Zhou Xian, what do you take Miss Chen for? She's a person and not a good that can be casually given away. Are your actions worthy of her sincerity?" Zhao Stars opened his mouth wide and didn't know what to say. He thought to himself that Qin Yu was just trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful. How could she possibly be sincere? It was clear that Meng Hong was very worried about Qin Yu. If he really said those words, he would probably die here immediately. After Meng Hong finished drinking, he suddenly waved his hand and said, "Leave. I don't want to see you again." In the end, he did not kill him. Firstly, Zhao Xingxing bowed his head and begged for mercy, not because of his own ability, but because of Yang Kai's prestige. Secondly, Yang Kai had just become the 6th head of Crimson Star. If he really killed Zhao Xingxing, it would definitely bring him some trouble. At the very least, he would definitely be on bad terms with Chen Tianfei. Although what he said before sounded good, if he really killed Zhao Xingxing in front of him, he would definitely not be happy. Zhao Xingxing was overjoyed when he heard this, and a smile bloomed on his bruised face. "Many thanks, Brother Meng, many thanks, Brother Meng." He then turned to Yang Kai and said, "Many thanks, 6th head. Why haven't you left yet?" Chen Tianfei kicked him to the ground. Zhao Xingxing didn't even bother to stand up and quickly ran out. After surviving a disaster, he was in a good mood. After he left, only Qin Yu remained standing there by herself, and she was extremely conspicuous. Her originally delicate and pretty face was pale at this moment, and her delicate figure was trembling lightly. It was unknown if she was afraid or ashamed to show her face. Meng Hong glanced at her and sighed slightly, but didn't say anything. He simply cupped his hands to Yang Kai and turned to leave. Chen Tianfei saw this and chuckled, cupping his fists and saying, "6th head, 7th head, this Chen still has some matters to attend to and will take his leave first. I have left some people in this house for you to use. If you have any requests, just let them know. Take care, I won't see you out." Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Chen Tianfei nodded and got up to leave. After Chen Tianfei left, he turned to Qin Yu, who was standing below with her head lowered, and asked Yang Kai, "How should we deal with this?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes. How would he know how to deal with it? Meng Hong should have been the one to speak, but this guy left without saying a word, leaving such a difficult problem here. How could Yang Kai intervene? "I'll leave it to you to decide," Yang Kai said before turning around and leaving. In the inner courtyard, Meng Hong stood alone by the pond, quietly looking at the fish swimming in the clear water below. Not far away, 2 disciples of the Great Moon State stood there with worried faces, looking at Meng Hong's back. Hearing footsteps, they turned their heads and saw Yang Kai. One of them whispered, "Brother Yang, will Big Brother be okay?" The other disciple of the Great Moon State was also worried. "I heard people say that being troubled by love is very likely to lead to inner demons. Can Big Brother get over this hurdle?" The disciple of the Great Moon State who spoke first said angrily, "We should have killed that bitch just now and ended all troubles. What's the use of keeping such a flattering woman? She disturbed Big Brother's state of mind for nothing." The other disciple said, "You know how much Big Brother likes her. If you really kill her, Big Brother will fall out with you. Then what should we do?" Yang Kai was speechless. "Don't quarrel, I'll go and take a look." The 2 disciples of the Great Moon State looked at Yang Kai as if he was their savior. "Brother Yang, you must persuade Big Brother." Yang Kai didn't comment. He couldn't agree to this kind of thing rashly. Love was the most difficult thing to understand. Meng Hong still had to rely on himself. When it came to this kind of thing, no matter what others said, it was useless. Yang Kai came to Meng Hong's side and looked at him. To his surprise, Meng Hong's expression was quite good, not as bad as he had imagined. Before Yang Kai could speak, Meng Hong said, "Brother Yang, are you worried about me?" Yang Kai said with a smile, "Your 2 junior brothers are afraid that you will have inner demons." Meng Hong smiled slightly and said, "That's not the case. Although I like you, she has made her own choice. We are not destined to be together. I just feel sad for her. She didn't know how to judge people and ended up being abandoned. That's also her own choice." Meng Hong nodded slightly. Yes, the ups and downs of life are like fish in a pond. After going around in circles, we still can't jump out of those shackles. After a moment of silence, Meng Hong said, "Brother Yang, I want to become stronger." Yang Kai turned to look at him. On the path of cultivation, everyone is walking on the path of becoming stronger. Meng Hong turned around, his eyes burning. I want to become stronger. Yang Kai frowned. He knew that although Meng Hong said it casually, Qin Yu's matter still had some impact on him. Otherwise, how could he have such thoughts? Only after suffering setbacks and blows would one have a greater desire for power. There is no opening of the heavens in the great cosmological realm. If you want to become stronger, you can only continue to condense the power of yin and yang and 5 elements. When you leave the great cosmological realm, you can advance to opening the heavens. A pleasant voice sounded. It was Yuehe walking over and standing beside Yang Kai. A strand of hair was blown by the wind and scattered on Yang Kai's cheek. Yang Kai brushed her hair aside and nodded. There are many heaven-splitting talents in the great cosmological realm. They should be able to meet Brother Meng's needs. Brother Meng, what grade are you condensing? Meng Hong said, 3rd grade. Yang Kai understood. After all, the Great Moon Province was not a very powerful force. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang, whom he had met before, were both 3rd grade heaven-splitting. As the eldest disciple of the Great Moon Province, it was natural for Meng Hong to condense 3rd grade. I thought that 3rd grade was enough, but now it seems that 3rd grade heaven-splitting is just a nobody in the 3,000 worlds. I want to achieve a higher grade. Yang Kai frowned. But Brother Meng, if I'm not wrong, you should have already condensed several types of heaven-splitting power. As the eldest disciple of the Great Moon Province, he could not always stay in the Emperor realm. He had definitely condensed more than 3 types of heaven-splitting power in his seal. Since the foundation had been laid, he could only continue forward. There was no turning back. Meng Hong nodded. Yes, I have already condensed 4 types of power. Then what about you? Yang Kai was puzzled. Weha, on the other hand, seemed to have thought of something. Her expression changed slightly. Tai divine purifying water? Meng Hong nodded solemnly. With a flip of his hand, a jade bottle appeared in his palm. The bottle seemed to be filled with some liquid. When he shook it, the sound of liquid could be heard. You are courting death. Yuehe's expression was extremely solemn. What is Tai divine purifying water? Yang Kai asked blankly. Yuehe said, you also know that in order to achieve heaven splitting, one needs to condense the power of yin, yang and 5 elements in the seal to create a small world in one's body. Only by possessing the power of the world can one achieve heaven splitting. Once the cultivator has chosen a certain grade of heaven splitting power, it can't be easily changed. Moreover, the final blossoming of the power of yin, yang and 5 elements is closely related to the power of the lowest grade. For example, if he condenses 3rd grade power, if one of them is 2nd grade, then the heaven splitting he achieves will be 2nd grade. It won't change because the other 6 are 3rd grade. Yang Kai nodded. I know this. The process of achieving heaven splitting was like filling a wooden barrel with water. Could only be filled to the position of the shortest plank. Yuehe continued, but there are always some people in this world who are not satisfied with the grade of the yin, yang and 5 elements they condense. They want to reach a higher level when they achieve heaven splitting, but their foundation has already been laid. How can they change it at will? Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. Can't change it at will? In other words, it can still be changed. Yuehe nodded solemnly. Relying on this Tai divine purifying water, there is a chance to change it. After consuming it, the yin, yang and 5 elements in the seal will be stripped away. If one can survive, it will give one a chance to start all over again. Is the risk high? Yang Kai asked worriedly. Only now did he understand what Meng Hong was planning. He obviously wanted to consume this Tai divine purifying water to start all over again. Chapter 4008. Yuhi sneered when she heard this. The risk depends on how much power the person who consumes it condenses. The less power one condenses, the lower the risk. If one only condenses one type, there is basically a 50% chance of success. Condensing one type only gives a 50% chance. Yang Kai could not help but change his expression. What about 4 types? Meng Hong had just said that he had already condensed 4 types of splitting the heavens power, so the chances of success were even lower. About 10%, Yuhi said. 10%. Yang Kai was horrified. This was simply a situation where there was only a slim chance of survival. Yuhi looked at Meng Hong with a sneer. Even so, do you still want to do this? Meng Hong clenched the jade bottle in his hand and nodded calmly. I have made up my mind. After a pause he said, Brother Yang, you don't have to persuade me. I had this idea a long time ago, but I never had the courage to put it into action. Outside, with the power of the Great Moon Province, there is no way to find enough natural treasures for me, but it is different here. This is the great cosmological realm, a huge natural treasure trove. Brother Yang, you may not know this, but during the few months you were in seclusion, I often heard that someone had found 4th grade, 5th grade, or even 6th grade treasures. This is my opportunity, and if I don't try, I may regret it for the rest of my life. Yang Kai was silent. If Meng Hong was just impulsive because of Qin Yu, he might have persuaded him. After all, it was unwise to take such a big risk for a moment of anger. But Meng Hong had also said that he had this idea a long time ago, but he did not have the courage to put it into action. What happened this time might have really given him the courage to make up his mind. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "Since you said so, then I can only wish you success." He turned to look at Yu He and asked, "What are the consequences if you fail?" Yu He said solemnly, "The function of Tai divine purifying water is to strip the power of yin-yang and 5 elements from the Dao seal. If you fail, the Dao seal will definitely shatter. What do you think the consequences will be? If the Dao seal was shattered, how could there be a good end? Either his soul would be destroyed and his body would perish, or his cultivation would be crippled and he would become a cripple. Now I'm a little curious. Where did you get this Tai divine purification water from? Although it's not rare, it's not something that someone from the Emperor realm can get their hands on. Just this portion of Tai pure divine water is comparable to a portion of a 5th grade material." Yu He frowned. 5th grade materials were worth at least 1.5 million heaven-opening pills. Such wealth was definitely not a small number for a force like the Great Moon Prefecture. When Meng Hong heard this, he smiled and said, "A long time ago I obtained it by chance during an experiential training. I kept it and could not bear to sell it, thinking that this day might come." From this, it could be seen that Meng Hong's desire to come here again was not a whim, but a thought that had been in his mind for a long time. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Since Brother Meng has made such a decision, then I won't say anything more. If there's anything I can help you with, please don't hesitate to ask." Yu He sneered, "There's nothing you can do except find a quiet place for him." Meng Hong said, "Brother Yang, please keep this matter a secret for my 2 junior brothers. If this matter succeeds, I will personally explain it to them. But, Yang Kai, please burn my body and hand my corpse to my 2 junior brothers to bring back to the Great Moon Prefecture." Meng Hong clearly didn't have much confidence in himself since he was already making arrangements for his funeral. Yang Kai wanted to persuade him, but he did not know how to say it. If he were in Meng Hong's shoes, what would he do if he had such an opportunity? Even if he knew that there was only a slim chance of survival, he would still press forward. "When will it begin?" Yang Kai asked. Meng Hong said, "There's no time like the present. Let's do it today." He was very swift and decisive. Yang Kai could only find a quiet secret room for him and set up a formation with Yu He to prevent him from being disturbed at a critical moment. The 2 disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture did not know why Meng Hong suddenly went into seclusion. They only thought that it was because of Qin Yu's matter, so they hated Qin Yu even more. Outside the secret room, Yang Kai and Yu He were busy, and it took them a lot of effort to arrange everything. Staring at the secret room, Yu He sighed softly, "Don't worry, it's useless. The result will be out in 3 to 5 days and at most half a month." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I hope everything goes well for him." Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, "What did you do with Qin Yu?" Yu He said, "If she stays, can we drive her away? She's just a weak woman. If we chase her away, she'll be eaten up by others in a few days." Yang Kai laughed, "You are kind." Yu He snorted coldly, "You can also see that Meng Hong still has feelings for Qin Yu. If we really drive her away, how can Meng Hong feel at ease? Leave her here and let Meng Hong deal with her himself." Yang Kai nodded, "You did well." Yu He smiled and bowed, "Thank you, young master, for your praise. What's wrong with you?" Yang Kai flicked his sleeves and left with his hands behind his back, leaving Yu He giggling behind him. Before Qin Tianfei left, he said that he left some people in the mansion to listen to his orders. Yang Kai soon met the leader of these people, a guy named Guzian. Yang Kai was now Crimson Star's 6th manager after all, so it would be unreasonable for Crimson Star to not transfer some people to him. In Crimson Star, Guzian was also a commander-level figure with a 2nd stage heaven-opening cultivation. His strength was not bad. If it were in the outside world, he might not even look at Yang Kai. A mere the Emperor realm was nothing to him, but here in the great cosmological realm, Yang Kai had killed Poison Lady and gone home. Even if Guizian's cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, he had no choice but to bow his head to him. After a series of questions and answers, Yang Kai somewhat understood the personality of this Guizian. He was relatively taciturn and originally worked under the Poison Matriarch, but now that she was dead, the power under her control was naturally divided among the other leaders. Leaving Guizian behind to share with Yang Kai could be considered a good way to account for his actions. Guizian's subordinates weren't many, but they weren't few either, at least 100 or so. This was all of Yang Kai's subordinates. Regardless of how loyal they were, at the very least, there were still people he could use. Without saying anything, Yang Kai followed Guizian to meet the 100 or so people under him. The reason why Yang Kai wanted to enter Crimson Star and fight for the position of manager was that he wanted to use Crimson Star's power to search for the heaven-opening materials he needed. With more people, he was more well-informed. It was difficult for him to find out where in the great cosmological realm high-quality heaven and earth treasures were found. However, Crimson Star was different. With Star City as their foundation, their influence spread out in all directions. Even the slightest movement in the wind could not be hidden from Crimson Star's investigation. Crimson Star was a relatively loose organization, and its members were from all walks of life. Their strength was also mixed, and many of them were unruly. When they heard that the new 6th manager was from the Emperor realm, they did not pay much attention. The 100 or so people stood there loosely, but Yu-He, who followed them, made them wait with rapt attention. After all, Yu-He was a 5th-grade heaven-opening cultivator. Such a person could be considered an expert in the 3,000 worlds. Any cultivator would instinctively revere powerful strength. Yang Kai did not care much. After a few words of encouragement, he asked Guizian to take the 100 or so people to spread out and scout for information. He ordered Guizian to report immediately if there was any news of high-quality heaven and earth treasures. Guizian naturally agreed. The next few days were peaceful. Yang Kai took dragon blood pills every day to purify his dragon veins and comprehend the power of the wood and fire elements that he had already condensed. Previously, he had comprehended a dragon race innate dragon technique from the Dragon Pearl, which made Yang Kai faintly feel that he had not yet developed the full power of the wood and fire elements. Between the two forces condensed from the essence of the Immortal tree and the Golden Crow True Fire, he should be able to nurture a powerful divine technique. If he could successfully comprehend it, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. At that time, he would have more means to deal with powerful enemies. Every day he would go to see the situation with Meng Hong. Unfortunately, since Meng Hong was in seclusion, the secret room where he stayed was silent. There was a large array blocking it, so Yang Kai did not know what was going on inside. The 2 disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture did not know what Meng Hong was doing at all, so they did not show too much worry. On this day, Yang Kai came to Meng Hong's place of seclusion to investigate as usual. However, he saw that Yu-He had already arrived. Their eyes met and Yu-He slowly shook her head. Yang Kai frowned and said, "It's already been 8 days. Yu-He sighed slightly. "I'm afraid he's done for. Is there no way to help?" Yu-He said, "After taking the Tai-E Divine Purification Water, whether he lives or dies will depend on his own ability. Outsiders can't interfere at all. Even if you go in now, you will only disturb him." Yang Kai remained silent. Since Yu-He said so, even if he wanted to help, there was nothing he could do. "Let's wait for another 2 days. If he still doesn't come out, it means he has failed. At that time, we can only collect his corpse." Yu-He stroked her hair behind her ear. Just as she finished speaking, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious as he stared at the secret room in front of him. Using his divine sense, he seemed to sense some subtle movements coming from inside the secret room. Yu-He obviously also noticed this and turned her head to look at Yang Kai in surprise. After a while, the large array arranged in the secret room slowly closed. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and took a step forward, opening the door of the secret room and rushing in. Yu-He followed closely behind. Inside the secret room, a strong smell of blood filled the air, and the entire secret room was a mess, as if it had been swept away by several violent forces. At the center of the secret chamber, a figure sat cross-legged quietly with his head lowered. His black hair hung down disheveled and covered his face. Meng Hong was in an extremely miserable state at this moment. His entire body was covered with traces of dried blood. Obviously he had suffered a lot. Moreover, his aura was so weak that Yang Kai could not tell at a glance whether he had succeeded or failed. Somewhat worried, Yang Kai stepped forward, stood opposite Meng Hong and called out softly, "Brother Meng?" Chapter 4009. Meng Hong slowly raised his head. His eyes were sunken and his face was extremely pale, but his eyes were really bright. Looking at Yang Kai, the corners of his mouth twitched, revealing a smile. "God bless me." Yang Kai's heart suddenly relaxed and he also laughed. "Brother Meng, you're really lucky." Meng Hong had fought for a future in a situation where there was only a slim chance of survival. Although Yang Kai did not know how Meng Hong had spent the past 8 days, he knew that Meng Hong must have been hovering between life and death in these days, judging from his current state and the situation in the secret chamber. After asking him to take a few elixirs and regulate his breathing for a while, Yang Kai sent him back to his room to rest. Meng Hong called the 2 disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture over and personally explained the whole story to them. The 2 disciples looked scared. One blamed his big brother for taking such a big risk without telling them. What if something unexpected happened? The other was indignant and clamored to kill that bitch Chen Yu now to vent the anger in his big brother's heart. After arguing for a while, Yang Kai and Yuehe left, leaving the 3 brothers to talk. In the next few days, Meng Hong's state was getting better day by day. The Tai Pure Divine Water had stripped away the 4 kinds of level 3 strength that originally existed in his Taoist seal, allowing him to return to the state when he first condensed his Taoist seal. It was tantamount to giving him a chance to start over. This kind of once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was not available to everyone. This time Meng Hong would naturally not make do with it casually. He would definitely seize it well. A few days later, Yang Kai visited Meng Hong again and asked him about his future plans. Meng Hong said, "I destroyed my 3rd rank foundation because I naturally desire to achieve a higher rank. 4th rank is not within my consideration. 6th rank is too far away and rare and it is not something I can bear. If I can achieve 5th rank splitting the heavens, then my life and death experience will not be in vain." Yang Kai nodded slightly when he heard this. Meng Hong's ambition to open the heavens in the 5th stage was indeed not great. However, for the disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture, reaching the 5th stage was definitely an extravagant hope in the past. After all, any 5th stage material was worth 1.5 million opening heaven pills. 7 materials would cost at least 10 million opening heaven pills. The Great Moon Prefecture might be able to raise this amount of money by selling everything they had, but it was meaningless to buy it without any connections. It had to be known that even with such a powerful backer like the Lady Boss, Bai Qi had only reached the 5th stage of splitting the heavens, and had been disturbed at a critical juncture. If it weren't for Yang Kai giving him some worldly source liquid, he would have died long ago. If Meng Hong could reach the 5th stage of splitting the heavens, then he could look forward to the 7th stage in his lifetime. He wouldn't be stuck at the middle stage of splitting the heavens for the rest of his life. He would also have the opportunity to experience the high stage of splitting the heavens. Moreover, Meng Hong had also said that the 6th stage material was not something he could bear. Someone had told Yang Kai before that for a cultivator, the higher the grade of the material they condensed, the better. Everyone had their own tolerance limit. If this limit was exceeded, the higher the grade of the material, the more likely it was that the cultivator would die in vain. Meng Hong had set himself at the 5th stage, which was the limit that most cultivators could bear. If it was higher, neither their physical body nor Dao seal would be able to bear it. "If I reach the 5th stage, I can give Brother Meng something." As he spoke, Yang Kai flipped his hand, and a scorching light immediately appeared on his palm, as if he had caught a small sun in his hand. Meng Hong's expression froze as he shouted, "True sun flame. Is this something you obtained from the sun's star?" He had seen the true sun flame before. After all, when the sun's star was extinguished, a group of disciples from the Great Moon Prefecture were also present. They had followed Wei Kei to search for the true sun flame, so Meng Hong recognized it at a glance. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Yes, I obtained it from the sun's star." In the sun's star, not only had Yang Kai obtained the golden crow's corpse under the watchful eyes of many heaven-opening realm cultivators, but he had also obtained a lot of true sun flame. There were 4th stage and 5th stage true sun flame, but there were not many 5th stage true sun flames, only 3. They had never been of much use to him. Since Meng Hong needed them, Yang Kai would not be stingy. Staring at the true sun flame in a daze, Meng Hong wanted to refuse, but he was reluctant to do so. The Great Moon Prefecture had obtained a 5th stage true sun flame before, but they had not given it to their own disciples. Instead they had exchanged it for some 4th stage true sun flame. With such careful planning, it was possible that a 4th stage true sun flame could be brought to the Great Moon Prefecture in the near future. At that time the Great Moon Prefecture would have a middle stage true sun flame, barely becoming a 2nd-grade force. Observing Meng Hong's expression, Yang Kai smiled and said, "Brother Meng, please accept it first. Just treat it as a loan from me. If there is a chance in the future, just return it to me." Hearing him say this, Meng Hong didn't continue to be polite and immediately nodded. This Meng will not fail to live up to Brother Yang's good intentions. Circulating his strength, Meng Hong received the true sun flame. In an instant, a wave of heat hit him in the face and he could not help but groan, his expression changing slightly. Previously he had been refining 3rd-grade materials with ease. Now that he had come into contact with 5th-grade materials, he realized that these high-quality materials were not something that could be refined by just anyone. If one's foundation was slightly weaker, it was very likely that they would be burned to death by this scorching power. How could they talk about the power to split the heavens? He secretly rejoiced that he had not bitten off more than he could chew and had only set his goal as a 5th-stage true sun flame. Now it seemed that this was a wise decision. Leaving Meng Hong to refine the true sun flame and condense his fire attribute true sun flame, Yang Kai called over 2 disciples from the Great Moon Prefecture to protect him before leaving. Passing through a corridor, he suddenly saw a familiar figure sweeping the fallen leaves in the courtyard and was slightly startled. As if sensing something, Qinyu raised her head and looked over. When their eyes met, she quickly bowed her head and saluted, "6th Master." Yang Kai nodded slightly and had no intention of talking to her. He left the woman behind, intending to let Meng Hong deal with it himself. Unfortunately, Meng Hong had been in seclusion before, and now that he had obtained the true sun flame, she was afraid that he would not be in the mood for love in a short time. Just as he was about to leave, He hurried over. Zhou Xian sent a message that his subordinates have found a primary magnet mountain. Primary magnet mountain? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He said, "Primary magnet divine stones are nurtured in the primary magnet mountain, which is a treasure used to condense metal attribute true sun flame." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Where is it located? He had just finished condensing earth attribute true sun flame, and the next thing he needed to condense was metal attribute true sun flame. At this time, Zhou Xian's message was really like a pillow being sent when he was sleepy. He just didn't know if there were primary magnet divine stones above grade 7 in the primary magnet mountain. He handed Yang Kai a jade slip. Yang Kai took it and scanned it with his divine sense. He found that it was a map and it was tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Star City. He continued, "Our people are not the only ones who have discovered the primary magnet mountain. There are many others. According to Zhou Xian, someone has already found primary magnet divine stones inside." "What grade?" Yang Kai asked. "There are 3rd grade, 4th grade and 5th grade. He seemed to know what he wanted to ask, and after she finished speaking, her red lips squirmed. "Materials above grade 5 are very rare, and it is difficult to find even in the great cosmological realm. You better not have too much hope." Yang Kai was non-committal. "I'll go take a look. Meng Hong is condensing fire attribute true sun flame. You stay behind and take care of him." "I can't be bothered with his life or death." He curled her lips and turned to look at Qinyu. "I'll leave it to you." Qinyu blinked, pointed at herself and asked, "Me?" Looking up, there was no trace of Yang Kai and He. The two of them had long since disappeared. After leaving the mansion, Yang Kai soared into the sky, identified the direction a little, and then rushed off in a certain direction with He following closely behind. In a corner of the Star City, 2 figures stood quietly, staring in the direction Yang Kai and He had left. Of the 2, one was a middle-aged man wearing a golden crown and a python robe with a dignified expression, and the other was a fat man. The fat man was none other than Qin Tianfei of Crimson Star. As the Crimson Star's head, Qin Tianfei was also a figure above all in the Star City, but at this moment he had fallen behind the middle-aged man. "Is that the new head?" the middle-aged man suddenly asked. "Yes, it's him, a boy named Yang Kai," Qin Tianfei replied respectfully. These past few days of recuperation had allowed his body to return to its original fat state. At this moment his face was glowing red and his face was glowing. Observing his expression, Qin Tianfei carefully asked, "What is the head's plan?" This middle-aged man was the mysterious head of Crimson Star. When the Poison Lady and Gan Hong had died at the hands of Yang Kai, this person had not appeared, but now for some reason he had appeared. "What do you want to do?" the head asked indifferently. Qin Tianfei deliberated for a moment before saying, "After all, the Poison Lady and Gan Hong were killed by him. Previously, I had no choice but to admit his position as the head of the family, but this matter has already spread. If I don't give my subordinates an explanation, I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince them in the future." "You want to kill him?" the head said. Qin Tianfei said, "It's up to the head." The head said, "If it's really as you say, then this brat can kill the Poison Lady and Gan Hong in such a short period of time, then he is a rare talent. With Qi Xing's current strength, I'm afraid they won't be able to kill him." Qin Tianfei was shocked. Even the head is not confident? This surprised him quite a bit. He had thought that the head would not let Yang Kai off so easily. If not, how could he and the remaining heads have compromised so easily? But now, listening to the head's words, it seemed that there was no way to deal with Yang Kai. Could it be that they really wanted him to take over the Poison Lady and Gan Hong's position? The head said indifferently, "To be able to kill the Poison Lady and Gan Hong under your joint efforts, this person is already invincible in the Emperor realm. In the Great Void realm, this king is not confident in taking him down." Qin Tianfei could not help but widen his eyes. Although Qi Xing was a loose organization, the head had a great background and was extremely insightful. Even he said that Yang Kai was invincible in the Emperor realm? Chapter 40:10. It was clear that Yang Kai was indeed quite capable to receive such a high evaluation from the head. Qin Tianfei pondered for a moment before saying, "Head means, wait and see." The head turned around and walked towards the seclusion grounds. "It won't be too late to deal with him after we leave the great cosmological abyss. It's just the Emperor realm." Qin Tianfei cupped his hands and sent him off. Head is wise. The Origin Magnet Mountain was tens of thousands of miles away from the Crimson Star faction's base, which was beyond the Crimson Star faction's range. Yang Kai and Yu He sped all the way and spent more than 2 hours to reach their destination. There was a continuous mountain range in front of them. It was unknown how long it was, but it wasn't too high. The mountain peaks were scattered randomly, and they could sense the aura of many cultivator activities in the mountain range. Before he could even get close, Kai Yang felt an extremely strange power lingering around his body. This power had a metallic feel to it, but it wasn't completely metallic. It was extremely strange, and this power was unpredictable. Sometimes it seemed to push and pull, and sometimes it seemed to revolve. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Is this the Origin Magnet Force?" Yu He nodded. "The Origin Magnet Force is unpredictable. If we can use the Origin Magnet Divine Stones to condense the metal element power, we might be able to comprehend the divine technique of the Origin Magnet Force." Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was even more certain that he hadn't fully developed the power of the Immortal Tree and Golden Crow Primordial Fire. He was looking forward to the Origin Magnet Mountain. Soon a figure appeared in front of them. It was none other than Guzian. Obviously, he had received the news and specially came to welcome Yang Kai and Yu He. When he got close, Guzian cupped his hands. "Sixth head, seventh head." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "How's the situation?" Guzian said, "We've gained something, but it's not much. They're all Origin Magnet Divine Stones below grade 3. Let me see." Yang Kai extended his hand. Guzian didn't say a word and handed a stone the size of a millstone to Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked down and saw that this thing was pitch black. At first glance, it didn't look special, but upon closer inspection he could feel the rich metal element power contained within it. The Origin Magnet Force he had felt before was becoming more obvious and direct. Yang Kai nodded lightly and handed the Divine Essence Magnetic Stone back, lowering his head to look down below and seeing a group of people bustling about. "But we only have about 30 people." Yang Kai glanced at him and said indifferently, "No need. Since the news has already spread, they can come if they want. If they don't want to come, it's useless to send a message." Guzian agreed. Many people already knew about the Origin Magnet Mountain. The other heads might have also received the news, but they still hadn't seen anyone. They didn't know if they didn't want to come or if they were already on their way. After flying with Guizian for a while, they landed on a mountaintop. There were many people busy here. Yang Kai's 30 or so subordinates were all gathered here. There were many holes in the mountain, some deep and some shallow. From time to time, there would be clanking sounds coming from the holes. It was obvious that they were all working hard to find the origin magnet divine stones. Yang Kai turned to Guizian and asked, "How do you divide the benefits from the work you've done?" Guizian replied, "All the benefits are assessed together and then divided according to how much effort each person put in. But generally speaking, the head will take more than half." Yang Kai nodded. More than half was reasonable, but he obviously wasn't going to follow suit. Pass down the order. All origin magnet divine stones below the 5th grade can be kept. There is no need to hand them over. I only want 5th grade and above origin magnet divine stones. If anyone dares to hide them, kill them without mercy. Guizian's expression turned serious when he heard this. 6th head, are you serious? Although Yang Kai only wanted 5th grade and above magnetic divine stones, which sounded a bit like robbery at first glance, it had to be known that after searching here for so long, they had yet to find a single 5th grade divine stone. However, they had already found a few 3rd grade divine stones. In other words, Yang Kai was risking returning empty-handed. On the other hand, as long as the 30 people found 5th grade and below origin magnet divine stones, they could keep them for themselves. From another point of view, this was very beneficial to the 30 people. After all, if Yang Kai imitated what the poison matriarch did in the past, even if they really found 5th grade divine stones, they wouldn't have a share. Yang Kai said, "I told you to pass down the order, so do it. Don't talk nonsense." Guizian hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Yes." The order was quickly passed down and the 30 or so people were all extremely excited. They worked even harder to search, and even Guizian went into a hole and disappeared without a trace. He turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "What do you want 5th grade divine stones for?" In this vast universe, only she knew that Yang Kai had condensed 7th grade divine stones, so she was a little puzzled at this moment. "If I want them, then I'll take them," Yang Kai casually replied. 5th grade divine stones were useless to him, but there would be a day when a lot of his friends and family in the star boundary would come out of this universe. When that time came, they would definitely need them. Yang Kai's own strength was very high, so he naturally didn't care about those low-grade divine stones. 5th grade divine stones were barely the threshold to enter his eyes. There was no harm in making plans for the future. What's more, even if he didn't use them, the value of 5th grade divine stones was still there. Turning his head to look at the mountain to the side, there was no one. Yang Kai flew to the mountain and raised his hand to release the earth dragon. His divine sense surged, and after communicating with it for a while, the earth dragon turned around and plunged into the ground, quickly drilling a large hole. The earth dragon was an exotic beast that lived underground. Digging a hole was a piece of cake for it. Rumbling noises came from the hole, and they soon went far away. The solid rocks could not withstand the corrosive power of the earth dragon's venom. Just this earth dragon alone was equivalent to the efficiency of hundreds of people. Yang Kai didn't stay idle either. He ordered Yu-He to stay in place while he followed the earth dragon and drilled into the ground, releasing his divine sense to search. After a while, he had a harvest. A 3rd grade divine essence magnet stone was in his bag. With the earth dragon leading the way, Yang Kai easily penetrated 1,000 meters into the ground. No one had set foot in the great cosmological realm for thousands of years. So many rare treasures had been born here. The number of divine essence magnet stones in this divine essence magnet mountain was also quite large, and the deeper one went, the denser they became. In just half an hour, Yang Kai had already found 5 or 6 pieces of divine essence magnet stone, but unfortunately their quality was not very high. The highest was only 3rd grade, and there were even some 1st grade and 2nd grade ones. Not being picky, Yang Kai put them away into his space ring. Although these divine essence magnet stones were not of much use, they could still be sold for some heaven-opening pills. Now that he had run out of heaven-opening pills, and it was Yu-He who had paid for the herbs in the star market, Yang Kai felt a little apologetic. As the earth dragon continued to explore, Yu-He's divine sense suddenly rang in his ears. "Come out quickly, something's happened." Yang Kai frowned when he heard this, and his figure suddenly came to a stop as he followed the earth dragon. His figure flickered as he pushed his space principles and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, Yang Kai had arrived at the mountain peak from before. Looking down, Yang Kai frowned slightly as he saw that below, led by Yu He and Guizian, his subordinates had gathered, but at this moment, they were surrounded by another group of people. The number of people in this group was not small, at least 300 to 400, almost 10 times the number of people on his side. The auras of the leaders were even more powerful, so it was obvious at a glance that they were not pushovers. The two groups of people were facing each other and the atmosphere was tense. Yang Kai could not help frowning. It seemed that some kind of conflict had occurred, but he had been following the Earth Dragon to search for divine essence magnet stones on another mountain peak before, so he did not know what was going on here. With a flicker, Yang Kai arrived beside Yu He and glanced at the other side's people before asking, "What's wrong?" Yu He smiled bitterly and flipped her hand, summoning a fist-sized divine essence magnet stone. However, although this divine essence magnet stone still had a pitch-black luster, there were some unpredictable colors flowing on its surface. A strange force lingered around this divine essence magnet stone, no different from the divine essence magnet Yang Kai had felt before. Yang Kai raised his brow and asked, "What grade is it?" He could tell at a glance that this divine essence magnet stone was different from the others. It was on a completely different level from the third-rank divine stones he had found before. Although this divine stone was much smaller, its quality was extremely high. "Fifth rank." Yu He replied, "My subordinate found this thing and shouted out in excitement, leading them here." Saying so, she turned her head and glanced at a thin man beside her. This fifth-rank divine stone was obviously found by this man. At this moment, the man's face was filled with guilt as he secretly blamed himself for being too careless. He was simply too excited at the time and could not control himself. After all, this was the first time he had ever seen a fifth-rank material. So it was because he was greedy. Yang Kai understood and reached out to take the fifth-rank divine stone, stuffing it directly into his space ring before patting the thin man on the shoulder and praising, "Well done, I'll remember your contribution." The man was startled when he heard this and looked up at Yang Kai, his face filled with excitement. He had thought that the sixth young master would scold him for acting rashly, but unexpectedly, not only was he not reprimanded, he was even praised. This new sixth young master seemed to be a little different. At this moment, one of the people on the other side stepped forward and shouted, "It's you, you little bastard." As he spoke, he gnashed his teeth as if there was some kind of irreconcilable hatred between him and Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his eyes and found that this person was somewhat familiar. Obviously he had seen him somewhere before. After taking a closer look, he could not help grinning. "We meet again." This guy was none other than Bijian, whom Yang Kai had met a few months ago on Crouching Dragon Mountain. Chapter 40:11. Since Bijian was here, there was no need to think about the background of the people gathered here. They were definitely from the Thunderlight sect. A few months ago in Crouching Dragon Mountain, Bijian had led the Thunderlight sect's group to collect a lot of dragon blood flowers. However, they were intimidated by the might of Yang Kai's Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon, so they had no choice but to leave behind all their gains and retreat. At that time, Bijian did not have many subordinates he could use. Dealing with a Scarlet Flood Dragon was already a difficult task, and with the addition of an Earth Dragon he could only grit his teeth and admit defeat. Every time he thought about it over the past few months, he would be filled with hatred and secretly vowed to take revenge when he saw Yang Kai again. However, the great cosmological realm was not small, and he did not know where Yang Kai was, so there was naturally no way to take revenge. He did not expect to meet him in Origin Magnet Mountain today. Naturally, when enemies met, their eyes would turn red. After recognizing Yang Kai, Bijian sneered, "Brat, to think you would have such a day. I told you long ago to leave some leeway when doing things. I wanted to see you again in the future, but you insisted on killing me. Let's see if you die today." That day in Crouching Dragon Mountain, Bijian admitted that his strength was inferior and had proposed to leave half of the dragon blood flowers behind, but Yang Kai did not agree. In the end, Bijian had no choice but to leave everything behind in order to escape unscathed. Now that he met Yang Kai in Origin Magnet Mountain, he naturally wanted to vent the hatred in his heart and repay the humiliation of that day. Yang Kai chuckled, "Whether I die or not depends on whether you have the ability." "You know him?" An elderly man beside Bijian asked. He could also see that there should be some grudges between Bijian and Yang Kai. Bijian sneered, "Brother Zhu, do you remember Crouching Dragon Mountain I told you about before?" Old man Zhu raised his eyebrows. It's him. It's him. Bi Jian gritted his teeth. At that time he controlled two powerful exotic beasts, so this king had no choice but to temporarily avoid them. I have been searching for him for the past few months, but unfortunately I did not find him. I did not expect to meet him here. Old man Zhu nodded slightly. Since that is the case, there is no need to be polite. Raising his eyes to look at Yang Kai, he said, Little brat, I heard that you obtained a lot of dragon blood flowers from Crouching Dragon Mountain. Obediently hand over those dragon blood flowers and the grade 5 divine stone you just obtained. Perhaps you can still live. Otherwise, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Dragon blood flowers to be, which heaven-opening heaven realm cultivator would not to covet them. Once one's strength reached the heaven-opening realm, besides slowly increasing one's grade, heaven-opening realm experts would focus on cultivating their physical body. The dragon blood flower was a treasure needed to cultivate one's physical body. If he could obtain those dragon blood flowers, Old Man Zhu was confident he could raise the quality of his physical body by several levels. At that time, even if his grade didn't increase, his strength would greatly increase. As for the 5th rank divine stone, he naturally couldn't let it go either. A 5th rank divine stone was worth at least 1,500,000 heaven-opening pills. Master Zhu, Lord Yang is my Crimson Star's 6th manager. For you to be so aggressive, do you want to declare war on my Crimson Star? Guizian took a step forward and said firmly. Bi Jian and the old man surnamed Zhu were both taken aback by these words. Old man Zhu sized up Guizian and suddenly asked, You are from Crimson Star? Whether it was Thunderlight Sect or Crimson Star, both had dominated Star City for hundreds or thousands of years and had many dealings with each other. As Crimson Star's great commander, Guizian was naturally not a nobody. Old man Zhu had seen him a few times before, but he had not paid much attention to him. Hearing him say this, Old man Zhu came to a realization. Guizian quickly said, Yes. Bi Jian was even more stunned. Isn't Crimson Star's 6th manager the Poison Matriarch? When did it become this boy? Guizian said, The Poison Matriarch has fallen. This is my Crimson Star's new 6th manager. Bi Jian and Old man Zhu looked at each other in dismay when they heard this, unable to believe that the Poison Matriarch had actually died. That woman was a poison master, and even the two of them did not dare provoke her lightly. They did not know how the Poison Matriarch had died and who killed her. However, Guizian was a great commander of Crimson Star. Since he had said so, it was definitely not wrong. Bi Jian snorted and said, Your Crimson Star is really getting worse and worse. You actually appointed someone from the Emperor realm as your 6th manager? Is there no one else in Crimson Star that you can use? Old man Zhu also snorted. So what if it is Crimson Star? It's not like my Thunderlight sect has never fought with your Crimson Star before. Who is afraid of who? Guizian's face sank. Are you two not going to give me face? Old man Zhu shouted angrily. What face do you have? Enough nonsense. If you don't want to die, hurry up and hand over that thing. Bi Jian raised his hand and said calmly, Guizian, I'll show you the way. Do you want to listen or not? Guizian frowned and said, Master Bi Jian, if you have something to say, just say it. Bi Jian grinned at Yang Kai and pointed at him saying, He's dead for sure today. No one can save him. If you don't want to die, surrender obediently and join my Thunderlight sect. You may live. Yang Kai only had 30 people around him, but Thunderlight sect had dispatched 300 people this time. With a tenfold difference in numbers, it was almost a crushing situation in the great cosmological realm. Even if Yang Kai had the ability to reach the heavens, he could forget about escaping safely. However, it was not bad to admire his despair before killing him. Bi Jian was not worried about the choice of Crimson Star and the others. If they surrendered, they would naturally follow their wishes. If they were stubborn, he would just kill them all. At the moment of life and death, there would always be someone who would make a wise choice. I will only count to 3. Those who do not come forward after 3 breaths will be killed without mercy. Bi Jian raised his hand high and looked at Yang Kai triumphantly. Dragging out his last word, he shouted, 1. With this shout, the 30 people behind Yang Kai suddenly became restless, all of them panicking and wearing ugly expressions. 2. Bi Jian shouted again and his raised fingers became 2. The 300 people of Thunderlight sect secretly urged their strength, as if they were ready to kill the enemy at any time. The silent pressure made most of Crimson Star's people pale. In just a short moment, there were people who could not bear the threat of death and quickly jumped out from behind Yang Kai, shouting, I surrender, don't kill me. With one person, two more followed, and in an instant 7 or 8 people rushed out. Guizian's eyes were filled with anger as he cursed, a bunch of idiots. My Crimson Star and Thunderlight sect have been fighting for many years, and the blood feud between us is irreconcilable. Even if you surrender, what kind of good days will you have in the future? It is better to follow the two masters and open a bloody path. Even if you die here, don't bring shame to my Crimson Star's name. As soon as these words came out, the people who were still a little restless immediately extinguished their thoughts. What Guizian said was right. Crimson Star and Thunderlight sect had been fighting for many years, and the hatred between them was irreconcilable. At this time, even if they could keep their lives, they would suffer a fate worse than death in the future, so they might as well give it a try. However, not everyone thought so. After the 7 or 8 people left, nearly 10 people rushed to Thunderlight sect's side. Yang Kai did not have many people under his command, and now that nearly 20 people had run away, only a dozen or so people remained behind him, forming a sharp contrast with the hundreds of people from Thunderlight sect. Guizian's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the defectors, wishing he could rush up and tear them to pieces. But now that he could not even protect himself, how could he spare the energy to kill these traitors? Bijian laughed loudly and proudly declared, Crimson Star, you're nothing but trash. This king casually threatened you and you all turned into a mass of scattered sand. How could you accomplish anything? The people from Thunderlight sect also burst into laughter. Bijian's expression suddenly became cold as he snorted. This king hates defectors the most. They have no sense of responsibility at all. What use is there in keeping such people? Cut them all down. As soon as these words fell, the faces of the dozen or so cultivator who had rushed to Thunderlight sect's side changed greatly, but before they could beg for mercy, they were enveloped by an overwhelming number of artifacts and secret techniques. Not even a scream could be heard as the dozen or so people died on the spot. The smell of blood soared into the sky as more than a dozen mutilated corpses were strewn across the mountain, the aftermath of the energy slowly spreading out. The dozen or so people standing behind Yang Kai watched in horror, secretly rejoicing that they had not rushed over just now, otherwise the ones lying on the ground would have been their own corpses. But now their lives were still in the hands of others, and facing an enemy dozens of times their number, their chances of survival were slim. Guizian glared at him and said, You went back on your word. Bijian chuckled, So what if I did? Guizian ground his teeth. Although he hated those defectors and wished he could personally kill them to vent his anger, seeing them being killed by Thunderlight sect like this, he could not help feeling sad and angry. Secretly regretting it, if he had known this would happen, he would have sent a message to the other masters and asked them to bring more people over. Now that he only had a dozen or so people on his side surrounded by hundreds of enemy forces, he was afraid that today would be a disaster. Thinking of this, Guizian approached Yang Kai and said in a low voice, Two masters, when the battle starts, leave immediately. This humble one will be responsible for bringing up the rear. I only hope that if there is a chance in the future, you will avenge my brothers. Yang Kai turned to look at him and patted him on the shoulder, saying, When it comes to taking revenge, I have never liked to delay it. Guizian was stunned. Sixth master, Yang Kai smiled at him, You are very good. Regardless of the reason why Guizian hadn't defected, just based on the words he had just said and his promise to bring up the rear for Yang Kai would definitely ensure his safety. Previously he only thought that Guizian was a taciturn person, but now he knew that his character was not bad. It seemed that Qi Xing had assigned him a very good commander. He pursed her lips and chuckled, You have not seen our sixth master's ability. Today is a good opportunity to broaden your horizons. Guizian was confused and looked at the two masters in a daze. They were clearly surrounded by hundreds of people and their lives were hanging by a thread, but they were still able to talk and laugh like this, full of confidence. Although he did not know where their confidence came from, Guizian's heroic spirit was aroused and he quickly said, Two masters, please give the order, even if it is a mountain of swords or a sea of flames, this humble one will go. Pa. Bijian clapped his hands and chuckled, What a good show of filial piety, truly touching. His face suddenly sank and he said in a cold voice, But this is meaningless, today you will all die here. Chapter 40:12. Who will die and who will live has yet to be determined. Don't boast so early. Yang Kai grinned sinisterly as he shook the Six Directions Rui pouch. With a boom, a colossal creature appeared. The crimson flood dragon's roar shook the heavens as a scorching aura lingered around its 30-meter-long body. The crimson scales that covered its body were incomparably sturdy. It raised its house-sized head and looked down at the world. Feeling the might of this vicious creature, everyone from Thunderlight Sect turned pale with fright, especially those who had followed Bijian and fought with the crimson flood dragon in Crouching Dragon Mountain. Their faces turned pale. Last time they had quite a number of people and had fought a great battle with the crimson flood dragon under Bijian's lead. However, in the end they were all covered in dust and grime. If it weren't for Bijian's prompt decision to retreat quickly, many people would have died that day. Learning from their mistakes, how could they not be afraid when they saw the crimson flood dragon again? It's this damn thing again. Bijian's face darkened. He never would have thought that the crimson flood dragon would actually follow by Yang Kai's side. He hadn't seen the crimson flood dragon and the earth dragon before and thought that the two mutated beasts had abandoned Yang Kai. Now he knew that Yang Kai could summon them at will. Old Man Zhu's eyes lit up as he stared at the Six Directions Rui pouch in Yang Kai's hand and greedily said, "Good treasure." He could tell at a glance that this pouch was a space artifact that could hold living things. Otherwise, how could the crimson flood dragon be summoned so easily? Yang Kai stared deeply at him and grinned. He waved his hand and said, "Kill them all." A dragon's roar shook the heavens as the crimson flood dragon rushed out like a flood dragon emerging from the sea. It opened its huge mouth and spat out raging flames that attacked the people from Thunderlight Sect. The flames that were scorching hot enough to burn all things instantly swept through the entire area. There were too many people from Thunderlight Sect, more than 300 of them. There were people everywhere, so the crimson flood dragon didn't need to choose anything to attack. It only needed to spit out flames. When the crimson flood dragon moved, Thunderlight Sect was shocked. Bijian sternly shouted, "Spread out, be careful of this beast." Even though his shout wasn't too late, there were still people who couldn't avoid it in time. The main reason was that the appearance of the scarlet flood dragon was too sudden, and no one was prepared for it. The scorching flames instantly enveloped 7 or 8 people. Pained screams rang out and those people turned into 7 or 8 balls of fire. This was not the end. While the crimson flood dragon spat out fire, its enormous body coiled and coiled. With a rumbling sound, it instantly broke apart the Thunderlight's formation, separating several hundred people. A strong and powerful tail swept out, bringing with it a terrifying and irresistible force, sweeping towards the Thunderlight Sect's members. Those who stood in its way died upon contact, or were injured upon contact. When the scarlet flood dragon attacked, everyone from Thunderlight was flustered. However, after merely 3 breaths of time, there were attacks that covered the sky and covered the earth that flew towards the Scarlet Jiao. Having a large body had its disadvantages and the attacks it received were also many. Those destructive attacks landed on the scarlet flood dragon's body, causing sparks to fly and scales to fall off. In an instant the scarlet flood dragon was riddled with wounds. The scarlet flood dragon cried out in pain. Not only did the pain of being attacked not cause it to retreat, but it instead stimulated its vicious beast's brutality. Forcibly enduring the various attacks, it rushed in front of a group of Thunderlight Sect's disciples and spat out flames. Pained screams rang out again and the dozen or so Thunderlight Sect's disciples in front all turned into balls of fire, rolling on the ground. In the midst of this chaos, Yang Kai also brazenly attacked. Under the urging of space principles, the space within a radius of 1,000 feet became as viscous as a swamp, making it difficult for all the enemies here to move or circulate the energy in their bodies. With a raise of his hand, pitch-black moon blades cut through the void and shot out in all directions. Those who stood in his way were all cut in half at the waist. The smell of blood filled the air and severed limbs and flesh flew everywhere. The small mountain tops suddenly became like purgatory. Guizian was stunned and so were the dozen or so people from Qixing. Only he seemed to have expected this, her eyes fixed on Yang Kai's movements, but there was also a strange light in her beautiful eyes. For Qixing and the other dozen or so people, what they saw today was really hard to believe. Although they had long heard from different sources that this new 6th manager had killed Poison Lady and gone home by himself and taken the position of 6th manager, after all, they had not seen the battle with their own eyes. What's more, on that day Qi Xing and the other managers were suppressed by Yang Kai to the point of being unable to breathe. Therefore, except for a few people, no one knew just how terrifying Yang Kai was. Until now, Guizian had watched the cultivator belonging to Lei Guang fall like straw in front of Yang Kai. No one was able to block the dark crescent moon-like attack. Even if some people were able to stimulate their protective strength, they would still be easily broken through and die. Only now did Guizian realize just how terrifying this new sixth manager was. This crescent moon-like attack contained extremely mysterious power fluctuations that were unfathomable and definitely not something an ordinary person could comprehend. In just 10 breaths of time, more than 30 people had fallen at the hands of Yang Kai, all of them dying extremely miserable deaths. This kind of battle record was even more ferocious than Qi Jiao's. It turns out, this new sixth manager is so powerful. Guizian stared at this scene in a daze, the blood in his chest surging up, causing his mouth to go dry. Raising his hand, he summoned out a long stick-shaped artifact and rushed forward in quick steps. Yuhi grabbed him back and stared at him. "What are you doing?" "Helping," Guizian replied without hesitation. Yuhi sneered, "What can you do to help? If you really rush over, he will have to take care of you. Don't cause trouble and just obediently stay behind me." Saying so, she grabbed Guizian's collar and threw him back. Guizian was speechless. But thinking about it, he knew that the seventh manager was right. Although he was strong, this was the great cosmological boundary after all. He couldn't display the strength of a heaven-opening realm master, so in this chaotic situation he really couldn't help much. If he really rushed over, he would only cause more trouble. Although he was unwilling, he could only endure. Yuhi chuckled, "If someone really needs to help, it should be me. It's not your turn yet, just watch quietly." In fact, she didn't know to what extent Yang Kai could reach, but she knew that Yang Kai possessed the space principles and could always run away if he couldn't win, so she wasn't too worried about Yang Kai's safety. As the two spoke, nearly 30 people fell to the ground, either killed by scarlet flood dragons or cut down by moon blades. None of them were injured, all of them dying on the spot. Since the start of the battle, only a few dozen breaths had passed, yet more than 50 to 60 people from Thunderlight Sect had fallen. Even though Thunderlight Sect had a large number of people, they couldn't withstand such a terrifying consumption. Old Man Zhu's eyes widened in anger while Bijian's heart burned with anxiety. Neither of them had expected Yang Kai to be so fierce. They had thought that they could rely on their absolute advantage in numbers to defeat him, but who knew that they would be slaughtered like falling flowers? Was this still the Emperor realm? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. But the truth was right in front of them. One man and one scarlet flood dragon had actually caused Thunderlight Sect's several hundred people to panic. "What are you all afraid of? He's only one person, fight back, you idiots!" Bijian shouted angrily. Old Man Zhu also began to shout. Under the organization of the two Thunderlight Sects, people finally managed to stabilize the situation. Previously, they had been caught off guard by the Scarlet Flood Dragon's shocking appearance, and then they had been slaughtered by Yang Kai, causing rivers of blood to flow. Thunderlight Sect's people were truly frightened, but now that they heard Bijian and Old Man Zhu's shouts, they finally reacted. Their opponent was only one person, so no matter how strong he was, could 2 fists be a match for 4 hands? After paying the painful price of over 100 casualties, Thunderlight Sect's people managed to stabilize the situation. The small teams quickly gathered together and worked together. Rumbling sounds rang out, and on the small mountain top, the yuan-qi of heaven and earth became chaotic. The violent energy caused the void to shatter and the universe to turn upside down. Countless attacks landed on the Scarlet Flood Dragon's body, causing it to continuously roar in anger. Its huge body tumbled, its scales falling off, and its entire body was covered in blood. Not only was the Scarlet Flood Dragon besieged, but Yang Kai was also unable to dodge. Attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth came from all directions. Yang Kai simply could not dodge. He also did not have any thoughts of dodging. His body shook, and when the Dao seal in his body blossomed with light, a thick and solid earth elemental power erupted. Around him, transparent rhombus-shaped shields enveloped him, leaving not the slightest gap. The rhombus-shaped shields were filled with the majesty of a giant dragon, and they were constantly rotating, changing unpredictably. Dragon shield. When he absorbed the Earth Dragon's Dragon Pearl in Crouching Dragon Mountain and condensed the Earth elemental power, he comprehended the secret technique from the Dragon Pearl. This technique should be the Earth Dragon's innate dragon technique, and it was hidden in the Dragon Pearl. If it were anyone else, even if they obtained the Dragon Pearl, they might not necessarily be able to comprehend the Dragon Shield secret technique. At most, they would be able to condense the Earth elemental power. However, Xianxia had blood flowing in his body which came from the same source as the Earth Dragon, so it was natural that he would be able to comprehend the Dragon Shield secret technique. This was the first time Xianxia used this technique against an enemy. He didn't know what kind of effect it would have, so he secretly activated his space principles, preparing to exile himself at any moment. An instant after the Dragon Shield secret technique was used, there was a series of rumbling sounds as a barrage of attacks enveloped Xianxia. In an instant, there was a brilliant flash of light, and Xianxia's figure disappeared from everyone's field of vision. Bijian sinisterly laughed. "Let's see if you can still survive this time." His heart was filled with joy. Xianxia's previous performance had been too shocking. He had never seen such a savage person from the Emperor realm before. Such a person was allowed to mature. Who in this world could be his opponent? At that time, the first person he would kill would probably be Bijian. However, no matter how talented a genius was, they still needed time and space to grow. If they died midway, it wouldn't be a big deal. With over 100 attacks landing on his body, Bijian didn't believe that Xianxia would be able to survive. Even a heaven-opening realm cultivator would have to avoid such an attack, let alone Xianxia from the Emperor realm. Sixth Mistress. Guizian cried out in alarm. Yuhi's expression was extremely gloomy. Although she forced herself to remain calm, her tightly clenched fists revealed the nervousness in her heart. Chapter 40:13. How could he not be nervous? There were too many people from Thunderlight Sect, so the number of attacks they sent out was just as great. The power of the secret techniques and artifacts they sent out was something no one could face head-on. Xianxia's figure was completely submerged. The aftermath gradually subsided, and under everyone's watchful eyes, a heroic figure stood in place, completely unscathed, not even a wrinkle on his clothes. Bijian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets while old man Zhu cried out in alarm, "Impossible!" Yuhi breathed a sigh of relief as she clutched her towering chest. Just now, she had been so nervous that her heart had almost jumped out of her chest. The people from Thunderlight Sect who attacked were also dumbfounded. They all thought that Xianxia would die without a doubt under such an attack, but who knew that not only was he not dead, there wasn't even the slightest injury on his body. How did he do it? Xianxia grinned and smiled silently. The Dragon Shield technique really lived up to his expectations and was incomparably sturdy. Although it couldn't block all the attacks, the effect was beyond his expectations. After all, this was the Earth Dragon's natal secret technique, and it was stimulated by the Earth attribute condensed from the Dragon Bead, so it was truly extraordinary. Of the hundreds of attacks, at least half were blocked before the Dragon Shield around him shattered. The moment the Dragon Shield shattered, Xianxia immediately banished himself into the void to avoid the remaining attacks. If not for this, how could he have remained unscathed? The chaotic power and dazzling light concealed his movements, causing everyone to mistakenly think that this was all the work of the Dragon Shield. Even Yuhi thought so. Many people from Thunderlight Sect showed looks of despair. If the Dragon Shield secret technique was so powerful, who could have hurt Xianxia? Bijian's eyelids twitched violently as he ground his teeth so hard they almost shattered. Looking up, he happened to meet Xianxia's playful eyes. Instinctively, his heart skipped a beat as a feeling of extreme danger enveloped his body. Without even thinking about it, Bijian hurriedly retreated. "Where do you think you're going?" Xianxia shouted as he raised his hand and summoned the blue dragon's spear, thrusting it forward bravely. A dragon's roar resounded as the spear swept through the air, stirring up a rain of blood. Anyone who blocked the spear's path was killed on the spot. Along the way, more than a dozen Thunderlight Sect disciples could not dodge in time and exploded into smithereens. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two was infinitely shortened. The black dragon's spear rapidly enlarged in Bijian's vision, wrapped in the aura of death. Bijian was scared out of his wits. He felt a chill from head to toe. He shouted, "Brother Zhu, save me." At the same time, the long sword in his hand danced, turning into a sky full of sword light that enveloped Xianxia. At this critical moment of life and death, Bijian also erupted with his full strength. As the long sword in his hand danced, he raised his hand and summoned out a flag-like artifact. This artifact exploded in the air and turned into a white light that enveloped him. This flag-like artifact was a one-time consumable defensive artifact, and its value was definitely not cheap. Old Man Zhu heard Bijian's shout and turned his head to see Yang Kai stabbing with his spear, forcing Bijian to continuously retreat. Old Man Zhu couldn't help but shout, "Impudent Junior." As he finished speaking, he threw a punch at Yang Kai's back. As the fist flew out, the wind and clouds surged and the huge fist shadow struck Kai Yang's back. Yang Kai was suddenly struck and staggered, but he didn't stop moving forward. Under the force of his attack, Bijian's sword light was shattered. The black dragon spear continued forward without slowing down, directly piercing the white light covering Bijian's body. The all-encompassing black dragon spear was actually unable to break through this lustrous white barrier. That layer of barrier looked incomparably weak, but it was extremely resilient. After being struck by the black dragon spear, it fiercely caved in, but at the critical moment, it blocked this killing blow. Bijian's eyes were filled with fear as he broke out in a cold sweat. At this critical moment of life and death, the ferocious nature hidden deep in his heart was aroused. Instead of retreating, he thrust his sword towards Yang Kai's eyes, the tip of his sword pulsing with sword light. Obviously, it contained a great deal of killing power. Yang Kai coldly snorted and shouted, "Break!" The Dao seal in Yang Kai's body released a brilliant light and a violent fire attribute energy poured into the black dragon spear. The originally simple and unadorned black dragon spear instantly became incomparably red, like a piece of burning iron. With a loud bang, the white light covering Bijian suddenly broke apart and the black dragon spear pierced into his shoulder. At the same time, Bijian's sword slashed across Yang Kai's brow. Golden dragon blood splashed out and Yang Kai's vision instantly blurred. Bijian staggered backwards, his face filled with resentment. If it weren't for Yang Kai's spear exploding with power, causing his movements to deviate slightly, this sword strike wouldn't have just injured Yang Kai's brow, it would have directly pierced his eyes. However, such an opportunity couldn't be missed and it would be difficult to obtain another one. In this momentary confrontation, both of them were injured and the scene could only be described as tragic. Not giving Kai Yang a chance to catch his breath, the old man surnamed Zhu had already charged in from behind. Who knows when, but the old man had raised 2 axes in his hands. Brandishing them, he chopped down towards Kai Yang. Yang Kai turned around and thrust his spear towards the axes, causing an irresistible force to erupt. Old Man Zhu's eyes bulged as his axes flew out of his hands and he couldn't stop himself from retreating. Old Man Zhu was shocked. This young man is so strong. Old Man Zhu had a 4th order heaven opening cultivation, so he was able to retreat unscathed from Yang Kai's attack, but the Thunder Light sect members who followed him weren't so lucky. The Azure Dragon's spear thrust out again and again, no matter what Emperor Realm Master they were or what kind of power they condensed, the spear swept through and killed more than a dozen people on the spot. Hong Long Long. Another round of attacks flew towards Yang Kai from all directions, but this time before the attacks could reach him, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he disappeared from where he stood. All of the attacks hit nothing but air. Teleporting, Yang Kai appeared in front of Bijian and under Bijian's horrified gaze, thrust his spear straight at him. Bijian's face was ashen. Just now he had been able to block Yang Kai's spear completely by relying on the power of his artifact. How could he use it now? Hastily, Bijian madly pushed his strength to resist. But as soon as he did, he immediately discovered an abnormality in his body. He didn't know when it had started, but a violent heat had appeared in his body, one that seemed capable of burning everything in the world. This heat flowed through his meridians and into his physique, wantonly incinerating everything. In that instant, Bijian realized that there was something strange about the spear that Yang Kai had used to injure him. But what was the use of figuring it out now? The heat that was enough to make his blood boil swept through his entire body, making it impossible for him to circulate his strength with all his heart. With a flash of the spear, the Azure Dragon's spear pierced through Bijian's head, entering from the forehead and coming out from the back of his head. Bijian's eyes instantly widened as his body froze on the spot. Even now he still couldn't believe that he, a 4th-grade heaven splitter, would die at the hands of someone from the Emperor realm. His heart was filled with unwillingness, but he was powerless to reverse the situation, leaving only deep regret. If you can still reincarnate, remember to open your eyes and see clearly who you can provoke and who you can't. Yang Kai looked at him coldly. With a shake of the azure dragon spear in his hand, Bijian's head immediately exploded. The headless corpse swayed for a moment before crashing to the ground. Bijian's master had been killed. Died at the hands of someone from the Emperor realm. All the Thunderlight sect disciples who saw this scene were horrified. They were all stunned on the spot, not daring to act rashly. They had all seen Yang Kai's madness when he killed people just now, so how could they dare to make any moves at this time? In an instant, with Yang Kai as the center, the area within a radius of 300 meters was completely silent. 300 meters away, the Scarlet Flood Dragon's 90-meter-long body moved back and forth, roaring incessantly as it tangled with another group of Thunderlight sect disciples. Although the Scarlet Flood Dragon was a great Void Realm fierce beast with extraordinary strength and had killed many people in the battle, it was still a strange beast after all. At this moment, it was already showing signs of decline. Its entire body was dripping with blood and countless pieces of its scarlet scales had fallen off. The most terrifying wound was that it had almost been cut in half at the waist. It was surrounded by hundreds of people at all times. Attacks after attacks were continuously thrown at it, constantly wearing down its strength. The Scarlet Flood Dragon was in danger. It roared incessantly. Yang Kai looked up and snorted coldly. In a flash, he stood on top of the Scarlet Flood Dragon's head that was as large as a house. Using the Black Dragon's spear to his side, his hands rapidly formed seals. As the seals changed, a mysterious force lingered around Yang Kai's body. A low chant slowly came out. Flowing time, great emperor's withering glory, shuttle like a dream. When the palm came down, time seemed to freeze at this moment. Everyone's thoughts paused for a moment. Even Yu He and the others who were watching from afar were a little confused at this moment. By the time they came back to their senses, that palm had already come crashing down. Yang Kai's palm was aimed at the densest part of the crowd. The flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal enveloped nearly 20 people. Under the erosion of the principles of time, those 20 people's hair instantly turned white and fell off. Their flesh and blood dried up and their vitality declined. The Scarlet Flood Dragon took advantage of the situation and swept out with its divine dragon tail. More than 20 people who didn't understand what was going on exploded into a bloody mist, not even their bones remaining. Seeing this scene, Old Man Zhu's eyelids twitched wildly as he howled in grief in his heart. One man and one flood dragon, how could they be so fierce? Thunderlight sect's 300 people were killed without any strength to fight back. If he hadn't personally experienced it, he wouldn't have believed it. Undefeatable, undefeatable. Thunderlight sect had come aggressively this time, but not only had they lost over 100 people, even a master like Bijian had died on the spot. It could be said that their losses were extremely heavy. Gritting his teeth, Old Man Zhu turned to look at Yu He and the others who had been watching the battle not far away. He raised his arm and shouted, "Follow me." They couldn't beat Yang Kai and that beast, but could they not do anything to Qi Xing and the others? As long as they could take down these people, Thunderlight sect wouldn't lose too badly this time. At that time they would be able to negotiate terms with Yang Kai. At the very least, the remaining people would be able to escape unscathed. With a single order, several dozen people gathered around Old Man Zhu. With Old Man Zhu in the lead, they rushed towards Yu He and the others. Qi Xing's dozen people were still immersed in the shock of what they had seen today, unable to recover for a long time. All of them had thought that they would definitely die today, but who would have thought that the sixth young master would be so powerful? Chapter 40:14. Seeing this, Qi Xing's dozen or so Qi Xing disciples were pleasantly surprised and excited, each of their faces filled with pride as they rejoiced that they had not defected before, otherwise they would not have been able to witness such a great battle. When they turned their heads, they saw Old Man Zhu leading several dozen people to attack them. They immediately tensed up. For the sixth elder to be able to kill hundreds of people, that was because of his ability, but it did not mean that Lei Guang was a soft persimmon that could be easily pinched. They had fought with Lei Guang countless times and both sides had suffered losses, so they naturally knew how difficult and powerful the other side was. Now that several dozen people had rushed over, including a master like Old Man Zhu, how could they be their opponent? All eyes turned towards Yu He and Guizian, waiting for them to give orders. Guizian gripped the long staff artifact in his hand, his blood boiling as an eager look appeared on his face. After witnessing the might of the sixth young master with his own eyes, he could not wait to charge forward and disregard his own life and death. Yuhi's expression was extremely solemn as she stepped forward and shouted, "Don't act rashly." Saying so, she summoned her small flower umbrella artifact and gently twisted its handle, causing it to begin rotating. As this small flower umbrella spun, its surface suddenly expanded, instantly enveloping the dozen or so people on her side. At the same time, a silk-like object hung down from the edge of the umbrella, transforming into an invisible barrier. Old man Zhu, who was at the front, gritted his teeth and roared as he swung the axe in his hand downwards. The several dozen people behind him also did not hesitate to use their respective artifacts and secret techniques to attack. In an instant, the protective barrier around Qi Xing's group began to ripple, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake. The ripples spread out and turned into layers of ripples. Yuhi quickly formed a seal with her hands and poured her strength into the small flower umbrella. But even with her fifth order splitting the heaven's foundation, she could not maintain this barrier for long. In just 10 breaths, the small flower umbrella began to flicker wildly, its color dimming, and the barrier around Qi Xing's group was also on the verge of collapse. It would not be long before this layer of protection was completely broken. At that time, apart from Yu He and Guizian who might be able to escape with their lives, the remaining dozen or so Scarlet Star disciples would definitely die without a complete corpse. After struggling to hold on for another 3 breaths, Yu He could no longer hold on and shouted, "Eldest young master, if you don't come to help, I'll die." "He's here." Yang Kai stepped out from Qi Jiao's head and arrived above Old Man Zhu's head, his space principles surging as he swung the azure dragon spear downwards. At the tip of the spear, a fist-sized black sphere that contained an aura of absolute annihilation. Feeling the destructive power to kill Old Man Zhu's face changed greatly, raising his hands to meet the spear's attack. With a loud bang, the black ball on the tip of the azure dragon spear suddenly expanded and instantly covered an area of a few hundred feet. Then it disappeared in a flash. In this instant, everything within the range of a few hundred feet, including the void, disappeared, leaving only a black hole that transmitted the aura of primal chaos. The black hole wriggled and slowly repaired itself under the effect of the world principles. As for the dozen or so Thunderlight sect disciples within a radius of several tens of zhang, they actually disappeared without a trace, without even letting out a miserable shriek. 1,000 feet away, Old Man Zhu's eyelids twitched wildly as he stared at the black hole in horror. Just now he had escaped quickly when he saw the situation turn bad, otherwise he would have been seriously injured or killed by Yang Kai's attack. Lowering his head, he saw that his 2 broad axes had been beaten until their brilliance had dimmed, and their vitality had been greatly damaged. After the first spear attack, Yang Kai fired 2 more spears, killing a dozen or so Thunderlight sect disciples. The remaining people immediately scattered like birds and beasts, saving Yu He and the others from danger. Turning his head to look over, the Scarlet Flood Dragon had also stabilized the situation. He had helped it over there for a while just now and had reduced a lot of pressure for it. At this moment, it was filled with rage, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it chased after the Thunderlight sect disciples around it, completely ignoring its own terrible injuries. After all, it was a vicious beast, so it had almost lost what little rationality it had. Yang Kai gripped his spear and looked up at Old Man Zhu, pointing his spear forward and grinning at him. "Old dog, die." Old Man Zhu was terrified. At their peak, the 2 of them had led hundreds of disciples, but they had still been defeated by Yang Kai and Qi Jiao. Now that half of them had been killed or injured, how could they have the courage to fight again? In his heart he cursed Bijian. He didn't know where he had offended this death god, but he was actually so terrifying. With this person overseeing Crimson Star, what could Thunderlight sect use to compete? His thoughts changed, but his figure did not stop. A bloody mist burst from his body as he turned into a bloody light and fled into the distance. Seeing that the situation was not good, he directly fled, not even caring about the 100 or so remaining subordinates. With Old Man Zhu fleeing, how could his subordinates still have the heart to fight? They all abandoned their opponents and scattered like birds and beasts. Staring at the fleeing blood-red light, Yang Kai grinned and muttered, "Running away? Do you think you can escape?" Turning his spear, he activated his space principles and chased after him. However, at that moment a sudden change occurred. A sorrowful cry suddenly came from the depths of the earth, followed by a series of tremors as a ray of light suddenly shot up from a nearby mountain. This light was twisted and unpredictable as it soared into the sky, piercing a hole in the heavens, allowing everyone within 1,000 kilometers to see it clearly. Following this ray of light was a huge body about 300 meters long. Surprisingly, it was the Earth Dragon Yongkai had released before. The Earth Dragon had been searching for divine essence magnet stones at the foot of the mountain next door and had not been summoned by Yongkai during this battle, but now it had rushed out on its own. However, the Earth Dragon seemed to have encountered something and was now covered in wounds. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it rushed out with the ray of light, spraying blood into the sky as it let out a sorrowful cry. Yongkai's eyes shrank and he couldn't help turning his head to look. He no longer had the energy to look for trouble with old man Zhu. Suddenly, a series of whooshing sounds rang out as artifacts flew out from the ground, as if an invisible hand was grabbing them and throwing them into the ray of light. These artifacts belonged to the people from Thunderlight sect who had been killed by Yongkai and Qijiao before. After these people died, their artifacts were naturally scattered on the ground untouched by anyone. Not only were these ownerless artifacts affected, but even the artifacts in the hands of those who were still alive were also being pulled into the ray of light by an invisible force. Yongkai could clearly see that many of the fleeing Thunderlight sect cultivators had their artifacts sucked away in a moment of carelessness. They could only watch helplessly as their artifacts were sucked away. No matter how hard they tried, they were unable to recall their artifacts. On Qi Xing's side, the long staff in Guizian's hand also shook violently, scaring Guizian so much that he hurriedly put it away, an inexplicable look on his face. All the artifacts that were sucked into the ray of light dimmed in just a few breaths and lost their spirituality, turning into scrap iron. Divine essence fused light. Yuhi cried out as her beautiful eyes stared at the ray of light soaring into the sky. In a moment of carelessness, her little flower umbrella, which had been damaged by Yuan Qi, was restored to its original form and shot towards the divine essence-fused light. Yuhi was shocked and cried out in grief, "My umbrella!" Reaching out to grab it, Yuhi quickly tried to recall it with her divine sense, but her little flower umbrella was no longer under her control, so it was too late for her to chase after it. Seeing her little flower umbrella about to be sucked away by the divine essence-fused light just like those artifacts, Yuhi's eyes turned red. This little flower umbrella was of extraordinary significance to her. It was given to her by a very important person in her life, and she had always regarded it as a precious treasure. Today she had used it and damaged it, but now that she was in danger of losing it, her beautiful face suddenly paled. A figure flashed in her field of vision and a big hand grabbed her little flower umbrella, preventing it from being sucked away by the divine essence-fused light. Yuhi was pleasantly surprised as she stared at this figure with her beautiful eyes, her heartfelt gratitude overflowing from her heart. Midair, Yongkai clenched his little flower umbrella and frowned slightly. Although he had teleported to stop this artifact at the critical moment, he could clearly feel an incredible suction force coming from the divine essence-fused light, trying to suck away the little flower umbrella in his hand. This divine essence-fused light was really strange. His figure flickered as he arrived beside Yuhi and handed her little flower umbrella. Yuhi received it with a smile and curtsied, "Many thanks, young master." Not daring to examine it carefully, she quickly put away her little flower umbrella. Guizian stared blankly at the blue dragon spear in Yongkai's hand and asked, "Sixth young master, why is your artifact unharmed?" Even Yuhi's little flower umbrella had almost been sucked away, yet the blue dragon spear in Yongkai's hand was completely unaffected. How can a pile of scrap metal compare to this king's artifact? Yongkai snorted. Although he said so after Guizian's reminder, he discovered that his blue dragon spear was indeed not affected by the divine essence-fused light. It seemed that although the divine essence-fused light was amazing, it wasn't omnipotent. At the very least, an artifact on the level of the blue dragon spear could ignore the power of the divine essence-fused light. Guizian, Qi Xing and the others heard this and were surprised to find that this sixth young master really didn't give them any face. But thinking about his majestic appearance just now, he did indeed have the qualifications to do so. Everyone from Thunderlight sect had fled, leaving only more than 100 incomplete corpses on the mountain. The rich smell of blood and the ground was filled with minced meat and broken limbs, demonstrating the fierce cruelty of the previous battle. Yang Kai ordered, "Clean up the battlefield." Guizian cupped his fists and said, "Yes." This time he sincerely obeyed. When he had been assigned to work under Yang Kai before, Guizian had only been following orders and didn't have much of an opinion of this sixth young master. After all, the other party was just from the Emperor realm while Guizian was already a second-order heaven-splitting master, so how could he be inferior to Yang Kai in the outside world? However, with orders from above, Guizian had no choice but to obey. No matter how he acted on the surface, Guizian was still a little unconvinced by Yang Kai. Chapter 40:15. But in today's battle, after witnessing Yang Kai's display of power, killing Bi Jian as if he were slaughtering pigs and dogs, and even forcing old man Zhu to retreat with a single strike, he couldn't help but sigh. How lucky was he to be able to follow such a powerful master. Not only him but the dozen or so surviving disciples of Qixing also felt the same way. All of them stared at Yang Kai with eyes full of reverence. The Scarlet Flood Dragon had chased after the Thunderlight sect and disappeared. Yang Kai couldn't summon it back, but he wasn't worried about its safety. Although it was seriously injured, it was still a monster beast after all, so its ability to recover was incredibly strong. As long as it could vent its anger, it should return. The dozen or so people began to clean up the battlefield, collecting the space rings of the Thunderlight sect's disciples. Yang Kai, on the other hand, stared at the divine essence-fused light soaring into the sky. The artifacts that had been taken away by this divine essence-fused light had all been reduced to dust at this moment, demonstrating just how terrifying this divine essence-fused light was. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai found that this divine essence-fused light was identical to the power transmitted from the divine essence-fused stones, but it was much denser and more condensed. The earth dragon swayed its huge body and flew towards Yang Kai, landing in front of him, its huge mandibles wriggling about. Its entire body was covered with bloody wounds as if it had been slashed thousands of times. There was not a single place that was unscathed, and several places had almost been cut in half, exposing the squirming internal organs inside. Even the Scarlet Flood Dragon wouldn't have been able to withstand such injuries. Compared to the injuries inflicted by the Thunderlight sect's disciples, its injuries were much more serious, but as an Earth Dragon, its vitality was extremely tenacious. Even an ordinary Earth Dragon might be able to survive after being cut in half, let alone such a fierce beast. Therefore, although its injuries were more serious than the Scarlet Flood Dragon's, its life was not in danger. However, the divine sense fluctuations it transmitted were full of grievance, like a child who had been beaten outside and had come back to complain. Yang Kai was both angry and amused, knowing that this guy had been drilling a hole in a nearby mountain and had drilled deep enough to draw out the divine essence-fused light. In a moment of carelessness, it had been injured by the divine essence-fused light, otherwise, it wouldn't have suffered such a fate. He casually threw a few healing pills and 2 dragon blood pills into its wriggling mouth. Only then did the Earth Dragon shut up. This Origin Magnet Mountain actually has such abundant Origin Magnet Divine Light. Young Master, there must be high-quality Origin Magnet Divine Stones underground. He said from the side. Yang Kai frowned and looked at her with disgust. Can you be more normal? The way she kept calling him Young Master made him feel very uncomfortable. He completely did not know what was wrong with Yuhi. A dignified 5th-stage sky splitter was willing to lower himself. Yuhi faintly glanced at him and said with her beautiful eyes, "Once a young master, forever a young master." Yang Kai was speechless, but he couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He pondered for a moment and said, "What grade do you think this divine essence-fused light is?" Yuhi answered without even thinking, 6th grade. Yang Kai gently nodded, feeling the same as he did. He sighed inwardly. If the grade of this divine essence-fused light was a bit higher, he could have activated his Dao seal to absorb it, taking the opportunity to condense metal attribute strength. After condensing earth attribute strength, it just happened to be metal attribute strength's turn. Unfortunately, this divine essence-fused light was still lacking, causing Yang Kai to sigh. But then again, precious treasures above the 7th grade were extremely rare. Being able to obtain the Immortal Tree, Golden Crow True Fire, and Dragon Bead was already a stroke of good fortune. So how could it be so easy to find treasures above the 7th grade? All of this required opportunity and time. "Young Master, aren't you going to condense it?" he asked. You know my ambition, so why ask when you already know the answer? Yang Kai lightly snorted. He sighed in her heart. She couldn't wait for Yang Kai to condense this 6th grade divine essence-fused light. This way Yang Kai's foundation would be completely established and he would only be able to break through to the 6th stage splitting heaven in the future. Looking at the divine essence-fused light soaring into the sky, Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Although this thing couldn't help him condense metal attribute strength, if he had a suitable cultivation method he could use it to cultivate a divine technique. Yang Kai had also witnessed the terrifying power of this divine essence-fused light with his own eyes. Even a great beast like the Earth Dragon couldn't withstand its destructive power and many of its artifacts had been directly taken away. If he could really use this divine essence-fused light to cultivate a divine technique, its power would be extraordinary. Unfortunately for him, even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. Without cultivating the corresponding cultivation art he couldn't use the divine essence-fused light to cultivate. Can you use this thing? Yang Kai asked. He shook her head. I can't. Obviously, she knew what Yang Kai was asking, so she quickly said, but you can find a way to collect it first and make plans later. Yang Kai nodded lightly. That's all I can do. Saying so, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he rushed over, arriving at the top of the mountain in the blink of an eye. The hole dug by the Earth Dragon wasn't small, but the divine essence-fused light rushing out from the ground showed no signs of stopping, showing just how abundant this divine essence-fused light was. Yang Kai shook the good fortune bag, causing it to immediately expand and cover the hole tightly. The divine essence-fused light soaring into the sky disappeared in an instant and continued to pour into the good fortune bag. After observing for a while, Yang Kai relaxed and stood in place, waiting silently. He didn't know if the good fortune bag could withstand the power of the divine essence-fused light. What he did just now was just a test, but now it seemed that it would work. The good fortune bag could be big or small, and its internal space was extremely mysterious. Even the Earth Dragon could be stored inside, so collecting some divine essence-fused light was naturally not a problem. Wuxia flew over, handed over a large pile of space rings and said, "Sixth young master, this is everything we have." Yang Kai nodded lightly, collected all the space rings and threw them into the small sealed world. He didn't have time to check them, so he would have to wait until he returned to Star City. Wuxia glanced at the good fortune bag covering the hole and whispered, "Sixth master, do you want to send a message back?" "Why should we send a message back?" Yang Kai glanced at him. Wuxia said, "The changes here will definitely attract a lot of people to investigate. Although Sixth Master's strength is unparalleled, there are too many people gathered in this divine essence-fused mountain. I'm afraid. You're afraid that 2 fists won't be enough to fight 4 hands." Wuxia said, "That's just one reason. In addition, since there is divine essence-fused light here, there must be a lot of high-quality divine essence-fused stones at the foot of the mountain. We have too few people, so I'm afraid we will be at a disadvantage if we compete with others." Yang Kai said, "This place is tens of thousands of kilometers away from Star City. It will be too late by the time you send a message back." Wuxia thought about it and agreed. By the time he sent a message back and Qi Xing sent reinforcements, the matter here would have already been settled. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste the effort. Cupping his fist, he said, "Sixth Master, if something really happens, you don't have to worry about us. This humble one will take good care of his subordinates." Yang Kai nodded. While the two were talking, many people were quickly approaching from afar. Obviously, they were alarmed by the divine essence-fused light and came to investigate. The first to arrive here was a group of more than a dozen people, led by a burly bald man with a fierce face and a fiendish appearance. Landing on the ground, he glanced at Yang Kai and Wuxia, his eyes lingering on Yuhi's beautiful figure for a moment before a greedy light flashed across his eyes. He wiped his mouth and said, "Boy, did you see the divine essence-fused light here?" Yang Kai calmly said, "I didn't see it." The burly man shouted angrily, "Nonsense, the divine essence-fused light is so obvious, how could you not see it? Are you blind?" Wuxia led Qi Xing's group of more than a dozen people to stand behind Yang Kai, looking at the burly bald man with pity. If this guy knew that this 6th master had just killed hundreds of Thunderlight Sex people, he probably wouldn't be so aggressive. A cultivator suddenly approached the burly bald man and whispered something to him before turning his eyes towards the 6 Unity Wish pouch. The burly bald man turned his head and stared at the 6 Unity wish pouch before raising his finger and saying, "Boy, is this yours? Take it away, this father wants to check it." "You think I'll take it away just because you said so? Who do you think you are?" Yang Kai sneered. The burly bald man's expression became fierce when he heard this. "Boy, while this father is still talking to you, you better cooperate obediently, otherwise..." "Otherwise what?" Yang Kai looked at him indifferently and raised his hand, summoning the earth dragon who was healing on the other mountain peak, to crawl over at an incredible speed, arriving in front of them in the blink of an eye. The short period of healing did not make its injuries much better, and it still looked very miserable. However, the earth dragon's fierce aura was still rushing towards them, and its squirming mouth was dripping with mucus. Its 300-meter-long body gave off a huge deterrent force. The burly bald man was instantly silenced, gulping as he stared at the earth dragon in a daze, his body involuntarily retreating, and the dozen people around him also looked terrified. "Scram or die." Yang Kai glared at them coldly. The burly bald man's face suddenly showed a look of humiliation, but he did not dare act up due to the earth dragon's aura, not to mention how uncomfortable it was. Fortunately, at this moment, groups of cultivators flew over from all directions and landed nearby. In the blink of an eye, a dozen groups of several hundred people had gathered on this small mountain peak, and as time passed, even more cultivators were rushing over. The newcomers frowned. Although they knew that the divine essence-fused light would attract people nearby to investigate, there were too many people here, and from time to time, some of them were secretly communicating with each other. The burly bald man suddenly shouted, "There is divine essence-fused light under that bag, what are you waiting for?" While speaking, he hurriedly retreated, wanting to hide in the crowd. But how could Yang Kai give him this opportunity? Staring at him, he sneered, "Kill him." The earth dragon behind him shot out like an arrow, its huge mouth aimed at the burly bald man. The burly bald man cried out in alarm, and then his vision went dark. When the earth dragon straightened up again, the burly bald man was nowhere to be seen. Not only him, but the dozen people around him also disappeared in an instant, leaving only a miserable scream coming from the earth dragon's chest and abdomen. Chapter 40:16. Everyone around was terrified when they saw this, and some even quietly retreated a few steps, trying to get as far away from the earth dragon as possible. In the great cosmological realm, heaven-opening realm cultivators could not exert too much power. This kind of ferocious beast was really difficult to deal with, and no one was willing to face it head-on. An old man looked at Yang Kai and frowned slightly. "That person only said one sentence and little friend is so ruthless. Isn't it too much?" The old man's aura was steady and condensed, and his expression was dignified. He was obviously a heaven-opening realm cultivator, and there were many people behind him, about 30 of them. Someone recognized the old man and whispered, "It's the leader of the Orchid Flower Association who Hundreds of thousands of people were swallowed by the fog of the great cosmological abyss and entered the great cosmological realm. Other than the Thunderlight sect, the Crimson Star sect and the Sword Pavilion sect, the scattered cultivators also knew the principle of huddling together for warmth. Thus, various large and small organizations were born. For example, Ding Yi raised his arms at the right time and established Di Tian. Another example was the Orchid Association, which was also established in the great cosmological realm. Most of the forces did not have a heaven-opening realm cultivator. After all, heaven-opening realm cultivators were not cabbages that could be seen everywhere. Only a few forces had heaven-opening realm cultivators. Although there were not many people in the Orchid Flower Association, Hu Yi himself was a third-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator. His strength was not ordinary and he could naturally convince everyone. "Elder Hu is right. This kid treats human lives like grass. He doesn't look like a good person," another young man said, looking at Yang Kai with an unfriendly gaze. The leader of the mysterious Cloud Association, Liao Yi Bai. Someone revealed the identity of the young man. Liao Yi and Bai Wei held their heads high with pride on their faces. "Young man, I advise you to take this bag away. Otherwise, it won't be easy to deal with if you offend everyone," another leader of a force said. With these three people speaking, the rest of the people were immediately filled with righteous indignation. Everyone had rushed over to check the situation after seeing the divine metamagnet light, but when they arrived they did not see the divine metamagnet light. Originally they were a little puzzled, but the shout of the bald man before his death reminded everyone. Although they didn't know what was so mysterious about the pouch, it was the most suspicious item in the entire mountain. It must have blocked the divine essence-fused light. How could they be willing to accept this? For a moment the crowd of heroes was enraged. Even though the earth dragon killed more than a dozen of the bald man's men, they still hurled insults at Yang Kai. Liao Yibai stared at the Six Directions Rui pouch greedily. A pouch that could block the origin magnet divine light was definitely extraordinary. Furthermore, this pouch could actually store the origin magnet divine light. If he could snatch this pouch, then this trip to the origin magnet mountain would not be in vain. With this thought in mind, Liao Yibai shouted angrily, "Brat, are you going to take this bag or not?" The noisy voices lingered in his ears, but Yang Kai remained calm. The threats were like a breeze in his ears. Hearing this, he turned his head and glanced at Liao Yibai. "So what if I take it and so what if I don't?" Liao Yibai snorted coldly and said, "If you take it away then everything will be fine. If you don't then you will have to bear the consequences." Yang Kai grinned at him, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "I'll wait and see." Liao Yibai was displeased. He turned to look at Hu Yi and said, "Old Hu, what do you say?" Hu Yi said solemnly, "Since this brat is so stubborn, then let's see what happens to him when he offends everyone." Liao Yibai laughed loudly. "That's exactly what I wanted. Amir the Emperor Realm dares to spout nonsense here. He really doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants by relying on a beast? We might as well join forces to take down this beast first, then carefully teach him how to behave." "Agreed." Hu Yi nodded. Liao Yibai shook his hand and summoned a long spear. He pointed it at the earth dragon and shouted, "Kill!" After saying this, he was the first to rush out and thrust his spear at the earth dragon. Although this spear was not as powerful as Yang Kai's black dragon spear, it was still extremely extraordinary. Following closely behind him, the members of the mysterious Cloud Society also rushed forward. As soon as he made his move, he immediately attracted the attacks of the 100 cultivators present, which rumbled as they attacked the earth dragon. In particular, the attacks of the heaven-opening realm cultivators were the most ferocious. However, not everyone was attacking. Most of the cultivators present still maintained a wait-and-see attitude. After all, they had no enmity with Yang Kai before, so they were not willing to offend him so easily. The earth dragon was already injured by the divine essence-fused light and was in a miserable state. Now that it was hit by countless attacks, blood immediately splattered everywhere. Due to the pain, it spat out blood in all directions. Many cultivators were caught off guard and were affected by the mucus. They immediately let out miserable cries and hurriedly retreated, but it was too late. The mucus had an extremely strong corrosive power, and it instantly melted their flesh, revealing their white bones. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen people had died. Hu Yi, Liao Yibai, and the other heaven-opening realm cultivators were all shocked. They had originally thought that the earth dragon was a pushover when they saw that it was riddled with wounds, but who would have thought that it would be so slippery? Many of the attacks that landed on its body did not hurt it at all. On the contrary, it was their own side that had suffered quite a few casualties. They really did not know how it had come to be so heavily injured. However, since they had already made their move, there was naturally no way for them to show mercy. The deaths of over a dozen people did not make the others retreat. Instead, it attracted even more attacks. Seeing this, Yuhi could not bear to watch and was about to make her move. Guizian and the others were also filled with righteous indignation. They all secretly circulated their strength, waiting for Yang Kai to give the order to charge forward. Yang Kai raised his hand to stop them, saying softly, "This guy won't die so easily." With that, the earth dragon shook its head and swung its tail, plunging into the ground. It directly drilled a large hole in the ground and disappeared without a trace. If it was at its peak, it would still be able to hold on for a while against the attacks of over 100 people, but now that it was heavily injured, how could it be a match for them? However, if it could not win, it would naturally flee. The earth dragon's instinct was to drill holes, and this caused everyone's attacks to miss, causing over a dozen people to die for nothing. Looking at the large hole in the ground, no one dared to chase after it, and they could not help but be stunned. A figure flickered in the crowd, and it turned out to be Liao Yibai, pouncing towards the Six Harmonies wish pouch. He grabbed the spear in one hand and the wish pouch in the other, an excited expression on his face. Seeing that the wish pouch was constantly vibrating, it was clear that it had already collected quite a bit of divine origin magnetism light. Liao Yibai secretly made up his mind to steal this pouch and immediately flee. He could not be bothered with the rest. This pouch was a treasure, and so was the divine origin magnetism light he had collected. Although his actions were quick, they could not escape the observation of the heaven-opening realm cultivators. Seeing this, they all cursed at this guy for being so quick to act. They all used their secret techniques and movement skills to follow behind Liao Yibai. In front of the wish pouch, the void trembled as a figure appeared like a ghost. Liao Yibai, who was at the very front, looked up and saw that it was that stubborn brat from the Emperor realm. He immediately roared, "Those who block me will die." As soon as he said this, he raised his spear and stabbed out with peerless might. If it really was just an ordinary cultivator from the Emperor realm facing such a spear, they would have no choice but to dodge. But Yang Kai clearly had no intention of dodging. "You use a spear? We're on the same side." Yang Kai smiled at Liao Yibai and reached out with his hand, grabbing the black dragon's spear. He casually flicked the spear and also stabbed out. This attack was extremely simple without any fancy moves. Seeing this, Liao Yibai was furious. A mere cultivator from the Emperor realm dared to overestimate himself. From another point of view, this guy did not put him in his eyes at all. Otherwise, how could he so boldly stab out with his spear? In his fury, Liao Yibai's strength surged and poured into his spear, wanting to kill Yang Kai on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the two spears collided and a violent force swept out. Liao Yibai, who was originally full of confidence, widened his eyes and his pupils were instantly filled with shock. With a series of cracking sounds under everyone's gaze, the spear in Liao Yibai's hand shattered inch by inch, sending fragments flying everywhere. Immediately after, Liao Yibai's charging figure suddenly froze in midair as he felt a stabbing pain in his chest. Looking down, Liao Yibai saw a spear piercing through his chest all the way to his back. Every beat of his heart made him feel like he was convulsing. Unable to help gulping, Liao Yibai looked up at Yang Kai, his eyes filled with disbelief. "You're not good enough." Yang Kai's nostrils flared as he looked at him with an arrogant expression. Liao Yibai opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, but how could Yang Kai give him a chance? With a shake of the black dragon's spear, a powerful force swept out and with a bang, Liao Yibai's body exploded, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Yang Kai raised his hand and took Liao Yibai's space ring into his hand, putting it away without even looking at it. Everyone was silent. Everyone stared dumbstruck at Yang Kai, unable to return to their senses for a long time. Those heaven-opening masters who had followed behind Liao Yibai and were preparing to snatch the Rui bag felt a chill run down their spines as they froze in place. How could they dare step forward? None of them dared to believe what they had just seen. A heaven-opening master had been blown apart by the Emperor Realm's spear? Even his artifact had not been preserved. Was this young man really from the Emperor Realm? He couldn't be a high-grade heaven-opening in disguise, right? But under the perception of his divine sense, Yang Kai truly did not have the aura of a heaven-opening master. Instead, the traces of the Emperor Realm were extremely obvious. Guizian sneered inwardly. A group of motley crew wanting to become enemies with the sixth manager? They were truly overestimating themselves. Previously, several hundred people from Thunderlight sect had joined forces and still been scared witless. Even Bijian, a fourth-grade heaven-opening master, had died on the spot, let alone these pieces of trash. It was undeniable that before today he had never imagined that someone from the Emperor Realm could possess such terrifying combat strength. Everything he had seen today had completely overturned his understanding, but the hot-bloodedness in his heart told him that compared to Yang Kai and Poison Lady, he was more willing to serve under Yang Kai. Being able to follow such a leader was not an opportunity that just anyone could have. Hu Yi's eyes twitched as he stared at Yang Kai and then at the black dragon spear in his hand, asking in a hoarse voice, "What did you do?" In that instant of confrontation just now, none of them had been able to clearly see what had happened. They had only seen Liao Yibai, who had been charging at the front, suddenly stop and then explode. Everything had happened too quickly. Chapter 40:17. I just killed a piece of trash. Yang Kai grabbed the spear with one hand, giving off the aura of a single man holding back 10,000 enemies, coldly sweeping his eyes forward. Who wants to die? No one dared to move. With Liao Yibai's example, he had been killed in a single exchange. So who among the remaining heaven-opening cultivators dared to act rashly? At the very least, no one dared to casually provoke this spear-wielding youth before figuring out his true strength. They all felt very sullen in their hearts. This despicable great cosmological realm, this despicable great cosmological fog. If not for this, how could a mere the Emperor realm be placed in their eyes? They would still be able to casually crush it. The members of the Orchid Association were both angry and sorrowful. Their leader had been killed in front of them and called trash, but they did not even have the strength to take revenge. There were hundreds of people on the mountain, but at this moment, it was completely silent. Only the sound of the Rui Six Directions pouch could be heard. Yang Kai could sense that the divine origin magnet light pouring out of the ground was pouring into the Rui pouch, filling up the space inside. At this moment it was almost half full. Yang Kai did not know if it could fill up the Rui pouch, but he was looking forward to it. In this strange silence, with a loud bang, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the ground. The earth dragon that had drilled into the ground before suddenly stuck its head out, its mouth wriggling as it swallowed a few unaware cultivators into its belly before retracting back in like lightning. This guy had been beaten up miserably by this group of people and had hidden underground, but now it had come out to stir up trouble. It was clearly holding a grudge. Everyone was shocked and used their movement techniques to rush into the sky. The few heaven-splitting cultivators looked at each other in dismay, their divine senses shuttling back and forth. Even though they knew that there was divine origin magnet light under the pouch, there was nothing they could do. They could only watch helplessly, feeling depressed. Yang Kai suddenly raised his eyes and looked at the distant sky. There was a dense sword light coming from the west. The leading sword lights were imposing as they pierced through the heavens and earth. Hundreds of li away, the sword intent had already swept through the universe. Sensing this awe-inspiring sword intent, everyone couldn't help but look over. After seeing the situation, the eyes of Hu Yi and the other heaven-opening experts all lit up. Sword Pavilion's people are here. Guizian's expression changed as he hurriedly whispered to Yang Kai. Yang Kai understood and nodded slightly. Originally, there were three major forces in the Star City. One was the Thunderlight Sect, the second was the Crimson Star Sect, and the third was the Sword Pavilion. In terms of numbers, Xianxia had the least number of people while Lei Guang and Qixing were almost the same. However, in terms of strength, Xianxia, who had the least number of people, was the strongest. Previously, in the Star Market, Xianxia controlled almost half of the shops, and the remaining half was divided between Qixing and Lei Guang. This showed the strength of Xianxia. The three major forces of Star City had been fighting with each other all year round. Thus, Guizian immediately recognized the identities of those people when he saw the sword lights that covered the sky. The people of Xianxia all cultivated the sword, and their killing intent was strong. Their battle techniques were unparalleled and they were famous in the Star Market. Unless they had no other choice, no one was willing to clash with the people of Xianxia. Yang Kai had forced his way into Qixing and had fought with the people of Lei Guang before, but he had never had any conflicts or interactions with the people of Xianxia. However, news of Yuan-Ci Mountain had spread far and wide, so it was natural that the people of Xianxia would come to investigate. After all, people from Qixing and Lei Guang had come. Hu Yi and the other heaven-opening experts discussed something and all of them went to greet the people of Xianxia. As the sword lights flashed, a number of figures appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Leading them was a big man with red hair and beard. He was bare-chested and had a dignified expression. Behind him was a woman in palace robes and a young man. The three of them all had the aura of the heaven-opening realm, and they were clearly heaven-opening experts. Their sword intent soared to the heavens, and the red-haired man in the lead was the most obvious. Just by standing there he seemed like a peerless divine sword that had been born. The woman in palace robes was nothing special, but she was extremely beautiful. Her chest was high, her skin was white, her eyes were bright and her teeth were white. Her hair was casually tied into a woman's bun. On the other hand, the young man's eyes shone like fire and he carried a blue sword on his back. His robes fluttered in the wind, making him look very handsome. Guizian was afraid that Yang Kai didn't know how powerful these three people were and hurriedly said, "Sixth head, those three are the leaders of Xianxia. The red-haired man is Zhong Fan, a fifth-stage heaven-opening cultivator, the woman is Lu Shui, a fourth-stage heaven-opening cultivator, and the young man is Luo Qingyun, also a fourth-stage heaven-opening cultivator." Yang Kai nodded slightly, indicating that he had heard, but he was a little surprised in his heart. Zhou Fan was actually a 5th-stage heaven-opening cultivator, so wouldn't he be on par with Qi Xing's first head? Yang Kai didn't know what rank Zhou Fan was in Jiang'a. A 5th-stage heaven-opening cultivator was already considered a tyrant in the 3,000 worlds. It was enough to occupy a part of the spirit province and establish a sect. Even in the blessed enclave, such a person would have a seat. Hu Yi and the others greeted them and said something to Zhou Fan. From time to time, Zhou Fan would look towards Yang Kai with fiery eyes full of aggression. After a while, Zhou Fan nodded slightly and flew towards the mountain top, followed by the people of Jiang'a. There weren't many people from Jiang'a this time, only a few dozen, but when these people gathered together they gave off a silent pressure. The sword intent lingering around them made everyone on the mountain top involuntarily stay away from them, lest they be injured by the sword intent. Is there really divine essence-fused light under this bag? Zhou Fan glanced at Yang Kai and didn't take it seriously, turning his head to look at the wish pouch. Hui stepped forward and said, "No one saw it, but the divine essence-fused light did appear here, so this bag is the most suspicious. Since you think it's suspicious, why don't you take it away and investigate?" Zhou Fan's question embarrassed Hu Yi and the others, who didn't want to take it away to investigate. However, Liao Yibai, the leader of the mysterious Cloud Association, had died tragically on the spot, so who would want to follow in his footsteps? If it weren't for Jiang's sword lights, they wouldn't know what to do now. Seeing that no one answered, Zhou Fan knew that they had suffered a loss. After all, the bloodstains and dismembered corpses on the ground had explained everything, so he couldn't help but snort lightly. Qian Qingyun looked at the wish pouch with shining eyes and chuckled, "This pouch is a treasure." He turned to look at Yang Kai and said with a warm expression, "Friend, your pouch?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Yes. This pouch is good, are you willing to part with it?" Qian Qingyun asked. "Not for sale." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Don't refuse so quickly, listen to the price before deciding. No matter what price you offer, this pouch is not for sale." Qian Qingyun shrugged and said, "Since that's the case, then forget it. I hope you won't regret it later." Just as he finished speaking, Qian Qingyun turned into a sword light and pounced at the wish pouch like a bolt of lightning. Courting death. Yang Kai was furious. Under the urging of the space principles, the space within a radius of 300 meters around him instantly became incomparably viscous. Qian Qingyun's surprised voice came from the sword light. Obviously, he didn't expect Yang Kai to be so amazing. The change in space actually made it difficult for him to move. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already thrust his spear straight at the sword light. With a sword cry, the sword on Qian Qingyun's back was unsheathed. In an instant, sword chi filled the air and sword intent soared into the sky. No one was able to clearly see what had happened. All they heard was a series of ding ding dang 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 sounds as sparks flew in all directions. Qian Qingyun was sent flying back while Yang Kai held his spear in front of the scepter bag, his face filled with anger. This exchange was so quick that it was dazzling and no one knew who won or lost. However, judging from the expressions of Yang Kai and Luo Qingyun should have suffered a small loss. At this moment he lowered his head and stared at his sword, and a trace of pain flashed in the depths of his eyes. The sword's brilliance was dim, and it was obviously damaged in the exchange just now. Zhou Fan's pupils constricted, Lu Shui was indescribably surprised, and Hu Yi and the others were ashen. Even Qian Qingyun, who was at the 4th stage of the Split the Heavens, was unable to do anything to Yang Kai and even suffered a small loss. Liao Yibai, who was at the 3rd stage of the Split the Heavens, didn't die in vain. "Kid, you dared to damage the spirit of my sword." Qian Qingyun suddenly raised his head and revealed a savage expression. That short exchange had actually caused the spirit of his sword to suffer damage. Even though it wasn't too serious, it was sufficient to make his heart ache, and it would at least take a few months of recuperation before it could recover. "You dare to be arrogant with trash? I'll kill you if you dare come over again." Yang Kai placed the black dragon spear forward and spoke with a ghastly voice. Earlier, this fellow had a dignified appearance, yet he truly never expected that this fellow would launch a surprise attack and almost seize the wish pouch. Even though the wish pouch was refined by him and wasn't impossible to seize back, if it really happened, then it would definitely spoil his grand plan of obtaining the origin disruption divine light. "Junior, you have some ability." No wonder you're so arrogant. Zhou Fan's expression darkened as he took a step forward, releasing an imposing aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas as he said in a cold voice. But by doing this, are you trying to make an enemy of my sword pavilion? Yang Kai acted as if he hadn't heard a single word and simply turned a deaf ear to him as he said coldly, "This king is Qi Xing's sixth manager, and you are just a leader of Sword Pavilion. In terms of status we are on equal footing, so don't call me a junior. Moreover, even if I become an enemy of your Sword Pavilion, so what?" As soon as these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. Hu Yi and the others stared at Yang Kai with dumbfounded expressions, all of them thinking that this person had gone mad. A mere Emperor Realm Master dared to act so arrogantly in front of Zhou Fan? Did he not know how to write the word death? Zhou Fan was a 5th stage heaven splitter and was even more proficient in the sword Dao. The number of people he had killed in his life was probably more than what this kid had ever seen, yet he still had the guts to provoke him like this. Qian Qingyun couldn't be bothered to get angry anymore and turned to look at Lu Shui. Is this boy stupid? Lu Shui's expression was cold, but her voice was very gentle, or he has something to rely on. Good. Zhou Fan shouted, it's been a long time since I've seen such a courageous boy. In that case, this king will teach you the consequences of becoming an enemy of my sword pavilion. Chapter 40:18. As soon as Zhou Fan finished speaking, a blazing flame suddenly engulfed his entire body. It was unknown what kind of cultivation technique he was cultivating, but it was actually so blazing and violent. With a raise of his hand, a wide long sword appeared in his hand. At first glance, this long sword looked somewhat similar to the myriad sword that Yang Kai had once used. They were both heavy swords that had no sharp edges and were extremely crafty. However, the grade of this sword was clearly much higher than the myriad sword. As soon as the sword was drawn, Zhou Fan's entire aura suddenly changed. The blazing flames coiled around the sword like a spirit snake, causing the temperature of the entire mountain to rise sharply. Hu Yi and the others looked excited and they were secretly delighted. Previously they were frightened by Yang Kai's aura, and now that they saw Zhou Fan make a move, they were naturally looking forward to it. However, at this moment, a series of shouts suddenly came from afar. Ditian, your might is boundless. Following the orderly shouts, an overwhelming number of rays of light flew over from afar. As they flew, they shouted as if they were afraid that no one would know that they were here. Everyone looked in that direction with strange expressions, and the tense atmosphere suddenly froze. However, after seeing the number of people, many people's expressions changed slightly. Even the 3 leaders of the Sword Pavilion couldn't help but shiver. There was no other reason. There were simply too many people coming down, covering the sky and covering the earth. At first glance, there were at least 700 to 800 people or even over 1,000 people. There were only 1,000 people gathered on the mountain top, and the number of people coming down was almost the sum of all the people here. The leader was a young man with an arrogant expression. He carried a large blade with a ghost head on his shoulder, and his nose was pointed at the sky. Before he arrived, his voice had already come from afar. Tian is handling a matter, all unrelated people should retreat. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and his expression was slightly strange. Ding Yi was truly a vengeful ghost that refused to disperse. He could be seen everywhere. It could be seen that this guy had been living quite well recently and had gathered a lot of people under him. His confidence had once again exploded. Ding Yi's words were a little too big, so naturally they were not pleasing to the eyes. Many people had unpleasant expressions and Zhou Fan even snorted coldly. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000 people from Tian sect had already arrived. Ding Yi stopped in his tracks and the 1,000 people from Tian sect also stopped behind him. They neatly arranged themselves into several square formations, and at first glance they seemed to be well trained. The 1,000 people behind them made Ding Yi stand out like a crane among chickens, giving off an extraordinary aura. However, there were no heaven-opening realm cultivators in their group. After all, Tian was established with Zun as the heavens, so they naturally wouldn't take in heaven-opening realm cultivators. Ding Yi took out his saber and poked it in the air in front of him. He looked down and said casually, I heard that a heaven-opening realm cultivator is bullying the Emperor realm? If this were the outside world, how would he dare to spout such nonsense in front of a heaven-opening realm master? He would most likely have bowed his head and groveled. It was only in the special environment of the great cosmological realm that he could spout such arrogant words. He also enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention, and the illusion of being in control of everything made him extremely infatuated. "Brothers, what do you think we should do?" Ding Yi shouted with his saber. Dition, your might is boundless." Tion's people shouted in unison. Ding Yi grinned. "That's right. Which friend down there is being bullied? Don't be afraid, since I'm here I'll ensure your safety." Zhou Fan turned his head and said, "Who's this guy?" The woman in palace attire, Lu Shui, stepped forward and whispered a few words to Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan nodded slightly. Only then did he know that this Tion had been in the limelight recently. He wandered around with the name of Zun as the heavens, and attracted many people to join him. It was said that at its peak there were 5,000 people. It was unknown why only 1,000 people had come this time. As Zhou Fan spoke, Ding Yi also saw Yang Kai. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. "It's you. We meet again." Yang Kai grinned at him. Ding Yi's expression was strange as he hesitated. After killing his way out of the beast tide, Ding Yi had led his people to a mountain valley and happened to run into Yang Kai and the others who were resting there. They had some unpleasant experiences and he had almost been killed by Yang Kai. After surviving with great difficulty, he had passed down an order that if they met Yang Kai in the future, they were not to clash with him. He had never expected to see this guy again today. Thinking of Yang Kai's burning palms and the miserable state of the people he had killed, even though it had been several months, Ding Yi couldn't help but feel apprehensive. However, he had led 1,000 people here today, so if he wanted to take revenge it wasn't impossible. After pondering for a moment, Ding Yi seemed to have made up his mind and gritted his teeth. "Since there is a heaven-opening realm master here today, this Ding won't bicker with you about the enmity of that day. Come here quickly. Since this Ding said he would ensure your safety, he won't let you suffer any harm." In front of this Ding, a heaven-opening realm cultivator won't be able to bully an emperor. It was unknown what he had encountered in the past for him to treat a heaven-opening realm cultivator with such hatred, not even wanting to pursue the enmity he had with Yang Kai and instead wanting to protect him. Yang Kai's eyes flashed when he heard this, finding this fellow's foolishness to be somewhat cute. He smiled faintly and said, "No need, I'll stand here and see who dares to touch me." Ding Yi was stunned, but he immediately gave him a thumbs up. "You've got guts. This Ding admires people with guts like you the most. I'm definitely going to befriend you." Holding his blade in front of him, he glared at Zhou Fan and the other heaven-opening realm cultivators. "Scram or I'll kill without mercy." These words were not small, but it was unknown whether these 1,000 people had the ability to do so. However, even though they were facing an enemy several dozen times their size, the several dozen people from Sword Pavilion did not show the slightest fear, instead looking coldly at Tion's group. Zhou Fan sneered at Ding Yi. "A frog in a well dares to boast shamelessly? Who gave you the courage to act so arrogantly in front of us heaven-opening realm cultivators?" "So what if you're a heaven-opening realm cultivator?" Ding Yi did not put him in his eyes at all. "It's not like I haven't killed a heaven-opening realm cultivator recently. Even if my head is smashed I'll still die." Zhou Fan's face sank. "Junior, are you determined to get involved in this mess? Since that's the case, I'll kill you first." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly shouted, "Sword formation." With a series of xing sounds, the sound of swords being unsheathed rang out. The several dozen people from Sword Pavilion, with the 3 heaven-opening realm cultivators at the lead, suddenly linked their auras together. In an instant the wind and clouds surged and the sword intent was dense. Chi-chi-chi sounds rang out incessantly, and even the space around them became unstable. "Junior die." Zhou Fan roared angrily, his entire body transforming into a ray of sword light as he rushed forward. Following closely behind him, the several dozen people from Sword Pavilion also used their secret techniques. In an instant, the several dozen people from Sword Pavilion set up a sword array, which transformed into a shocking sword that slashed towards Ding Yi. Ding Yi was shocked, and as he retreated he waved his blade and shouted, "Kill!" The thousands of people behind him no longer hesitated, and they all used their secret techniques and secret treasures to attack the people from Sword Pavilion. With a series of rumbling sounds, the sky changed color, the earth shook, and the Yuan Qi was in chaos. The shocking sword flashed wildly, but its momentum did not decrease as it slashed into Tion's group. Miserable screams instantly rang out, And with just a single strike, more than 10 people from Ditian were killed or injured, and they fell from the sky like dumplings. The sword danced, and there was no harm in it being held by a formless hand. It killed in and out of Ditian's group and no one could stop it. Ding Yi roared incessantly, but Ditian's group was originally from the Emperor realm, and their strength was not too high. With the help of the array, how could they be a match for Ditian's group even though they had the advantage in numbers? People were constantly being killed on the spot and blood splattered everywhere. Ding Yi's eyes turned red as he watched. He was not careless and he took the lead, not fearing death. However, the difference in strength was not something that could be made up for by numbers. It was impossible to defeat Sword Pavilion's sword array without sacrificing a few hundred people. And Ditian's group did not know if they could hold on until then. "Aren't you going to help? He has provoked such a strong enemy for you." Yuhi moved closer to Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai looked at the battle in the sky, then looked at Hu Yi and the others who were ready to make a move and said, "I can't leave." If he left, he would not be able to keep the wish pouch. Yuhi curled her lips and said, "What a heartless man." Yang Kai sneered, "Ding Yi has his own plans. Did he really think that he was just standing up for me?" If he could defeat Sword Pavilion's group, Ditian's name would definitely spread far and wide. When that time came, would he be afraid that no one would want to join him? However, even so, Ding Yi had indeed helped him a little this time. Otherwise, he would definitely have to go against Sword Pavilion's group. Looking at the power of the sword array, it would take some effort for him to take it down. Hence, Yang Kai did not intend to watch from the sidelines. It was just that the time was not right. The battle continued. When everyone saw how powerful Sword Pavilion's group was, they could not help but be dazed. With such a powerful sword array, who could be a match for Sword Pavilion? In just half a cup of tea's time, Ditian had already suffered more than 100 casualties. On the other hand, Sword Pavilion's group was completely unscathed. The shocking sword array was still powerful and it swept through Ditian's group. Those from the Emperor realm who came into contact with it were either injured or killed. Ding Yi ran around and shouted and finally stabilized the situation, reducing Ditian's losses. The battle began. No matter what the reason was, both sides were in a killing frenzy. Only when one side was completely defeated would it end. After another incense stick's worth of time, Ding Yi grunted and retreated explosively. A 1-foot-long wound appeared on his chest and he was almost killed on the spot. He hurriedly circulated his emperor chi to suppress his injury, but sword intent permeated the wound, causing him great pain. At this moment, Yang Kai's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "Tell your people to put away the secret treasure." Ding Yi was stunned. He turned his head to look at Yang Kai and saw him staring at him from afar. Although he did not know what Yang Kai meant by this, Ding Yi only pondered for a moment before he shouted, "Put away the secret treasure." After saying this, he took the lead and put away his ghost head saber. Although the leader had spoken, Ditian's group still acted differently. From this, it could be seen how lax their discipline was. If Zhou Xian had said the same thing, Sword Pavilion's group would have immediately obeyed. However, Yang Kai did not care so much. He could sense that the space in the wish pouch was already filled with divine essence-fused light, and it would soon reach its limit. Chapter 40:19. After sending a message to Ding Yi, Yang Kai raised his hand and laughed maniacally. "Here's a gift for all of you." Saying so, Yang Kai put away the good wish bag. An unpredictable light soared into the sky as the divine essence-fused light reappeared. The distorted light tore a hole in the sky, allowing everyone within 1,000 kilometers to see it clearly. A cry of alarm suddenly rang out from the crowd. "Ah, my sword!" With a xiao sound, a sword flew straight towards the divine essence-fused light while a shocked cultivator in the rear stared blankly, unable to understand how his artifact sword had suddenly flown out of his hand. What happened? Who is it? A series of chaotic cries rang out from the crowd as the faces of all the cultivator who had summoned their metal-related artifacts paled. A powerful suction force suddenly appeared from somewhere in the void and the artifacts in their hands were all sucked away. The rest of the crowd also stared dumbfounded at the sky, watching as one artifact after another flew towards the divine essence-fused light at an incredible speed. After a brief moment of hesitation, the cultivator who had lost their artifacts hurriedly formed hand seals and sent out their divine senses in an attempt to recall their artifacts. How could they possibly recall them? The suction force of the divine essence-fused light was simply too powerful, and since they had already been sucked away, it was no different from throwing a meat bun at a dog. The cultivator who had first seen his sword fly into the divine essence-fused light did not have time to grieve as his face suddenly paled and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his expression suddenly becoming sluggish. The sword was connected to his divine sense, so after being washed away by the divine essence-fused light, it had lost a great deal of its spirituality and even his divine sense had been damaged. It would take him at least a year or so to recover. Countless people coughed up blood as those who had tempered their artifacts with their divine sense were all injured at this moment. Only those cultivator who had not tempered their divine essence-fused light were unharmed, only losing their artifacts, but even so their expressions were pained. "It's the divine essence-fused light," someone exclaimed. "The divine essence-fused light has the power to absorb artifacts. Everyone be careful." Not everyone's artifacts had been taken away. Hu Yi and the other heaven-opening realm masters were still desperately trying to resist the fluctuations of their artifacts, but when they heard this, their expressions became solemn and they hurriedly put away their artifacts to avoid the misfortune of having their artifacts taken away. In a short time, all the artifacts that had been taken away dimmed and turned into piles of scrap metal, their spirituality completely gone. The divine essence-fused light can actually absorb secret treasures. "Isn't Sword Pavilion in danger?" someone murmured. Hearing his words, everyone seemed to realize something and hurriedly turned their attention from the divine essence-fused light to the battlefield. At first glance he was dumbfounded. The sword formation that had been rampaging through Di Tian's group had been destroyed at some unknown point in time, and rays of sword light were flying towards the divine essence-fused light from Sword Pavilion's direction. No matter how the Sword Pavilion masters activated their divine essence-fused light, they were unable to take it back. Every member of Sword Pavilion cultivated the sword, and they even used secret techniques to temper their artifacts and swords. It could be said that the swords were closely linked to the lives of Sword Pavilion's disciples, and the majority of the abilities of Sword Pavilion's members rested on their swords. At this moment, with their swords taken away, the members of Sword Pavilion were like tigers that had their fangs pulled out. Moreover, they had even lost their swords that were linked to their lives, so there was naturally no way for them to use the sword formation. "What's going on?" Luo Qingyun was horrified. The sword in his hand had not been taken away. After all, he was a heaven-opening realm cultivator, and his foundation was not something that the Emperor realm could compare to. The moment he sensed that something was wrong, he had already tightened his grip on his sword. But at this moment, the sword in his hand was shaking uncontrollably, wanting to fly in a certain direction. He was completely focused on tangling with his sword, so how could he have the mind to kill his enemies? "It's that divine essence-fused light," Lu Shui shouted, and her beautiful face was gloomy. "What a vicious brat." Zhong Fan lowered his head and glared at Yang Kai, who was grinning wildly. Previously, Yang Kai had crazily shouted that he would give them a big gift, but no one had expected that gift to be a killing trap for Sword Pavilion. Just this move alone was enough to bury dozens of Sword Pavilion's elites here. In a flash, there was no time to think. Zhong Fan roared, "Follow me." He was the first to put away his artifact, and a dense sword intent erupted from his body as he charged towards the weakest part of the group. However, they had relied on the might of the sword formation to kill their way in and out of the thousands of people in Di Tian's group. Now that the sword formation had been destroyed, how could it be so easy for them to leave? Pu piu piu. A series of muffled sounds could be heard as the Sword Pavilion's disciples spat out mouthfuls of blood. They looked extremely dispirited. When it rains, it pours. Unlike some people in the Emperor realm, it didn't matter if their artifacts were destroyed. They would only lose one artifact. The Sword Pavilion's disciples had refined their swords with a secret technique, and they were closely linked to their lives. Once their swords were destroyed, it would be a devastating blow to them. As the swords were sucked into the divine essence-fused light, their radiance dimmed, and the dozens of Sword Pavilion's disciples were greatly shaken. They were severely injured. Dingy was dumbfounded. Previously, when the Sword Pavilion's disciples had set up the sword formation, it was so majestic that thousands of people in Di Tian's group couldn't even fight back. The anger and grievance in Ding Yi's heart were indescribable. He had already thought of retreating, wondering if it was worth it to provoke these lunatics from Sword Pavilion. However, after Yang Kai transmitted a message to him, the situation suddenly changed. After sword lights flew out from the Sword Pavilion's disciples' hands, the invincible sword formation was destroyed by itself. Following that, the Sword Pavilion's disciples spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were pale and it was obvious that they were severely injured. There was no need to hesitate. Ding Yi pointed forward and grinned. "Kill him while he's down. Kill him." After saying that, he took the lead and rushed out. His entire body was shrouded in golden light, and the boundless sharpness was terrifying. It was obvious that he had activated the metal elemental energy in his Dao seal to increase his offensive power. Strictly speaking, although Ding Yi's cultivation wasn't very high, his strength was still considered decent in the Emperor realm. Just from the metal elemental energy alone, it could be seen that ordinary people in the Emperor realm weren't his match. Furthermore, he should have condensed the heaven-splitting force that was above the 4th grade or even the 5th grade. He probably had his own fortuitous encounters after spending a few months in the Great Void realm. With a single punch, the weather changed. Since their leader had already set an example, how could Di Tian and the others be careless? With a loud crash, secret techniques blasted toward the Sword Pavilion's disciples from all directions. Having lost their swords, the Sword Pavilion's disciples were already greatly weakened. Now that their minds were severely injured, how could they resist such a dense attack? If the sword formation was still there, they wouldn't be afraid. However, the sword formation had long been broken along with their swords. Despair filled their eyes, but they couldn't dodge. They could only desperately activate their own strength to form a defense. At the same time, they took out their defensive artifacts. In an instant, layers of earthy yellow light lit up on the Sword Pavilion's disciples. Obviously, they had all activated the earth elemental energy. Some of them even performed the divine technique of the earth elemental energy. In particular, Zhou Xian, who was the leader, held a huge shield in his hand. The huge shield was purely condensed from the earth elemental energy and looked extremely solid. However, in the face of the endless attacks, all of this was meaningless. Under the flashes of light, the defensive artifacts of the Sword Pavilion's disciples shattered one after another. Then, the earth elemental energy protecting them was also broken. Even Zhou Xian's huge shield wasn't spared. As the attack struck their bodies, the Sword Pavilion's disciples let out continuous shrill cries. Their lives exploded into a bloody mist in midair, and not even their corpses remained. In an instant, more than half of the Sword Pavilion's disciples were dead or injured. Even Zhou Xian, Luo Qingyun, and Lu Shui were injured and dripping with blood. Di Tian and the others were extremely excited. Earlier, they'd been crushed by the Sword Pavilion's sword formation, and they'd been suppressing their anger for a long time. Now that they saw hope for revenge, they naturally didn't hold back. After the first round of attacks, the second round of attacks arrived. The Sword Pavilion's disciples are finished. Hui watched helplessly as this thought flashed through his mind, and his face was extremely pale. Since he'd advanced to the heaven-opening realm, he'd never taken the Emperor realm seriously. The Emperor realm was his territory. But until today, when he saw the Sword Pavilion's disciples fleeing for their lives and saw Zhou Xian, a 5th-stage heaven-opening expert, like a stray dog, he finally understood that the saying, "enough ants can kill an elephant," wasn't empty talk. After all, this was the great cosmological realm. And the main culprit was the indifferent young man who was watching with his hands behind his back. Although Di Tian was the killer, in the end the death of the Sword Pavilion's disciples was still blamed on the young man. If he hadn't released the divine origin magnet light, how could the Sword Pavilion's disciples have been defeated so easily? Turning his head to look at Yang Kai, Hui felt a chill run down his spine. This kid had killed heaven-opening realm cultivators like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Now that he had obtained the divine origin magnet light, who in the great cosmological realm would be his match in the future? Miserable screams rang out again. Di Tian's second round of attacks had wiped out the remaining Sword Pavilion disciples, leaving no one alive. Only the 3 heaven-opening realm leaders were still breaking out of the encirclement. From this, it could be seen that the foundation of the heaven-opening realm was different from that of the Emperor realm. Under the divine origin magnet light, they could timely control their swords and prevent them from being taken away. They also had the ability to protect themselves in the storm of attacks. Want to leave? Ding Yi's aura locked onto the fleeing Zhou Xian and he shouted angrily, "Leave your life behind." As he spoke, he threw another punch at Zhou Fan. The fist energy swept through the heavens and earth, and with the support of the metal element, its might was terrifying. Zhou Fan hurriedly turned around, gritted his teeth and pointed a finger. On the tip of his finger, a stream of sword chi met the saber light. With a boom, the energy rampaged and the fist energy shattered. Zhou Fan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his figure retreated explosively. He had already been injured by Di Tian's 2 rounds of attacks, and now that he had forcefully used his strength, he was almost no match for Ding Yi. Luo Qingyun hurriedly supported him and exchanged a glance with Lu Shui. The two of them turned around, transforming into 2 streaks of sword light that enveloped the 3 of them. They instantly broke through the encirclement of Di Tian's group and fled into the distance, not even looking back. Chapter 40-20. Dozens of people from Sword Pavilion came aggressively under the leadership of 3 heaven-opening realm leaders, but in less than half an hour, they all fled with their faces covered in dirt. There were dozens of them when they came, but only 3 were left when they left. Even Zhou Fan, who was a 5th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, was severely injured and almost died on the spot. On the Origin Magnet Mountain, everyone was silent. Only Di Tian and the others were left shouting slogans, shaking the world. Ding Yi even looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, looking insufferably arrogant. His arrogant appearance made many people unhappy, but it was undeniable that after this battle, Di Tian's reputation had indeed spread, and there would definitely be a place for him in the great cosmological realm. Among the thousands of people present, many were already looking at Di Tian with shining eyes, considering whether to join in. After laughing wildly, Ding Yi came back to his senses and wanted to thank Yang Kai, but when he looked down there was no trace of Yang Kai. Even the dozen people standing beside him had disappeared. "Where is Brother Yang?" Ding Yi asked the people around him. No one knew. Everyone was busy chasing after the people from Sword Pavilion, so who would pay attention to others' movements? However, one of the leaders of the Emperor realm below pointed and said, "They entered the Origin Magnet Divine Light." He had clearly seen that while Zhou Fan and the others were fleeing, Yang Kai had already led the dozen or so people around him into the underground cave, silently and without a sound. Ding Yi turned his head and saw that the Origin Magnet Divine Light was still spewing out of the hole created by the Earth Dragon. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes, secretly admiring Yang Kai's courage. He had seen the power of the Origin Magnet Divine Light just now. Not only could it absorb secret treasures, but under the scouring of this divine light, those secret treasures would lose their spirituality in a very short time. How could they have a good ending if they jumped in directly? But soon an unwillingness to admit defeat welled up in his heart. If Yang Kai dared to jump down, why wouldn't he dare? Moreover, this hole spewed out such dense Origin Magnet Divine Light, so there must be high-quality Origin Magnet Divine stones below. This was a rare treasure. Without much hesitation, he waved his hand and called out, "Follow me." He took the lead and rushed into the cave. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived before the cave. Only when they got close did they realize how terrifying the divine essence-fused light was. When they sent their divine sense into it to investigate, it was immediately ground to dust, causing them to feel a slight headache. Ding Yi couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He wondered if he should wait and see what would happen. It wouldn't be worth it if he didn't get to eat the mutton and got himself into trouble. A cultivator beside him also came in with a nervous look and said, "Boss, I'm afraid it's a little dangerous to jump in. Why don't we wait a little longer?" If he hadn't said that, Ding Yi would have really waited. But he had to persuade him. Ding Yi's neck stiffened. "What are we waiting for? There must be treasures down there. Didn't you see that Brother Yang has already jumped down? He must be looting. I'll go first." You all jump down. A bitter expression appeared on that person's face. After Ding Yi finished speaking, he gritted his teeth and leaped forward, plunging headfirst into the hole. In order to avoid any accidents, he deliberately activated his own earth element power to protect himself. It could be said that he was well prepared. However, as soon as he jumped down, he suddenly screamed and shot out of the hole like an arrow released from a bow. Under everyone's gaze, Ding Yi appeared 1,000 feet away. But when they saw his current state, they were all shocked. At this moment, Ding Yi's earth elemental energy had been broken. Not only that, his clothes were in tatters and there were countless tiny wounds all over his body. Blood had practically dyed his entire body red. As he stood in the air, Ding Yi's eyes were filled with shock, and there was lingering fear on his face. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they knew that the divine essence-fused light couldn't be trespassed at will after all, those secret treasures had been washed away and turned into scrap metal, they didn't expect the power of the divine essence-fused light to be so terrifying. Dingy couldn't even hold on for a breath. If he had stayed in there for a while longer, wouldn't he have died without a complete corpse? If he was already like this, what about the young man surnamed Yang and the dozen or so people around him? I'm afraid that boy is doomed. A heaven-opening realm cultivator came up to Hu Yi and whispered. It had been half a cup of tea's time since Yang Kai jumped into the cave with the dozen or so people. There had been no movement for such a long time, so how could they have a good ending? Hu Yi's stiff face finally showed a smile. It's good that he died. Seeing Yang Kai kill Liao Yibai with one move, Hu Yi was really afraid of Yang Kai. If this person was a heaven-opening realm cultivator it would be fine, but he was just a sovereign. This kind of existence that transcended the norm was a blow to him, so he was naturally happy to see him die. Master, are you all right? A disciple of Di Tian rushed up to Ding Yi and asked. Ding Yi raised his hand and said, I'm fine. Although he said so, there was still a lingering fear on his face. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly just now. Otherwise, something really might have happened. Thinking about how Yang Kai had already been in there for so long, he immediately came to the same conclusion as Hu Yi and the others. That Yang Kai probably didn't have a good ending. Thinking of this, Ding Yi's expression brightened. He waved his hand and said, surround this cave. Kill anyone who dares to trespass. If Yang Kai died, then no one would care about the treasures below. The divine essence-fused light couldn't be endless. There had to be a moment when it stopped. When that time came, he would lead Di Tian and the others down to plunder, then most of the treasures would belong to him. Di Tian and the others received the order and gathered around the cave. In the blink of an eye, the cave was completely surrounded. This action naturally angered everyone, but Di Tian and the others had the might of the Slaying Sword Pavilion, so they were not afraid. Even if the surrounding cultivators glared at them, they were still calm. At the same time, under the divine essence-fused light, a group of more than 10 people was surrounded by Yang Kai's earth elemental power and kept going deeper into the cave. Contrary to what Hu Yi and Ding Yi thought, not only was Yang Kai not dead, he didn't even show any signs of injury. Not only him, but the Crimson Star disciples were also unharmed. Under the earth elemental power's protection, the divine essence-fused light couldn't penetrate them at all. Yang Kai had now condensed the power of wood, fire, and earth. However, he still didn't know what grade these three powers were. He couldn't ask anyone about this, so he could only figure it out himself. If the wood elemental power condensed from the immortal tree's essence was classified as a 9th grade power, then the golden crow primordial fire and earth dragon's dragon pearl might be an 8th grade power. In other words, he had now condensed at least one 9th grade power and two 8th grade powers. However, this divine essence-fused light was only a 6th grade power, so how could it hurt Yang Kai and the others under the protection of an 8th grade earth elemental power? That being said, Yang Kai's consumption of qi was not small, so he had no choice but to constantly activate the earth elemental power in his Dao seal. Otherwise, even if he was fine, the others would be in danger of dying. Even Yu He was no exception. After all, her strength was only at the 5th grade, so she couldn't resist the scouring of this divine essence-fused light. Divine essence-fused stone. A disciple exclaimed as he descended, apparently having seen the treasures around the cave walls. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai had already reached out and retrieved the divine essence-fused stone. At first glance, it was only a 4th grade divine essence-fused stone, so he didn't take it to heart and casually tossed it into his space ring. Yang Kai didn't know how deep this hole dug by the earth dragon was to draw out the divine essence-fused light from underground. As he continued to descend, he would occasionally find some divine essence-fused stones around the cave walls. Yang Kai easily collected more than a dozen divine essence-fused stones along the way, but the highest was only a 4th grade while the rest were basically 2nd grade and 2nd grade divine essence-fused stones, so they weren't very valuable. After descending for about 3,000 meters, the space below suddenly opened up and everyone seemed to have fallen into a sea of divine essence-fused light. However, in just 2 breaths of time, the group rushed out of the sea of divine essence-fused light. In their field of vision, a brilliant and beautiful world suddenly appeared. This was a huge cave, and everywhere in the cave, there were flashing lights, each of which represented a divine essence-fused stone. Looking up again above the cave, a vast expanse of divine essence-fused light was continuously pouring out of the cave. Obviously, this was the source of the divine essence-fused light. Yang Kai had collected an entire bag of divine essence-fused light using his good wish bag before, so he hadn't expected there to be such a large amount stored underground. This situation made everyone's heart ache. If there was another artifact like the good wish bag, they might be able to collect more. Yang Kai had thought about using his sealed world bead to collect these divine essence-fused stones before, but after trying it out while falling, he had no choice but to give up. After the 6th grade divine essence-fused light entered his sealed world bead, it actually put some pressure on it. It didn't matter if he collected a small amount, but if he collected too much, his sealed world bead would be in danger of collapsing. According to the current storage capacity of this divine essence-fused light C, it would run out in at most a stick of incense worth of time. At that time, the people above would definitely come down to search for treasures. In other words, Yang Kai and the others only had a stick of incense worth of time left. 6th young master, we've struck gold. Guizian looked around and muttered to himself. There were already more than a dozen divine essence-fused stones in his field of vision. Although he didn't know what grade they were, the quantity alone was enough to make everyone excited. Not to mention, this underground cave covered an unknown area. As long as they continued to collect, they would definitely find more. Let's do it, Yang Kai said lightly. The reason why he brought Qi Xing and the others down was firstly to consider their safety. He had offended many people before, so it was definitely not safe for them to stay here. Secondly, he needed manpower to collect these divine essence-fused stones. Since he had already expected there to be treasures below, how could he not make some plans? As soon as he gave the order, the dozen Qi Xing disciples rushed out excitedly and began to collect the divine essence-fused stones. He also didn't say a word and walked towards the brightest divine essence-fused stone, putting it into her space ring after a short while. Chapter 40-21. While he had the others collect them, Yang Kai himself did not remain idle. Under the perception of his divine sense, the pieces of divine essence magnet stone could not hide from him. Everyone from Qi Xing was also very self-aware. Every time they found a divine essence magnet stone, they would deliver it to Yang Kai before turning around to look for others. The divine essence magnet stones in the depths of the earth were indeed different from those outside. They were of extremely high quality, with the lowest being 4th grade and the majority being 5th grade. 6th manager, over here. Guizian suddenly shouted from 1,000 meters away, seemingly having discovered something. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the voice and arrived beside him in a flash. 6th grade, 6th manager, this is definitely 6th grade. Guizian's face lit up with fanaticism as he pointed to a piece of divine essence magnet stone embedded in the cave wall. The divine essence magnet stone was almost tangible, almost the same as the divine essence magnet light that had rushed out of the cave. Yang Kai reached out to touch it, felt it for a moment and nodded. It is indeed 6th grade. Guizian's breathing was heavy and he almost wanted to cry. When had he ever seen such a high-quality rare treasure in his life? Although the divine essence magnet light from before was also 6th grade, and if one had the ability they could have used it to condense metal attribute force, but that kind of pure divine essence magnet light was extremely dangerous. The divine essence magnet stone in front of them was different. It contained 6th grade origin magnet force, making it much safer to condense metal attribute force. Although he was excited, he was also a little dejected. Recalling that he had no background to rely on and his aptitude was only SSO, he had no choice but to condense 2nd grade materials and reach 2nd grade, splitting the heavens. In this lifetime he would only reach 4th grade at most. If he could go back in time, he would never have made such a hasty choice and would have waited for his own opportunity. Many people from the Emperor realm like Qi Xing had not even condensed their Dao seals, or had just condensed their own Dao seals. There were many opportunities in the great cosmological realm. The rare treasures here were much more abundant than the outside world, and there were also many opportunities. As long as they could leave the great cosmological realm alive, it would not be a problem for them to advance to 3rd grade or 4th grade, splitting the heavens. Compared to his initial 2nd grade splitting the heavens, their future achievements would naturally be higher. Dig it out, Yang Kai ordered. Guizian nodded, and then he sorted out his chaotic feelings before rushing over to get busy. In a short moment he held a millstone-sized divine origin magnet with both hands. Sixth head, this amount is enough for one person to condense metal elemental energy or even more. Guizian said excitedly. Although this 6th grade treasure didn't have much to do with him, he had taken it out personally after all, so he was naturally excited. Grade 6 materials were worth at least 15 million heaven-opening pills. If he had so many heaven-opening pills he wouldn't have to worry about cultivation for the rest of his life. Not bad, Yang Kai said lightly and put it away. There was not much time left for Yang Kai and the others. Once the sea of divine essence-fused light was completely emptied, the several thousand cultivators gathered on the divine essence-fused mountain would definitely descend to search and plunder the treasures. As such, everyone increased their speed. Everyone had a huge harvest, collecting divine essence-fused stones one after another. There was no lack of 6th grade divine essence-fused stones, and this underground cave was extremely large. It was unknown how large it was. It was impossible for Qi Xing and the others to completely search this place, but since they had taken the initiative, their harvest was naturally not small. After agreeing to meet up here, He led Qi Xing and the others to search in one direction while Yang Kai headed in another direction alone. Along the way, Yang Kai released his divine sense and ignored all divine essence-fused stones below grade 3, only collecting those above grade 3. The underground cave was indeed extremely large. Yang Kai had been running for an entire day, but he still hadn't reached the end, and from time to time, there would be some forks in the road making him dizzy. After such a long time, the people on the divine essence-fused mountain should have already descended, but such a large underground space was enough for them to search. After another day they finally reached the end. In these 2 days Yang Kai's harvest could be said to be envious. He had collected more than 100 pieces of divine essence-fused stones of 4th grade, more than 30 pieces of 5th grade and 4 pieces of 6th grade. In terms of value, the divine essence-fused stones he found in these 2 days were worth about 100 million opening heaven pills, and this was only his own harvest. Even if he and the other Qi Xing disciples' harvest were not as good as his, it would definitely not be too little. The only fly in the ointment was that they did not find any divine essence-fused stones of 7th grade or above. Yang Kai thought that there would definitely be materials of 7th grade or above under this divine essence-fused mountain, but he didn't know if there really wasn't any, or if he was just unlucky and had searched in the wrong direction. At this moment, it was too late to change the direction of the search. With more than 2,000 people on the divine essence-fused mountain pouring in, no matter how many treasures there were underground, it would not be enough to keep them. He didn't know if others had found divine essence-fused stones of 7th grade or above. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai seemed to have thought of something and grinned silently. With his hands behind his back, he calmly returned the way he came. Halfway back, a group of more than a dozen people came in front of him. When they saw someone in front of them, they could not help but be surprised. The leader of the group even shouted, "Who is it?" With this shout, these more than a dozen cultivators secretly urged their strength, ready to attack. Yang Kai walked over unhurriedly, not stopping for even a moment. However, he didn't show any excessive hostility, making these people somewhat unsure of what this guy's intentions were. When he got closer and saw Yang Kai's face, the leader of the cultivators said in surprise, "It's you didn't die?" Previously on the divine essence-fused mountain, everyone thought that Yang Kai and Qi Xing's group were dead for sure. After all, they had gone down for so long without any movement, so how could they be safe? Only now did they know that Yang Kai was actually alive and well. "Why would I die?" Yang Kai chuckled. The cultivator who spoke mumbled for a while, then forced a smile and cupped his fists. "Lord Yang's divine skills are unparalleled. I admire you." Although they were all in the Emperor realm, this person did not dare to be arrogant in front of Yang Kai. Previously he had seen the leader of the mysterious Cloud Society, Liao Yibai, die under Yang Kai's spear with his own eyes. For a moment he felt a little uneasy. Meeting this god of death in such a place, would he be tempted by the wealth? If a conflict really broke out with his strength, the dozen or so people on his side would not be able to resist. But they didn't think that Kai Yang would just let out a grunt and walk past them. The dozen or so people secretly sighed and looked at each other, feeling a little absurd as if they had just survived a disaster. "That's right." Yang Kai suddenly turned around and looked at them. "Lord Yang, what orders do you have?" The leading cultivator quickly asked respectfully. Don't go forward, there's nothing good in front, let's change direction. Yang Kai dropped a sentence and quickly disappeared. Only when Yang Kai's footsteps disappeared did they confirm that Yang Kai had really left. Someone asked, what did he mean? Idiot, he came from that side, so he must have taken the good things first. The person who asked suddenly realized, no wonder we only found divine essence-fused stones under the 3rd grade along the way, so it was he who slipped through the gaps between his fingers. Fortunately, Yang Kai was in a hurry and did not care about those materials under the 3rd grade. Otherwise, they would not have been able to find anything along the way. Let's change direction. How could the leading cultivator hesitate? He quickly led his people to the nearest fork in the road and turned into another passage. Yang Kai returned along the original path and encountered many cultivators. Some were in groups of 3 to 5, some were in groups of 10, but at most there were 30 to 50 of them. They were all very surprised that Yang Kai had survived. Some of the smarter ones saw Yang Kai coming from the front and immediately changed the direction of their search without needing him to remind them. Yang Kai spent more than a day to return to the entrance. Looking up, the sea of divine essence-fused light that had gathered at the top of the cave had indeed disappeared. If not, how could those people on the divine essence-fused mountain be safe? Yueha and the others were still nowhere to be seen, so they were probably still searching for divine essence-fused stones. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry though. Looking around, he flew over to one of the stone pillars. The top of this stone pillar was a smooth stone surface, enough for several dozen people to stand on. It was only a few dozen meters away from the cave entrance. From time to time, people would fly down from the cave entrance. Obviously, they were all cultivators who had heard the news and wanted to get a share of the loot. When these people saw Yang Kai sitting alone on the stone pillar, they couldn't help but be a little surprised. However, no one thought too much about it. In the face of benefits, who would have the time to care about the life or death of others? Everyone went in their own direction and searched deeper. After waiting for less than half a day, 2 ferocious auras descended from the cave above his head. Sensing these familiar auras, Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked over, only to see 2 behemoths flying down one after the other, constantly circling around Yang Kai, each of their divine senses conveying a hint of flattery. The 2 ferocious beasts had put in a lot of effort and were injured. The earth dragon was injured by the divine essence-fused light, but it had a strong recovery ability and had more or less recovered in the past few days. The scarlet flood dragon was injured by the thunder light cultivator. It had chased after the thunder light cultivator in a rage and only now did it return. Stop arguing. Yang Kai was a little speechless towards these 2 fellows. Although they couldn't speak, their divine senses were constantly surging towards him, transmitting some vague information which was really annoying. Yang Kai had no choice but to throw out 2 dragon blood pills to calm them down, each of them finding a quiet place to lie down and refine the medicinal efficacies. Yang Kai also swallowed a dragon blood pill and then closed his eyes to comprehend the mysteries of wood and fire in his Dao seal, looking forward to comprehending some kind of divine technique. Another day later, Yu He and the others returned, all of them smiling from ear to ear. Obviously, their harvest was not small. Sensing Yang Kai's aura, Yu He's eyes lit up and she led everyone to the stone pillar, handing over a space ring. Young master, this is all of our harvest. Yang Kai glanced at her with some surprise, not having expected her to hand over all of her harvest to him. Yu He, on the other hand, smiled as if this was only natural. Yang Kai received the space ring and poured his divine sense into it to investigate, his expectations quickly turning into disappointment. Chapter 40-22. The harvest of Yu He and the others was indeed not small, at least 30% more than what he had obtained. What's more, they didn't even let go of any divine essence magnet stones below 3rd grade, most likely collecting everything they could find. The remaining 4th grade, 5th grade and 6th grade stones were everywhere, but there were no 7th grade stones. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's thoughts, Yu He sent him a message. This divine essence magnet mountain is so rich, with countless low-rank and mid-rank divine essence magnet stones, it is very likely that there won't be any high-rank divine stones here. What she said made sense, but Yang Kai was obviously unwilling to accept this. Putting away the space rings, Yang Kai turned to Qi Xing and said, "You've done well. After we return, if you have any needs, just ask. Whether it is 5th grade or 6th grade, as long as you have the ability to refine them, this king will not be stingy." These dozen or so survivors were those who had not fled when facing the hundreds of Thunderlight Sex cultivators. Regardless of how loyal they were, at the very least they had some courage. As soon as these words came out, everyone's breathing became heavy, and even Guizian was taken aback. Sixth Master, how can this be? 5th grade and 6th grade precious stones were given out by Yang Kai as soon as he opened his mouth. Although not all of them had the ability to refine 6th grade precious stones, there were still some who could refine 5th grade precious stones. These words alone were enough to show Yang Kai's generosity and courage. What's more, there were only a dozen or so of them and none of them had contributed much at all this time. When facing the provocation of Thunderlight Sex cultivators, it was Yang Kai who had single-handedly dealt with them. All in all, they were only able to survive thanks to Yang Kai's protection. Following Yang Kai to this underground cave was simply a matter of finding some precious stones. If it weren't for Yang Kai pushing his earth attribute before, they wouldn't have been able to descend at all. Putting in a little effort, reaping great benefits, this was something they never dared to imagine before. The harvest this time is not small, and this king is not a person who likes to eat alone. Since you are this king's people, this king naturally hopes that you can grow up quickly so that you can share this king's burdens in the future. Seeing Guizian still wanting to say something, Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "It's decided, there is no need to say anything more." Guizian sighed and cupped his fists. "Sixth Master, this lowly one, thank you, Sixth Master." The dozen or so gold precious treasured stones, precious stones. Everyone stared at Yang Kai with fiery eyes, once again feeling that it was a blessing to follow such a master. If it had been the old poison matriarch here, how could she have been so generous? But then again, even with the poison woman's ability, it was unlikely she could achieve what Yang Kai had. Yang Kai continued, "Some of you may have already condensed the power of different attributes, so you should already have a plan for your future. However, this king would like to give you a piece of advice. Regardless of whether you have condensed the Yin-Yang 5 elements or not, you should still try your best to condense high-quality materials. Although laying down a foundation won't help you reach a higher realm, in a battle high-quality energy may be the difference between life and death. For example, if a cultivator had condensed the 3rd grade fire attribute power before, then his position would be at the 3rd grade sky splitter. If it were in the outside world without sufficient financial resources and opportunities, he would only look for 3rd grade materials to condense the remaining power. But here in the great cosmological realm, if he chose to condense the 4th grade or 5th grade origin magnet divine force, although it could not help him advance to the 4th grade or 5th grade sky splitter, he would still only reach the 3rd grade. However, he would be able to get more help and more damage when urging the metal attribute power. Guizian said, "Sixth Master is right." A Crimson Star disciple stood up and said, "Sixth Master, I only want the 4th grade. I also only want the 4th grade." Another person said. The rest of the group also spoke out their needs. Basically, they were all 4th grade. Only 2 people pondered for a long time before saying that they needed the 5th grade. In this world, there were many cultivators who were limited by financial resources and did not reach the limit of the Sky Splitter grade. For example, Meng Hong. He had condensed the 3rd grade Sky Splitter power before, but his limit was the 5th grade. It was just that a force like the Great Moon Province could not meet his needs at all. There were also people who were burdened by their aptitude and could not bear the pressure of condensing high-quality Sky Splitter power. Forcibly condensing it would only be counterproductive. Generally speaking, as long as one's aptitude was not too bad, condensing 4th grade materials was not a problem. If one's aptitude was slightly better, there was hope for the 5th grade. As for the 6th grade, it really required an excellent foundation and aptitude. Nearly 10 people out of the dozen or so people stated their requirements, leaving only a few people who looked on enviously. They had already condensed the metal attribute power, so this origin magnet divine stone was naturally of no use to them. Yang Kai said again, "If you have other gains in the future, just tell me if you need anything. This king will not treat you unfairly." Everyone was overjoyed and cupped their hands to thank him. Guizian was happy to surrender. This new 6th master was so powerful and so generous to his subordinates. It was really rare in the world. It was their fortune to have such a superior. Turning his head to look around, Guizian said, "Sixth Master, there are many treasures underground. Do you want me to take some people to look for them?" "No need. Just wait here. Naturally, someone will come to us." Yang Kai waved his hand. Guizian was stunned when he heard this. He did not know what Yang Kai meant. He blinked and looked at Yang Kai, then looked at the special position here and then looked at the cave entrance more than 100 feet away. She said with a look of horror, "You're not going to rob us, are you?" Yang Kai grinned. "This tree was planted by me and this road was opened by me. If you want to pass through here, leave some money. If anyone dares to say no, I'll kill them." He was speechless. Qi Xing and the others also had black lines on their faces. Sixth Master was really bold. He could even do this kind of thing. However, since Sixth Master had made this decision, they could only obey. They all stood behind Yang Kai to show off their strength. Since the appearance of the origin magnet divine light, although 3 days had passed, there were still people flying down from the cave entrance to explore the underground. No one had left this place, but counting the time, it was about time for some people to leave. Although the underground area was vast, it could not withstand the search of thousands of people for several days. The places that needed to be searched had already been searched. Without any benefits, who would be willing to stay here? Sure enough, in less than half a day, a few rays of light flew over from afar, and soon arrived in front of them, preparing to fly out through the passage they came in. However, how could Guizian, who had long known Yang Kai's intentions, give them this opportunity? He immediately stepped forward and raised his hand. "Halt!" The newcomers paused, and when the light faded, the figures of 6 people were revealed. An elderly man and 5 young men and women. Judging from their appearances, they should be from the same great force. Yang Kai guessed that they had been drawn into the great cosmological realm by the great cosmological fog while working in Star City. All 6 of them looked vigilant as they secretly circulated their strength. However, when the old man saw Guizian's appearance, he could not help but be shocked. He quickly looked towards Yang Kai and found that it was indeed this god of death. He smiled bitterly in his heart. He had witnessed the scene of this young man killing Liao Yibai before and knew that the 6 of them were not his opponent. If it was a blessing, it would not be a disaster. If it was a disaster, it could not be avoided. The elderly man cupped his fists and said, "So it is Lord Yang. This old master has been disrespectful. What advice does Lord Yang have for us?" Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the stone pillar, opened his eyes, looked at the elderly man and said, "I dare not give advice, but please show me your space rings." As soon as the statement came out, the elderly man's face changed and a young man behind him shouted angrily, "Why should we?" No cultivator was willing to hand over their space ring to others to check. Everyone's space ring had its own privacy. If others were to check it at will, wouldn't it be exposed? Another young girl gritted her teeth and said, "Wishful thinking." The elderly man raised his hand to stop her, looked at Yang Kai and forced a smile. "Lord Yang, although this old master and these unfilial disciples have searched underground for several days, we have not found anything good. Even if we hand over our space rings, I am afraid it will only disappoint Lord Yang." Yang Kai said lightly, "Whether you will be disappointed or not, you will know at a glance." The elderly man frowned and said, "Lord Yang, how about this? We will give 30% of our harvest to Master and ask Master to let us pass. How does that sound?" "Martial uncle." The young men and women behind him couldn't help shouting. Their harvest this time wasn't that great to begin with, so if they had to hand over 30%, it would be as painful as cutting their own flesh. How could they be willing? "I will only look at your space rings." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. The elderly man's brow furrowed even more, hesitating for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, 40%. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to this. 50%. The elderly man took a step forward, seemingly having made a great decision. If Lord Yang is still not satisfied, then this old master has nothing to say. Yang Kai still said the same words, "I will only look at your space rings." The young man who spoke before shouted angrily, "Don't go too far." Yang Kai coldly glanced over. "If I wanted to go too far, you would all be corpses by now. How could I allow you to be so noisy?" Hearing this, the young man's face paled and he couldn't help taking a few steps back. Thinking back to how Yang Kai had killed a heaven-opening realm master, he felt that the few of them here wouldn't be enough to kill him. The elderly man smiled bitterly. "Is Lord Yang so insistent?" Yang Kai remained silent. The elderly man nodded. "This old master understands. Sorry for disturbing master." After cupping his fists, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Leading his disciples in another direction, it seemed that they wanted to look for another exit. Originally, they were still a little worried that Yang Kai would stop them, but who would have thought that even after they had walked far away, Yang Kai didn't seem to have any intention of doing so. That person went too far, the young woman said indignantly. The elderly man said, now you should understand that in these 3,000 worlds, strength is respected. Cultivate well in the future, don't be distracted. The disciples blushed with shame and nodded. On the other side, he said, aren't you afraid that they will find another exit or forcefully open one of their own? If they can do it, it'll be up to them, Yang Kai said indifferently. Chapter 40-23. This place was 3,000 meters underground, and because of the origin magnet mountain, the ground was extremely hard. In the great cosmological realm, under the premise that heaven-opening realm cultivators could not display too much power, it was impossible for anyone to forcefully open an exit. Even if Yang Kai went on the field himself, unless he used the black dragon spear, he would not have a chance. Only the earth dragon, who was naturally good at digging holes, was able to directly drill a passage into the origin magnet mountain. Time passed slowly and people constantly flew over from all directions wanting to leave through the passage, but without exception they were all stopped by Zhou Xian. At the entrance of the passage more and more people gathered, and in less than half a day there were already several hundred people. Yang Kai sat on the stone pillar calmly, and the several hundred people below were noisy and indignant. Many people looked at Yang Kai with hatred, but none of them dared to provoke him, only cursing him in their hearts. As time passed, more and more people gathered here, but they did not know what was going on. After asking around, they learned that the sixth manager of the Crimson Star sect actually wanted to bribe people to pass through, and he even shamelessly said that he wanted to check the space ring of a passing cultivator. No one would agree to such a rude request. After all, what if they handed the space ring to Yang Kai and Yang Kai snatched it away? They definitely could not defeat him, nor could they snatch it back, so although there were many people gathered here, no one could leave. Hui was also here, and besides him, there were several other heaven-opening realm cultivators. Everyone looked at them hoping that they could uphold justice. Hui did not want to be the first to stand out, and he wished he could shrink back into the crowd, but with so many people looking at him, he had no choice but to stand out. After all, if a heaven-opening realm cultivator did not stand out, how could he count on the Emperor realm to speak up? Raising his hand to calm the rioting crowd, Hui said, everyone, please calm down and allow this Hu to inquire about Manager Yang's intentions. Everyone cupped their fists and said, thank you for your trouble, Manager Hu. Hui sighed in his heart, then raised his head to look at the direction Yang Kai was at, then looked at the crimson W that seemed to be sleeping but was actually ferocious and monstrous as it lay nearby, and his scalp went numb. He silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then flicked his sleeve and flew up the stone pillar. Zhou Xian and the others looked at him coldly, but they did not stop him. Hui climbed up the stone pillar. He first cupped his hands towards Zhou Xian and then towards Yang Kai. Master Yang. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at him. Master Hu, have you figured it out? Since you've figured it out, please give me your space ring. The corners of Hu Yi's mouth twitched and he forced a smile and said, Headmaster Yang must be joking. This Hu came here just to ask Headmaster Yang, what is the meaning of this action? Yang Kai said indifferently, what do you mean? Hui said, it should be for the origin magnetic divine stone. Since you know, why are you being so long-winded? Hu Yi's face stiffened as he frowned. Although I know, I'm afraid Headmaster Yang's actions are inappropriate. Those origin magnetic divine stones are something everyone worked so hard to find. Who would be willing to hand them over so easily? What's more, Headmaster Yang is blocking this path and not allowing everyone to pass. There is no reason for him to do so. Yang Kai gave him a thumbs up and pointed upwards. This path was opened by me. Is that reason enough? Hui was stunned for a moment before smiling bitterly. This path was really opened by someone else. There was no way he could refute this. Yang Kai snorted. Without this king's permission, you used the passage opened by this king's subordinate spirit beast to search for origin magnetic divine stones. This king didn't pursue this matter, but now that I'm asking you to share some benefits, you're making all kinds of excuses. What, do you really think this king is a pushover? We wouldn't dare. Hui hurriedly waved his hand, thinking that if this guy was a pushover, then there was no one in the Great Void Realm who wasn't. After pondering for a moment, he said, Headmaster Yang's words are reasonable. How about this, you give a number 10%, 20% or 30%. If everyone has no objections, we'll hand over Headmaster Yang's share and ask Headmaster Yang to let us pass. How much do I say? How do I know what you found? What if you're deliberately deceiving us? Absolutely not, Hu Yi waved his hand. Can you guarantee? Hu Yi's expression stiffened. How could he guarantee this kind of thing? What if someone was really unwilling to pay too much and casually took out some low-quality origin magnetic divine stones to make up the numbers? Don't be long-winded. In short, if you want to leave this place, take out your space rings for this king to check. After checking, this king will naturally let you go. Hu Yi said. Headmaster Yang's move is likely to anger everyone. Yang Kai sneered. It's not like it's the first time. Hu Yi shook his head and said, that was then and this is now. Previously, the people's hearts were not united, but now, everyone wants to leave. If Manager Yang insists on stopping them, these hundreds and thousands of people will rush over. May I ask if Manager Yang can stop them? Not to mention there are still many people who haven't arrived yet. Yang Kai raised his hand and took out the good wish bag, grinning. Does this king need to stop them? Whoever dares to barge in, have a taste of the power of this king's origin magnetic divine light. Hu Yi's face turned pale as he remembered that this guy had collected a lot of origin magnetic divine light before. If he was provoked, he only needed to block the entrance and release the origin magnetic divine light. No matter how many people there were, they wouldn't be enough for him to kill. Cupping his fists, he retreated from the stone pillar. The two did not deliberately suppress their voices, so how could the hundreds and thousands of people below not hear them? For a time, many people were filled with righteous indignation, thinking that Yang Kai had gone too far. This passage was indeed opened by his spirit beast, but with so many treasures below, it was only natural that everyone who saw them should have a share. Now he was blocking the entrance to the passage and robbing them. He was simply shameless to the extreme. However, not everyone thought so. Some cultivator were considering whether or not to agree to Yang Kai's request. In any case, they didn't have many good things in their space rings, so he might not be interested in them. This time they didn't harvest many origin magnetic divine stones, so although it was painful to share some, it was better than being blocked here. At that moment, a series of whooshing sounds broke through the air. Everyone turned their heads and saw a dozen or so people drenched in blood rushing over, not even bothering to look back as they headed straight for the passage. Guizian immediately took out his staff and flew to block the entrance of the passageway. Halt! The dozen or so people obviously recognized Guizian and quickly stopped, the leader cupping his fists and asking, "What advice does Master have for us?" Guizian repeated the same words countless times. "If you want to leave, hand over your space rings and let 6th young master inspect them first." Unsurprisingly, the dozen or so people couldn't help showing angry expressions when they heard this. Just as they were hesitating though, Yang Kai calmly said, "There are still 10 breaths of time before the people who want to kill you catch up. Either hand over your space rings and this king will let you go, or continue to flee." The face of the leader of this group changed greatly as he turned his head to look back. Sure enough, he saw a group of lights rapidly approaching them. His mind racing, he quickly asked, "Sir, does everyone who wants to leave this place have to hand over their space rings?" Yang Kai pointed down. "Those who haven't are over there." The man looked down and discovered that there were nearly 1,000 people gathered below. Between life and death, this person decisively nodded. "Good, in that case, master, please inspect them." Saying so, he took off his space ring and tossed it to Yang Kai. Seeing their leader act this way, the dozen or so people behind him also took off their space rings with different expressions. Yang Kai's speed was very fast, and under everyone's gazes, his divine sense swept through the dozen or so space rings before he raised his hand and returned them all, waving his hand. "Let's go." The leader of the cultivators was startled, but he didn't have time to think about it and cupped his fists towards Yang Kai. "Many thanks, master." Saying so, he led the dozen or so people behind him out of the passage, disappearing without a trace. 3 breaths after they left, they saw several dozen people chasing after them. Seeing the group from before pass through the passage, these people didn't hesitate to give chase, shouting, "Where do you think you're going?" However, before they could approach the passage, the scarlet flood dragon that had been napping on the ground suddenly flew up, its massive body directly blocking the passage and spitting out a mouthful of raging flames, scaring the several dozen cultivators so much that they staggered back, their faces ashen. Everyone below was also shocked. From the looks of it, if Yang Kai really didn't want to let them go, he didn't even need to use the divine essence-fused light. Just the scarlet flood dragon alone was enough to seal the passage. For a moment, their mouths were filled with bitterness. The leader of the pursuers looked at the scarlet flood dragon and couldn't help but gulp, then turned to Yang Kai and said, "Lord Yang, we are Di Tian's people." Yang Kai didn't even look at him. "Call Ding Yi over to talk to me." That person's expression froze, not understanding how Yang Kai was related to those people who escaped before, and why Yang Kai wanted to protect them. However, he didn't dare to act rashly, quickly taking out his communication bead and sending a message to Ding Yi. While he was busy here, the people below suddenly started communicating with their divine senses. Just now, when Yang Kai checked the space rings of the dozen or so people, they clearly saw that Yang Kai really only checked them and didn't touch anything before letting them go. It was impossible to say that those people didn't find anything underground. There were so many divine essence-fused stones here. Even if one or two of them didn't find anything, how could a dozen or so people not find anything? At the very least, they could find some divine essence-fused stones below the 3rd grade. However, Yang Kai really didn't take anything. What kind of situation was this? If that was the case, they might be able to accept Yang Kai's conditions. In any case, they wouldn't suffer any losses, at most losing some face. As such, after a brief hesitation, someone immediately flew up and cupped his fists in front of the stone pillar. "Lord Yang." After saying so, he cupped his space ring and handed it over. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the ring, sweeping it with his divine sense before throwing it back. That person was overjoyed. "Farewell." Saying so, he directly rushed up. The scarlet flood dragon made way for him, and that person quickly disappeared without a trace. This scene caused many people to go into an uproar. If there was a possibility that they had seen wrongly before, then this time, everyone stared very carefully, not daring to be distracted. From what they could see, Yang Kai really didn't take anything. Chapter 40-24. With the first there was a second. One after another, cultivators flew up to the stone pillar and handed over their space rings to Yang Kai, but Yang Kai simply glanced over them and returned them as they were. After inspecting the cultivator, he happily left. After just a stick of incense worth of time, more than 100 people had left, but in front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai did not take anything from the space rings of these people. Hu Yi and the other heaven-opening boundary masters gathered together, not understanding what was going on. Previously, everyone had thought that Yang Kai wanted to take a share of their harvest, and he had even said so himself, but now he was not taking anything. What did he mean by this? Was he looking down on these people's harvests, or was he looking for something else? Regardless, Yang Kai's actions were good news for most people. Another person flew up the stone pillar. This person had a fawning smile on his face and was quite ugly with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. At first glance, one could tell he was not a good person. Just like the others, he offered up his space ring with both hands and waited anxiously. Yang Kai squeezed the space ring and looked at him with a smile. "Is it all here?" The man hurriedly said, "It's all here." "Are you sure?" The man hesitated for a moment before quickly calming down and nodding. "I dare not lie." Yang Kai coldly snorted and reached out to grab him. A space ring suddenly flew out from the man's sleeve and fell into Yang Kai's hand. "What is this?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly. The man's expression suddenly became flustered. He had clearly used a secret technique to hide this space ring, but it had still been found so easily. "Master, please spare me, this servant was just confused for a moment." Yang Kai did not even look at him and simply waved his hand. Scram. Under the sweeping force, this person was directly swept into the passage. As for that person's space ring, it was left behind. Standing at the entrance of the passage, the man stared blankly at the space ring that had been taken away, his heart aching. Weighing his own strength, he finally gritted his teeth and flew out. Looking around, Yang Kai said, "If anyone dares to hide anything, I won't kill you." That's what happened to that person. Everyone's expression turned cold. Originally, there were some people like that person who thought they had found something good and wanted to secretly hide it. Seeing this situation, how could they have the guts to do so? Yang Kai had indeed not killed that person, but he had taken away all his belongings. How was he going to survive in the great cosmological realm in the future? Time passed slowly. One by one, the cultivator landed in front of Yang Kai and flew away one by one. Previously, on the mountain peak, There were at least 2,000 people, including those from the Ditian heavens. Later on, there were even more cultivators here, so there were at least 2,000 to 3,000 cultivators gathered in the depths of the mountain. Even though Yang Kai's speed wasn't slow, it still took him a long time to complete his investigation. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Kai searched through the space rings of hundreds of people but did not take anything, except for the space ring of the one who had just been stolen. Hu Yi and the other heaven-opening realms were constantly communicating with their divine senses. At a certain moment, Hu Yi suddenly turned to a cultivator beside him and sent a divine sense transmission. "You go." The cultivator nodded and flew forward. After waiting in line for half an incense stick's worth of time, it was finally his turn. After handing over his space ring, the cultivator waited anxiously, but after Yang Kai finished inspecting his space ring, he actually smiled faintly. "Not bad." He casually tossed the space ring back. The cultivator was slightly startled before cupping his fists in joy. "Many thanks, master." There were 2 sets of divine origin magnet stones in his space ring. He was worried that Yang Kai would take them away, but now it seemed that he had been overthinking. Turning around, he gave Hu Yi a look that said everything was going well. Hu Yi nodded slightly. "If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided." "Let's go," Hu Yi said. Although it was shameful to have their space rings inspected by someone from the Emperor realm in this situation, they had no choice but to lower their heads. If they wanted to leave this place, they would have to rely on Yang Kai's aura. Yang Kai had 2 strange beasts and controlled the divine origin magnet light. With him blocking the entrance to the passage, they could not resist. The heaven-opening realms were also a little impatient from waiting and nodded in agreement. Immediately, the heaven-opening realms led their disciples to the entrance of the passage. After about the time it would take to brew a cup of tea, it was finally Hu Yi's turn. After handing over his space ring, Hu Yi waited silently. However, this time Yang Kai finally acted differently. With a single thought, a millstone-sized divine origin magnet stone appeared in front of him and was directly stored in his space ring. Hu Yi's eyes widened as he quickly called out, "Master Yang." The divine origin magnet stone that Yang Kai had taken away was a 6th-grade divine origin magnet stone, and it was the only 6th-grade divine origin magnet stone Hu Yi had obtained on this trip. Only now did Hu Yi understand that Yang Kai had not taken anything earlier, not because he was being benevolent, but because he did not care about the gains of these people. His eyes were only set on those above the 6th grade. "Do you have a problem with that?" Yang Kai raised his eyes, pinching Hu Yi's space ring in his hand. Hu Yi was so angry that his face twitched for a long time before he gritted his teeth and said, "I don't dare." He was afraid that if he said that, his space ring would be gone. Yang Kai tossed his space ring back to him and calmly said, "Next." Hu Yi caught the space ring. Although he was angry, there was nothing he could do. He could only glare hatefully at Yang Kai before flying towards the passage. When the people behind him saw this, they naturally understood Yang Kai's intentions. This guy wanted to monopolize the 6th-grade divine stones. For a moment, some people were happy while others were sad. At this moment, a figure rushed over from afar and quickly arrived at the stone pillar, revealing Ding Yi's appearance. At first glance, seeing how lively this place was, he could not help but scratch his head and ask, "Brother Yang, what are you doing?" Yang Kai checked the space ring and grinned at him. "I'm blocking the road to rob you." Ding Yi's expression stiffened and he laughed dryly. "Brother Yang, you must be joking." He thought that Yang Kai was joking, but when he looked carefully, he found that many people were waiting in line. When they arrived in front of Yang Kai, they took the initiative to hand over their space rings for him to check and let him pass. He could not help but tremble. If this was not blocking the road to rob him, then what was? For a moment, he looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of admiration. He did not even dare to think about such a thing, but Yang Kai, who was also from the Emperor realm, had done it. Moreover, there were so many people gathered here, and they were all obediently cooperating. For a moment, Yang Kai was shocked. Ding Yi was full of interest and he said, "Brother Yang, do you need help?" Yang Kai tilted his head and thought for a moment. "All right, I'll tell you to line up behind Di Tian's people." Ding Yi was stunned. "Di Tian's people also need to be checked?" Yang Kai said, "No one is an exception." He pointed forward, and Ding Yi looked over and found that that person was at the heaven-opening realm, but his expression was extremely ugly. Ding Yi forced a smile. "No, Brother Yang, Di Tian was on the mountain before. Shichi, I saved many of your people's lives on the mountain. Yang Kai did not wait for him to finish and interrupted him. Dingy smacked his lips. What he said was true. If Yang Kai did not release the divine essence-fused light at the crucial moment, Sword Pavilion's sword formation would not have been destroyed. In the end, both sides would have suffered great losses. Even if Tion's people could take down Sword Pavilion, they would have to pay a huge price. Brother Yang, do we really have to do this? Dingy asked with a frown. Don't worry, I won't touch what I shouldn't take. I will only take what is useful. Yang Kai comforted him. Dingy stood in place and hesitated for a long time. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he gritted his teeth and said, All right, Brother Yang, just say the word and I, Dingy, will cooperate with you. After saying this, he turned around and flew down, ordering Tion and the others to line up behind. One cultivator after another was checked and their spatial rings were released. Yang Kai's intentions were completely exposed. Even if those cultivators obtained grade 5 divine stones, he would not touch them. Only the grade 6 divine stones were kept. Yang Kai had his own considerations. There were many grade 5 divine stones in the depths of the ground. If he really kept all of them, it would be a little too much. If he ate the meat, others should at least get some soup. If he really did that, he would probably incur the wrath of everyone and a huge battle with these thousands of people would break out. When that time came, blood would flow like rivers. As for the grade 6 divine stones, he definitely could not let them go. Even if he did not need them, there would be a time when he would need them in the future. As such, the cultivator who did not obtain any grade 6 divine stones were overjoyed, while the cultivator who did had a grade 6 divine stone was frowning. What was more, in the end, those cultivator took the initiative to take out the grade 6 divine stones, so that Yang Kai would not have to snatch them himself. However, there were only a few grade 6 divine stones. Yang Kai had checked more than 1,000 cultivators and he had only found a few pieces. After Ding Yi made arrangements for Tion and the others, he flew up to the stone pillar and watched anxiously as Yang Kai checked one spatial ring after another. He sighed in his heart. If only he could be as domineering as this, his life would not have been in vain. At this moment, although he was the leader of Tion and had thousands of subordinates, he still felt that something was lacking when compared to Yang Kai. Tion and the others had arrived later and could be considered the last batch of people. However, there were many of them, about 700 to 800 of them. Originally, there were 1,000 people, but many of them had been killed in the battle with Sword Pavilion. After checking the spatial rings of Tion and the others, a day had already passed. Ding Yi cupped his fists with an envious expression. Brother Yang, you've reaped a great harvest. He had been here for more than a day and he had personally seen Yang Kai take 7 or 8 grade 6 divine stones from the spatial rings of others. One grade 6 divine stone was worth 15 million, and just these 7 or 8 grade 6 divine stones were worth more than 100 million heaven-opening pills. Not to mention grade 6 divine stones were simply priceless. If they were taken out, they would definitely be worth more than 15 million. Just by sitting here, Tion could easily obtain so many grade 6 divine stones. It was truly enviable. Thank you for your cooperation, Brother Ding. Yang Kai smiled slightly. After this interaction, some of the small grudges between them had been forgotten. There was no deep hatred between them. As he spoke, Yang Kai's divine sense moved, and the scarlet flood dragon, which had been lying down with its eyes closed, suddenly crawled into the depths of the cave. Dingy was confused. What are you doing? Yang Kai snorted. There are still people hiding here thinking that they can hide. Chapter 40-25. Half an hour later, within the Origin Magnet Mountain's underground cave, 2 enormous figures scuttled out like fish. The Scarlet Wurm took the lead, and the Earth Dragon followed closely behind. More than 10 figures stood on the Scarlet Wurm's enormous head. After dealing with those fellows hiding in the depths of the cave who wanted to fish in troubled waters, Yang Kai left directly. Ding Yi had also left long ago. Although the divine stones at the foot of the metamagnetic mountain had been plundered clean, it did not mean that there were no more metamagnetic divine stones. The entire metamagnetic mountain stretched for thousands of miles, attracting countless cultivators to explore and search. Even though the abundant underground reserves had been plundered clean, but aside from the underground reserves, the entire essence-fused mountain was filled with opportunities. However, the quality of the divine stones outside was definitely not as good as the ones in the depths. Ding Yi led the hundreds of people in the primary magnet mountain. Not only that, he even sent a message back calling the remaining few thousand people over. They monopolized the mountain range for hundreds of miles and dug 3 feet into the ground. Flying down, Yang Kai sighed slightly. This time in the end he still couldn't find a divine origin magnet stone above the 7th grade. The reason why he blocked the way at the entrance of the passage was mainly because of this. Unfortunately, in the end he still came up empty-handed. He couldn't even find a divine origin magnet stone deep underground, so there probably wasn't much hope above ground. He observed his expression and knew what he was thinking. She pursed her lips and said, "Isn't the 6th grade good enough? Why are you so insistent?" She seemed to be eager for Yang Kai to condense the 6th grade metal element power, adding fuel to the fire all the time. Yang Kai could not be bothered with him. He just looked at the dozens of people flying over from afar. When the dozens of people came close, they cupped their hands together and said, "Greetings, 6th Master, 7th Master." As they spoke, their faces were filled with fanaticism. Yang Kai looked at Guizian suspiciously. Guizian said, "6th Master, these are the remaining brothers under my command. They were quite far from here before, so they couldn't make it in time. When they arrived, we were already underground, so I made the decision to let them stay on the surface." Yang Kai was relieved. After he became Crimson Star's 6th Master, Crimson Star had allocated hundreds of people to him. Previously only 30 or so people came and the remaining dozens were only gathered now. Less than 100 people were not worth mentioning compared to Di Tian's thousands of people. However, this was Yang Kai's only subordinates now. "What's the situation above?" Guizian looked at one of the young cultivators and asked. The young man stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Great Commander, we have been searching for divine stones in the past few days, but the gains were not very big. The highest grade was only a 3rd grade divine stone." As he spoke, he took out the grade 3 divine origin magnet stone. Guizian turned to look at Yang Kai. Guizian understood and said, "Keep it for yourself." She knew that Yang Kai had already harvested nearly 20 pieces of 6th grade divine stones, so how could he be interested in a trivial 3rd grade divine stone? The young man was overjoyed. "Thank you, 6th Master." Although he was the one who found it, if Yang Kai insisted on taking it, he would have to hand it over with both hands. Now that Yang Kai told him to keep it, he was naturally happy. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai said, "Commander Gui, take the brothers and stay here. If a high-grade divine stone appears, report it immediately." In the end, he was still a little unwilling to give up. Although the chances were not high, what if someone really found a 7th grade divine stone on this origin magnet mountain? "Yes." Guizian nodded respectfully. "Take this." Yang Kai took out a bead and handed it to Guizian. Guizian took it and asked suspiciously, "6th Master, this is..." "Space spirit bead." A space spirit bead appeared in Yang Kai's hand. "These 2 beads are a pair and have a mysterious connection with each other. Don't put it in your space ring, just carry it with you." Yang Kai did not explain in detail. Guizian naturally obeyed, turning his head to look to the side and saying, "But 6th Master, although the several dozen of us here are stronger than some stragglers, in the end there are too few of us. If we really find something good and get into a conflict with others without 6th Master here, I'm afraid we won't be a match. If you have something to say, then say it." Yang Kai glanced at him. Guizian smiled somewhat embarrassedly and pointed to the scarlet flood dragon and earth dragon nearby. "This humble one would like to ask 6th Master to keep one of them, preferably the earth dragon. That way, if the situation turns bad, we can have it dig a hole to make it easier for us to escape." Yang Kai laughed. "You're quite the schemer. Fine, I'll leave both of them to you." Guizian was overjoyed. "Many thanks, 6th Master." With these 2 strange beasts, he had nothing to fear unless one of the few great forces took action. "Are you coming?" Yang Kai turned to look at Yuhi. Yuhi pursed her lips and smiled. "Wherever young master goes, I will naturally follow." Yang Kai rolled his eyes and reached out to grab her arm. With a move of his divine sense, he instantly disappeared from the spot. Everyone from the Crimson Star sect was dumbfounded. No one saw how Yang Kai disappeared, but under the perception of their divine sense, they could no longer sense Yang Kai's aura. Space divine technique. Guizian had a look of fascination. With this divine technique, even if the great cosmological abyss was big, there was nowhere he could not go. The youth from before came over with a sneaky look and said in a low voice, "Commander, we heard some incredible news earlier, but we don't know if it's true or not." What did you hear? Guizian glanced at him. The youth chuckled. Someone said that our sixth master killed a heaven-opening realm cultivator with a single spear strike? It said that the heaven-opening realm cultivator was the leader of some mystic cloud association called Liao Yibai. The rumors are very vivid. Someone frowned and said, Commander, could it be that someone wants to kill our sixth master by flattery? I've also heard that our sixth manager is very powerful. With his Emperor realm strength he was able to kill the poison matriarch in Ganhong, forcing his way into Crimson Star. However, killing a heaven-opening cultivator in a single move is still a bit unrealistic. Guizian coldly snorted. You think it's unrealistic because you haven't seen it. As soon as this was said, the expressions of the dozens of newcomers shook, and the youth said in surprise, Commander, that news can't be true, right? Guizian said, This commander saw the sixth master's peerless divine might with his own eyes. How can it be false? There was a burst of gasps as the dozens of people did not dare to believe it, but Guizian said it with certainty, so how could it be that he was joking? Guizian looked disappointed. Although this commander is a second-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, in the great cosmological abyss, the sixth master can probably crush me with a finger. The corner of the youth's mouth twitched. Commander is too modest. Guizian slowly shook his head. You've only heard about the sixth master killing Liao Yibai with a single spear strike, but you don't know that before that, our sixth master killed hundreds of people in Thunderlight Sect, and even Bijian died at his hands. Everyone was dumbfounded and looked at Guizian seriously as if they wanted to see if he was joking. On the other hand, the dozen or so people behind Guizian, because they had witnessed the battle with their own eyes, still rejoiced in retrospect. Although Yang Kai had Scarlet Flood Dragon's help at that time, in hindsight, even without Scarlet Flood Dragon, the sixth master's might had been unstoppable. The youth muttered, So, the matter of the sixth master blocking the road and robbing thousands of people lowering their heads is also true? Because not many people had seen the battle with Thunderlight Sect, there was little news that spread, but Yang Kai killing Liao Yibai with a single spear strike and blocking the road at the entrance of the underground passage were all witnessed by thousands of people. Our sixth master is an incredible figure. To be able to follow him is our luck. After Guizian finished speaking, a cultivator behind him said excitedly, And he's also very generous. The sixth master said that as long as we brothers can use the harvest this time, no matter if it's 4th grade, 5th grade or 6th grade, we can ask him for it and it will be the same in the future. 5th grade or 6th grade. Is that true? Some people didn't dare to believe it. A 5th grade was worth 1.5 million and a 6th grade was worth 15 million. These kinds of things could be casually given away. To what extent was the 6th master so generous? Guizian chuckled. Whether it's true or not, you'll know when we return this time, but I don't think the 6th master will go back on his words. Clapping his hands, his expression turned solemn. All right, let's not be long-winded, hurry up and get busy. Maybe we can even find some high-quality divine origin magnet stones. After saying that, Guizian went straight to the earth dragons. The earth dragons were experts in digging holes, so although they had fewer people, if they used the earth dragons well, their harvest might not be worse than others. Star City, Yang Kai's mansion. In the side room, when a figure flashed by, Yang Kai and Yuhi had already appeared here. Yuhi was stunned. She turned her head to look around and hesitated. This is Star City? She more or less had some impression of Yang Kai. Yes. Yang Kai pushed the door open and walked out. Yuhi followed closely behind and cried out involuntarily, You can teleport tens of thousands of miles? The divine origin magnet mountain was tens of thousands of miles away from here. In just a breath's time, Yang Kai actually brought her back from the divine origin magnet mountain. Even though Yuhi was experienced and knowledgeable, she couldn't help but be shocked. The space divine technique, was it really so powerful? If that was the case, then who in this world could kill Kai Yang? Unless heaven and earth were sealed, he could teleport tens of thousands of miles and no one could catch up to him. My abilities are beyond your imagination. Yang Kai sneered. He didn't tell her that he was using the space spirit bead. Before leaving, Yang Kai had already left a space spirit bead in his bedroom, so he could come and go as he pleased. Yuhi said bitterly, Then why didn't you teleport to the divine origin magnet mountain before? Previously they had to travel a long distance to get there. I've never been to the divine origin magnet mountain, so how could I locate it? Yang Kai casually replied. Yuhi thought about it and agreed. It was indeed not easy to teleport to a place where one had never been before. Something went wrong, it would be no joke. As the two of them talked, they had already arrived in front of the secret chamber. The two disciples from the Great Moon State were standing in front of the secret chamber, waiting anxiously. When they saw Yang Kai, they immediately greeted him. "Brother Yang. How's the situation?" Yang Kai asked. Before he left, Meng Hong was refining the rank 5 True Sun Flame. Now that a few days had passed, he didn't know how it was going or whether it was going smoothly. Chapter 40-26. The two disciples of the Great Moon State slowly shook their heads, looking worried. They couldn't help but worry. Meng Hong was condensing the 5th grade True Sunfire this time, and if there was a slight mistake he would be consigned to eternal damnation. They hated Qinyu even more. If it weren't for this woman, how could Big Brother have suffered such a blow and take such a risk? "It won't be so fast," He said. "It's only been a few days, how can there be results?" The speed of condensing the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements has a lot to do with one's aptitude. The shortest time is 10 days to half a month and the longest time is a year. You have condensed it yourself, so you should have experience. Speaking of this, Yuhi's beautiful eyes suddenly shrank as if she had thought of something and looked at Yang Kai in horror. In Crouching Dragon Mountain, Yang Kai only spent about 20 days to condense the 7th grade earth elemental power. The speed was simply terrifying. When she condensed the 5th grade earth elemental power, which time was less than half a month. The longest time it took her was 3 months. Condensing the 7th grade earth elemental power in 20 days, how terrifying was this guy's aptitude and foundation? Yang Kai didn't notice her thoughts. Thinking about the scene when he condensed the 5 elements elemental power, it seemed to be true. He ordered the two disciples of the Great Moon State, "Keep an eye on them at all times. If there is anything strange, report to me immediately." "Yes, Brother Yang." The two disciples of the Great Moon State cupped their hands and replied. When he returned to his room, Yuhi followed him like a shadow. Yang Kai slowly got used to it and didn't have much scruples about her. He directly counted the harvest of this trip to the Yuanxia mountain. Under the Yuanxia mountain, his own harvest was not small. He didn't collect the divine stones of the 3rd grade and below, only the divine stones of the 3rd grade and above. Among them there were more than 100 4th grade divine stones, more than 30 5th grade divine stones, and as many as 4 6th grade divine stones. This alone was worth hundreds of millions of heaven-opening pills. Yuhi Guizian and the others gained more. After all, they had more people, so their harvest was about 30% more than Yang Kai's. After that, they robbed people at the entrance of the passageway, and they plundered a total of 17 to 18 6th grade divine origin magnetism stones. This was an extremely terrifying number, and it was enough to make those blessed paradises go crazy. Only in the great cosmological realm would one have such a terrifying harvest. In the outside world, one would not have such an opportunity in the 3,000 universes. All in all, not counting the divine origin magnet stones below the 3rd grade, there were 245 pieces of the 4th grade, 73 pieces of the 5th grade and 26 pieces of the 6th grade. Even according to the market price, the origin magnetic divine stones placed in front of Yang Kai were worth nearly 600 million heaven-opening pills. However, if they were to be sold, they would definitely fetch a higher price. Getting rich overnight was nothing more than this. Moreover, this kind of heavenly treasure was a hard currency. No matter where it was placed, it would not go unnoticed. Instead, it was a good thing that would cause a great commotion. "Young master, you're rich." Yuhi also smiled until her eyes turned into crescents. Yang Kai benefited and she seemed to be happier than herself. Yang Kai was also in a good mood, and the depression of not finding a 7th grade divine stone was swept away. He laughed and said, "It's just as so." Yuhi covered her mouth and giggled. "If young master succeeds in the future, don't forget to be at my beck and call." Yang Kai waved his hand generously. "Don't worry, as long as I have something to eat in the future, I won't let you go hungry." Yuhi's beautiful eyes glistened. "Thank you, young master." Yang Kai temporarily put away all the divine origin magnet stones and took out the auspicious pouch. The value of the divine origin magnet stones could be calculated, but the value of this pouch of divine origin magnet light could not be calculated at all. This thing was extremely powerful and unpredictable. Under full force, there were very few people in this world who could withstand it. At the very least, no one in the great cosmological realm could withstand it. However, although the Six Directions auspicious pouch collected a lot of divine origin magnet light, Yang Kai was a little worried about how to use it. Normally, a cultivator could use this divine origin magnet light to condense the power of the metal element. If it was successful, it would definitely be a 6th grade divine stone. However, there was probably no cultivator in this world who could draw this kind of condensed divine origin magnet light into the seal safely. If it was really done, it would not take long for the seal to be destroyed by the divine origin magnet light, and the cultivator would perish. Do you have any good suggestions? Yang Kai turned his head to look at Yu He. Although this woman was crazy, she was still a 5th grade divine stone after all. In terms of knowledge and experience, Yang Kai could not compare to her. Yu He frowned and pondered. After a long time, she slowly shook her head. I can't think of anything. Although she had previously advised Yang Kai to collect the divine origin magnet light first and think of a way to use it in the future, she did not have any good ideas. She wanted Yang Kai to absorb the divine origin magnet light. With Yang Kai's previous performance, he should be able to do it. However, saying this would only invite a rebuff, so there was no need to ask. Yang Kai was also at his wit's end. Obtaining something good but not being able to use it really made one feel helpless. Moreover, if he did not find a way to transfer the divine origin magnet light from the auspicious pouch as soon as possible, he would not be able to use the 6 Directions auspicious pouch. He could not open the pouch and release the divine origin magnet light when facing enemies in the future, right? If he really did so, it was not impossible, but the divine origin magnet light would not be able to last for more than a few times. It was really too wasteful. He and Yu He looked at each other at a loss of what to do. After a long time, Yang Kai finally gave up. If it really did not work, he could only release the divine origin magnet light when facing enemies in the future. If it was a waste, then it was a waste. After asking Yu He to leave, Yang Kai went into seclusion to comprehend the wood and fire divine technique. As the days passed, the news in the divine origin magnet mountain gradually spread. The news that Yang Kai had killed a 3rd grade heaven opening expert with the power of an emperor spread like wildfire. Many people were unwilling to believe it. After all, this kind of thing was too bizarre. Even in the great cosmological realm, a heaven opening expert had the foundation of a heaven opening expert. How could it be so easy to kill? Moreover, it was done in one move. However, many people had seen it with their own eyes at that time, and the rumors were so vivid that it made people suspicious. There was no smoke without fire. In addition, Yang Kai later robbed people in the cave under the divine origin magnet mountain, relying on the power of the 2 fierce beasts and the power of the divine origin magnet light to force thousands of people to bow their heads and let him plunder them. The name of Yang Kai quickly spread throughout the great cosmological realm and completely entered the field of vision of various large and small forces. It could be said that he became famous overnight. Adding fuel to the fire, almost half of the people in the great cosmological realm knew that the divine origin magnet stones on the divine origin magnet mountain had basically fallen into Yang Kai's pocket, especially the 6th grade ones. Almost none were left. It was said that in the divine origin magnet mountain, Yang Kai had obtained no less than 100 6th grade divine origin magnet stones, and the 5th grade and 4th grade ones were simply uncountable. Many people had not heard of Yang Kai's name, and after inquiring around, it was easy to find out that Yang Kai was the new 6th master of Crimson Star. For a time, countless gazes were focused on the star market controlled by Crimson Star. Every day there would be a cultivator coming from all directions. For a time the star market was filled with people. Around Yang Kai's mansion, in the tea houses and restaurants, pairs of eyes were closely watching from afar. There were even people who came to visit and reported their names one after another when they came to the mansion. The servants guarding the door had never seen such a scene and hurriedly went to report. Unable to find Yang Kai, they could only look for Yu He. After receiving several waves of people, Yu He was annoyed. These guys had obviously heard that Yang Kai had obtained so many good things and had hurriedly come to curry favor with him. Each of them boasted about how powerful they were and wanted to join Yang Kai's forces. Those who knew their limits only asked for a 5th grade divine stone, while those who boasted shamelessly asked for a 6th grade divine stone. It was fine if it was just 1 or 2, but there were people coming over every day to spout nonsense. In a fit of anger, Yu He broke a person's leg and threw him out of the door, which made the mansion much quieter. In a large hall on several chairs, there were silhouettes, each of them exuding a profound aura. Other than the elusive great master, The other 4 masters of Crimson Star were all present. Qin Tianfei, Madame Qin, Bei Yushan, and the Ouyang brothers. Strictly speaking, there were 5 of them, but the Ouyang brothers had always been together, so they could only be considered as one head. Lady Poison and Gan Hong were killed by Yang Kai in this hall. Although a few days had passed, the smell of blood still lingered in the hall. On a specially made chair, Qin Tianfei sat there like a mountain of meat. The fat on his face piled up together and even his eyes were covered. Madame Qin gently plucked the strings of the guqin in front of her, and the tinkling sound flowed slowly, as if an invisible hand was brushing past everyone's heart, making them involuntarily relax. Qin Tianfei coughed dryly and said, "The recent changes in the star market, I'm sure everyone has felt it, right?" Bei Yushan said, "Many people have come." "Yes, a lot of people have come." Qin Tianfei chuckled, "They're all here for our 6th head. I just don't understand. Doesn't this brat understand the principle of not showing off one's wealth?" Ouyang Bing said, "At first I didn't believe the rumors outside, but recently I've come to believe them. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to the Yuanxia mountain to take a look." Qin Tianfei said, "It's too late to regret now, everything has already gone into his pocket." Ouyang Lai said, "He is the 6th head of Red Star. Since he has gained something, he should hand over a part of it. Why hasn't there been any news after so long?" Qin Tianfei turned his head and looked at him. "Why don't you ask him, head Ouyang?" Ouyang Lai's expression froze. How could he dare to ask such a question? On the day Yang Kai killed Lady Poison and Gan Hong, he had seen it with his own eyes. The 2 of them couldn't even last 10 breaths of time in front of Yang Kai. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for Yang Kai. Qin Tianfei spat, cleared his throat and said, "Let's not talk about 6th head's gains for the time being. He has offended many people in the Yuanxia mountain. Head Zhu of Thunderlight Sect came to me personally and said that Yang Kai killed 100 to 200 people from Thunderlight Sect on the Yuanxia mountain. Even Bi Jian died tragically on the spot. He wants Red Star to give them an explanation." Chapter 40-27. The Thunderlight Sect wants an explanation from our Crimson Star? Ouyang Bing raised her brows. "Explanation my ass." Bei Yushan shouted angrily. "In the past, our Crimson Star had many battles with the Thunderlight Sect in Star City, and many Crimson Star disciples died at their hands. Why didn't they give us an explanation? In my opinion, the 6th head did a good job this time. That stinking brat, Bi Jian, I've been unhappy with him for a long time, but I couldn't find a chance to kill him. I'll go have a drink with the 6th head later and offer him a toast." The corners of Qin Tianfei's mouth twitched. Madame Qin pressed down on the zither strings and asked, "What did the 1st head say?" Qin Tianfei shook his head slowly. "The 1st head didn't say anything." "So you don't care?" Ouyang Lai asked. Qin Tianfei said, "The Thunderlight Sect can be ignored, but Sword Pavilion has to be vigilant." Bei Yushan was stunned. What does this have to do with Sword Pavilion? He was a man with a bear-like waist and a strong back like an iron tower and a straightforward character. He had been cultivating in seclusion recently, so he wasn't clear about what was going on outside. If it wasn't for Qin Tianfei's summons, he wouldn't have come out. Madame Qin said in a light voice, "I heard that because of our 6th leader, a few tens of members of the Sword Pavilion perished while even the Starfall Sword Formation was destroyed. Zhou Fan, Luo Qingyun, and Lu Shui fled with heavy injuries and almost lost their lives on the spot." Bei Yushan's eyes widened in disbelief. Even that old fellow Zhou Fan was heavily injured? Was this also done by our 6th head? As the head of Crimson Star, how could he not know how terrifying Sword Pavilion was? Luo Qingyun and Lu Shui were both 4th-grade Heaven Splitters like him, but Zhou Fan was a 5th-grade Heaven Splitter. Qin Tianfei waved his hand and said, "He didn't do anything, but this matter is directly related to him. It can even be said that the deaths of those people from Sword Pavilion were all caused by the 6th head." "Sword Pavilion also sent people over?" Madame Qin frowned. Just as Qin Tianfei said, Crimson Star didn't fear Thunderlight Sect, but it was best not to provoke Sword Pavilion. After living in Star City for so many years, even they didn't know what kind of resources Sword Pavilion had. It would have been easy if Sword Pavilion had really sent someone over. Qin Tianfei sighed heavily. Unfortunately, they didn't do so. When Madame Qin and the others heard this, they couldn't help but frown, looking worried. "You know how crazy those sword cultivators are." Qin Tianfei frowned. Not only did 6th manager offend so many people in the Yuan Ci mountain under the banner of Crimson Star, but he also made a life and death feud with Sword Pavilion. This matter cannot be resolved peacefully. My eyelids have been twitching these past few days and I have a feeling that a storm is coming. It's impossible for the Sword Pavilion to let this go. Madame Qin shook her head slowly. Ouyang Lai said, this matter is difficult to handle. It would be fine if they were only injured, but the problem is that so many people have died. Moreover, the Starfall Sword Formation is the foundation of the Sword Pavilion. The destruction of the Starfall Sword Formation is tantamount to slapping the Sword Pavilion's face. It's impossible for the Sword Pavilion to take this lying down. Ouyang Bing continued, pass down the order. Tell the people below to be careful, especially if they encounter people from Sword Pavilion. Avoid them as far as possible. It's best not to have any contact with them. Qin Tianfei sighed, that's what I meant. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have let that surnamed Yang be the 6th manager. Now in just a few days Crimson Star has provoked so many enemies. How can the Crimson Star establish a foothold in the Great Void Realm in the future? What's the use of speaking in hindsight? At that time he killed the femme fatale and Gone Hong. Who dared to say a word? What he said was true. If he hadn't agreed to let that surnamed Yang enter Crimson Star, it would have been more than just the femme fatale and Gone Hong who died. But thinking of the current situation, Qin Tianfei's mouth was filled with bitterness. He secretly decided that he would pay a visit to Yang Kai later and ask him to restrain himself in the future. Crimson Star couldn't provoke any more enemies. If they offended the public again, it would really be difficult for them to move forward in the Great Void Realm. After dispersing, Qin Tianfei immediately rushed to Yang Kai's mansion. His fat body couldn't stop him from walking quickly. Soon he arrived in front of Yang Kai's mansion. He couldn't help but frown. With his 4th grade foundation he could naturally sense that within 1,000 feet, there were pairs of eyes secretly staring at Yang Kai's mansion. He knew that this was the fault of the 6th grade Divine Origin Magnet Stone. The most precious treasure in the entire Divine Origin Magnet Mountain was in his pocket. Who wouldn't be jealous? Even he, Qin Tianfei, had thought about it before. There was someone in front of the mansion. A young man led a group of servants and stood in front of the mansion. He had an arrogant expression and his nose was pointed to the sky as if he was the boss. A cultivator who looked like a guard shouted, "Call your master out." Inside the gate, Qin Yu looked at this group of fierce-looking guys with a pale face and asked weakly, "Is there something I can help you with?" These days there were many people who came to visit Yang Kai, each with their own little schemes, but since Yu He broke one of their legs and threw him out in anger, it had become much quieter. He hadn't expected someone else to come, and this time the person who had come was extremely aggressive. The person who had spoken clearly had the aura of a heaven-opening expert. Qin Yu had never seen such a scene before and was at a loss for a moment. The guard said, "There's no need to talk to a servant like you. Call your master out." Although Qin Yu was a bit scheming, her strength was still lacking and she could not come into contact with too many things. At this moment she could not tell who this person was, so she said to wait a moment and hurried in to find Yu He. She did not know that Yang Kai was in seclusion, but she did not have the face to see Yang Kai. After the matter with Stars Zhao, she was already thankful to be able to stay here. How could she have the courage to go see Yang Kai? Yu He was grooming herself in front of a mirror. Hearing this, her face sank. Annoying. Throwing down her eyebrow pencil, she angrily said, "Go see what kind of Tom, Dick, or Harry has come." Lifting her dress, she walked out. When she arrived in front of the gate, Yu He frowned slightly. Qin Yu's eyesight was not good enough and could not see much, but as a 5th grade heaven-opening cultivator, she could tell at a glance that this person's identity was not ordinary. After all, how could someone who could use a heaven-opening cultivator as a guard have a small background? Although it was only 2 2nd-grade heaven-opening cultivators. However, her own strength was not bad, so she was not too afraid. "Who are you people?" Yu He looked at the leading guard and asked, her beautiful eyes secretly glancing at the young man behind him. Previously, when Qin Yu was speaking here, this young man's nose was up in the air, not looking at Qin Yu at all. But when Yu He walked out, this guy's eyes actually lit up and he looked at Yu He from head to toe without blinking, clicking his tongue as if he was very happy. Yu He coldly snorted in her heart, but her expression did not change. Before the guard could speak, the young man said, "Are you the owner of this place? Didn't you say it was a man?" Yuhi pursed her lips and smiled. My young master is in seclusion, so it is not convenient for him to see guests. Young master? The young man was startled and looked at Yuhi suspiciously. Then you are? I am naturally the young master's maid. When the young man heard this, he immediately put on a pained expression and shook his head. What a waste, what a waste. Such a stunner in front of him was actually someone else's maid, so who knew how many times she had been defiled, which made him feel very pained. But on second thought, even if this was the case, so what? He was just looking for a plaything, not a wife. If he was not happy in the future, he could just throw her away, so he smiled and said, Miss, do you want to abandon your young master and follow me? If you are willing to follow this young master guarantees that you will safely leave this great cosmological realm and have a bright future. As soon as this was said, Yuhi was still smiling, but the expression of the guard who spoke before changed and he moved closer to the young man and whispered, Young master, it is best not to provoke this woman. Why? The young man was puzzled. The guard said, From her aura, this lowly one is at least a middle-grade heaven-opening cultivator. He could not see Yuhi's specific cultivation, but he could not be mistaken. How is that possible? The young man was also taken aback. No matter how idle he was, he knew what middle-grade heaven-opening cultivators represented. He did not dare to believe it because Yuhi had clearly said that she was just a maid. What kind of person could use a middle-grade heaven-opening cultivator as a maid? Even he only had 2 second-grade heaven-opening cultivators as servants, so could the owner of this mansion be more powerful than him? The guard slowly shook his head with a dignified expression. The young man sneered. So what if she is a middle-grade heaven-opening cultivator? Does she dare to touch me? Although he said this, he did not dare to look at Yuhi so unscrupulously. The guard turned his head and cupped his fists. Please forgive us, Mississippi. We come from Qingming Blessed Land, so Miss must have heard of it. Qingming Blessed Land. Yuhi's expression turned cold. She had naturally heard of this name before. 36 Paradise and 72 Blessed Lands were the top forces of the 3,000 worlds. Anyone who dared to use the word Blessed Land in their name was definitely one of the 72 Blessed Lands. Ordinary people could not provoke them. She had long seen that this group of people had some background, but she did not expect them to be from Qingming Blessed Land. Moreover, to have 2 heaven-opening cultivators as guards, this young man's status in Qingming Blessed Land would not be too bad. So it's you from Qingming Blessed Land. What business do you have here? The second-grade heaven-opening cultivator said, It's like this, my young master is thirsty for talent and heard that the owner of this place is quite strong, so he wants to take him under his command. That's right. The young man nodded. In this world, talents are hard to come by. This young master has taken a fancy to your young master. Call him out to see me. As long as he follows this young master, it won't be a problem to bring him into Qingming Blessed Land after we leave the Great Void Realm. He had a proud look on his face, believing that no one would refuse such a condition. Yuhi's expression was extremely strange. Yang Kai was a genius and now someone wanted to take him under their command? Yuhi had never seen such a boastful person in her life. If it were anyone else who said this, she would have broken their legs and driven them away, but these people in front of her were from Qingming Blessed Land, so Yuhi could not make a move. Otherwise, it would be causing trouble for Yang Kai and it would be a disaster outside the Great Void Realm. Chapter 40-28. My young master is currently in retreat. Why don't you all go back first and wait for young master to come out? Yuhi inquired. The young man replied, Just call him out. I'm afraid it won't be convenient. Yuhi slowly shook her head. The young man looked annoyed. What's so inconvenient about it? This young master coming to see him in person is his honor. How dare he not give me face? Yuhi sneered lightly and gradually lost her patience. She was afraid of the Azure Darkness Paradise and not this profligate young master before her, so how could she possibly take his threats seriously? This fellow had spoken rudely time and time again, and if he really infuriated her, then what harm would there be in bashing him up? The guard who spoke before leaned forward and whispered a few words in the young man's ear. The young man frowned and his face became gloomy for a while before he said with a displeased expression, Fine, this young master will be staying in the largest inn here. If your young master comes out of seclusion later, call him to come see me. Yuhi nodded lightly. Okay. The young man glanced at Yuhi again, slowly shook his head, sighed and left with his people. Yuhi turned her head, looked not far away and said with a smile, "Is Master Qin here?" Qin Tianfei was standing not far away and did not hide his whereabouts, so Yuhi naturally could see him. The fat on his face piled up and his eyes narrowed into slits as he moved his obese body to the front of the mansion, cupped his fists and greeted, "Seventh Master." Turning his head to look in the direction of the young man, he asked, "Who is this?" Yuhi replied, "He said he's from Qingming Blessed Land, but who knows if he's telling the truth." Qin Tianfei nodded. A mere Emperor Realm Master can have 2 heaven splitters as guards. Even if he's not from Qingming Blessed Land, I'm afraid his background is not small. What are they doing here? Yuhi covered her mouth and giggled. They said they took a fancy to my young master and wanted to take him under their wing. Don't you think it's funny? Qin Tianfei chuckled. They're really overestimating themselves. How could a freak like Yang Kai submit to others, especially in the Great Void Boundary? Having seen his power with his own eyes, Qin Tianfei felt that no one in the Great Void Boundary was his opponent, unless they outnumbered him or arranged a spirit array in advance. Changing the topic, Qin Tianfei asked, "Where is the 6th head?" Headmaster Qin also came to look for young master? Yuhi had a regretful expression on her face. That's really unfortunate. Young master is currently in closed-door cultivation. Qin Tianfei was taken aback. He wondered why Yang Kai was in seclusion when he had just returned from Origin Magnet Mountain. He nodded and said, "Then it's the same to tell 7th boss." Yuhi said, "Come in and talk." After all, they were all from Crimson Star and it was not appropriate to keep them outside. Moreover, Yuhi also wanted to know Qin Tianfei's intentions for coming here. After inviting him into the guest hall, Qin Yu served him tea. Qin Tianfei did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. It was nothing more than Yang Kai causing trouble in Yuanxi Mountain, which put a lot of pressure on Qixing. Lei Guang had already sent people to condemn Qixing and demanded an explanation. Otherwise they would do this and that. He also explained in detail to Yuhi how terrifying Sword Pavilion was. In short, he wanted Yang Kai to be more restrained when he went out in the future. Since he was Qixing's 6th head, he should consider things from Qixing's perspective. Yuhi naturally feigned civility and said that she would pass on Yang Kai's words after he came out of seclusion. Since he could not see Yang Kai, Qin Tianfei had no choice but to take his leave. After sending Qin Tianfei away, Yuhi turned her head and reminded Qin Yu that if anyone came to knock on the door again, no matter who it was, they were not to be received. Qin Yu nodded repeatedly. Inside the secret room, Yang Kai's consciousness was immersed in the Dao seal, feeling the wood and fire elements within. The vitality of the wood elemental power and the violent and domineering power of the fire elemental power. Faintly, he seemed to have comprehended something, but there was still something missing. It was as if there was a thin film in front of him that blocked his vision. This kind of feeling made his heart ache. Although he understood that as long as he pierced through this thin film, he would be able to see another world, he was powerless. Yang Kai also knew that things like opportunities could not be forced, so he could only let nature take its course, repeatedly reminding himself to remain calm and clear of all distracting thoughts. Days passed by. On this day, Yuhi, who had nothing to do and was chatting with Qin Yu, suddenly frowned and turned her head to look outside. Qin Yu asked, "What's wrong?" After all, her strength was lower and she did not notice anything unusual, but looking at Yuhi's expression, it was obvious that something had happened. Yuhi sneered, "A little mouse has broken in." Qin Yu was stunned for a moment, but she quickly reacted and could not help feeling surprised. Who would be so bold as to break into someone else's mansion? Moreover, this mansion was protected by a spirit array, so if an ordinary person wanted to enter, they would have to break through the spirit array. However, she did not feel any energy fluctuations at all. In other words, this person must be extremely proficient in spirit arrays, otherwise it would be impossible for them to be so stealthy. "You wait here, I'll go take a look," Yuhi said, and her delicate figure disappeared in a flash. A moment later, Qin Yu felt a burst of energy fluctuations that were not too violent erupting somewhere in the mansion, but it quickly calmed down. After a dozen breaths, Yuhi walked in with a person in her hand and casually threw him on the ground. Qin Yu looked over in surprise, only to see that this person had a fair complexion and some baby fat on his face. He was not tall and was a clean little fatty. Just by looking at his face he should be a very amiable person, so Qin Yu really could not figure out why such a person would break into someone else's mansion. "Auntie, Let me tell you, just because I allowed myself to be captured doesn't mean I can't beat you. I just don't want to fight with a woman. The little fatty got up and straightened his clothes. Although he was captured here, he did not panic at all. Auntie. He raised her eyebrows when she heard this, and a cold light flashed in her eyes as she gritted her teeth. The little fatty shrank his head and suddenly seemed to think of something, quickly gritting his teeth and saying, "Big sister." He snorted coldly, "At least you know what's good for you." The little fatty sighed in his heart. He thought that his master was right. No matter what kind of woman she was, she would always care about her age and the way others addressed her. One must always be careful when talking to women. It was not uncommon for a single word to turn into an enemy. After understanding this, the little fatty cupped his fists and said, "Big sister, may I ask where the owner of this place is? Why are you looking for him?" He glanced over. Regardless of whether this little fatty had broken into this place or not, his face was very amiable, and it was impossible for one to feel any disgust when looking at him. The little fatty smiled slightly, appearing unfathomable. Give him an opportunity and ask for some benefits at the same time. Opportunity? Yuhi's expression was strange as she looked him up and down. You can't be thinking of saying that you came from some paradise and want to take the owner of this place under your command, right? The little fatty was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, "That won't do. Even if he wants to enter my sect, it will depend on whether he has the aptitude and ability. If he doesn't, he will never be able to enter." Yuhi asked curiously, "Is your sect very strict when it comes to accepting people?" The little fatty nodded solemnly. It meant that it was not a normal kind of strict. "Where is your sect?" Yuhi asked with a smile. "Divine Cauldron Heaven." The little fatty replied indifferently. Qin Yu's beautiful eyes instantly widened, and Yuhi's laughter also stopped. Two pairs of beautiful eyes looked at the little fatty in a daze, thinking that they had heard wrongly. Divine Cauldron Heaven, that was one of the 36 paradises, the most powerful force in the 3,000 worlds. Previously, when a hedonistic young master from Qingming Blessed Land came, they thought that he had a strong background, but who knew that there would be someone with an even stronger background? Yuhi was just casually ridiculing him, and she did not expect him to really come from a paradise. She could not help but ask solemnly, "What proof do you have?" The little fatty rubbed his chest for a moment, then raised his hand and took out a pitch-black token, placing it in front of Yuhi. The token had a name engraved on it, Zhou Xian. This name should be the little fatty's name. Zhou Xian flipped the token over, and on the back of the token, a divine cauldron with an ancient aura entered Yuhi's eyes. He was shocked. This was really the Divine Cauldron Heaven's disciple token. Although she had never seen it before, under the perception of her divine sense, she could clearly sense that there was a huge divine technique hidden inside the token that could destroy the heavens and earth. Normally, the elite disciples of the paradises would have such an identity token. This token was not only a symbol of their identity, but also a life-saving divine technique bestowed by their master. This could not be faked. He thought that even if she was outside with her 5th stage heaven-splitting cultivation, if she faced the divine technique in this token, she would definitely die. The person who left behind the divine technique in this token was definitely a high-stage heaven-splitting cultivator. With such a background, whether this little fatty Zhou Xian came from Divine Cauldron Heaven or not, his identity would not be too bad. There was no need for him to pretend to be a disciple of another sect. Qin Yu and Yuhi looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. "So it's a disciple of Divine Cauldron Heaven. Please excuse my rudeness." Yuhi's attitude couldn't help but become more polite. It was fine if she didn't know the other party's identity, but now that she knew, etiquette was still necessary. "Elder sister, don't mind me. I came uninvited and offended the dignity of the master of this place." Qinzhen laughed and said amiably, without the slightest bit of arrogance of a disciple of Divine Cauldron Heaven. Yuhi clicked her tongue in wonder. She had seen many cultivator of Divine Cauldron Heaven before, and which one of them didn't have their eyes on the top of their heads? This was the first time she saw someone like Zhou Xian, so she couldn't help but feel a little curious. After pondering for a moment, Yuhi said, "You said just now that you're here to give an opportunity to my young master and ask for some benefits at the same time?" "That's right. Can you elaborate?" he asked. The little fatty immediately became a little embarrassed. He rubbed his 2 fat hands and said with a flattering expression, "It's like this, elder sister. I heard that the master of this place obtained many sixth-stage divine origin magnet stones. Moreover, all the divine origin magnet stones produced in the entire divine origin magnet mountain were taken away by him, so I wanted to ask him for a piece. Saying so, the little fatty even used a few fingers to pinch lightly, indicating that he only wanted a little and definitely not a lot. Chapter 40:29. He said, "Are you kidding?" Even if he was a disciple of the heavenly abode, this kind of request was a little too rude. How precious was a sixth-grade item? Asking for it without even the slightest bit of friendship, wasn't he thinking too highly of himself? It's not a joke, it's not a joke. Zhou Xian hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I also know how precious a sixth-grade divine origin magnet stone is. As the saying goes, one should not accept a reward without any effort, so I definitely won't ask for it for free. If he can give me a sixth-grade divine origin magnet stone, I will give him an opportunity that will definitely make it worth it." "What opportunity?" He asked. If it was someone else who said this, he might not necessarily believe it, but this little fatty had a strong background, so there was no harm in listening. Unexpectedly, the little fatty smiled and waved his hand. I can't say. Whether this matter succeeds or not, I will know when I see the owner of this place. Young master is in seclusion and will not see guests for the time being." The little fatty blinked and said somewhat helplessly, "Then when will he come out of seclusion?" "It's hard to say." He slowly shook her head. She didn't even know why Yang Kai was in seclusion, so how could she know when he would come out? The little fatty couldn't help but scratch his head. In his expectations after entering this place and seeing Yang Kai, he would probably not refuse to tell him his intentions. But now he couldn't even see Yang Kai's face, which was a little worrying. "Sister, can I wait for him here?" Zhou Xian turned to look at Yuhi and asked seriously. Yuhi pondered for a moment and nodded, yes. In any case, apart from Yang Kai who was in seclusion, there was only her, Qinyu, and a few people from the Great Moon Prefecture left in this mansion. The rest were some weak maidservants, so letting Zhou Xian stay here was not a big deal. Moreover, Yuhi also wanted to know whether this little fatty was from the divine cauldron heaven. Zhou Xian was overjoyed and cupped his hands. "Thank you, sister." Yuhi covered her mouth. "You have a sweet mouth." She tilted her head and signaled to Qinyu, "Find him a guest room." Qinyu nodded and called Zhou Xian, "Come with me." The next day, a scorching hot energy suddenly erupted from somewhere in the mansion. Yuhi was startled as she sensed that it was Meng Hong. Her figure flickered as she immediately rushed over. But when they arrived, they found that Yang Kai was already there. It was obvious that the commotion here had alarmed him, so he quickly came to investigate. Meng Hong had spent close to a month to obtain the rank 5 true sun flame. Only today did he succeed in condensing it. The fire elemental energy flowed endlessly in the Dao seal in his body. However, he was unable to control it freely. Previously he had only condensed a rank 3 true sun flame. Now that it had increased by 2 ranks, he was not used to it. The explosion of power just now was because he wanted to test his strength. In the end he was careless and almost burned down the mansion. "Congratulations, Brother Meng." Yang Kai smiled. Meng Hong got up, his body surging with fire elemental energy. He was still unable to control his own fire elemental energy, so he cupped his fists respectfully and bowed. "Meng Hong thanks Brother Yang for your kindness. This kindness is equivalent to giving me a new life. I will never forget it." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Breaking and rebuilding is your own decision. I only provided you with a set of materials. Brother Meng, you are too polite." Meng Hong slowly shook his head. "If I hadn't seen Brother Yang's invincible might, this Meng wouldn't have known the vastness of the martial Dao. If I can open the heavens in the future, it will be all thanks to Brother Yang." Yuhi pursed her lips and smiled. "All right, you too. Meng Hong, you have just condensed fire elemental energy, so you should stabilize it first." Meng Hong nodded and said, "I was thinking the same thing." While they were talking, a strange voice suddenly interrupted. "Oh, rank 5 true sun flame, not bad, not bad." Yang Kai and Meng Hong both turned their heads and looked towards the direction of the voice. They saw a little fatty with a fair complexion walking over, sizing up Meng Hong with interest. "You are?" Meng Hong didn't understand. Yang Kai was also at a loss. Who was this little fatty? Why hadn't he seen him before? He said, "Young master, I forgot to tell you this is... I'll do it myself." The little fatty smiled and interrupted Yuhi. He walked straight to Yang Kai and looked up at him. He cupped his fists and said, Divine Cauldron Heaven disciple Xu Xian greets Brother Yang. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly shrank. Divine Cauldron Heaven? Meng Hong also lost his voice. Divine Cauldron Heaven? As his emotions fluctuated, a scorching flame burst out from his body. Fortunately, the people around him were not ordinary people. Although the might of this grade 5 Grand Sun primordial flame was extraordinary, it could not hurt them. However, Meng Hong panicked and quickly held his breath, retracting his power. He smiled bitterly and thought to himself that he should quickly go into seclusion. At the very least, he had to be able to control the fire elemental energy freely. Otherwise, he would accidentally hurt his own people. That's right. The little fatty nodded with a smile. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Yu He. His eyes were clearly asking, Is it true? Yu He replied with an expression, Most likely. After all, she had seen the token before and verified Xu Xian's identity. So it's a disciple of Divine Cauldron Heaven. Sorry for not recognizing you. Yang Kai cupped his fist. Brother Yang, please forgive me for coming uninvited. Xu Xian's performance was not annoying. I wonder what Brother Xu has come here for? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Xu Xian smiled and said, I have told this sister before that I came here to give Brother Yang an opportunity and to ask for some benefits from Brother Yang. However, this sister said that Brother Yang was in seclusion and it was inconvenient to disturb him, so I waited here. Today I finally got to see Brother Yang come out of seclusion. Opportunity? Benefits? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows slightly. Xu Xian said, Can we talk somewhere else? After a while, the other two disciples of Great Moon State also noticed the commotion and came over. Even Qinyu was watching from afar. There were too many people and it was not a good place to talk. Yang Kai nodded and said, This way please. He turned his head and said to Yu He, Find another secret room for Brother Meng. Yu He agreed. Yang Kai led Xu Xian to the guest hall. Yu He was curious about what Xu Xian wanted to do, so after hurriedly arranging for Meng Hong, she rushed over as well. However, when she arrived at the guest hall, she did not find anyone. Sweeping the area with her divine sense, she immediately found Yang Kai and quickly arrived in front of a secret room. There she saw Yang Kai standing outside with an expectant look on his face while Xu Xian was nowhere to be seen. Where is little fatty? He asked. Yang Kai pointed to the secret room and said, Inside. What is he doing inside? Yu He was puzzled. Are you done talking? Yang Kai nodded. What did you talk about so quickly? Yu He was a little speechless. She had specifically rushed over to listen. He said that he wanted to ask for a 6th grade Divine Essence Magnet Stone. Yes, I have already agreed to give it to him. Yang Kai nodded. This guy is quite powerful. If he wants that Divine Essence Magnet Stone, he must condense the power of the metal element. Those who could condense the power of the 5 elements of yin and yang with 6th grade materials were definitely not bad or even extremely good. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand the impact of 6th grade materials on the Dao Seal. Meng Hong was the eldest disciple of the Great Moon Prefecture. Although the Great Moon Prefecture was not a particularly powerful force in terms of aptitude, Meng Hong was definitely the first person in the Great Moon Prefecture. With his ability, the limit was 5th grade and there was a risk of failure. However, Xu Xian's goal was 6th grade, which showed the gap between them. In other words, Xu Xian definitely wanted to achieve 6th grade splitting heaven. As for the Divine Essence Magnet Stones on the Divine Essence Magnet Mountain, all the 6th grade materials had been taken by Yang Kai, so he had no other choice but to come to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also glad that he had taken away all the 6th grade divine stones that day. Otherwise he might have missed this opportunity. Xu Xian's uninvited appearance had solved a huge problem for him. If this matter was successful, he would have another great weapon in his hands in the future. Are all the disciples of the blessed and heavenly lands so amazing? Yang Kai turned his head and asked. If this was true, then wouldn't the blessed and heavenly lands be filled with middle grade and high grade splitting heaven stones? Yu He said, how is that possible? This Xu Xian can condense 6th grade strength, so he must be a top figure in the blessed and heavenly lands. However, although the blessed and heavenly lands are not as exaggerated as you think, I heard that official disciples need to condense 3rd grade splitting heaven at the very least. Those below 3rd grade will be expelled or forced to serve as servants or guards. That's terrifying enough. Yang Kai shook his head. The blessed and heavenly lands had such high requirements that they completely abandoned third-grade splitting heaven stones and below. Over the years, perhaps only they knew how deep their foundation was. What can he help you with? You actually gave him a 6th-grade divine stone. He was very surprised by this. Previously, she had also asked Zhou Xian what kind of opportunity he could give Yang Kai, but that little fatty refused to say no matter what. This made her very helpless and she wanted nothing more than to kick him to death. In any case, it's more than worth it. Yang Kai chuckled. If you have nothing to do, keep an eye on him. If there's any movement, immediately call me. Oh, Yang Kai went into seclusion again. This time he had only come out to investigate because he had been alarmed by the commotion caused by Meng Hong. Since he had confirmed that Meng Hong was fine, and he had also discussed a matter with Zhou Xian, he naturally had to return to seclusion. As for Zhou Xian, he could keep an eye on him. Although the disciples of the Divine Cauldron Heaven had extraordinary foundations, he was still a 5th-grade splitting heaven stone, so keeping an eye on him was not a problem. With a few words from Yang Kai, he obediently stood guard in front of the secret chamber, and she had no complaints or regrets. Although she was very curious about what Zhou Xian was doing inside, and what he had discussed with Yang Kai, the secret chamber was protected by a formation, so she did not dare to casually disturb it. Suddenly, 10 days later, everything was calm and peaceful. Qin Tianfei had been living quite comfortably these past few days. The Crimson Star originally had 7 heads, but the Poison Lady and Gan Hong had been killed by Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai and He had immediately replaced them, the two of them did not seem to care much about the matters of the Crimson Star, and only cared about themselves. The remaining Beiyushan had brute force but no brains. Madame Qin did not care about worldly affairs and only cared about music. The Ouyang brothers were smart and capable, but unfortunately they often went into seclusion. Now that the great leader did not come out, the entire Crimson Star could be said to be under Qin Tianfei's control. He was not the great leader, but he was better than the great leader. With great power in his hands, he naturally felt good. Chapter 40-30. In his own mansion, Qin Tianfei was lying on a chair. Behind him, 2 maidservants were gently fanning themselves. Beside him, a soft and fragrant body was pressed against his fat. Her slender fingers were pinching a spirit fruit that looked like a grape. She carefully peeled the skin and seeds before putting it into Qin Tianfei's mouth. Master, I'll have to trouble you with Xing Chen's matter. Ever since Zhao Stars had offended Yang Kai and been stripped of his position as junior commander, he had been unable to recover from the setback and had been hanging around in restaurants and brothels all day long. Zhao Xingchen's sister naturally felt sorry for him. She wanted to persuade Qin Tianfei to promote Zhao Xingchen to a junior commander again. Qin Tianfei sighed, Shangxin. If that Yang Kai doesn't die, how am I supposed to Shangxin? Xingchen had eyes but failed to see and offended the noble lady. Just stripping him of his position as commander is already a kind gesture. The woman refused to comply. Old master, you still have the final say in Qixing now. Shut up. Qin Tianfei's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened and glared at Zhao Star's sister. Woman, don't you know that trouble comes from careless talk? You're just spouting nonsense. Although he held great power now, there was still the headmaster above him. If the headmaster really heard this, he would be accused of being unjust. He didn't know what the headmaster would think of him then. His scolding made the woman's eyes water. Qin Tianfei doted on this concubine the most and couldn't bear it. He comforted her and said, "Let's wait a little longer. Let's wait for the limelight to die down." The woman wiped her eyes. How long do we have to wait? I can wait, but I'm afraid that Stars can't. You've seen how he is. Jade can't be made into anything without being cut. This may be an opportunity for Stars. Qin Tianfei's narrowed eyes were overflowing with light. What's more, we won't have to wait for long. At most, we'll just have to wait until he leaves the great cosmological realm. That Yang Kai may be domineering in the great cosmological realm, but he's only an emperor realm master after all. Once he leaves the great cosmological realm, what can he do? When the woman heard this, she sighed in her heart. Knowing that there was no way to persuade him, she gritted her teeth with resentment and said, "This damn Yang Kai, of all places to run wild, he just had to come to Qixing." Qin Tianfei also smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly froze as he looked up into the sky. At first, his expression was a little puzzled, but then his squinted eyes slowly widened. After only 3 breaths, his face was full of shock and his fat body suddenly stood up. "What's wrong, master?" The woman was puzzled. After all, she was not very strong. Compared to her brother Zhou Xian, she was only slightly stronger. Although she followed Qin Tianfei's line of sight, she did not see anything. "Something's happened," Qin Tianfei shouted in a low voice and quickly took out his communication bead. While contacting the other masters of the Red Star sect, he strode out and instructed, "Stay at home and don't run around. Open all the spirit arrays." The woman was startled, realizing that something terrible must have happened. Otherwise, Qin Tianfei would not have issued such a warning. She quickly contacted her brother Zhou Xian and asked him to come to her place to take refuge. However, she was still puzzled. What had happened that would cause Qin Tianfei to act like he was facing a great enemy? In Star City, some of the heaven-opening boundary masters passing by seemed to notice this and raised their heads to look into the distance, their expressions changing. At this moment, with a rumbling sound, a transparent protective array suddenly appeared around the periphery of the Star City. It instantly enveloped the entire Star City. There were at least 7 or 8 layers of the seemingly sturdy protective array. The others who had not noticed the changes in the Star City before, all stopped and looked up, not understanding why Qi Xing's grand protective array had been activated. Once this kind of spirit array was activated, it would definitely consume a lot of precious treasures. Unless it was a critical moment, it would not be activated. On the street, the crowd was bustling with activity, all of them talking at once. "What is Qi Xing doing? Why did they activate the spirit array?" Someone asked, puzzled. With the spirit array activated, there must be a strong enemy attacking. If not, why would they do this? Strong enemy? What kind of strong enemy does Qi Xing have in the great cosmological realm? Could it be another beast tide? The person who spoke had a pale face. The great cosmological realm had been open for a long time, and many people had encountered beast tides during this time. There were many vicious beasts in the great cosmological realm, and all of them were extremely powerful. Many places where cultivators gathered were flattened by beast tides, resulting in countless casualties. Therefore, the cultivator in the great cosmological realm paled at the mention of beast tides. "It's not a beast tide, look over there." Someone's voice trembled as he pointed in a direction. Looking in that direction, everyone could not help but narrow their eyes. In that direction, numerous streaks of light were rushing towards them with menacing momentum. The leading streak of light was filled with wanton sword chi. It was actually many sword lights. "Sword Pavilion. It's people from Sword Pavilion." Someone saw through the commotion and shouted. "How can there be so many people from Sword Pavilion? Did you see wrongly?" Everyone in Star City knew that there were not many people from Sword Pavilion. At this moment, there were more than 2,000 to 3,000 streaks of light coming from that direction. This was definitely not a number that Sword Pavilion could have. The one leading is definitely Sword Pavilion, but I don't know who the people behind are. Could it be that Sword Pavilion is here for Qi Xing's 6th head? I heard that dozens of Sword Pavilion disciples died because of him in the Origin Magnet Mountain. Didn't they say that it was done by Di Tian's people? It was Di Tian's Ding Yi who killed them, but if Qi Xing's 6th head hadn't released the Origin Magnet Divine Light at the critical moment, Sword Pavilion's sword formation wouldn't have been broken, and those dozens of disciples wouldn't have died tragically. I was there at that time and saw it clearly. That 6th head was laughing maniacally and said that he was going to give Sword Pavilion a big gift. So that's how it is. If the one leading is Sword Pavilion, then the rest are from Thunderlight Sect. Can't be wrong. Thunderlight Sect seems to have a deep enmity with Head Yang. I heard that even leader Bijian died in his hands. Qi Xing is finished this time. The 3 major forces of Star City had coexisted for thousands of years. Although there were some conflicts between them, they were just small fights and didn't hurt their foundation. But today in the great cosmological realm, because of one person, Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect had joined forces and aggressively came to punish them. How could Qi Xing stop them? Was the situation that had not changed for thousands of years going to change in the great cosmological realm? Seeing that a storm was about to break out, some cultivator already had the idea of leaving this place to lie low for a while. But with the protective array activated, they couldn't get out at all. For a time, they all gathered in front of the city gate, shouting endlessly, and the scene was chaotic. "We're in trouble. Our new 6th head has caused trouble for Qi Xing," a Qi Xing disciple said bitterly. Where are Head Qin and the others? The protective array has been activated. Head Qin and the others must have known the situation and are probably discussing countermeasures at this moment. Amidst the clamor, the densely packed lights had arrived in front of Star City. When the lights dissipated, nearly 3,000 figures appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The 3,000 people didn't say a word, but a boundless pressure descended from the sky, and the entire Star City instantly fell silent. In front of the 3,000 people, 5 figures stood quietly, each with a powerful aura. Standing there, they gave off a great pressure. Someone recognized that the 5 people were the leaders of Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect. Sword Pavilion had 3 people, Zhou Xian, Luo Qingyun and Lu Shui. Thunder Light Sect had 2 people, Zhu Li and Long Tai. All of them were at the 4th stage and above, and Zhou Xian was even at the 5th stage. Sure enough, Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect had joined forces. Sword Pavilion had dispatched more than 300 people this time, which was already 20% to 30% of Sword Pavilion's foundation. The entire Sword Pavilion only had a little more than 1,000 people. As for Thunder Light Sect, they had probably left some disciples to guard the gate and had already turned out in full force. With such a lineup, they obviously hadn't come for a casual stroll. Putting aside the people from the Thunder Light Sect, the 300 people from the Sword Pavilion were the cornerstone. Previously, on the Origin Magnet Mountain, a few dozen people from the Sword Pavilion had already caused Di Tian's camp to be in a mess. If these 300 people were to form a sword formation, no one would be able to imagine how terrifying their might would be. It was probably possible to flatten the entire Star City. In the sky above the mansion, Yuhi floated in the air with a frown. She had also realized that Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect's people had definitely come to take revenge on Yang Kai, but she hadn't expected that these 2 forces would actually be so bold as to mobilize so many people just for Yang Kai. Was there a need for this? Yang Kai was currently in seclusion, so he probably didn't know anything about the outside world. Yuhi was considering whether to inform Yang Kai, but on second thought, this fellow's space divine technique was strange and unfathomable, allowing him to teleport tens of thousands of miles away in an instant. Although Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect's people were numerous, if he was determined to escape, he wouldn't be in any danger. Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect's people were probably going to return in disappointment after coming here in high spirits. Thinking of this, Yuhi landed in the courtyard. There was nothing to worry about. However, the 2 disciples from Great Moon Prefecture and Qinyu who had received the news hurried over and looked at her nervously. It's fine, go do what you need to do. Yuhi casually dismissed them. The 3 of them were speechless. In Qin Tianfei's mansion, Zhao Xingxing had already rushed over. He had a drunk expression and his face was a little pale. He grabbed the arm of the woman in a panic. Sister, where did brother-in-law go? Tell him to bring us away quickly. Why are you escaping? The woman shook off Zhao Xingxing's hand and threw him to the ground. She gritted her teeth and said, Why should we escape? Look at how drunk you are. Zhao Xingxing said in a panic, Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect's people are already here. If we don't escape now, we won't have another chance. The woman snorted, Are they here for you? Zhao Xingxing shook his head in a daze. The woman said again, Then who do you think they are looking for? Zhao Xingxing was stunned for a moment, but then his eyes lit up. Sister, you mean? The woman sneered. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Naturally, they will look for whoever killed their people. After all, Qixing is not a pushover. As long as Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect can achieve their goal, why would they rashly start a war with Qixing? Chapter 40-31. You're right, elder sister. Zhao Xingxing nodded again and again, his drunkenness instantly dissipating as his eyes lit up. Then what does brother-in-law mean? The woman shook her head. I don't know what your brother-in-law means. He didn't say anything before leaving. What's more, a woman like me can't care so much. I only know that Qixing won't abandon his foundation for a single person. Zhao Xingxing clapped his hands. I understand. Turning his head to look in the direction of Yang Kai's mansion, he grinned sinisterly. Surnamed Yang, let's see if you die now. It was as if he could already see the scene of Thunder Light Sect and Sword Pavilion cutting Yang Kai into pieces. At this moment, after experiencing the initial tranquility, Star City was once again in turmoil. Although there were Crimson Star disciples to maintain order, how could they manage everything? Everywhere in Star City, There was an endless clamor. Everyone was clamoring for Crimson Star to open up the great defensive array and let the scattered cultivators leave. Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect's 3,000 people were shrouded in darkness. If they really fought, the entire star market would be affected. At that time, wouldn't they suffer an unexpected calamity? But how could Qi Xing open the protective array so easily? Before thoroughly understanding Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect's intentions, rashly opening the protective array was tantamount to suicide. This protective array was Qi Xing's last line of defense. Within the discussion hall, Qin Tianfei and the other leaders were all badly battered, whereas Madame Qin, who'd always been calm and composed, had lost the interest to play the zither at this moment. Her beautiful brows were knit together tightly as she sat there, and she seemed like a resentful wife that had been abandoned by her husband for many years. The entire hall could be described as a gloomy atmosphere. What should we do now? What do you all think? Qin Tianfei turned to look at the others. Bei Yushan's face was filled with anger. This Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect don't put my Crimson Star in their eyes. I suggest we gather all the disciples and fight them to the death. Let them know that my Crimson Star is not easy to bully. Fuck your mother's bullshit. Qin Tianfei couldn't hold back and cursed. Sometimes he really wanted to smash open this guy's head and see what he was thinking. Why was his way of thinking so different? Ouyang Lai frowned. What did First Head say? Qin Tianfei slowly shook his head. I have already sent a message to First Head, but I don't know if he is at a critical juncture in seclusion or not. Ouyang Lai couldn't help but frown. At this time, if the Great Master didn't appear, it would be very difficult for them. Ouyang Bing said, it could also be that the First Master feels that this matter isn't the right time to decide the fate of Crimson Star. After all, it wasn't Crimson Star that provoked Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect, but that guy. Qin Tianfei said, that may be the case, but he is the sixth head of the Crimson Star. His words and actions represent the Crimson Star. Whatever he does outside is already marked by the Crimson Star. Ouyang Bing said, no matter what, we still need to figure out the intentions of Sword Pavilion and Lei Guang before we make any plans. And calm. His voice was like the roar of a dragon or a tiger. Although it was not loud, it was deafening. Everyone in the star market could hear it clearly. This was trying to be polite before resorting to force. Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect had joined forces, a total of 3,000 people. If they really wanted to forcefully attack this star market, then even the defensive spirit array would be useless. However, Yang Kai had still shouted out, which undoubtedly confirmed the speculations of many people. Qi Xing was not a pushover. If Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect rashly started a war, it would only end with both sides suffering losses. Inside the hall, Qin Tianfei and the others looked at each other, not knowing how to respond. Suddenly, Qin Tianfei's expression froze. He took out a communication bead and said with joy, it's a message from the chief. Madame Qin, the Ouyang brothers and Bei Yushan all looked over. Qin Tianfei used his divine sense to scan the area and quickly replied. Madame Qin's lips parted slightly as she softly asked, what did First Head say? Qin Tianfei put away the communication bead and said, First Head said that he will let us handle this matter and that he will not intervene. What did that mean? The several heads were confused. Just at this moment, Zhong Fan repeated what he said just now. However, this time he was slightly impatient. Madame Qin sighed, no matter what, let's go meet him first. Damn that bastard, he actually wants me Qi Xing to clean up after him, Ouyang Lai cursed angrily. Compared to Ouyang Bing, his temper was much more irritable. When Zhong Fan shouted for the third time, 5 figures rose from the center of Star City and quickly flew out to greet him. It's Qi Xing's heads. Someone shouted loudly. They've finally come out. If they hadn't come out, Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect would have attacked. Another person secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. If the situation really developed to this point, no one would be able to escape unscathed. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Qin Tianfei and the others flew to 1,000 feet away from Zhong Fan, separated by 7 or 8 layers of defensive arrays. Qin Tianfei smiled wholeheartedly and cupped his hands repeatedly. So it's the heads of Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect. Please forgive me for not coming out to meet you. Zhong Fan remained calm and collected while Qiu Qingyun's cold gaze swept over them as if he was looking for something. but in the end he couldn't find anything and couldn't help but snort coldly. Qin Tianfei didn't feel embarrassed that he was being ignored because he knew that they had come in anger. Didn't they see their enemy and not give them a cold shoulder? He still smiled and said, "May I know why you're here?" Qiu Qingyun sneered, "Don't you know why we're here? Why ask when you already know the answer?" Qin Tianfei chuckled dryly and lowered his head to look down. He sighed in his heart and sent a voice transmission to Zhou Fan with his divine sense. No one knew what he said, but Zhou Fan nodded slightly and said sparingly, "Okay." He then turned to Qiu Qingyun and the others and said, "All of you wait here." Qin Tianfei cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks, Brother Zhong." After saying this he turned to a certain place and shouted, "Open the array." Moments later, a crack appeared in the defensive array and Zhong Fan stepped out into the Star City. After he entered, the crack in the defensive array closed again, isolating the Sword Pavilion and the Thunderlight Sect's experts from the outside. The crowd below was in an uproar. Master Zhong actually went to the meeting alone? Sure enough, the strong are bold. A 5th stage heaven-opening realm cultivator is no joke. If Crimson Star's first head doesn't appear, who can overshadow Master Zhong? That's true. After Zhong Fan entered, Qin Tianfei excused himself from Qiu Qingyun and the others before leading Zhong Fan to the conference hall. Obviously he was going to have a detailed discussion with Zhong Fan there. In Yang Kai's mansion, Yuhi saw this scene and rolled her eyes. She turned around and instructed the 2 disciples of Great Moon Prefecture and Qin Yu behind her, "Pack your things and get ready to run." With Sword Pavilions and Thunderlight Sect's armies pressuring her, there was no way Qi Xing would be able to withstand such pressure. Abandoning Yang Kai was the wisest choice, and with her sharp mind she immediately saw through this and immediately ordered Qin Yu and the others to make preparations. "I'll go call first, brother." One of the disciples of Great Moon Prefecture hurriedly walked towards Meng Hong's place of seclusion. "I have nothing to pack." Qin Yu shook her head. Several Crimson Star's heads and Zhong Fan entered the conference hall. Although many people were curious about what they would discuss, they really couldn't find out. Probably no one knew except for those few heads. In just 10 minutes Zhong Fan soared into the sky. When he stood in the air he glanced coldly at Yang Kai's mansion and just happened to meet Yuhi's eyes. Yuhi smiled sweetly at him with a charming expression. "Bitch." Zhong Fan snorted coldly and transformed into a ray of sword light that charged out. If it wasn't for him being afraid of Yuhi, who was at the 5th rank of Heaven Splitter, he would have directly charged into the mansion and captured Yang Kai. But even though he was also at the 5th rank of Heaven Splitter, he wasn't confident that he could defeat Yuhi. Not to mention that this was the Great Void Realm, so he couldn't exert his full strength. Once someone helped him, he would definitely be defeated and flee. So after weighing the pros and cons, he could only retreat for now. A gap opened in the grand formation to allow Zhong Fan to leave. Julie came over and asked, "How was it?" Zhong Fan said indifferently, "What else?" "As I expected, they abandoned the rook to save the king. Crimson Star abandoned that Yang Kai." Luo Qingyun said, "Since that's the case, why didn't they close this damn formation and let me kill that bastard?" Zhong Fan said, "They were naturally afraid that we would seize the opportunity to annihilate them." He waved his hand and said, "It's natural for them to have such concerns. How could Crimson Star not be on guard against our joint forces?" Luo Qingyun frowned. "But if that bastard keeps hiding inside and doesn't come out, are we just going to wait and do nothing?" "Of course not." Qin Tianfei said that he would think of a way to force that brat out. "He only asked us to retreat immediately after achieving our goal." "Retreat?" Luo Qingyun sneered. "In his dreams. We mobilized so many people this time. How can killing just one person appease the hatred in my heart? Since that bastard is Crimson Star's man, Crimson Star should pay the price. Di Tian and Ding Yi also have to die for daring to offend the dignity of Sword Pavilion." Lu Shui said softly, "How will Crimson Star force him out? What if he refuses to come out no matter what?" Zhong Fan glanced at her. "He will come out. It's not like we don't have any bargaining chips." Lu Shui understood and nodded silently. Silence was sometimes a kind of pressure. Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect's 3,000 people besieged Star City. Although they didn't do anything and didn't say a word, it made the people in Star City feel uneasy. Amidst this turbulent situation, a piece of news quickly spread through Star City. Yang Kai didn't obtain the position of Crimson Star's sixth head legitimately. He didn't obtain the first head's approval at all. He had seized the position through schemes and tricks. On that day he had ambushed Poison Matriarch in Ganhong and used despicable means to coerce Qin Tianfei and the others to take the position of sixth head. The first head, who was in seclusion, didn't know anything about this and had never acknowledged his identity as the sixth head. His words and actions didn't represent Crimson Star at all. Chapter 40-32. In other words, this so-called sixth young master of Qixing was just Yang Kai blowing his own trumpet and had never been recognized by Qixing. At first this news was only spread among a few people, but it soon spread to the entire Star City. It had only been half an hour, so it was impossible to say that there was no one behind this. For a time, many people looked at Yang Kai's mansion with pity, knowing that this sixth young master had been abandoned by Qixing. Not many people believed this rumor. If this was true, why did Qixing not deny it before? Why did he release such a statement when Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect's army was pressing in? Obviously he didn't want to be implicated by Yang Kai. This was understandable. It was a wise move to abandon the rook to save the king. What's more, Yang Kai had only been the sixth young master for a few days. He didn't even have a foundation in Qixing, so who would protect his interests and safety at this time? Although they understood at this time, no one stood up for an irrelevant person. Instead they complained about Yang Kai. If he hadn't caused trouble outside, Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect wouldn't have made such a big fuss, implicating outsiders like them in this Star City. They didn't know if Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect would force their way in, and what would happen to them if that happened. Complaining in their hearts was normal. Some people had even gathered in front of Yang Kai's mansion, shouting that Yang Kai should get out of Star City and that Red Star City did not welcome him. At first the number of people was not many, but as time passed, more and more people gathered in front of Yang Kai's mansion. In less than a stick of incense worth of time, hundreds of people had gathered here, and as time passed, more people arrived. All of them glared at each other and cursed. All of them wanted Yang Kai to leave this place quickly and settle his grievances with Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect outside. They didn't want to implicate innocent people like them. The voices were like a tide, each wave louder than the previous one. Inside the mansion, the two disciples of Great Moon Province and Qin Yu all turned pale and trembled. With this situation there was still a chance of survival if they hid here, but if they left, how could they survive? Yuhi's delicate body was also trembling slightly from anger. She never thought that Qixing would actually be so despicable and shameless. In order to force Yang Kai to leave Star City, he actually used such a despicable method. With her divine sense, she could naturally detect that there were many Crimson Star disciples in the crowd, adding fuel to the fire. These people must have received instructions from Qin Tianfei and the others, otherwise, how could they dare to act like this? Outside Star City, the gazes of Zhou Xian and the other 4 heaven-opening realm masters gathered in front of Yang Kai's mansion. Long Tai sneered, "This is Qixing's plan? You want to use these people to force that Yang Kai away? Qin Tianfei and the others are getting worse and worse." Zhu Li muttered, "It's not necessarily ineffective. After all, it's difficult to provoke public anger." Luo Qingyan gritted his teeth and said, "It's not like that bastard hasn't infuriated the masses before." Thinking back to what Yang Kai had done in the Yuanxi Mountain, he felt that it was inconceivable. Even though he was one of the leaders of Sword Pavilion, he did not dare to do something that offended the interests of everyone, but Yang Kai had done it. It would have been fine if he had done it, but he was still alive and well afterwards. As such, he did not feel that this kind of method would have any effect. He had experienced that guy's madness before. Let's wait for a while. Since Qin Tianfei has already given this king his guarantee, let's see how his methods are. If it really doesn't work out, it won't be too late for us to take action then. In any case, he can't escape here, Zhou Xian said indifferently. Qian Qingyun's eyes flashed as he let out a sinister laugh. That's fine too. It's not bad to slowly enjoy his despair. Somewhere in Star City, Qin Tianfei and the others were hidden in the void, paying attention to Yang Kai's actions. Orders were silently passed down, and the crowd gathered in front of Yang Kai's mansion became more and more agitated. "Yang Kai, get out of Star City. You're not welcome here. Yang Kai, are you dead? Solve your own problems. What kind of man are you hiding here? That's right, that's right. Since you're so powerful, why are you afraid of Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect? Just go out and fight them to the death. Don't implicate innocent people like us. The crowd was like a tide as they shouted endlessly. Inside the mansion, Yuhi's expression was extremely ugly. Although she knew that many of these people were being used by Qi Xing, it was obvious that they were heartless, which was truly infuriating. Yongkai, you coward. You have the guts to cause trouble, but you don't have the guts to take responsibility? What if he doesn't come out? Looking at the attitude of Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect, I'm afraid that they won't be able to wait for long. If they really get angry, they will immediately attack Star City. At that time, when the city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat will be implicated. If he doesn't come out, we'll fight our way in and drag him out. That's right, everyone, let's do it together. As soon as these words were spoken, a sword light slashed towards Yang Kai's mansion, followed by countless attacks that blotted out the sky. Although the mansion was covered by a large spirit array, it was not a very advanced spirit array after all, so how could it block the fierce attacks of so many people? In just 3 breaths of time, the spirit array shattered. The spirit array has been broken. Everyone follow me and catch Yang Kai. Someone shouted and was the first to rush to the front. Hundreds of people followed closely behind, all of them rushing into the mansion. Yuhi was stunned. She was still hesitating whether to call Yang Kai and inform him of what had happened outside, but before she could make up her mind, the mansion's spirit array had already been broken. Looking up, a group of fierce-looking people holding artifacts rushed in, all of them looking unfriendly. This woman is with Yang Kai. Take her down first. We're not afraid that Yang Kai won't show himself. The leader shouted as soon as he saw Yuhi. Yuhi's face suddenly sank. She was a 5th-order heaven-opening realm cultivator, a well-known figure in the outside world. So how could an Emperor Realm Master dare act presumptuously in front of her? But now someone was actually pointing at her and shouting. In front of Yang Kai, she was very obedient and had always regarded herself as a maidservant, obeying his every word, but that was just a disguise. When had Yang Kai ever seen her true nature? Filled with anger and murderous intent, Yuhi stared at the person who had shouted before and slowly raised her slender finger. At that moment, a dignified roar resounded through the sky, so noisy. As soon as these words fell, a figure suddenly flashed in front of Yuhi, wrapped in a cold aura that could penetrate one's heart, causing one to shudder involuntarily at a glance. Young master. Yuhi quickly lowered her finger, the murderous intent on her face disappearing without a trace. Her beautiful eyes glowing brightly as a look of fear appeared on her face, like a child who had been bullied when their master was not at home and finally saw their parents. Although Yang Kai was in retreat to comprehend the wood and fire divine technique, because of the matter with little fatty Zhou Xian, he had not fully activated the spirit array in his room and had instead paid attention to the outside world. After all, this was the first time he had met Zhou Xian, so it was naturally impossible for him to trust him unconditionally. He knew about the people from Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect, the turmoil in Star City, and the clamoring outside his mansion, but he was too lazy to pay attention to it. But now that even the mansion's spirit array had been broken, he could no longer continue his seclusion. Being forced to appear, Yang Kai was annoyed. He had reached a critical juncture in his seclusion and was about to comprehend something, but now that he had been interrupted at such a critical moment, he naturally wasn't in a good mood. Looking around, the hundreds of thousands of people were densely packed together, almost filling the entire mansion. There were also many people outside who couldn't squeeze in, so they couldn't help but coldly snort. Is he Yang Kai? Someone asked in a low voice. Many of the people who had rushed in hadn't even seen Yang Kai's face before, so they had been taken advantage of. It seems so. I finally saw the real deal. Thought I could hide forever. Many people whispered and some people secretly sized up Yang Kai, but they didn't find anything special about him. They really didn't know how such a person could provoke the major forces of Sword Pavilion to join forces to attack him. On the other hand, those who had clamored to drag out Yang Kai and drive him out of Star City didn't say a word at this moment, all of them looking nervous and quietly retreating to the back of the crowd. These were all Crimson Star's disciples who had secretly acted under Qin Tianfei's orders. Now that they had forced Yang Kai out, their goal had been achieved, so they naturally had to retreat. You want to leave? Yang Kai coldly snorted and raised his hand, directly grabbing the person in front of him and lifting him into the air. At the same time he urged his space principles and in an instant with him as the center, The space within a radius of 1,000 feet became viscous and confined. Countless muffled groans rang out, and those who were slightly weaker actually froze on the spot. They only felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on their bodies, as if it was going to crush them into powder. Although those who were slightly stronger were not so weak, it was still difficult for them to move. "Are you the one who took the lead to cause trouble?" Yang Kai coldly looked at the person he was holding in the air and asked indifferently. "No, no," the man replied in a panic, the fear in his heart indescribable. He was also from the Emperor realm and had condensed several kinds of heaven-splitting strength. In the outside world he was already a half-step heaven-splitting master and only lacked 2 kinds of strength to break through to the next level. But now that he was imprisoned by Yang Kai, he couldn't even break free. The fierce and pure strength surged into his body, causing his strength to become extremely weak, making it impossible for him to resist. He couldn't help thinking back to the rumors in Star City that Yang Kai had killed Poison Matriarch and gone home with just the strength of an emperor. At that time he had snorted disdainfully. In the end, a heaven-opening realm master was still a heaven-opening realm master. Even in this special environment, how could Yang Kai kill them? In private, everyone said that Yang Kai had launched a sneak attack, and the words that had just come out of Crimson Star had undoubtedly confirmed this point. Yang Kai had indeed launched a sneak attack. But now it seemed that the rumors were wrong. With this kind of strength he really did have the ability to kill heaven-splitting masters. At this critical moment of life and death, the man wept bitterly. "Sixth Master, please spare me." This lowly one was only following orders. "Sixth Master, please spare me." "Sixth Master?" Yang Kai chuckled as he looked in a certain direction, his eyes deep and seemingly able to pierce through space, a mocking expression on his face. Chapter 40-33. On the other side, Qin Tianfei and the others who were hiding in the void all looked nervous. Bei Yushan couldn't help but gulp. Although he wasn't very smart, his perception of danger was like that of a wild beast. Under Yang Kai's gaze, Bei Yushan felt as if he had met his natural enemy, and he felt as if he would die in the next moment. The fat on Qin Tianfei's face twitched. Is this a coincidence, or has he already discovered us? The Ouyang brothers' faces were as calm as water, and they did not dare to make a sound for fear of leaking their auras. Fortunately, Yang Kai only glanced at them indifferently before retracting his gaze. He looked at the unfamiliar faces and then looked at the person in his hand. "Isn't it a little too late to call me Sixth Master now?" The power in his hand shook and the person screamed in pain before exploding into pieces. A mist of blood filled the sky, and the expressions of the many cultivators who had rushed into the mansion changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with horror. No one had expected Yang Kai to be so ruthless as to start a massacre at the slightest disagreement. One had to know that there were many of them, and Yang Kai's actions would undoubtedly cause great turmoil. However, looking at Yang Kai's contemptuous expression, it was as if he did not care at all. For a moment, many people's hearts were in chaos. Under the confinement of the space law, they could feel how terrifying Yang Kai's strength was. A Crimson Star disciple shouted in horror, "This lowly one deserves to die, Sixth Master, please spare my life." "Since you deserve to die, then all of you will die," Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. When he clapped and pulled his hands, a gigantic moon blade appeared between his hands and slashed out. Without a sound, blood splattered and broken limbs flew. In an instant the mansion turned into hell. Wherever the moon blade passed, it destroyed everything in its path. Those cultivators who had rushed into the mansion fell like straws in the wind. No one could block the terrifying slash and were cut in half. Those who had strong vitality did not die immediately. They dragged their broken bodies and crawled out, lingering on with their last breaths as they wailed. Wherever they passed, long bloodstains were left behind. It was a ghastly sight. With just one attack, hundreds of people were killed. In the void, the eyelids of Qin Tianfei and the others, who had hidden themselves, twitched violently as their scalps went numb. Even Yu He, who was standing behind Yang Kai, couldn't help but cover her red lips as she looked at the back of the person she thought she was very familiar with. Only now did she realize that this person was actually so unfamiliar. This person was indeed very different from that person. That person was always as gentle as jade, always as warm as the wind. However, the person in front of him could kill people without batting an eyelid. "How dare you do this?" An old cultivator pointed at Yang Kai, bristling with anger. They had only barged into Yang Kai's residence to force him to leave Star City. They didn't want him to implicate others because of his grudge with the Sword Firmament Pavilion's Lei Guang. However, Yang Kai had directly killed over 100 of them. How cruel was that? Yang Kai looked at him coldly. What right do you have to tell me what to do? Frem. With a wave of his sleeve, a surging force sent the old cultivator flying, causing him to explode into a mist of blood in midair. Since these people dared to break through his residence's grand array and trespass, then they had to pay the price for their actions. Madman, this guy is a madman. Run. Someone shouted and turned around to run. The rest of the crowd also circulated their strength and scattered in all directions. Yang Kai had come out of seclusion in anger and killed over 100 people with a single attack, so his anger had mostly subsided. Seeing these people fleeing in all directions, he didn't make things difficult for them and allowed them to escape. Turning around, he looked at Zhou Fan and the others with contempt and smiled disdainfully. Zhou Fan shouted in a deep voice, "Yang Kai, dozens of my Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples died because of you. Today this king will kill you to avenge my Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples. Quickly come out and accept your death." Zhu Li also took a step forward and gritted his teeth. "Come out and accept your death and I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, I will let you taste all the torture in the world and make you beg for death." Facing the two's clamoring and provocation, Yang Kai just smiled faintly and said, "If you have the ability, then come in and fight your way in." As soon as these words came out, the entire Star City was in an uproar. This was something that every cultivator feared. If it weren't for the fear of being implicated, why would those people attack Yang Kai's residence to capture him? But now Yang Kai was provoking them with what they were afraid of. How could they endure this? Many people were worried, fearing that Sword Pavilion's Lei Guang would really attack Star City in anger. At that time they would definitely suffer a calamity. Some even complained that Qi Xing didn't close the spirit array so that Zhou Fan and the others could rush in and kill Yang Kai. That surnamed Yang must be afraid. He is really despicable and shameless. It's natural to be afraid. Sword Firmament Pavilion's Lei Guang has so many people here. No matter how strong he is, how can he fight against them? What's the use of being afraid now? Why didn't he think of the consequences when he provoked Sword Firmament Pavilion and Lei Guang on the Yuanxi mountain? That bastard is dead for sure. Star City's Grand Array won't be able to protect him. Can't Master Qin and the others throw him out? Star City was in an uproar. Qin Tianfei and the others listened to the whispers with bitter expressions. If they could throw Yang Kai out, why would they wait until now? They would have done it long ago, but Yang Kai had killed Poison Lady and Gone Hong in the main hall without the slightest hesitation. They knew that they were no match for Yang Kai in a one-on-one fight. Even if they attacked together, Yang Kai still had Yuehe by his side, so how could they stroke the tiger's whiskers? Qian Qingyun ridiculed, "Surnamed Yang, I was wrong about you. I thought you were a responsible man, but now it seems that you are only Esu." Yang Kai snorted, "What qualifications do you have to comment on whether this king is responsible or not? Why do I need you to comment?" Finished speaking, he couldn't be bothered with these people and turned around to walk towards the secret room. Since Qin Tianfei and the others had chosen to give up on him, there was no need for Yang Kai to consider anything for Qi Xing. With the space principles in his body, he could leave if he wanted to and stay if he wanted to. No one could stop him. "Junior, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Take a look at what this is," Zhou Fan suddenly spoke. Yang Kai stopped and looked over. Zhou Fan waved his hand and said, "Bring it up." As soon as he finished speaking, the thousands of people split apart, revealing a passage in the middle. Following that, dozens of people flew out from behind, but at this moment, these dozens of people seemed to be carrying a huge object as they flew through the air. After seeing what they were carrying, Yuhi couldn't help but cover her red lips with her hand. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise as she hurriedly turned her head to look at Yang Kai. What she saw was Yang Kai's eyes narrowing slightly. His face was gloomy as a faint killing intent lingered around him. The object that those dozens of people were carrying was none other than the Scarlet Jiao that Yang Kai had left on Origin Magnet Mountain. The Scarlet Jiao must have experienced a difficult battle. Its entire body was covered in wounds and blood was constantly dripping down. It was unknown how many pieces of scales had fallen off its body, revealing large chunks of flesh. It looked extremely miserable and its aura was extremely weak, as if it could die at any time. The most serious injury was below its head. There was a huge wound that was filled with sword intent. It was obvious that it had been injured by sword qi and had almost been decapitated. Although the Scarlet Jiao's strength was not bad, it was only a vicious beast after all, and its intelligence was not too high. If many people really attacked it together, it might not be able to defeat them. The Scarlet Jiao was actually captured. At this moment, its entire body was covered in secret technique chains, completely restraining it, making it unable to move. This was a vicious beast that Yang Kai had left on Origin Magnet Mountain. When he left Origin Magnet Mountain, he did not find what he wanted. Yang Kai was unwilling to give up, so he had Guizian and the others stay there and told them that if a high-quality divine origin magnet stone appeared, they should immediately send a message to him. He had also deliberately left the Scarlet Jiao and Earth Dragon with him in case of any accidents. During this time he had not received any messages from Guizian. Yang Kai himself was in seclusion comprehending the divine technique, so he did not take the initiative to contact him. Who would have thought that when he saw the Scarlet Jiao again, it would actually be in such a situation? The Scarlet Jiao being like this meant that Sword Pavilion and Lei Guang must have gone to Origin Magnet Mountain first. They probably thought that Yang Kai was still there. What about the Earth Dragon? What about Guizian? Yang Kai's divine sense spread out like a tide, and in the next instant the killing intent on his body became even stronger. He did not feel the Earth Dragon's aura, so he did not know if the Earth Dragon had died or escaped, but he did feel Guizian's aura. Following the Scarlet Jiao, another group of people was escorted forward, led by Guizian and a few dozen Scarlet Star disciples. However, there were about 70 Scarlet Star disciples left on Origin Magnet Mountain, and now only half of them were left. The rest had probably been killed. Guizian and the others did not have secret technique chains on them, but it was obvious that some kind of restriction had been placed on them. Each of them had a weak aura as if they had never cultivated before. Boy, these are your subordinates and spirit beasts, right? Zhou Fan looked at Yang Kai indifferently. Do you not care whether they live or die? Yang Kai's gaze swept over Guizian and the others one by one, confirming that their lives were not in danger. Only the Scarlet Jiao was severely injured, so he asked coldly, "What do you want?" "I am no longer a member of Scarlet Star and they are Scarlet Star disciples. Do you want to use them to threaten me? You are too naive." Zhou Fan said, "Compared to my own life, I can abandon my subordinates and spirit beasts. This old master naturally will not use their lives to threaten you. This old master just wants you to watch a good show." A show of killing," Zhou Fan said, and with a wave of his hand, one of the captured disciples was directly grabbed by him. Sword qi burst out from his palm, instantly turning that disciple into a blood mist. Zhou Fan angrily roared, "Sword Pavilion is not to be humiliated. Those who humiliate Sword Pavilion will be killed without mercy." These words seemed to be a declaration, causing the entire star market to tremble. Even Qin Tianfei and the others who had hidden themselves had dignified expressions. After Zhou Fan spoke, he stretched out his hand again and caught another Scarlet Star disciple in his hand. Just as he was about to repeat the same trick, his eyes suddenly shrank because at that moment he had lost sight of Yang Kai. With Zhou Fan's ability, he did not notice how he had disappeared. Chapter 40-34. Zhou Fan's original plan was to kill Yang Kai's subordinates one by one in front of Yang Kai and the entire Star City before killing Qi Jiao. Firstly, it was to pay for the deaths of Sword Pavilion's disciples on Yuanxi Mountain, and secondly, it was to put pressure on Yang Kai. Otherwise, why would he have spent so much effort to bring these people and Qi Jiao here? He would have killed them long ago on Yuanxi Mountain. Although Yang Kai kept saying that he was no longer a member of Scarlet Star, many of these people had gone through life and death with him. If Yang Kai really left them alone, he would definitely be criticized. If this move could force Yang Kai out, it would naturally be for the best. Even if it didn't succeed, Sword Pavilion wouldn't lose anything. It would also let the world know what the consequences of provoking Sword Pavilion were, killing two birds with one stone. Zhou Fan had thought that Yang Kai would be afraid of death and turn a blind eye, or that he would be angered by his subordinates. But who would have thought that such a sudden change would occur? When Yang Kai's figure disappeared from his field of vision, Zhou Fan's heart skipped a beat and he instinctively felt that something was wrong. He immediately shouted, "Be careful." As soon as he said this, he saw Yang Kai again. However, at this moment Yang Kai appeared beside Guizian like a ghost. the space around him twisting and distorting. As soon as he appeared, he reached out and grabbed at Yang Kai. 10 meters away from Guizian, Lu Shui stood in the air, her beautiful eyes still focused on Yang Kai's movements, but in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had disappeared. By the time she sensed that something was wrong, it was already too late. Yang Kai's large hand had reached out, seemingly able to cover the sky as it descended towards her. Lu Shui couldn't help but feel like she couldn't avoid it. In any case, she was still a fourth-stage heaven-opening cultivator. The moment she sensed that something was wrong, she let out a shout and a purple sword light slashed out from between her eyebrows. At the same time, her figure rapidly retreated. The power of this attack was extraordinary. It was a sure kill attack that she had nurtured with her mind. Normally, she would not use it unless it was a moment of life and death. More than one heaven-opening expert had died to this attack. At the same time that Lu Shui slashed out with her sword, Qian Qingyun, who was not far away, made his move as well. A sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. With a swirl of sword light, his body was wrapped within the sword. Man and sword became one as he slashed towards Yang Kai's waist with a ferocious expression. Zhu Li, on the other hand, retreated 100 meters in horror. He was terrified of Yang Kai. Back in the Origin Magnet Mountain, Bijian had died under Yang Kai's spear. Even though many days had passed, the scene was still vivid in his mind. Now that he suddenly saw Yang Kai appear not far from him, his first thought was to run away quickly before making any plans. The other leader of Thunderlight sect was stunned for a moment, seemingly unable to react to what had happened. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai grabbed the violet sword that had slashed out from between Lu Shui's brows. With a clang, the sword let out a clear and resonant hum that shot into the 9 heavens. Lu Shui's eyes instantly widened as shock filled her face. That was because Yang Kai was actually completely unscathed from her sure kill attack. Not only that, Yang Kai was actually holding a 3-inch-long hiltless sword that glowed with violet light between his fingers. The sword seemed to possess a mind of its own as it struggled and trembled in Yang Kai's hand. However, no matter what, it was unable to break free from Yang Kai's grasp. Die! Right at this moment, Luo Qingyun slashed out furiously, directly striking Yang Kai's waist. A wisp of a smile couldn't help but appear on Luo Qingyun's face, and he seemed to have already seen the scene of Yang Kai being slashed into 2 by him and dying on the spot. The might of the full force strike of his 4th-rank Heaven Splitter was utterly impossible for Yang Kai, who was in the Emperor realm, to resist. However, the rebounding force that came from his hand caused Qian Qingyun's smile to instantly stiffen. In his field of vision, Yang Kai's body was suddenly enveloped in a vigorous earth-yellow glow, and a prismatic earth element shield appeared to protect Yang Kai's body, blocking his front. That sword slashed onto the shield of earth. As expected of the full force strike of a 4th-rank Heaven Splitter, even the solid shield of earth was actually unable to resist it, and it shattered with a clatter. The sword slashed past Yang Kai's waist and tore open a hole in his clothes. At the instant they brushed past each other, Yang Kai glanced indifferently at Luo Qingyun. The sword light dispersed to reveal Luo Qingyun's figure, and his expression was savage to the point of being slightly terrifying. This was because Yang Kai's glance just now had been filled with contempt, as if he was looking at an ant. With a cry of alarm, Luo Qingyun abruptly turned around, and when he saw what was happening, he couldn't help but explode with rage. Release her! Amidst the army of 10,000, Yang Kai's large hand gripped Lu Shui's slender neck as he hid behind her. He looked ahead from behind Lu Shui with a playful expression. 3 inches from Lu Shui's throat, a cold light flickered. At some point, Zhou Fan had arrived with his sword. He was at the 5th-rank Heaven Splitter, and in terms of strength and foundation he was stronger than any of the Heaven Splitters present. The moment he saw Yang Kai attack Lu Shui, he immediately sensed Yang Kai's intentions and immediately flew over to save her. However, even with Luo Qingyun's interference, he was still a little too late. By the time he arrived, Yang Kai had already grabbed Lu Shui and used her as a shield. With a shield like Lu Shui, how could Zhou Fan attack again? Their gazes met. Zhou Fan was seething with rage while his face warped. He pointed his sword forward, yet he was unable to move. Luo Qingyun had an anxious expression, Zhu Li had a horrified expression, and Long Tai, who'd recovered from his shock, had an astounded expression as well. At this instant, countless gazes shot over, yet it was perfectly silent. Everything that had happened in that instant just now had happened too quickly. Besides a few people, no one knew exactly what had happened, and by the time they reacted, the situation before them had already occurred. Countless people asked in their hearts, how could this have happened? How could Yang Kai have the courage to charge out? How could he receive Luo Qingyun's attack without being affected at all? How could Lu Shui be captured by him? Why didn't she resist at all? Numerous huge questions arose in their hearts, yet no one was able to give an answer. It wasn't just the spectators who were puzzled. Even Luo Qingyun and Zhong Fan looked at Lu Shui with puzzlement. Even though she was a woman, she was at the 4th rank heaven splitter, so why didn't she resist after being captured by Yang Kai? So long as Lu Shui was able to struggle free from Yang Kai's restraint with a single strike, then they would immediately be able to join forces and kill Yang Kai. Only Lu Shui was clearly aware in her heart that a strand of scorching and terrifying energy had instantly invaded her body at the instant she was captured by Yang Kai. That energy burned her meridians, flesh and blood without restraint, causing her to feel excruciating pain. Her entire body trembled while sweat instantly drenched her clothes. It was absolutely the energy of the fire element that Yang Kai had condensed. However, Lu Shui had never seen such pure energy of the fire element, nor had she sensed such high-quality energy of the fire element. The energy within her body was utterly unable to resist the flames of that energy, and it collapsed upon coming into contact with it. She could only utilize her Dao seal to resist it with all her might, and she couldn't be distracted at all. So how could she have any strength left to resist? Otherwise, the slightest mistake would cause her to be incinerated into nothingness. Exactly what rank is this fire element? Lu Shui had a faint guess in her heart, but she didn't dare to believe it. In the mansion below, Yuhi's beautiful eyes looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. This person was indeed very different from that person, but in some aspects, they were equally crazy and disregarded life and death. This kind of madness was fascinating and intoxicating. Her mood seemed to have traveled back thousands of years, returning to the time when she was young. Deep in her heart there was a sour feeling. In the void, Qin Tianfei, who had hidden his figure, trembled with fear. Although he had long seen the terror of Yang Kai's strength, he couldn't help but be shaken when he saw it again. This guy was simply a monster. In the great cosmological realm, who could compete with him if he couldn't split open the heavens? Beside him, Bei Yushan couldn't help but gulp down his saliva, revealing the horror in his heart. In the sky and on the ground, all eyes were on him. Yang Kai grinned and gently pushed Lu Shui forward. Seeing the sharp sword getting closer and closer to her throat, Lu Shui couldn't help but look at Zhong Fan with a pleading expression. Zhong Fan's face twitched and he had no choice but to withdraw his sword. Despicable! Zhong Fan gritted his teeth and cursed. Yang Kai sneered, I learned it from you. Zhong Fan was suddenly at a loss for words. Before he had used the lives of Guizian and the others to threaten Kai Yang, but in the blink of an eye Kai Yang had used Lu Shui to threaten him. It really was 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Every dog had its day, but these 30 years had passed in a flash. Yang Kai no longer paid attention to him and looked at Guizian with a solemn expression. This king has implicated you this time. Guizian was moved. Sixth Master, please don't say that. This lowly one and the others have embarrassed you. He secretly hated himself for not being strong enough. Yang Kai had even left the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon for him to use, but at the critical moment he couldn't even send out a message. Otherwise Yang Kai wouldn't have been so passive. He couldn't be blamed for this. The main reason was that Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect had too many people and acted too quickly. When they arrived at Yuanxi Mountain, they directly captured them and then divided their forces to encircle the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon, so how could they have the time to send out a message? Yang Kai shook his head and said, I am no longer Qi Xing's sixth master, so don't call me sixth master anymore. Guizian was startled for a moment, but he was also a smart person. He just glanced at Star City and thought about what he had heard and seen before and immediately understood Yang Kai's situation. He couldn't help showing a look of shame on his face. As Qi Xing's great commander, he couldn't agree with the actions of Qi Xing's masters, but he was powerless to change anything. His dry lips squirmed a few times. On the other side, Yang Kai looked at Zhong Fan and said, Old dog, now that you have my people in your hands and I have yours, what do you want to do? Zhong Fan looked at Yang Kai coldly and snorted, Let her go and I'll spare your life. Yang Kai grinned at him and shouted, Guizian. Guizian's hair was disheveled, and although his cultivation was sealed, he still responded in a deep voice, This lowly one is here. How many of your people did they kill on Yuanxi Mountain? Guizian's eyes flashed with grief as he cupped his fists and said, replying to Master, this lowly one originally had 72 people under him, but now only 39 remain. A total of 33 people have died. Yang Kai nodded, his aura bursting from his body as if a god had descended. I'll take revenge for those 33 people. Open your eyes wide and watch carefully. When his words fell, Zhou Fan's face changed greatly. You dare. Yang Kai, however, slapped out his palm and a huge palm print fell from the sky, pressing down on Thunderlight Sect and Sword Pavilion's camp. Chapter 40-35. A huge palm print slammed down from the sky, causing the surrounding space to explode. No one had expected Yang Kai to be so crazy. Not only did he not know how to restrain himself in front of the enemy, he even took the initiative to attack. The Sword Pavilion disciples had yet to complete their sword array, and the Thunderlight Sect disciples were shaken. In a hurry, they hurriedly sent out a series of secret techniques and artifacts. The huge palm print was riddled with holes by countless attacks, but it still continued to press down. Miserable cries rang out as clouds of blood mist exploded in the air, like the most enchanting red roses. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, flowers of blood bloomed in the air, enchanting and bloody. By the time this attack was exhausted, exactly 33 flowers of blood had bloomed in the air. Gasps could be heard coming from all over Star City. Everyone stared at the figure standing in the void in disbelief. Zhou Fan and the others' eyes were spitting fire, almost burning the void. 33 of Guizian's subordinates had died in battle, and now Yang Kai had killed 33 Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect disciples in public, not one more and not one less, just to avenge those who had died. And this arrogant action was undoubtedly a slap to the faces of Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect, causing Zhou Fan and the others to feel pain. If they could not kill Yang Kai here today, how could Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect establish themselves in the great cosmological realm in the future? The long sword in Zhou Fan's hand trembled slightly as sword chi flickered. He was furious and wished he could rush up and cut Yang Kai into 10,000 pieces, but Lu Shui was restrained by Yang Kai, so he dared not act rashly. Yang Kai, however, suddenly turned his head and glared at Zhou Fan, shouting, This king forgot it wasn't 33, you just killed another person. As soon as these words came out, the faces of all the Thunderlight Sect and Sword Pavilion disciples changed drastically and they all retreated, pulling away from Yang Kai. Although there were many of them, no one was willing to die an unjust death. In an instant, with Yang Kai as the center except for Zhou Fan and a few other heaven-opening realm masters, there was no one around. The power of one person was terrifying. What do you want? Zhou Fan looked over coldly. You invited me to watch a show, so this king will also invite you to watch a show. As he said this, he twisted the 3-inch purple sword that belonged to Lu Shui and stabbed it into Lu Shui's chest. Then he slammed his palm down and sent the purple sword back into Lu Shui's body. Lu Shui let out a muffled groan. She had been using all her strength to resist the burning of the golden crow true fire, and now that she had been injured by Yang Kai, she was immediately covered in sweat. Her white clothes were stained with blood and her entire body was flushed red. Steam rose from the top of her head and a painful groan came from her throat. You're courting death. Luo Qingyun's gaze instantly turned crimson red as he gritted his teeth and shouted explosively. Zhou Fan's face instantly darkened. Although he was furious that Yang Kai had killed 33 people with a single palm strike just now, they were just his subordinates. He could just kill them again after they died, but Lu Shui was different. She was one of the leaders of Sword Pavilion, but now she was being humiliated by Yang Kai like this, so he had no choice but to re-evaluate Yang Kai's madness. Guizian and the 30 or so captured Scarlet Star disciples were originally dispirited, but after seeing Yang Kai's unexpected actions with their own eyes, all of them became spirited. This 6th manager was truly cruel and ruthless. He could even lay his hands on such a delicate beauty like Lu Shui. If they were in his shoes, they might not have the heart to do so. However, they had to admit that when they saw this scene, it really made them feel very happy. Their blood boiled and it made them feel warm from the inside out. An uncontrollable impulse surged in their hearts to follow this 6th head through fire and water. Even if they died here they would have no regrets. If you dare say another word I'll twist her head off. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Luo Yongkai and said in a cold voice. Luo Yongkai's sword intent surged as he watched Lu Shui suffer with his own eyes. So how could he not want to save her? In fact, he had been looking for an opportunity, but unfortunately, Yang Kai's divine sense surged and monitored the surroundings, so he couldn't do anything. At this moment when he met Yang Kai's icy cold eyes, he was shocked and realized that he wasn't joking but would really do it. His anger was suppressed in his chest like a volcano that could erupt at any moment, but he didn't dare to say another word, for fear that Yang Kai would really twist Lu Shui's head off. Humph. Yang Kai smiled contemptuously and shouted in a deep voice, Guizian. Guizian's expression became solemn as he replied, This humble one is here. Are you afraid of death? Yang Kai turned around to look at him. Guizian's mouth moved, and he really wanted to say that he wasn't afraid to strengthen Yang Kai's reputation. But who wasn't afraid of death? Words that went against his heart would seem hypocritical, so he immediately smiled frankly. After that he said, But this humble one believes that if we die, then Master will definitely take revenge for us. He didn't doubt this in the slightest because Yang Kai had already used the lives of 33 of them to prove it. Yang Kai nodded lightly. You're very good, Guizian said in a low voice. Master, there's no need to worry about us. Just do as you please. Even if we brothers die here, we'll absolutely not be a burden to you. Brothers, don't all of you agree? Yes, Master. Over 30 of them shouted explosively in unison, and their voices shook the world while they revealed expressions of being ready to face death. Countless people were moved and many of them showed looks of respect. Whether these words were sincere or forced by the situation, Yang Kai being able to gain the support of Guizian and the others at this time was enough to show his personal charisma. Qin Tianfei and the others had complicated expressions. They had commanded Crimson Star for many years, and although they had some useful subordinates, they had never seen such loyalty from these people. Guizian had only been assigned to Yang Kai for a short period of time, 1 or 2 months at most, yet he was already convinced? They couldn't believe it. Could Crimson Star's disciples be like this? Yang Kai's expression was solemn as his eyes swept over the faces of the more than 30 people, as if he wanted to remember their faces. He saw Guizian's calmness, saw the fear and reluctance to live in the depths of these people's eyes, and saw the many expectations they had for him. Nodding slightly, Yang Kai said, Don't worry, if you die I will bury these 3,000 people with you. As soon as these words came out there was an uproar. Although Yang Kai had shown extraordinary combat strength before, and even Lu Shui, who was a 4th-grade heaven splitter, could not resist him, everyone knew that in the great cosmological realm ordinary heaven splitters were no match for Yang Kai, but these words were too arrogant. Those were 3,000 people, not 3,000 radishes. Even if they stood there and let others kill them, it would take a long time, not to mention that there were several heaven splitters present, and the disciples of Sword Pavilion could form the Starfall Sword Array. Even if Crimson Star went all out, it was impossible for them to be opponents, let alone a mere Yang Kai. Someone secretly shook his head. Isn't this surnamed Yang a bit too arrogant? Does he really think he is invincible? Someone even sneered, Who doesn't know how to talk big? If you want me to go up I can say a few words. Sigh, this kid, I thought he was a character, but who knew that his brain is a bit stupid. How can he say such words so casually? Even Yu He, who had been paying close attention in the mansion, frowned slightly. It was not that she did not believe in Yang Kai's strength. She had also seen Yang Kai join forces with Crimson Flood Dragon to defeat hundreds of people from Thunderlight Sect, but the 3,000 people in front of her were different. Thunderlight Sect had used all their strength, and Sword Pavilion also had 300 disciples here. Once the sword array was used they were invincible. If Yang Kai relied on the Space Divine technique to deal with them he might be able to defeat them, but it was a bit unrealistic to say that he could kill 3,000 people. Junior, you're young but you talk big. Zhong Fan snorted coldly. You will know if I talk big or not when you try. Yang Kai squinted. Old dog, now you have 2 choices. First, let my people go and I will exchange this woman with you. Second, you kill my people and I will send this woman to the Yellow Springs to be buried with them. Which one do you choose? Zhong Fan's face was so gloomy that it could almost condense water. Yang Kai's intention was obviously to exchange their hostages, but when it came out of his mouth, It sounded like a threat, making one feel uncomfortable. What made Zhou Xian feel even more helpless was that he could not ignore Lu Shue's life or death. For any force, a fourth-grade heaven splitter was a cornerstone that could not be lost. How do you expect this old master to believe you? Zhou Xian pondered for a moment before rolling his eyes. What if this old master releases her and you go back on your word? Do you have a choice? Yang Kai sneered. Zhou Xian said, this old master will release half of her first. If you let her go, this old master will definitely release the other half. Yang Kai acted as if he did not hear and raised Lu Shui high in the air, his face filled with murderous intent. As if there was no one else present, he indifferently said, I will count to 3. If I don't see the result I want, you can just wait to collect this woman's corpse. Well, Junior, don't go too far. Zhou Xian was furious. Yang Kai's attitude was so unyielding that it was extremely infuriating. He'd already taken a step back and could release half of the hostages, yet Yang Kai actually refused to accept it. How could he endure this under the gazes of everyone present? Yang Kai remained unmoved and had a cold and indifferent expression. Luo Qingyun looked nervously at Zhou Xian, and he'd already clenched his sword tightly. He was only waiting for Yang Kai to shout out 3 before he launched an attack. Zhou Xian's imposing aura rose swiftly to its peak as well, and he stared fixedly at Yang Kai. He was able to sense that even though Yang Kai had mentally prepared Guizian and the others in advance and told them that he would take revenge, he actually didn't want to see Guizian and the others die here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to exchange hostages. At this critical moment, whoever's imposing aura was slightly weaker would suffer a crushing defeat. So Zhou Xian had a firm expression and remained unmoved. Yang Kai opened his mouth slightly while a wisp of a savage smile appeared on his face, and he'd already formed the shape of 3 words while surging fluctuations of energy emanated from his hand. Zhou Xian immediately shouted explosively, "Release her!" His imposing aura that shot into the sky instantly fell to rock bottom at this moment. He didn't dare take the risk in the end. Yang Kai could disregard the fate of Guizian and the others, and if worse came to worst he could just go back and take revenge. But the sword pavilion couldn't afford to lose Lu Shui. Qian Qingyun suddenly heaved a sigh of relief, and his palm that held his sword was covered in sweat. On the other hand, after Zhou Xian gave the order, Guizian and the others that were captured had escaped their restraints successively, and they flew towards Yang Kai. When they arrived before him, Guizian had an expression of gratitude and embarrassment, and he tilted his head and cupped his fists. Master. Chapter 4036. Yang Kai nodded and said in a light voice, "Where's the Earth Dragon?" Up until now he still didn't know if the Earth Dragon was dead or alive. Guizian said, "The Earth Dragon is fine. It has drilled into the Origin Magnet Mountain." This fellow was extremely slippery, and it immediately fled when it noticed the situation wasn't good. It was skilled in earth movement, so even if the Sword Pavilion and Thunderbolt sect were numerous, they couldn't do anything to it. Moreover, it was impossible for them to constantly search for its tracks in the Origin Magnet Mountain, so they simply let it go. After all, their main target was still Yang Kai. That's good. Yang Kai was extremely gratified in his heart as he'd finally heard some good news. The Crimson WRM was quickly released as well. Comparatively speaking, the Crimson WRM's injuries were the heaviest. Countless scales on its body had fallen off, its body was dripping with blood, and there was an enormous wound on its neck, causing it to look extremely terrifying. It flew over to Yang Kai before lowering its head to convey its furious and helpless emotions. Its eyes were even looking at Lu Shui, who was in Yang Kai's hand, and it bared its teeth as if it wished for nothing more than to swallow her into its stomach. The enormous wound on its neck was caused by Lu Shui. This caused Lu Shui to be extremely nervous. Zhou Xian and Luo Qingyun couldn't help but feel their hearts rise to their throats as they were deeply afraid that Yang Kai would go back on his word. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't make the Crimson WRM do that, and he just patted its head. "Go back," he instructed Guizian and the others. "All of you go back first." Guizian was stunned. "Master, what about you?" "Don't worry, this group of trash can't do anything to me." Guizian was deeply worried and wanted to persuade Yang Kai. Yet when he saw Yang Kai's firm expression, he knew that he probably wouldn't be able to persuade Yang Kai, and he felt extreme admiration in his heart. This master was truly extraordinary to be able to remain so calm and composed when facing so many enemies. Then master, you must be careful, Guizian said before leading over 30 people and the Crimson WRM towards Star City. The defensive grand formation of Star City was still closed. Yang Kai turned his head to look towards the place where Qin Tianfei and the others were hiding, and he stared there without blinking. He didn't say a single word, yet he emitted a silent pressure. After several breaths of time, Qin Tianfei's eyelids twitched and he secretly issued an order. A crack appeared in the formation. Guizian and the others and the Crimson WRM, they rushed into Star City. Although Qin Tianfei and the others didn't want to offend Sword Pavilion and Thunder Ray sect, in the eyes of outsiders, Guizian's group was still part of the Crimson Star sect, and it wasn't right for them to lock their own people outside, so they could only let them in. And after Guizian and the others entered Star Market, Yang Kai undoubtedly won the hostage exchange. Now in this situation Yang Kai held the overall initiative. With Lu Shui in his hands, whether he wanted to fight or stay was up to him. Although Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight sect had more people, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Many people revealed looks of admiration. If they were in Lu Shui's shoes they wouldn't be able to do this. But thinking about it carefully, Sword Pavilion was also helpless. As long as they couldn't bear to give up on Lu Shui, they would definitely choose to compromise. A gust of wind blew, causing their clothes to flutter. Divine senses spread out, locking onto Yang Kai. Wisps of murderous intent lingered. The 300 Sword Pavilion disciples quietly changed their formation and sealed off all directions. In an instant the place where Yang Kai stood was completely surrounded. There was no way out. This boy is in trouble, Qin Tianfei softly said. In this situation, unless Yang Kai could keep Lu Shui in check, there was no way he could escape this inescapable net. He asked for it. Yang Lai coldly snorted. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants just because he has some ability? If you were him, what would you do? Madame Qin asked. Qin Tianfei shook his head. Lu Shui is his only hope. If he wants to live, he must not let Lu Shui go. At this moment Zhou Fan shouted, "Let her go." Yang Kai grinned. Don't worry, this king always keeps his word. Catch. Saying so, under everyone's shocked gazes, he directly pushed Lu Shui out. Qin Tianfei's narrowed eyes suddenly widened, almost popping out of their sockets. He cried out involuntarily, "This brat is crazy. He just said that if he wanted to live he must not let Lu Shui go, but Yang Kai actually did it." With Lu Shui in his hands, Yang Kai still had the upper hand. If he let Lu Shui go, how could he survive? Was he tired of living and courting death? Not only did Qin Tianfei not expect this, but even Lu Shui herself did not expect this. When Lu Shui was pushed out, she was stunned, as if she did not expect to break free from Yang Kai's control so easily. Zhou Fan's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Good brat, I respect you as a hero and will definitely give you a quick death." As he spoke, he pulled Lu Shui to his side, and the huge broadsword in his hand shook as he was about to charge forward. However, this did not stop Lu Shui from spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blood mist that she spat out was scalding hot, as if it was boiling. Not only that, Lu Shui's exposed skin was scarlet red, and steam was rising from her head. Zhou Fan's pupils shrank, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. Lu Shui had also acted strangely before, but at that time she had been suppressed by Yang Kai, so Zhou Fan had thought that Yang Kai was secretly manipulating her, but now that she had been released, how could she still be like this? Even if Yang Kai had planted some kind of method in her body, with her 4th stage heaven opening foundation, she should have been able to easily resolve it. She should not have been in such a miserable state. "Uncle Zhong, save me!" Lu Shui shouted hoarsely, her beautiful eyes filled with panic. Zhou Fan did not have time to look for trouble with Yang Kai and reached out to grab Lu Shui's wrist, sending his pure strength into her body, but he quickly retracted his hand as if he had been stung by a scorpion, calling out in shock, "How could this be?" In that moment of investigation, he discovered that Lu Shui's body was filled with a kind of manic and overbearing burning power that was recklessly burning her meridians and flesh. This burning power was extremely pure, giving him a sense of disbelief. Even with Lu Shui's 4th stage heaven-opening strength, she was unable to completely suppress it. According to this situation, even if Lu Shui went all out, she would be burned to death in less than half an hour. Turning his head, Zhou Fan saw Yang Kai looking at him with a playful expression and suddenly realized why Yang Kai had released Lu Shui so easily. It turned out that it was not out of kindness but because he had other plans. If he wanted Lu Xue to live, he had to help suppress this burning power. Otherwise Lu Xue would undoubtedly die, and besides him no one else would be able to do anything. As a result, his 5th stage heaven opening strength would be completely suppressed and there was no way for him to act. Gritting his teeth secretly, he had thought that this little brat was upright and heroic. But who would have thought that he was also despicable and shameless? He hated himself for having misjudged him and wished he could gouge his eyes out. Kill him. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Xian let out a deep shout, and at the same time rolled up his sleeves, wrapped Lu Xue and quickly flew down somewhere, landing directly on a slope. When he put Lu Xue down, he shouted in a low voice, "Concentrate, suppress with all your strength, I will help you." Saying so, he circled around to Lu Xue's back and patted her on the back. Pure energy madly poured into Lu Xue's body, helping her suppress the burning power. Lu Xue did not dare to be negligent and sat down cross-legged, forming a series of hand seals as she silently circulated her secret art. Seeing this situation, how could the countless cultivators inside and outside Star City not know that Yang Kai had secretly killed Lu Xue? Otherwise, how could Zhou Xian have taken Lu Xue to a relatively safe place to heal? That surnamed Yang is really good at scheming. As a result, Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect have lost 2 mid-stage heaven-opening cultivators. Even so what? They still have 3 mid-stage heaven-opening cultivators, not to mention the low-stage heaven-opening cultivators. There are at least 20 to 30 of them. Cleverness backfires on itself. Restraining Zhou Xian alone won't affect the overall situation. Does he really think he can fight more than 3,000 people alone? AI, in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are useless. The crowd discussed spiritedly and no one was optimistic about Yang Kai. They all felt that he had made an extremely wrong decision. If he really wanted to live, he should not have let Lu Xue go so easily. At this moment, Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect no longer had any worries, so how could they show mercy to him? Just as the atmosphere was tense, a vigorous voice suddenly rang out from Star City. "Boy, as long as you submit to this young master and become this young master's servant, this young master will guarantee your safety." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned their heads and saw a young man in luxurious clothes standing in the void, looking at Yang Kai with a smile on his face. Behind him stood 7 or 8 servants. Judging from the aura of this young man, he was only from the Emperor realm, but his clothes were either rich or noble. It seemed that he had an extraordinary background. But this was the great cosmological realm, so what if he had some background? For a time many people discussed spiritedly, guessing which force this young man belonged to. His tone was so arrogant. Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect's 3,000 people were ready to attack. But he also spoke so arrogantly that he would guarantee Yang Kai's safety. Although the discussion was not loud, it clearly reached the young man's ears, which made him very unhappy. He could not help but snort coldly with an arrogant expression. A guard behind him walked out, looked around and said in a cold voice, "My young master is the descendant of Qing Ming Blessed Land's 3rd elder. Who dares to humiliate him?" As soon as these words fell, everyone was shocked, speechless. Qing Ming Blessed Land was one of the 72 paradise. Even in the 3,000 worlds it was a top force. To be able to serve as an elder in this blessed land and be ranked 3rd, it meant that he was at least a high-rank heaven splitter. Coming from Qing Ming Blessed Land and having a high-rank heaven splitter ancestor, his background was not small. If he insisted on protecting Yang Kai, Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect might have to consider the consequences of angering him. In the great cosmological realm he could not do anything to Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect, but what about outside? He could probably destroy Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect with just a word. His request was indeed a little excessive. He wanted Yang Kai to submit to him and be his servant, but in the face of life and death, it was good enough to have a choice. Who would care so much? What's more, this young man had a great background, so being a servant to such a person might not be a bad thing. Even Luo Qingyun and the others who were about to attack froze in place, not knowing whether to attack or not. They stared nervously at Yang Kai, afraid that he would agree. Observing the situation, the young man's expression became even more arrogant. He nodded at Yang Kai and said, "Boy, if you miss this opportunity, you won't have this opportunity again. Think carefully before you answer this young master." Chapter 40-37. You want me to submit to you and become your servant? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at the young man. When he was in seclusion, he had noticed someone from Qingming blessed land outside the door, but he hadn't paid much attention to it. Now it seemed that it was this guy. The young man smiled. That will be the greatest honor of your life. Is that so? Yang Kai didn't deny it. Luo Qingyun said anxiously, surnamed Yang, a man should be proud and indomitable. It is better to die standing than to live kneeling. Think carefully, don't make a mistake that will lead to everlasting regret. He was really afraid that Yang Kai would agree. If that were the case, then what was the point of Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect joining forces to come here today? How could he take revenge for Lu Shui? This young master is speaking, how can you interrupt? The young man from Qingming blessed land suddenly looked at Qian Qingyun with displeasure. What's your name? If you have the ability, tell me your name. Luo Qingyun's expression instantly became extremely unsightly. Under the gazes of so many people, if he didn't reply, he would seem weak, but if he did, he was afraid that the other party would settle the score with him afterwards. Although he was a 4th-level heaven splitter, he was still nothing in front of a colossus like a blessed land. Even if this young man couldn't represent Qingming blessed land, just the force standing behind him wasn't something Luo Qingyun could contend against. At the same time, he was furious. A mere Emperor Realm Master would never dare to act so presumptuously in front of him if he didn't have a backer behind him. Fortunately, the young man didn't make things too difficult for him. This was a great opportunity to subdue Yang Kai. His thoughts were all on Yang Kai, so how could he have the leisure to care about anything else? As long as he could subdue Yang Kai, all of Yang Kai's gains on Origin Magnet Mountain would be his. There were many 6th-grade Origin Magnet Divine Stones, which was a considerable amount of resources even in the Blessed Land. When he returned to Qingming Blessed Land, wouldn't the old ancestor look at him in a new light? What's more, Yang Kai had a 5th-grade Heaven Splitter maidservant by his side, so he might be able to take this opportunity to get close to her. Ever since he saw Yuhi that day, he had never forgotten her. Seeing that Qian Qingyun did not answer, he snorted lightly, looked at Yang Kai and said, "This young master's patience is limited. Have you thought it through?" Yang Kai said indifferently, "I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to ask me to be your servant." As soon as he finished speaking, his body shook with a bang, and a surge of flames erupted from his body. His entire body was like a ball of raging flames that burned to the point of distorting space and trembling the universe. Amidst the raging flames, Yang Kai opened his eyes. They were like 2 small suns, burning people's minds. A cold, murderous aura filled the air as he shouted in a dignified voice, "Disturbing my cultivation, disturbing my mind, you all deserve to die. Today I will use your lives to practice my divine technique." With a bang, fire element energy flowed within the Dao seal. With Yang Kai as the center, a violent ring of flames madly spread out in all directions like a ripple, one ring after another in an endless stream. Miserable cries instantly rang out. The cultivator closest to Yang Kai did not even have time to react. The moment they were swept by the ring of flames, they turned into balls of fire and flew around like headless flies, crashing into their own formation. However, in just 2 or 3 breaths, the miserable cries came to an abrupt end. The burning balls of fire turned into charcoal, falling from the sky like dumplings. In an instant, several dozen people had fallen. Everyone stared at this scene in shock. Surrounded by 3,000 people and under the covetous gazes of several dozen heaven splitters, Yang Kai, who was alone, had actually taken the initiative to launch an attack. With just a single strike, several dozen cultivator had fallen from the sky. What kind of fire is this? Qin Tianfei's eyes narrowed as he stared at the pitch-black flames burning on Yang Kai's body. The shock in the depths of his heart was simply indescribable. Just the ring of flames was so fierce, undoubtedly indicating that the grade of this fire element energy was very high. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for those cultivator to not be able to resist. A 5th-grade fire element cultivator absolutely could not achieve this level. Could it be a 6th-grade one? Qin Tianfei's heart trembled. Only now did he realize that he had always underestimated Yang Kai. Being able to condense a 6th-grade fire element energy undoubtedly meant that Yang Kai's aptitude was extraordinary and his ambitions were far-reaching. Such a character could not be cultivated without a blessed paradise. Once he grew up, he would have a place in the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai's origins were unclear. Could it be that he also came from a blessed paradise? If not, how could he dare to speak to the youth from Qingming blessed paradise like that? Thinking so, Qin Tianfei's forehead could not help but break out in a cold sweat as he secretly prayed that this was not the case. Otherwise, Qi Xing would not have a good life. The ring of flames was still spreading out in all directions. Rays of light lit up as the disciples of Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light sect urged their secret techniques and artifacts to protect themselves. The disciples of Sword Pavilion had formed groups of several dozen to form a sword array, creating a sword curtain that blocked the erosion of the ring of flames. The power of the Starfall sword array was extraordinary. Although it could not combine the power of several dozen people into one, once it was formed, it would be able to display strength far beyond that of the person forming the array. Therefore, although the ring of flames was powerful, it was still blocked by the sword curtain. On the contrary, although the number of Thunder Light sect disciples was greater, they were a little scattered. Seeing dozens of their companions die tragically in front of them, they were all frightened and hurriedly retreated. After Yang Kai's attack, he disappeared from where he stood in an instant, his expression as calm as an ancient well, showing neither joy nor sorrow as he directly flashed into the densest part of the crowd and threw out a punch. Golden Crow True Fire burned fiercely above his fist, its pitch-black flames scorching the void. Where the fist light reached, the dozen or so Thunder Light sect disciples exploded into dust before being swept away by the raging flames and instantly disappearing without a trace. Long Tai's eyes widened as he shouted, "Kill him!" As he spoke, he took the lead and rushed towards Yang Kai. On the other side, Luo Qingyun and Zhu Li, the two fourth-grade heaven-opening masters, also used their own methods to lock onto Yang Kai. The former merged into one with his sword and turned into a sword light that slashed towards Yang Kai while the latter patted his waist and summoned a nail-like artifact. Under Zhu Li's control, this nail-like artifact flew directly towards Yang Kai, silent and unpredictable. Below, Yueha called out in alarm, "Young master, be careful." Although she knew that Yang Kai was strong enough, this situation was still quite worrying. After all, it was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. A single careless move could result in death. Moreover, she had been paying close attention to Yang Kai's demeanor and was shocked to find that there was something wrong with Yang Kai at this moment, as if he was immersed in something. Sure enough, facing the attacks of the three mid-rank heaven-opening masters and countless others, Yang Kai did not evade. Instead, he simply summoned a dragon shield around his body and punched and kicked. The ordinary disciples of Thunder Light sect were unable to resist at all, and even the low-rank heaven-opening masters were forced to avoid these attacks. Hong Hong Hong. A series of attacks struck Yang Kai's body, but no matter how strong his defensive secret technique was, it could not withstand such a fierce onslaught. The dragon shield shattered, and before it could be used again, the remaining attacks had already closed in on him. Yang Kai's figure staggered as his clothes instantly became ragged. He instinctively pushed his space principles to try and escape, but Zhu Li's nail-like artifact had locked onto his mind and nailed him to the spot, unable to move. As the sword light slashed down, Luo Qingyun roared, "Die!" The moment it passed, a stream of golden blood spurted from Yang Kai's chest, but Luo Qingyun's eyes narrowed. This was because this sword attack had actually failed to kill Yang Kai. It was truly inconceivable. One had to know that he had used a secret technique to control his sword, so even a cultivator of the same level would undoubtedly die if struck like this, but Yang Kai had only been slightly injured. Just how tough was this guy's body? Was he still human? What Luo Qingyun did not know was that although Yang Kai was in human form, he had a body of 1,000 feet under his dragon transformation. During this period of time he had been constantly swallowing dragon blood pills, so his body had risen to another level. Although it was not obvious normally, how could a half-dragon be so easily killed? It was already impressive that he could injure Yang Kai's body. Golden blood flowed, but Yang Kai did not seem to feel it. Since the beginning of the battle, the light in his eyes had gone silent, like a pool of still water. His entire being had turned into a soulless fighting machine, fighting without end. Long Tai flew over, clenching his fists and raising them high above his head, smashing down on Yang Kai's head like a tsunami. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and stared at him with indifferent eyes. Long Tai's heart skipped a beat as he subconsciously felt that something was wrong, but it was too late to withdraw at this moment, so he could only roar and attack with all his strength. Yang Kai punched out at the same time, and in front of everyone's eyes, Long Tai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His figure flew backwards at a speed faster than when he had come, spitting out a mist of blood mid-air. Star Market was in an uproar. Long Tai was a fourth-order heaven-opening master while Yang Kai was just a trivial Emperor Realm master. How could the power of this punch actually injure Long Tai? Even in the great cosmological realm this was too incredible. Qin Tianfei smiled bitterly. If Long Tai had seen Yang Kai slaughter Du Fuzi and Gan Hong in Red Star's assembly hall, he would not have acted so rashly. In front of this monster, a fourth-order heaven-opening master was nothing. Qin Tianfei still remembered the terrifying scene of Yang Kai crushing Du Fuzi to death. Every time he recalled it, his legs trembled. The moment he repelled Long Tai, Yang Kai suddenly turned around and grabbed towards a certain spot in the void. Zhu Li, who was several dozen meters away, paled and hurriedly formed a series of hand seals, but it was still a little too late. When Yang Kai withdrew his hand, a nail-like artifact had appeared in his palm. Surprisingly, it was the one Zhu Li had just summoned. Black flames tumbled in his palm, burning the long nail wantonly. "Stop!" Zhu Li shouted in horror. This soul-stabilizing nail was something he had obtained by chance during one of his experiential learning. Its power was extraordinary, and once it was summoned, it was impossible to get rid of it. As long as he was given enough time, he could use his secret technique to launch a fatal blow, directly attacking his opponent's mind. Who would have thought that before he could prepare properly, Yang Kai would grab it? How could this be? Looking at the tumbling flames again, Yang Kai obviously wanted to use his fire attribute force to destroy this artifact, so as not to interfere with his space divine technique. The soul-stabilizing nail was refined by Zhu Li's mind, so if it was really destroyed his mind would definitely be damaged, which was why he was so panicked. Chapter 4038. Just as he finished speaking, Zhu Li spat out a mouthful of blood and his aura instantly withered. He stared at Yang Kai in horror. What kind of fire is this? What kind of fire is this? The grade of the soul-setting nail was not low, but in just a single breath of time, it had been destroyed by the raging flames. Zhu Li could not imagine just how high the grade of this fire attribute force was to achieve this. In this brief exchange, 2 of the 3 remaining heaven splitters from Sword Pavilion's Thunderlight sect had been injured. Comparatively speaking, Long Tai's injuries were relatively light, only suffering a single punch from Yang Kai. On the other hand, Zhu Li's mind was shaken and he was momentarily unable to control himself. Without the binding of the soul-setting nail, Yang Kai was like a dragon entering the sea or a tiger entering the forest. His figure flickered, leaving behind afterimages as his true body charged into the crowd. The pitch-black golden crow true fire swallowed up the void, recklessly burning everything. Those from the Emperor realm died as soon as they came into contact with it. No one was able to resist, and even some of the lower-grade heaven splitters mixed in with the crowd had to avoid it in fear. Clouds of bloody mist exploded in the air as charred corpses fell from the sky. In the Star Market, countless pairs of eyes stared at this scene in a daze, almost forgetting to breathe. Everyone's mind was greatly impacted by this scene. Before today, no one had ever thought that a single person could kill thousands of people and make them cry for their parents. Even if Yang Kai was defeated in the end, just this series of actions from the beginning was enough to make everyone remember him. In the great void boundary outside the Star Market of Scarlet Star, there was a reckless young man with flying black hair. He did what ordinary people could not, and his courage was extraordinary. It was an eye-opener. The space principles lingered around his body, and wherever there was a crowd he would charge in and kill. With his killing intent soaring, Yang Kai became crazed, his figure drifting erratically, leaving behind afterimages one after another. Looking around, it was as if there were several Yang Kai in the sky. "Junior, don't be presumptuous." Qian Qinyun gritted his teeth and shouted with a grim voice, and his sword shook to transform into 9 sword lights that slashed down towards Yang Kai from the sky. He had been looking for Yang Kai's flaws and chasing after Yang Kai's footsteps, but Yang Kai's movements were too fast. His spatial teleportation was too unpredictable. He had tried several times but failed to find an opportunity. Now he finally grasped the fleeting opportunity and used the divine technique without hesitation. 9 streaks of sword light appeared, cutting through the void. In an instant, it arrived in front of Yang Kai and slashed onto Yang Kai's body. Muffled sounds rang out. It didn't sound like Yang Kai's physical body, but rather like he was striking some kind of artifact. Yang Kai's figure shook violently as his clothes were torn apart. From the cracks in his clothes, his white jade-like skin was cut open and golden blood flowed out. His vitality was surging. Luo Qingyun's heart shook violently and he watched in a daze. He'd noticed that Yang Kai's body was extraordinary when he failed to kill Yang Kai with that strike of his just now. Yet now, even his divine technique was actually unable to kill Yang Kai. He was a sword cultivator that specialized in the Tao of slaughter. If even he was unable to kill Yang Kai, then could anyone amongst all the people present here be able to kill Yang Kai? An ordinary cultivator would probably be unable to even injure Yang Kai. Sure enough, after those 9 streaks of sword light, countless attacks covered the heavens and the earth as they blasted down towards Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai merely utilized the Dragon Shield secret technique to isolate those attacks. When the multicolored light dispersed, the Dragon Shield that coiled around Yang Kai's body had shattered into pieces, yet he hadn't suffered any injury. Luo Qingyun's heart was filled with despair, and he turned to look at Zhou Fan. Presently only Zhou Fan, who was at the 5th rank of the Heaven Splitter realm, would have a chance to kill Yang Kai. However, Zhou Fan was healing Lu Shui, and he didn't know what Yang Kai had done to Lu Shui to actually force Zhou Fan to be unable to make a move. Was this also part of his plan? Luo Qingyun felt slight disbelief. No wonder Yang Kai let Lu Shui go so easily. Earlier I thought that fellow was utterly stupid, but now it would seem like he's extremely astute. Since he couldn't rely on Zhou Fan, Luo Qingyun's expression suddenly turned solemn, and he shouted explosively, "Disciples of the Sword Pavilion, form the Heaven Star Array with me." "Yes, Master." The voices of a few hundred disciples of the Sword Pavilion shook the sky. All of them were in high spirits as if they'd been waiting for this moment since the beginning. There weren't many disciples of the Sword Pavilion, and there were only 300 in total. Amongst the 3,000 disciples, only 10% were disciples of the Sword Pavilion. Since the battle began until now, the number of cultivators that had died at Yang Kai's hands was less than this. But comparatively speaking, the Sword Pavilion's losses were very small. Because they'd formed the Starfall Sword Formation in groups since the beginning, and they resisted the attacks of Yang Kai's Ring of Flames and Iron Blood. They assisted each other in both offense and defense, and it was undoubtedly much better than the scattered Thunderlight sect. It could be said that 90% of the cultivators that had died at Yang Kai's hands were disciples of the Thunderlight sect. They formed groups of 40 to 50 people, and they'd already formed the Starfall Sword Formation, causing sword chi to sweep through the heavens and the earth. Now that they received Luo Qingyun's orders, the sword formations moved swiftly and converged towards Luo Qingyun. In less than 3 breaths of time, the auras of the Starfall Sword Formation were tightly connected with each other. With Luo Qingyun as the center, the sword intent that surged into the sky gathered together and supported Luo Qingyun. It shot straight into the sky and pierced a hole in it. The Heavenly Dipper Star Formation had been formed. Luo Qingyun's aura rose steadily. Even with the strange suppression of the great cosmological realm's world principles, it showed signs of breaking through to the Emperor realm and climbing to the heaven-opening realm. He looked intently at Yang Kai, who was still slaughtering, with indifference in his eyes. The Heavenly Dipper Star Formation was the trump card of the Sword Pavilion. With this sword formation, Luo Qingyun was confident that he could kill Yang Kai here even without Zhou Fan's help. That kid is in trouble. Qin Tianfei sighed and slowly shook his head. In the end, he's still too young and shows off too much. He doesn't know how to restrain himself. Madame Qin's expression was also solemn. I heard that the head of the Sword Pavilion came from a very large force, but for some reason he wandered outside and founded the Sword Pavilion. The Starfall Sword Formation and the Heavenly Dipper Star Formation are both formations of that force. Ouyang Lai nodded and said, I've also heard of this before. I've only seen the Heavenly Dipper Star Array once. Its power is indeed extraordinary. With this array, my Crimson Star and Lei Guang will never be a match for the Sword Pavilion. At the same time, Yang Kai, who was constantly slaughtering his way through the crowd, instinctively felt a trace of danger. His skin felt like it was being pricked by needles. Without any hesitation, the earth elemental energy in his Tao seal circulated, and the dragon shields that had just been shattered condensed once more. One after another, they lingered around him and fluttered endlessly. Junior, it's your honor to die under my Sword Pavilion's formation. Luo Qingyun spoke indifferently. He touched his sword with his fingers and moved along with his sword, slashing at Yang Kai as fast as lightning. The hundreds of Sword Pavilion's disciples in the Grand Array also began to move under the influence of his qi. From afar there was no one in the heavenly Dipper star formation, only sword intent lingering in the sky. An enormous sword ray tore through the sky like a waterfall and slashed at Yang Kai. The sound of something shattering rang out. Under everyone's gazes, the layers of dragon shields on Yang Kai's body crackled and cracked. Even though he madly circulated his Dao seal to repair them, he still couldn't keep up with the speed of the shattering. In a short span of 7 or 8 breaths, the dragon shields had completely vanished. Die! Qian Qingyun's delighted shout rang out from within the sword ray. With a boom, pitch-black flames swept out. The blazing golden crow primordial flames that had been lingering around Yang Kai swept towards the sword ray as if they had a mind of their own. Wherever the black flames passed, the sword ray instantly dimmed, as if it had been incinerated into nothingness. In the eyes of the cultivator in the star market, it was as if the black flames had devoured the sword ray, causing the enormous sword ray to shrink inch by inch. Yang Kai's figure was constantly retreating. Even though the golden crow primordial flames possessed extraordinary might, the heavenly Dipper star formation was formed by the joint efforts of hundreds of people after all. Moreover, it was presided over by Qian Qingyun, a 4th-stage heaven splitter. His might was truly enormous, still putting up pointless resistance. Luo Qingyun shouted explosively, "You'll definitely die for insulting my sword pavilion today." A portion of the sword ray that had already been worn down rose explosively once more with Qian Qingyun's furious shout. It pierced through space and faintly showed signs of tearing apart the pitch-black flames as it headed straight for Yang Kai's body. Once the golden crow primordial flames were destroyed, then even if Yang Kai possessed the dragon form physique, he would probably suffer a terrible fate. In this battle of life and death, even the members of the Thunderlight sect were unable to interfere. They could only watch from afar, and it was even to the extent that they didn't dare approach 300M as they were deeply afraid of being affected by the sword ray or the black flames. In space, the golden crow primordial flames that had been pushed to the limit were resisting the startling sword ray. In the star market, Qin Tianfei suddenly frowned. "Something's wrong." "What's wrong?" Bei Yushan turned around with a puzzled expression. "It's already in such a situation. Why hasn't this kid used his full strength?" Qin Tianfei had a puzzled expression. "He hasn't used his full strength?" Bei Yushan's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Tianfei quickly said, "Have you all forgotten that this little brat has a long spear in his hand? Although I don't know what that long spear is, it is definitely a powerful artifact, so why hasn't he used it yet?" As soon as these words came out, Qi Xing and the other masters fell into deep thought. How could they not know about the existence of the blue dragon spear? That day Gan Hong had died under that amazing spear attack. The power of that spear attack was something that even a 4th-order heaven-opening spear could not resist. If it had been summoned at this moment, even if it could not resolve the current crisis, it would not have been so useless. In a life-or-death situation, who would hold back? Bei Yushan scratched his head and said, "Master Qin, from what you've said, it seems that his condition has been a bit off." In this life-or-death battle, all of Yang Kai's reactions seemed to be instinctive, as if his mind was not on the battlefield, but this was a bit inconceivable. Facing so many enemies on his own and not paying attention to the battlefield, did he not care about his own life or death? Madame Qin's eyes suddenly shrank as she seemed to recall something. Covering her red lips, she asked, "Do you still remember what he said before the battle began?" Yang Bing lowered her head and pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "Disturbing my cultivation, disturbing my mind, today I will use your dog lives to cultivate my divine technique." Qin Tianfei's face was filled with shock as he cried out involuntarily, "Is this little brat trying to stimulate his potential in this life-or-death situation to cultivate some kind of divine technique?" Chapter 4039. As soon as he said this, the several heads of Qi Xing were aghast. Was this for real? How could someone be so crazy? Did he not want to live anymore? But looking at Yang Kai's previous performance and response at this moment, there was no doubt that he was really cultivating some kind of divine technique. There was great terror and fear between life and death, but there were also great opportunities. Wandering before the gates of hell could often give people a flash of inspiration and enlightenment. Qin Tianfei and the others were heaven-opening realm masters and had lived for so many years. Which one of them had not experienced such things? But their experiences were all because they had no choice. How could they be like Yang Kai, deliberately putting themselves between life and death? Crazy, crazy, this boy is really crazy, Qin Tianfei murmured, shocked by the idea in his heart. Look behind him. Madame Qin suddenly exclaimed. Qi Xing and the other managers hurriedly looked behind Yang Kai, and what they saw caused their eyes to shrink. The pitch-black flames on Yang Kai's body were surging violently, and although he was being suppressed by the Heaven Do Star Net Array and was forced to retreat, his aura was still rising at an extremely terrifying speed. Soon, it had reached its limit, and the surging black flames were like a beating heart, giving birth to some kind of new life. This scene was not only clearly seen by the heads of Qi Xing, but also by everyone in the star market. Even though they were far away, everyone could not help but feel a sense of horror, as if some peerless monster was about to break out of Yang Kai's body. Yuha had been paying attention nervously. Seeing that Yang Kai was in trouble, she was prepared to step forward to help. Her 5th grade heaven-opening realm cultivation was limited in the great cosmological realm, and if she really went up, facing the Heaven Star Luo Grand Formation would be like throwing an egg against a rock. However, she could not just watch Yang Kai die. As long as she could wake Yang Kai up with his attainments in space principles, he would be able to escape and would not die here. But after seeing the surging black flames, she forced herself to endure it. Her heart was in her throat as her beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Yang Kai's figure, her hands clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white. If you're not in the great cosmological realm, how dare a mere Emperor Realm Junior act so presumptuously in front of my sword pavilion? Break! Chang Qingyun's shout came from the sword light. The Heaven Star Luo Grand Formation, which had already gained the upper hand, shone brightly, instantly tore apart the black flames around Yang Kai and attacked his body. A wisp of delight couldn't help but appear on Qian Qingyun's face, as if he could already see the scene of Yang Kai being killed. Even though this battle had been difficult, they had won in the end, and they had redeemed the lost face of Sword Pavilion, letting the world know that Sword Pavilion couldn't be humiliated. However, at this moment Luo Qingyun's heart suddenly throbbed. For some reason he had an extremely bad feeling about this. When he looked up, he saw Yang Kai, who had been calm and expressionless all this time, suddenly grinning. His indifferent eyes were shining brightly as if he had finally come back to his senses. He spat out a word, "Open." His voice was not loud, but it was like thunder rolling across the earth, causing the world to buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a great sun suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. It was as if a sun was hanging behind him, shining with golden light and illuminating the world. No one could open their eyes. What is this? Countless cultivator exclaimed in their hearts when they saw this scene. No one had ever seen such a strange scene. Could it be that Yang Kai really had a small sun hidden in his body? Not only were the cultivators of the Emperor Realm puzzled, but many of the heaven-opening realm cultivators were also puzzled. Only a few people were stunned at first, but then they seemed to suddenly think of something. Their bodies trembled as they revealed looks of shock and disbelief. After all, although they knew some things that ordinary people did not know, none of them had ever seen it with their own eyes. Madame Qin covered her red lips with her hand and muttered, "Could this be Dharma idol?" Qin Tianfei spat out these 2 words with difficulty, his fat body trembling from the shock of his emotions. The Ouyang brothers could not help but gulp. Bei Yushan looked at Yang Kai in admiration and could not help but praise, "Amazing." A while ago he had been sent flying by Yang Kai with a single punch in the discussion hall. In truth, he had always been somewhat unconvinced, feeling that he had underestimated his opponent too much. Otherwise he would not have been so weak. However, now that he saw this great sun Dharma idol, that bit of unwillingness in his heart instantly disappeared. If Yang Kai could condense a Dharma idol with his Emperor Realm strength, then it was definitely not something he could resist. His loss that day was not unjust, and neither was the death of the poison matriarch in Gan Hong. In the courtyard of Yang Kai's mansion, Yuhi closed her eyes in pain. After hiding for so long, was it finally exposed today? She secretly hated herself for not telling him how powerful it was before, causing him to be unable to hide it properly. However, she had not expected that Yang Kai would be able to condense a Dharma idol at this time. After today, Yang Kai's little secret would no longer be a secret. How could he continue to hide it under the eyes of so many people? It did not matter in the great cosmological realm. With this Dharma idol, no one was his opponent, but what about outside of the great cosmological realm? Once this sensational news spread, how could Yang Kai have a good end? Was the tragedy from 1,000 years ago about to repeat itself? Thinking of that person who had died young, Yuhi's heart was filled with grief. Back then, he and the person in front of her were both equally shocking, but this person in front of her seemed to be even more dazzling. At the very least, that person had not condensed a Dharma idol in the Emperor realm back then. A Dharma idol, it's actually a divine technique Dharma idol. This brat dares to do this, does he not want to live anymore? In the star market, an old heaven-opening realm cultivator exclaimed in shock. His cultivation was not very high, only at the second rank of heaven opening, but he had lived for a long time and had seen many things, so he knew more than others. Ordinary heaven-opening realm cultivators might not know of the existence of a Dharma idol, but he had seen one before. Master, what is a Dharma idol? Beside him, a delicate and cute girl asked in confusion. The old man suppressed the shock in his heart and gently explained, when one of the 5 elements, yin and yang, is pushed to the limit in a Dao seal, its power condenses and turns into a shocking divine technique. This is called a Dharma idol, just like what you are seeing now. The girl nodded thoughtfully. That little son is his Dharma idol? That's right. Then master, do you have a Dharma idol? Me. The old man smiled bitterly and shook his head. Master will never be able to form a Dharma idol in this lifetime. Why not? The girl did not understand. The old man said sadly, let alone me, a mere lower-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator, even a mid-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator would never be able to form a Dharma idol in their lifetime. Only those at the 7th rank and above have a chance of forming a Dharma idol, but that's just a chance. If one's comprehension is insufficient, even if they have the qualifications, they won't be able to form a Dharma idol. Your master has only condensed a 2nd-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator's power, so how could he have the qualifications to form a Dharma idol? The girl could not help but purse her lips and ask in surprise, Master, are you saying that Big Brother Yang has condensed a 7th-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator's power? The old man nodded. That's right. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to form a Dharma idol. Since ancient times, those who were able to form a Dharma idol were all disciples nurtured by peak-blessed paradises, and they were all at the heaven-opening realm. For him to be able to form a Dharma idol in the Emperor realm is unheard of. Then isn't he very powerful? The old man said solemnly. He's more than powerful, he's simply a monster. The girl waved her fist and shouted into the sky, Big brother, you can do it. Beat them all away. Seeing that Yang Kai was being bullied by so many people, she had long felt indignant. She was a young girl and did not know the dangers of the world. Now that she heard her master say that Yang Kai was as powerful as a monster, she was happy for him from the bottom of her heart. She also hoped that Yang Kai could come back from the dead and turn defeat into victory. The old man's expression could not help but change greatly. He covered the girl's mouth and looked around nervously. When he found that everyone's attention was attracted by the commotion in the sky and did not seem to hear the girls shout, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, he did not dare to stay in place and quickly grabbed his foolish disciple and moved to another location. Although Tong Yen was fearless, Sword Pavilion was not to be trifled with. If the people of Sword Pavilion heard this, they would not be able to leave the great cosmological realm alive. On the other side, a figure flashed past, and a middle-aged man wearing a golden crown and an embroidered robe suddenly appeared in front of Qin Tianfei and the others. His hands were behind his back as he stared at the distant sky with a dignified expression. First Master. Qin Tianfei and the others were shaken and quickly bowed. This middle-aged man was none other than the mysterious first head of the Crimson Star sect. The First Master did not say anything, as if he did not hear anything. However, he had come out of seclusion at this moment and was obviously disturbed by the commotion outside. The divine technique Dharma idol was indeed too shocking, and even he could not sit still. After observing for a while, the First Master suddenly said, Fire element Dharma idol. It should be, Qin Tianfei replied respectfully. This was also very obvious. Yang Kai's body had been surrounded by pitch-black flames before, and he had stimulated his potential through life and death battles to condense the divine technique Dharma idol. Now that he had succeeded, it must be the fire element Dharma idol. Madame Qin said, looking at the sun, this surnamed Yang seems to have condensed the power of the sun true gold. The divine technique Dharma idol was closely related to the materials used by a cultivator to condense power. Since the sun had appeared, it was natural that Madame Qin would associate it with the sun true gold. Qin Tianfei said thoughtfully, I heard that the sun star had been extinguished in one of the territories, and many people found a lot of sun true gold and sun true fire there. Could it be that this kid was there at that time? If so, then his opportunity is not small. He secretly guessed that Yang Kai should have found the 7th grade sun true gold there. Otherwise, how could he have such an achievement? It's not sun true gold. The first master slowly shook his head, his eyes deep. There is something else in the sun. Something else? Qi Xing and the other heads were all startled. Previously, when that huge sun appeared, it was dazzling with golden light and they couldn't see it clearly. However, the great head was stronger than them, so he could see it clearly with a single glance. Chapter 40. With the great master's reminder, Qin Tianfei and the others hurriedly looked at the sun. As expected, there really was something in the sun. A vague figure was jumping around in the sun like a living thing. It would occasionally stop and turn its head to comb its wings. A faint ferocious aura filled the air, but it was indescribably frightening. It looks like a bird. Madame Qin frowned. The sun was too dazzling. Even though she observed it carefully, she couldn't see what it was. There's something wrong with this thing. Why does it only have 3 legs? Qin Tianfei was also puzzled. However, as soon as he spoke, his expression changed. The great master's solemn voice came from the front. 3-legged strange bird. It's related to the sun. Junior, you're very capable. You're really talented. Hehe. Madame Qin covered her red lips. Bei Yushan was dumbfounded. Even a dimwit like him could figure out what the strange bird was, let alone the others. 3-legged golden crow. The Ouyang brothers exclaimed in unison. The fire elemental power that Yang Kai condensed wasn't the primordial fire of the sun. It was the primordial fire of the golden crow. Thinking of the pitch-black flames that lingered around his body and looking at the characteristics of the Dharma, it undoubtedly proved everyone's guess. It was the primordial fire of the golden crow. When this thought popped up, everyone was shocked. Qin Tianfei was sweating profusely. His voice trembled as he asked, Great Master, what grade is the primordial fire of the golden crow? When they saw Yang Kai condense the divine technique Dharma, everyone thought that he had the fire elemental power of the 7th grade. However, it seemed that it wasn't just the 7th grade. Moreover, to be able to condense the primordial fire of the golden crow, it meant that Yang Kai had encountered a golden crow before. It was a terrifying existence on par with the true dragon and divine wind. Only an upper-grade heaven splitter could resist it. Since this kid had encountered a golden crow, why didn't he die and obtain the primordial fire of the golden crow? What kind of heaven-defying opportunity was this? The great master said, that depends on whether the golden crow's body he met was a mature golden crow or a young one. If it was the latter, it should be the 7th stage. If it was the former, then it should be the 8th stage. Qin Tianfei's body trembled. I heard that when the sun star was extinguished, there was a dying golden crow inside. In the end, the owner of the first inn obtained it. Could this kid be using the golden crow primordial fire of that golden crow? Is the news true? The head tilted his head. He had been in seclusion these past few years, trying to break through to the 6th stage of heaven opening. He really didn't know much about the outside world. The information is definitely correct, Qin Tianfei said seriously. The great master gently nodded. The golden crow true fire is hard to come by in 10,000 years. This little brat is only an emperor realm master, so it shouldn't have been long since he condensed his fire attribute force. If that's the case, his golden crow true fire might really have come from that giant golden crow. 8th rank. Qin Tianfei's face was extremely pale as he said in a daze. Then what is his relationship with the owner of the first inn? The news he received was that the golden crow's body was eventually obtained by the owner of the first inn. At that time, many people from the Blessed Enclave had come to fight for it, and more than one high-rank heaven-opening master had appeared. The first inn was beaten to a pulp, and in the end the owner of the first inn was a bit more skilled, snatching the golden crow's body and escaping safely. If Yang Kai had nothing to do with that person, how could he have obtained the golden crow primordial fire? The great master was also very confused about this. He had never heard of that person having a descendant. That shouldn't be the case. The great master slowly shook his head. The 8th stage Golden Crow primordial fire is not something the Emperor realm can bear. Even if that person obtained the Golden Crow's body when he gave it to a descendant, its grade would definitely be lowered. Otherwise it would be harming him. The great master's words make sense. Qin Tianfei nodded repeatedly. Even so, this was too frightening. However, Madame Qin thought of another layer and murmured, if he can condense the 7th stage fire element, doesn't that mean he has at least the 6th or 7th stage wood element? If it was just an ordinary fire element it would be fine. If it was someone like Meng Hong who had rebuilt his foundation, he could directly condense the 5th stage sun primordial fire. As long as he had enough aptitude and a firm Dao seal, it would not be a big problem. However, how terrifying was the Golden Crow primordial fire? If one did not have enough recovery and suppressing power, the Dao seal would be burned and shattered in an instant. The wood element that could make up for the damage caused by the Golden Crow primordial fire had to be at least the 6th stage and most likely the 7th stage. Otherwise, it would be impossible to condense it successfully. The 7th stage wood element and the 7th stage fire element. Yang Kai's intention was very clear. He wanted to directly achieve the high-rank heaven opening master. You have such lofty ambitions. We cannot compare. The first master slowly shook his head. His straight figure instantly bent a little as if he was disheartened. While they were talking, the newly formed sun behind Yang Kai stabilized and began to emit a dazzling light. Along with the appearance of the great sun manifestation, Yang Kai, who had been forced to retreat by the Heaven Do Star Luo Grand Array, slowly came to a stop. 10 feet away, Luo Qingyun looked at him with a face full of shock. Yang Kai grinned at him and made a hand seal. Today the Golden Crow will cast the sun. In the heavens and earth, only I will reign supreme. The Golden Crow's hoarse cry resounded through the clouds and through heaven and earth. It flapped its wings in the sun. Yang Kai's figure merged with the sun. His entire person suddenly turned into a small sun and smashed towards the huge sword aura. With the might of the newly formed sun avatar, he was fearless as he faced the Heaven Dipper star formation alone. Luo Qingyun's eyelids twitched violently as he forcefully recovered from his shock, and then he roared explosively. So what if you have a Dharma avatar? Even if a real Golden Crow was here, I would still kill it for you, let alone a mere Dharma avatar. These words were undoubtedly to boost his courage. Not to mention a Heaven Dipper star formation formed by 300 people. Even if they had 3,000 or 30,000 people, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single breath of Golden Crow true flame. However, when two experts collided, only the brave would emerge victorious. Since it had come to this, only by moving forward courageously would he have a chance at survival. Sword chi arose while the grand formation rumbled as it circulated. The auras of the 300 disciples were closely linked together, and their strength overlapped layer upon layer. Sword chi rose explosively as it collided with the sun avatar. 2 rays of light tore through the heavens and the earth, shook the universe and caused the surroundings to be overturned. The strange thing was that the instant the collision occurred it was completely silent. However, in the next moment the clouds in an area of 10,000 kilometers suddenly collapsed, and the heavens and the earth shook violently. An unimaginable impact spread out madly from the point of collision into layers of ripples. The disciples of the Thunderlight sect were thrown off their feet. Those with lower strength spat out mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground, unable to get up. In an instant a large number of them were killed. Zhu Li and Long Tai's hearts bled as they watched. This was truly a case of the fish in the moat being caught in the crossfire. After this battle, the Yuan Qi of the Thunderlight sect would probably be greatly damaged, and who knew how many years it would take for them to recover. Outside the star market, the Guardian Grand Formation was flashing with light. It had undoubtedly been struck by the aftermath of the clash between Yang Kai and the Sword Pavilion Grand Formation. A venerable emperor has condensed a Dharma avatar. The first master's eyes were filled with fear and his tone was indescribable. With this Dharma avatar, this kid can directly contend with a 1st or 2nd grade heaven splitter. Even a 3rd grade heaven splitter won't be able to kill him easily. No one had ever been able to condense a Dharma avatar in the Emperor realm. Since ancient times, even the elite core disciples nurtured by the blessed enclaves had to slowly fumble about after reaching the heaven splitter realm, spending years in seclusion to comprehend before they could have a chance to condense their own Dharma avatar. If not for this, Dharma avatars would not be so rare. However, with 10% of Dharma avatar, one's strength would skyrocket. Similarly, at the 7th grade Heaven Splitter realm, there was a huge difference between those with and without Dharma avatar. It could be said that in a life and death battle, those with Dharma avatar could easily crush those without Dharma avatar. Qin Tianfei and the others had solemn expressions. The first master had always been known for his sharp eyes. Since he said so, it could not be wrong. In other words, the current Yongkai was equivalent to a 1st or 2nd grade Heaven Splitter realm cultivator. Such an existence could only be described as invincible in the great cosmological realm. If the sword pavilion did not have the sword array, these 300 people would not even be enough to fill the gaps between Yongkai's teeth. Even so, the sword array was forced back by the pressure of the sun. The huge sword ray was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its light gradually dimmed. The star market was in an uproar. The sword pavilion's sword array had always been invincible, but at this moment, it was not a match for Yongkai alone. The power of a single person was so fierce. Impossible, how can you be so strong? Qian Qingyun roared, his face twisted. Within the sun, Yongkai's mocking voice sounding disdainful. It's because you are too weak. To be honest, Yongkai did not expect himself to reach this level. During this time he had been in seclusion to comprehend the divine technique. Although he had made some progress, he always felt that something was missing. Coincidentally, he encountered today's matter, and suddenly had the idea of using a life and death battle to stimulate his potential. He wanted to see if he could break through that shackle and comprehend the divine technique. If not, why would he stupidly charge into a camp of thousands of people alone? With Lu Shuer in hand, he could choose other ways to resolve this crisis. Who would have thought that an unintentionally planted willow would yield such great results? Not only did he comprehend a supernatural power, he even created a Dharma idol. Until now, he still did not know that his Dharma idol had been formed. He only thought that the golden crow casting sun was purely a supernatural power. After all, no one had ever told him these things. He had not been in this world for long, and although the lady boss was good to him, she probably did not expect him to grow so quickly. At this moment, Yongkai could clearly feel his strength skyrocketing. With the power of the sun, he felt extremely good. Even if there was a lower-grade sky splitter in front of him, Yongkai would be able to kill him to see. I don't believe it. Qian Qingyun was furious, and a bloody mist suddenly erupted from his body. His aura surged again. He was the core of the sword array, so his increase in strength was a huge boost to the entire sword array. Looking at his state, it was obvious that he had used some powerful secret technique to stimulate his potential. Although this secret technique was powerful, it could not be used casually. Once it was used, it would bring endless disaster. But at this moment, in order to deal with Yongkai and protect the face of Sword Pavilion, Qian Qingyun could not care less. Following his actions, the hundreds of disciples in the sword formation all let out muffled groans. Suddenly they felt a huge pressure on their bodies, but the power of the sword rays increased wildly, and in an instant they were on par with the sun.